Definitely not a Dungeon Boss 3. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. The boss has an appointment. By breakfast, the monster courier's request had acquired the entire kitchen table. Cass regarded the 2 cramped pages and attached map from a safe distance. I still object to the title. Nico tapped the opening line. Roaming boss of Brightfall and associated territories. I heard it perfectly well last night. Then I'll stop repeating it. Thank you. Marcus drew a line beside the marked road on the map. The destination is the problem. We can reach the nearest settlement by ordinary transport, but 7 people, sable, supplies, prepared blood, ammunition, and rooms make this expensive. Cass leaned over his shoulder as he added figures. We're helping monsters argue over a tunnel. Why do we need rooms? Juliana looked up from the supply list. Because the rest of us sleep. An unreasonable biological expense. Rhea pointed at another figure. And food. That's becoming excessive. Sable, sitting beneath the table, immediately placed both front paws against Ray's knee. Rhea scratched between her horns. Sable agrees food is essential. Tessa had ignored the arithmetic and was studying the route itself. Cassidy can travel openly with me. Nico, Rhea, Juliana, and Marcus don't need explanations. Sable's registered. That gets everyone near the disputed territory without inventing anything new. Cass looked at the map. Heartpiercer can't arrive with you. No. Tessa traced the final stretch beyond the human road. We travel as ourselves. Somewhere private near the monster territory, you change identities. To anyone human, Cassidy Hart went somewhere with her household. To the monsters, Heartpiercer arrived because they asked for help. That's considerably better than explaining why a regional threat bought a coach ticket. Marcus turned the request over. There's also this. Cass narrowed her eyes. If that says fee, I'm leaving. It doesn't. Marcus read the cramped monster notation twice. They're offering first choice from the useful salvage and stores controlled by the disputed passage after the boundary is settled. Nico leaned closer. That could be worth more than coin. Cass looked offended. I'm not being bribed into becoming regional management. Of course not, Tessa said. Marcus quietly repeated what the attached inventory estimate suggested the offered share might be worth. Cass looked at him. Then at the request. Then at the road. Rhea started laughing before Cass spoke. Cass pulled the map toward herself. How serious is this boundary dispute? Tessa's smile became unbearable. Cass pointed at her. Don't. I didn't say anything. You were about to. Tessa folded the travel list and stood. Then we'd better pack. Cass looked down at the ridiculous title again. Apparently monsters had decided Heartpiercer was one of their own. Worse, they expected her to help. The wagon left Brightfall shortly after breakfast with enough supplies strapped behind it to make Cass suspect Marcus had prepared for arbitration, siege warfare, and an unexpected shortage of towels. They traveled as themselves. Cassidy Hart sat beside Tessa with her registered collar visible. Sable occupied more floor than seemed physically reasonable, and everyone else endured the regional road until the last human settlement disappeared behind them. Near the dungeon boundary, Tessa called a halt beside a screened stretch of woodland. Cass climbed down. Nobody look. I'm becoming professionally threatening. Nico turned his back with exaggerated care. Will there be a signal when the transformation is complete? There will be violence if you continue. A few minutes later, Heartpiercer walked out of the trees with her familiar gear in place and found both monster delegations already waiting. The argument began before anyone introduced themselves. The lower passage is ours, one delegation insisted. Our dead return through the eastern respawn route. If they block it, we lose access. The opposing group reacted immediately. Your people keep crossing our corridor. Because adventurers keep killing us in yours. They kill us too. That isn't our fault. Cass stopped between the two groups. Excellent. We've established that adventurers are extremely democratic. Both sides fell silent. Cass glanced at Tessa. Tessa's expression remained carefully neutral. The second delegation turned toward Cass. Heartpiercer should decide. Cass frowned. You've been arguing for how long? Neither side answered immediately. Nico murmured, careful. That sounded authoritative. Cass ignored him. Who actually uses the lower passage? Both delegations began answering at once. Respawn access. Patrol routes. Storage. Adventurers using the disputed corridor as the easiest route between two dungeon sections. Every time one faction tried to avoid the humans, it crossed territory claimed by the other. Every time someone died and respawned on the wrong side, the argument started again. Cass held up one hand. Silence arrived instantly. She slowly lowered it. You realize I was only asking you to stop talking over each other. Yes, Heartpiercer, both sides answered. Rhea made a suspicious coughing sound behind her. Cass looked at the two delegations waiting for her decision as though she had arrived carrying one. I haven't ruled on anything, she said. I haven't even seen the passage. The first delegation stepped aside immediately. We'll show you. The second did the same. Heartpiercer should inspect it. Cass stared at the opening they had cleared for her. Apparently asking questions had already been mistaken for leadership. She sighed and headed toward the disputed passage. It was worse than the argument suggested. Cass followed the two delegations down a broad stone corridor while Tessa and the others spread behind her. Halfway along, the floor changed. One side carried old claw marks and worn tracks leading toward the eastern respawn route. The other showed newer traffic crossing diagonally from a narrower tunnel. Cass crouched beside the meeting point. How long has this crack been here? The first delegation's leader looked down. That isn't ours. I didn't ask who owned it. The second leader leaned closer. It was farther back before. Cass looked up. Farther back where? The two leaders pointed in different directions. Nico stepped beside her. That seems useful. Cass ran her fingers just above the dark line without touching it. The crack crossed existing floor marks instead of following them. Fresh stone showed along one edge, while the opposite side had already begun smoothing as though the dungeon were quietly replacing itself. Marcus crouched several paces away and examined the wall. The junction moved too. Both delegations started objecting. Cass stood. Stop. They did. She pointed toward the older scratches. Your respawn traffic used to come through here. The first leader nodded. Cass indicated the newer worn strip. And your patrol route used to remain on that side. The second leader hesitated. Yes. So neither of you moved into the other's territory. Cass looked down the passage. The territory moved under you. Tessa came alongside her. Migrating dungeon seam? That would explain why everyone's maps disagree. The first leader immediately pointed across the corridor. Then they still killed 3 of ours yesterday. They crossed into our claimed passage. Because the seam moved. The argument came back at full strength. Cass stepped between them. Nobody kills anybody here until we know where the passage is actually going. Silence returned. The second leader frowned. Heartpiercer forbids fighting? I'm imposing a temporary boundary. Cass drew one boot across the floor several paces back from the moving seam. Neither faction crosses this line armed. Nobody attacks anyone who respawns on the wrong side. Adventurers remain exempt from my concern. Both leaders stared at the mark. Cass pointed at the first delegation. You bring me your oldest route markers and anyone who remembers the previous boundary. Then she pointed at the second. You do the same. I want proof, not speeches. The leaders exchanged an unhappy look. Rhea murmured behind Cass, that sounded very boss-like. Cass kept facing forward. I'm choosing not to hear you. Ahead, both delegations were already sending runners for evidence. The temporary boundary, apparently, had become law. The evidence arrived in 3 incompatible bundles and proved Cass right anyway. Old route markers from both factions showed the same thing once Marcus laid them against the current passage. The boundary hadn't been crossed deliberately. The dungeon had shifted beneath both groups, dragging the respawn route and patrol corridor together until each side occupied ground the other remembered owning. Cass handed the last marker back. Temporary boundary stands. Neither leader looked pleased. The first finally bowed his head. Until the seam stops moving. Until we understand why it's moving, Cass corrected. Nobody crosses armed. Anyone who respawns on the wrong side gets safe passage home. You can resume hating each other after that. The second leader considered the line across the floor. Heartpiercer's ruling is accepted. Cass closed her eyes briefly. Temporary ruling. Accepted. Behind her, Nico made the dangerous mistake of sounding amused. The first delegation produced 2 sealed storage boxes. One held processed dungeon crystal. The other contained bundled monster materials Marcus had already identified as valuable enough to justify the journey. Cass stared at them. What's this? Half the offered share, the leader said. The rest when the dispute is settled. We haven't settled it. You stopped the killing. The second leader nodded. That has value. Marcus stepped closer before Cass could refuse on principle. He checked one crystal through the open lid, then looked at her with an expression she recognized from expensive dungeon salvage. Cass pointed at him. Don't make that face. I haven't said anything. You're calculating. I do that. Tessa crouched beside the temporary boundary. Cass. The stone beneath her hand moved. Not much. A tremor passed through the floor, followed by a grinding sound somewhere below them. Dust slipped from the wall. The dark crack Cass had examined earlier widened by a finger's breadth, then continued across the passage. Both delegations backed away. Marcus abandoned the salvage immediately and pressed one palm against the wall. That isn't lateral movement anymore. A second grinding impact rose from beneath their feet. Farther down the corridor, part of the floor dropped several inches. Cold air pushed through the new gap, carrying the smell of wet stone and something deeper inside the dungeon. The first leader stared at it. That wasn't there yesterday. Cass stepped to the edge and looked down into darkness extending below the disputed route. Tessa joined her. Still arbitration? Cass watched another fragment of stone break loose and disappear into the opening. No, she said. Now we inspect whatever's moving underneath it. 50.8%. The opening beneath the disputed passage was narrow enough to make Cass regret volunteering to go first. She dropped onto the newly exposed ledge, boots scraping loose stone into the darkness below, and looked back up. If this collapses, I want it recorded that the boundary dispute became considerably less important. Tessa lowered herself after her. If it collapses, I'll make sure the report reflects your priorities. That's all I ask. Rhea came next, followed by Marcus and Nico. The 2 faction leaders descended behind them with considerably more hesitation and immediately began arguing about which side had caused the damage. Our tunnel was stable before their patrols started crossing it. Your respawn route is what pulled the seam east. Cass turned. We've been underground for 30 seconds. Both leaders stopped. Try to survive 5 minutes before assigning blame. The exposed route descended sharply beneath the original corridor. Fresh stone alternated with older dungeon masonry in uneven bands, as though 2 passages had been pushed together and neither had agreed on the result. Marcus paused beside one wall and pressed his fingers against a line where smooth gray stone met rough black rock. It's still moving. A low grinding noise answered him. Everyone looked down. The floor shifted sideways by several inches. Rhea planted one hand against the wall. Nico caught the first faction leader by the shoulder before he stumbled into Cass. Somewhere behind them, stone cracked hard enough to send dust rolling through the passage. The second leader pointed immediately. That came from their side. Cass stared at him. The dungeon moved. Toward our territory. It's stone. I don't think it's politically aligned. Nico snorted. They continued downward. The passage widened enough for the factions to separate themselves into 2 hostile groups despite Cass having specifically ordered everyone to stay together. Every fresh tremor restarted the accusations. A broken marker appeared on one wall, and both leaders claimed the other faction had moved it. 10 paces later, they found part of an old respawn symbol embedded sideways in the floor. Marcus crouched beside it. Nobody moved this. Another grinding impact rolled through the chamber ahead. This one was stronger. The wall to Cass's left shifted outward, exposing a dark opening where solid rock had been moments earlier. Cold air swept through it, carrying the unmistakable scent of something living farther below. Rhea drew her weapon. Nico raised his bow. Both faction leaders began speaking at once. Cass held up one hand. Silence returned. She looked into the newly opened passage. Good. We've found the part of the dungeon that's actually causing trouble. Something growled in the darkness. The sound became movement almost immediately. Something broad and low surged through the newly opened passage, scraping armored shoulders against both walls. Its hide was the same rough black as the older dungeon stone, broken by pale ridges along its spine, and one foreleg ended in claws long enough to make the narrow corridor suddenly feel badly designed. Rhea stepped forward. That's not coming through me. The first faction leader lifted his weapon. It's from their territory. The second snapped, we don't have one of those. Cass drew her daggers. Perhaps we can establish ownership after it stops trying to eat us. The predator charged. Rhea caught it first, bracing behind her shield while the impact drove her boots backward across the uneven floor. Nico fired past her shoulder. His arrow struck one pale ridge and turned the creature's head without penetrating deeply. Left side, Tessa called. Give Rhea room. The monster factions moved in opposite directions. Cass stared at them. The same left. Another tremor hit. Stone groaned beneath the predator, and the corridor shifted sideways. The second faction leader stumbled toward the first. Both immediately raised weapons at each other instead of the creature currently trying to climb over Rhea. Put those down, Cass snapped. But they crossed our side. Your side just moved. Marcus pointed beyond the predator. Cass, there. A pulsing knot of dungeon crystal had emerged from the wall behind it. Dark stone folded around the crystal in slow, grinding increments. Each pulse dragged a visible seam across the floor, pulling old root markings sideways by inches. The predator backed toward it. Then the crystal pulsed again. The first faction leader swore. Our respawn route. A section of marked stone shifted toward the opposite passage. The second leader pointed. It's pulling it into ours. Yes, Marcus said. That's the control node. Cass looked from the node to the territorial predator guarding it, then at two groups still more interested in each other than the obvious problem. Rhea holds the creature. Nico supports her. Marcus watches the node. Cass pointed one dagger toward the first faction. You keep this passage clear. She pointed the other toward the second. You keep that one clear. The second leader bristled. We're not defending their route. You're defending yours. Another pulse rolled through the chamber. Both routes shifted. Cass smiled without humor. You can share the corridor for 10 minutes, or you can keep arguing until neither of you owns one. The predator slammed against Ray's shield again. For once, neither faction leader had an immediate answer. The first faction leader lowered his weapon. We hold the western route. The second looked at him, then at the moving floor beneath both groups. And we hold the eastern. Cass nodded. Excellent. Cooperation achieved through mutual terror. Rhea, keep our unpleasant friend occupied. Rhea drove forward behind her shield as the predator lunged again. This time both monster factions moved with her. Spears from the western group forced the creature away from the wall while the eastern fighters struck whenever it turned, preventing it from settling between Rhea and the control node. Nico shifted onto a raised section of stone. I can keep its head off you. Please do. His arrow struck beneath one pale ridge. The predator twisted toward him, and Rhea slammed her shield into its shoulder before it could charge. Marcus pointed at the crystal. The outer stone is rebuilding around it. Break the exposed sections before the next pulse. Cass ran. The node flashed before she reached it. The floor lurched sideways, throwing her into the wall hard enough to jar both daggers from their intended angle. Behind her, one faction fighter lost his footing. A member of the opposing faction caught his arm and hauled him away from the opening before either had time to reconsider years of territorial hostility. Cass smiled. Look at that. You're learning. Destroy it. Both leaders shouted. That's much less touching. She drove one dagger into the cracked shell surrounding the crystal and used the second to pry. Stone split away. The node pulsed again, but this time the movement came unevenly. Marcus shouted where the fracture had opened, and Cass struck there twice. The crystal shattered. The grinding stopped. The predator roared and broke from Ray's shield line. Both faction leaders reacted together. Now. Spears struck from opposite sides. Nico's next arrow buried itself beneath the creature's jaw. Rhea caught its final charge, turned it, and gave Cass the opening. Cass stepped inside the sweeping claws and drove both daggers into the exposed seam beneath its throat. The predator collapsed. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then the dungeon settled around them. A pale notice opened across Cass's vision. Joint seam objective complete. Elite territorial predator defeated. Control node destroyed. Level up, 61. Strength, 27. Agility, 50. Constitution, 33. Magic power, 37. Charisma, 34. HP, 205. Stamina, 196. Blood reserve, 127. Cass stared at the new level. 61. That should mean another 10 minutes. She dismissed the notice before checking anything else. The factions were already looking at her for whatever ruling came next, and she refused to inspect her sunlight allowance while two former enemies were discovering they could stand in the same corridor without killing each other. Cass waited until both faction leaders were occupied checking the newly stable routes before calling her panel back. Level 61 should have been simple. Her sunlight limit had increased by 10 minutes for every level since she'd first discovered the trait. Level 60 had given her 12 full hours. Level 61 should therefore give her 730 minutes. The panel opened. Cass read it once. Then again. Her stats were exactly what the level notice had shown. Strength 27, Agility 50, Constitution 33, Magic Power 37, Charisma 34, HP 205, Stamina 196, Blood Reserve 127. The sunlight line was gone. In its place sat something new. Daywalker, 50.8%. Cass stared at it. Tessa noticed immediately. What? Cass dismissed the panel as the first faction leader approached. Later. The leader stopped before her and bowed his head. The eastern respawn route is stable again. The second leader arrived a moment later. Our patrol corridor has stopped moving too. Cass looked between them. Then the temporary boundary remains until you've confirmed the seam isn't going to start wandering again. Neither objected. That was almost more disturbing than the percentage. By the time they climbed back to the upper passage, both factions had established watchers instead of armed patrols along the disputed line. Cass left them with instructions to report movement rather than immediately murdering whichever neighbor happened to be standing nearest when the floor shifted. Only after they reached the screened woodland and Heartpiercer became Cassidy Hart again did Tessa corner her beside the wagon. What changed? Cass called the panel up once more. The percentage remained stubbornly present. My sunlight trait. Nico leaned closer. Another 10 minutes? No minutes. Cass folded her arms. The entire line disappeared. Marcus stopped securing one of the salvage boxes. What replaced it? Daywalker. 50.8%. Rhea frowned. 50.8% of what? That, Cass said, is an excellent question. The ride toward Brightfall gave her enough time to test every obvious interpretation without obtaining an answer. 50.8% of a day, of complete immunity, of some hidden progression toward permanent daylight. The panel supplied no explanation. Cass had spent years counting sunlight in minutes, but now the system had changed the measurement immediately after she reached 12 hours. Apparently level 61 had changed what she was becoming. 3. Boundary disputes bite back. Cass's attempt to investigate Daywalker lasted until the resident dungeon boss summoned her back to the disputed territory the following morning. She stood in the lower route with Tessa, Rhea, Marcus, and Nico behind her while both faction leaders waited at a carefully neutral distance. The resident boss occupied the chamber ahead, blocking the old reset passage with the immovable patience of something that had been part of the dungeon considerably longer than any of them. You changed my boundary. Cass folded her arms. Technically, I changed their boundary. It crosses my reset route. The first faction leader immediately pointed at the second. Their patrol line forced the Eastern adjustment. The second leader raised both hands. We signed what she told us to sign. Cass turned slowly. I'm delighted cooperation survived almost an entire day. Tessa cleared her throat. Cass. Yes. Professionalism. She faced the boss again. The seam was moving. Their territories were moving with it. I established a temporary line until the dungeon settled. My route did not agree. Marcus stepped toward the markings carved into the floor without crossing them. The faction boundary from yesterday cut directly across an older set of dungeon symbols leading deeper into the lower passage. He crouched. This wasn't visible before the seam shifted. The boss's attention remained on Cass. You gave them territory that interrupts my reset path. Correct it. The second leader stiffened. That passage is ours under the ruling. Our temporary ruling, Cass said. The first leader immediately smiled. Cass pointed at him. Don't. His smile disappeared. Tessa moved beside Cass. What happens if the route remains blocked? The boss answered without hesitation. I stop cooperating. Silence settled through the chamber. That mattered. The entire agreement depended on the resident dungeon accepting both factions instead of treating their patrols as intrusions. If the boss withdrew its cooperation, yesterday's settlement became worthless, the contract remained unfinished, and Cass could explain to the regional office why she expected payment for solving a dispute that had survived less than 24 hours. Cass looked at the two leaders. Neither of you is getting a larger territory because the dungeon complained. Then she looked at the boss. And you're not undoing my agreement because your route became inconvenient. The boss leaned forward. So, Cass said, show me exactly what I broke. The anchored boss led them deeper into the lower route, stopping where 3 passages met around a broad stone platform. Old symbols covered the floor, some belonging to the 2 factions and others carved much deeper into the stone. The boss pointed to each passage in turn. West Territory, East Territory, mine. Cass looked at the intersection. You have your own territory. That would have been useful information yesterday. You did not ask. I was busy preventing those 2 from stabbing each other while the floor moved. The first faction leader folded his arms. His route wasn't part of the dispute. It is now, Cass said. Marcus crouched beside the central markings. 3 sets of lines overlapped around a recessed symbol. The dungeon isn't trying to restore one boundary. It's maintaining 3. The boss nodded. 3 routes. 3 territories. 3 respawn paths. Your line gives them 2. Cass stared at the floor until the problem resolved itself. Their temporary boundary had stabilized the factions by dividing the contested passage cleanly. Unfortunately, the dungeon's older arrangement had never been clean. The boss's reset route passed between them, taking a narrow strip neither faction permanently occupied. So I solved the wrong shape. You solved 2/3 of it. That's almost flattering. Tessa stepped beside Marcus. Can the old route be restored? The boss pointed toward a sealed passage beyond the platform. The bypass. Both faction leaders reacted immediately. No, the first said. The second shook his head. We lost fighters there. Cass looked at the boss. What's in it? Guardian. How dangerous? The boss considered the question. Dangerous enough that they stopped arguing about who owned the bypass. Nico gave the sealed passage a thoughtful look. That's apparently the local measurement system. The boss ignored him. Clear the bypass. Re-anchor my reset route through it. Their boundary can remain where you placed it. The first leader objected. We cannot hold that passage. Neither can they, the second added. Cass looked between them. Separately. Silence answered. She smiled. There's the expensive part. Tessa understood first. Both factions contribute fighters. Enough to hold the approaches while we deal with whatever owns the middle. Cass faced the anchored boss. You keep your territory. They keep yesterday's boundary. We clear your bypass, and you continue cooperating with both sides. The boss extended one heavy hand. Agreed. Cass clasped it. Behind her, both faction leaders began objecting at once. She released the boss's hand and turned toward them. Wonderful. Now we negotiate which of you gets to complain while helping. The objections became less enthusiastic once Cass assigned both factions the same number of fighters and made their leaders walk at the front. The sealed bypass opened under the anchored boss's hand with a grinding scrape. Beyond it, the passage narrowed around an old line of respawn markings running between broken pillars. Rhea raised her shield. Anything useful you forgot to mention? Guardian, the boss said. Cass looked at it. We established that part. The Guardian came through the pillars before anyone could ask for more detail. Stone plates covered a broad body built to fill most of the passage, forcing the mixed group backward as one heavy arm swept across both factions. Hold the sides, Tessa shouted. For once, both leaders obeyed the same instruction. Their fighters spread against opposite walls, preventing the Guardian from driving everyone back through the entrance. Rhea took the center. Nico fired over her shoulder while Marcus pointed toward a pale mark beneath the Guardian's chest. There, that's tied to the root. Cass slipped past Rhea as the Guardian swung again. She struck the marked stone once, but the blow skidded aside. The first faction leader shouted, "Pull it west." The second immediately answered, "Why west?" "Because she needs the opening." Cass ducked beneath another strike. Please preserve this miraculous outbreak of common sense. Both groups attacked from opposite sides. The Guardian turned toward the pressure, exposing the marked section long enough for Rhea to slam her shield into its hip. Cass drove both daggers into the pale seam. Stone split. The Guardian staggered, and Nico's next arrow disappeared into the fracture. Marcus shouted, again. Cass struck twice more. The pale mark shattered. The Guardian collapsed across the bypass. Behind it, the old respawn symbols brightened one after another. The anchored boss stepped past the fallen stone and pressed one hand against the central marker. Light traveled along the bypass, curved around the faction boundary, and rejoined the older reset route without crossing either claimed territory. Both faction leaders stared at the completed path. Cass smiled. 3 territories. Nobody robbed. A pale notice opened across her vision. Level up, 62. Strength, 27. Agility, 51. Constitution, 34. Magic power, 37. Charisma, 35. HP, 210. Stamina, 200. Blood reserve, 128. Daywalker, 51.7%. Cass dismissed it before anyone could notice her attention shift. The anchored boss inspected the restored route, then nodded once. I will cooperate. Cass looked at the 2 exhausted faction leaders. Excellent. Now all we need are signatures. The signatures took longer than the Guardian. By the time they reached the regional settlement office, both faction leaders had rediscovered several reasons yesterday's boundary was unfair despite having fought side by side to preserve it. Cass placed the final agreement between them and tapped the 3 marked routes. Western Territory stays Western. Eastern Territory stays Eastern. The anchored boss keeps the bypass and reset route. Nobody moves markers, blocks respawns, or murders a neighbor because the floor makes an unexpected noise. The first leader studied the page. What if they cross the boundary? The second leader immediately said, what if they cross ours? Cass looked between them. Then you report it. To whom? Cass opened her mouth, then stopped. Tessa made a suspicious sound beside her. Cass pointed at the agreement. To the regional settlement office. Marcus looked down at the table. Nico became extremely interested in one of the wall notices. The second leader signed first. The first watched him do it, apparently decided allowing his rival sole possession of written cooperation was unacceptable, and added his own mark. The anchored boss pressed a heavy thumb against the final space, leaving a dark dungeon seal across the paper. There, Cass said. Civilization. The first leader pushed a payment pouch across the table. The second added another beside it. Marcus collected both before Cass could accidentally treat money as an abstract concept. That completes the agreed fee, he said. Cass felt considerably warmer toward arbitration. Tessa gathered the signed copies. So we're done. A folded packet waiting among the monster route correspondence ruined that sentence. Nico picked it up. A small courier mark had been stamped into the wax, the same network that had carried the original request to Brightfall. This is addressed to Heartpiercer. Cass stared at it. No. You haven't read it. I recognize the shape of employment. Nico broke the outer tie and scanned the first lines. Paid request. Monster clients. Regional route problem. Marcus glanced toward the payment pouches. Fee? Nico read the figure. Cass held out her hand. Tessa laughed. That was fast. I'm gathering information. You refused before hearing the payment. That was before the information improved. Cass took the request and read it herself. Someone elsewhere in the region had heard that Heartpiercer answered monster disputes, finished the job, and could apparently be persuaded to do it again. She looked at the signed agreement, then at the new packet. Apparently one successful contract had become advertising. 4. Regional travel is a scam. The new contract became less attractive the moment Marcus calculated how much it would cost to reach it. They were standing beneath the broad awning of the regional transport hub, surrounded by wagons, baggage carts, merchants, and enough posted fees to make Cass suspicious of organized travel. Morning sunlight filled the open court beyond the roof. Cass stood comfortably inside it while Marcus balanced the arbitration payment against a growing list in his ledger. He looked up. We have a problem. Cass glanced at the contract packet beneath Tessa's arm. They've changed their minds? No, they're still paying us. Marcus turned the ledger around. Getting there is eating the payment. Nico leaned over his shoulder. How much? Marcus tapped the first line. Transport fare. That seems reasonable, Tessa said. Portal permit. Cass frowned. Less reasonable. Baggage. We have inventory. The transport office doesn't care. That feels deliberately hostile. Marcus continued. Registered beast surcharge. Cass stared at him. For whom? He looked at her collar. I walk under my own power. A clerk behind the nearest counter glanced up. Registered monsters require separate processing. Cass turned toward him. I don't require processing. Your paperwork does. Tessa caught Cass lightly by the sleeve before she could improve regional transport policy personally. Keep reading. Marcus did. Weapon declarations, route certification, 2 overnight rooms because the connection doesn't run late enough, and a secure beast supplement at the inn. Nico looked at Cass. You're expensive. I'm apparently luggage with daggers. A merchant passing with 3 strapped trunks slowed just long enough to say, they charge by the weapon if you declare separately. Marcus's expression worsened. Cass pointed after the man. I dislike that he was helpful. Tessa took the ledger and read the total herself. That can't be right. It is. Marcus tapped the payment pouches they'd been pleased with less than an hour ago. After yesterday's travel, the return costs, today's booking, and the overnight stop, regional access consumes an offensive percentage of the arbitration profit. Cass looked across the bright transport court. She had sunlight, a paid monster contract, and enough freedom to travel farther than Brightfall whenever work appeared. Apparently freedom came with baggage charges. How offensive. Marcus gave her the number. Cass's affection for regional employment suffered immediate damage. She took the ledger from Tessa and headed toward the route planning office. Fine, she said. Before we pay anyone, I want to know exactly how many different ways these people have invented to charge us for moving. The route planning office proved the transport system had found considerably more than one. A clerk spread 4 rate sheets across the counter. Hired wagon is cheapest for 5 travelers over short regional routes. Riding beasts cost more initially but reduce overnight stops. Public portals are fastest, but permits and destination fees are separate. Academy transport is restricted to qualifying institutional work. Marcus began copying figures into his ledger. Cass pointed at the wagon column. 5 travelers? The clerk checked Tessa's paperwork. 4 travelers and 1 registered monster. There are 5 people standing here. Yes. Nico leaned against the counter. Apparently you've become mathematically optional. Cass ignored him. Price the same journey for Cass Rowan. Tessa's eyes moved toward her, but the clerk only reached for a different rate sheet. Rowan already existed under their field team records without sharing Cassidy Hart's registered monster classification. Licensed team contractor, the clerk said. Standard passenger fare. No beast processing. Weapons allowance included under the company declaration. Cass stared at the two totals. Marcus looked over her shoulder. That's cheaper. I can see that. Considerably cheaper. I can also see that. Tessa took the sheets before Cass could develop a financial grievance into policy. What about riding beasts? The clerk marked another column. Standard mount hire for human riders. Registered dangerous creatures require approved mounts and a handling deposit. Cass turned slowly toward Tessa. I'm being charged extra because the horse might discover I'm a vampire. Horse? The clerk asked. General riding animal. Ordinary horses aren't approved for registered predatory monsters. Cass looked at Marcus. Discrimination against efficient identities. Marcus kept writing. Cass Rowan is cheaper because Rowan is billed as a human contractor. She's exactly as heavy as Cassidy. Transport pricing doesn't appear interested in metaphysics. The public portal was worse. Cassidy required monster clearance, Tessa's registration documents, weapon declarations, and a destination surcharge. Rowan traveled under the team booking for less than half the additional paperwork. Nico studied the portal figures. So the fastest option is also the most expensive. Unless I'm pretending not to be myself, Cass said. Tessa folded the sheets together. Academy transport? The clerk shook his head. Only when your unit is traveling on qualifying academy work. Private contracts don't count. That removed the cheapest long-distance option immediately. By the time they left the counter, Marcus had 4 routes, 6 sets of fees, and no single answer that worked everywhere. Cass looked toward the market across the transport court. Fine. If travel is going to remain expensive, we stop paying for avoidable problems. Marcus followed her gaze. Supplies? Practical ones, Cass said. And nothing luxurious until moving around the region stops eating our profit. The market rewarded Cass's new commitment to practicality by placing an expensive clothing shop directly opposite the travel outfitter. She looked through one window at a black coat with red lining, fitted sleeves, and absolutely no useful justification. Tessa caught her looking. Practical. I'm evaluating alternatives. You're evaluating the coat. Cass turned toward the outfitter. This financial discipline is oppressive. Marcus had already found the equipment counter. By the time Cass joined him, he'd assembled rain covers, compact bedrolls, sealed root cases, spare tie straps, water flasks, and 2 repair rolls intended for hired tack. None of it was exciting. Nico lifted one of the bedrolls. This weighs almost nothing. That's exciting, Marcus said. No, Cass told him. That's evidence your standards have collapsed. The merchant named the combined price. Marcus negotiated it lower by buying the travel set together, then removed a decorative leather map case after discovering the plain waxed version cost 1/3 as much. Cass watched it disappear from the pile. I'm beginning to understand why nobody invites you luxury shopping. You told me nothing luxurious. I didn't expect obedience. They paid, packed the smaller items into inventory, and crossed the market to the regional mount service office. A clerk there examined Tessa's license, their contract records, and Cassidy's registration before sliding a stamped service card across the desk. This gives your unit access to participating mount yards without arranging each hire separately. Deposits still apply. Dangerous creature rules still apply. Cass touched the card. So you've made paying you repeatedly more efficient. Exactly. I respect the honesty. Their final stop returned them to the transport hub, where Tessa presented her academy credentials at a smaller institutional desk. The clerk checked her active unit status and marked a transport authorization onto her records. Qualifying academy or regional response assignments receive the institutional rate, he explained. Private contracts remain full price. Marcus compared the discounted figure with his earlier calculations. That changes the useful range considerably. Nico looked over his shoulder. Enough to make distant academy work profitable? Enough that getting there doesn't consume the reason for going. Cass approved of that standard. By late afternoon they had spent more money, acquired nothing glamorous, and somehow made the next journey cheaper before it existed. Cass glanced once toward the black and red coat across the court. Tessa followed her gaze. No. I'm merely remembering where it is. For when? Cass smiled. When regional travel stops stealing my clothing budget. By evening, Cass had discovered one advantage to spending the day learning how expensive travel was. The contract board at the inn made the prices look worse. Marcus stood beside her comparing posted rewards with the route figures he'd copied earlier. Tessa and Nico occupied the table behind them with the new travel gear stacked beneath their chairs. Most of the board held ordinary regional work, escorts, dungeon clears, recovery contracts, missing caravans, and several jobs whose payment became insulting once 2 nights at an inn were included. Marcus tapped one notice. This pays well. Cass checked the distance. 3 days by wagon. 2 if the roads stay clear. So 3. He moved to the next. Cass's attention drifted higher. A red-bordered notice had been pinned beyond the routine contracts. Hostile boss territory. Abandoned quarry route. Multiple lethal attacks recorded. Named targets suspected. Experienced parties only. The listed reward was respectable. The progression estimate was considerably more interesting. Nico appeared beside her. That's too far for a casual contract. Cass looked at the route marker. How far? Overnight by portal and road if everything connects properly. Longer cheaply. Marcus checked his notes. Portal fees would take a painful piece of the reward. Tessa joined them. And Cassidy's paperwork makes it worse. Cass folded her arms. Once again, society punishes me for being accurately documented. Tessa pointed lower on the board. Take something closer. Cass looked at the nearby contracts. Routine escort. Ordinary dungeon. Low-tier monster clearance. Useful work. Reasonable money. Almost certainly miserable progression at level 62. Then she looked back at the quarry notice. Normal travel required tickets, permits, rooms, schedules, registrations, and people expecting Cassidy Hart or Cass Rowan to arrive through the correct door. Heartpiercer didn't use the correct door. Heartpiercer traveled after dark. She crossed country without buying passenger tickets, didn't need an inn unless she wanted one, carried equipment and inventory, and had never once paid a registered monster surcharge. Cass felt her irritation with regional transport rearrange itself into something much more useful. Marcus noticed her expression. What? Nothing. That wasn't a nothing face. Cass looked once more at the distant hostile boss notice. The system hadn't assigned her a roaming boss duty. Nobody had ordered Heartpiercer anywhere. Apparently nobody needed to. Cass smiled. I was just thinking regional travel may have a cheaper night rate. 5. Heartpiercer goes hunting. Cass took the quarry notice down from the board. Marcus looked up from his route figures. That isn't what I thought you meant by a cheaper night rate. I haven't paid anything yet. Cass carried the notice to their table and spread it beside the transport notes. Already superior. Tessa read the red-bordered warning again. Multiple lethal attacks. Named targets suspected. Experienced parties only. Exactly. Nico leaned across the table. That sounded disturbingly enthusiastic. Cass pointed to the incident list beneath the reward. 3 dead adventurers, 2 missing quarry workers, a patrol attacked on the northern road, and repeated warnings that the abandoned site had become hostile boss territory. I'm not going out to murder random monsters because they happen to contain experience. Marcus closed his ledger. You're going out to murder a specific monster because it contains experience. A specific monster that's already killing people who enter its territory. Tessa studied her. And the contract? I'm not taking it. That earned a pause. Cass tapped the destination marker. Cassidy requires paperwork. Rowan requires travel. A contracted party needs to arrive, report, prove the kill, collect payment, and explain why they were there. She smiled. Heartpiercer needs night. Nico sat back. You're testing whether hunting dangerous bosses yourself is better progression than waiting for work to find us. Yes. Marcus looked less pleased with the experiment. Alone? Heartpiercer traveling with an adventuring party somewhat defeats Heartpiercer traveling secretly. Tessa folded the notice once. Name? Slatejaw. Named Quarry Basilisk. Cass had checked the attached reports twice before removing the notice. The target wasn't merely territorial. Slatejaw had left the quarry to attack travelers and had killed enough people that regional authorities were openly paying experienced parties to remove it. If I'm going to choose my own targets, I want rules. Hostile, dangerous, and already hurting people. No killing weak monsters because the numbers are convenient. Tessa held her gaze for another moment, then pushed the notice back across the table. Come home before breakfast. Cass smiled. That sounded suspiciously like permission. It was an instruction. Much healthier. An hour later, moonlight replaced the inn windows with open country beneath Heartpiercer's wings. Cass carried everything she needed in inventory and followed the northern road without buying a ticket, booking a room, or declaring a single dagger. Near midnight, broken quarry walls appeared between the hills. Cass landed above the abandoned workings and looked down into the dark. Something large moved below. The movement below resolved into 3 separate creatures once Cass stopped, assuming the quarry contained only one problem. Hook claws climbed well. One clung halfway up the opposite wall, long forelimbs buried into cracks in the stone, while a second crossed the quarry floor beneath it. A third crouched beside an abandoned lifting frame, feeding on something Cass chose not to inspect closely. None matched the bounty sketch of Slatejaw. Cass remained on the ridge and counted. 3 became 7. 7 became 11 when 2 more shapes emerged from a collapsed cutting and another pair moved beneath the old loading sheds. Several carried the heavier armor ridges and oversized hooked forelimbs that marked elites. This report is terrible, Cass whispered. A hook claw above the main quarry road raised its head. Cass stopped speaking. The creature stared toward her ridge for several seconds before returning to its patrol. That answered another question. The brood wasn't wandering randomly. They were guarding approaches. Cass shifted farther back from the edge and studied the quarry properly. Slatejaw hadn't simply occupied an abandoned hole in the ground. The basilisk had settled near the deepest excavation while the hook claws controlled the slopes, ramps, and ruined structures around it. Charging straight down would wake everything. Possible. Stupid. More importantly, most of the brood wasn't why she'd come. Cass slipped into Veil of Dusk and descended along the broken eastern face. She bypassed 2 hook claws entirely, waited beneath an overturned ore cart while an elite crossed above her, then used Shadow Slip to clear an exposed stretch between piles of cut stone. A smaller hook claw wandered into her path. Cass froze. It sniffed once, turned toward the deeper quarry, and continued away. She let it go. The next one didn't offer that option. An elite dropped from a ledge behind her, claws striking stone hard enough to announce the attack. Cass twisted beneath the first sweep, drove one dagger through the joint of its reaching limb, and caught the second strike against her forearm. Pain flashed through the impact. She went inside its reach and finished it before the noise brought the rest. No level notice appeared. Cass looked at the body. Excellent. Violence remains economically selective. A harsh clicking call answered from somewhere below. Another replied from the western wall. Then something much larger moved near the deepest excavation. Cass crouched behind a block of quarried stone as a broad-scaled head rose between the ruined supports. Slatejaw was here. Unfortunately, the hook claws weren't guarding the basilisk. They were guarding something else deeper in the quarry, and several elites had just begun moving toward the sound of their dead broodmate. Slatejaw came out of the deepest excavation with enough armor to explain why previous parties had died. The basilisk's broad head passed between 2 timber supports, followed by a body plated in overlapping gray scales. Cass stayed behind the stone block until its attention shifted toward the hook claws converging on the dead elite. Then she moved. Bloodstep carried her across the exposed ground. She struck behind Slatejaw's foreleg, found solid scale, and had to abandon the second blow when its tail smashed through the space she'd occupied. So that's the expensive part. Slatejaw answered by turning far faster than something that large deserved to turn. Cass spent blood reserve instead of pride. Bloodstep took her past its bite. Shadow Slip cleared the tail. She stopped trying to pierce the main armor and worked around it, cutting joints, forcing turns, and making the basilisk expose the thinner scales beneath its throat. The final opening cost her a clawed rake across one side as Slatejaw lunged. Cass caught herself against broken stone, drove forward before it recovered, and buried both daggers through the exposed seam. Slatejaw collapsed. Level up, 63. Strength, 28. Agility, 52. Constitution, 34. Magic power, 38. Charisma, 35. HP, 210. Stamina, 202. Blood reserve, 130. Daywalker, 52.5%. Cass dismissed it immediately. The level improved her permanent limits. It did nothing about the blood she'd already spent or the torn clothing sticking against her side. Still better than portal fees. She turned toward the eastern climb. The hook claws had closed it. The ordinary brood remained spread across the quarry, but the creature dropping from the ledge above them was larger than every elite Cass had avoided. Its hooked forelimbs struck stone and cracked it. Hookclaw Matriarch. Cass looked at the brood behind it and understood the arrangement. She didn't need them. She needed their mother to move. The matriarch attacked first. Cass gave ground, let one hook tear through her outer coat instead of her ribs, then used the trapped cloth to pull herself inside its reach. One dagger opened the softer underside. The second caught beneath the jaw. The matriarch threw her hard enough to empty Cass's lungs out of habit, but she rolled, blood stepped back in, and drove Heartpiercer through the wound she'd already made. The matriarch fell across the escape route. Level up, 64. Strength, 28. Agility, 53. Constitution, 35. Magic power, 38. Charisma, 36. HP, 215. Stamina, 206. Blood reserve, 131. Daywalker, 53.3%. Cass looked past the corpse at the remaining hook claws. None of them were worth staying for. She climbed over their mother and left the brood alive behind her. Cass reached the quarry rim before lantern light appeared on the western road. She stopped beneath an overhang and watched 6 hunters approach in 2 groups, weapons ready and a tracking hound straining at its lead. They entered carefully, found the matriarch across the escape route, and became considerably less quiet. Hookclaw Matriarch, one hunter called. Dead. Another voice answered from deeper inside. Slatejaw too. The first hunter swore. Cass smiled beneath her mask. They'd arrived prepared to earn the bounty and found both dangerous targets already dead, most of the Hookclaw brood alive, and no helpful explanation attached. Heartpiercer, someone said. That removed the smile. A hunter crouched beside the matriarch and examined the wounds. Has to be. Same kind of blade work. Cass backed away from the ridge. Remaining to hear how professionally people described her crimes would be satisfying. Remaining until the tracking hound found her would be stupid. She left them the corpses and took the night road home. The townhouse kitchen lamps were still burning when Cass entered before breakfast. Tessa, Marcus, Nico, Rhea, and Juliana were waiting around the table. Juliana looked first at the torn coat, then the damaged clothing beneath it. Sit. Cass sat. Tessa folded her arms. 2 levels? 2. Marcus stared. From 1 trip? 2 named targets. Slatejaw and a Hookclaw matriarch. Cass accepted the prepared blood Juliana placed in front of her and drank. Hunger and the hollow pull of spent blood reserve eased steadily as she emptied the bottle. I left the ordinary brood alone. Nico leaned forward. Even after they attacked you? Some attacked me. Most existed inconveniently. Cass took the second prepared bottle Juliana offered. That isn't enough reason to kill everything in a quarry because I want experience. Rhea glanced at the damaged coat. So you've developed rules for recreational boss hunting. Hostile targets. Dangerous enough to matter. Already killing people or creating a serious threat. Cass finished feeding and set the empty bottle down. Her reserve was restored. Her torn clothes and injuries remained less cooperative. No farming weak creatures because they happened to have numbers attached. Marcus opened his ledger. And financially? Cass considered the unpaid bounty, ruined coat, and complete absence of travel charges. Legal employment pays better. Tessa's mouth twitched. But? Cass leaned back carefully. Crime apparently levels faster. Nobody argued with the arithmetic. That was unfortunate, because Heartpiercer had just acquired a new kind of work. 6. Mounts have opinions. The next paid contract came with a solution to regional travel that Marcus's calculations had somehow failed to make cheap. Cass stood in the mount yard beside Tessa, Rhea, Nico, and Sable while a handler finished adding rental charges to the contract sheet. Her ruined quarry coat remained at home, her replacement clothes were intact, and the injury along her side still objected whenever she twisted too quickly. Cass looked at the line marked Specialized Mount Fee. I thought these were supposed to save money. They save time, Tessa said. That's what expensive things say when they've run out of other arguments. The handler ignored her and led them along the rail. Most of the yard held broad-backed riding beasts fitted with travel saddles and cargo straps. Farther down, several slate-green ridge drakes occupied reinforced pens, each built low and powerful with folded wings suited to short glides rather than sustained flight. Sable stopped. Every ridge drake looked at her. Sable looked back. Nico tightened his hold on her lead. I think she's deciding whether they're transportation or rivals. Both, Cass said. Possibly lunch, depending on confidence. The handler opened the final pen. This one's Bramble. Experienced trail mount. Stubborn, but reliable once he knows his rider. Bramble ignored the handler completely. Cass approached the rail. The drake's head rose. His nostrils widened once, then again. His pupils narrowed. Cass stopped. Bramble lowered his head, not toward the offered bridle, but toward her. His forelegs bent, chest dropping almost to the ground while his wings loosened slightly from his back. The handler stared. Tessa made a dangerous choking sound beside Cass. Cass kept her face still. What is he doing? The handler slowly lowered the bridle. Ridge drakes sometimes show submission to stronger territorial creatures. Nico looked at Cass. Rhea looked away with suspicious speed. Tessa failed completely and covered her mouth. Cass stared at the bowed drake. I'm wearing Cassidy. That apparently isn't relevant to his nose, Tessa said. Bramble rose only when Cass stepped closer. The handler offered her the reins. Left pressure turns him. Heel cue sends him forward. Cass took the reins and applied the indicated pressure. Bramble didn't move. She tried the heel cue. Nothing. Cass leaned toward one slate green ear. You're making this unnecessarily public. Bramble immediately turned toward the yard gate. Tessa started laughing. Cass tightened her grip on the reins as the drake waited obediently for her rather than the handler. Apparently regional transportation had recognized Heartpiercer and decided ordinary rental procedures were beneath them both. Bramble remained perfectly cooperative until Cass climbed into the saddle. Then he accelerated hard enough to make cooperation feel theoretical. Cass caught the front of the saddle with one hand as the ridge drake charged through the gate and onto the regional trail. We need to discuss warning signals. Bramble flattened himself into the run. Behind her, Tessa laughed. You're supposed to be helping. I'm riding my own mount, Tessa called. Mine understands reins. Cass pulled gently left. Bramble ignored the rein, followed the trail through a bend, and shortened his stride before the ground became rough. That's worse, Cass said. You know what you're doing. You simply reject management. Bramble made a low rumbling sound. Nico drew alongside on another ridge drake. I think he answered you. I'm not accepting transportation criticism from something rented by the day. The trail climbed steadily into open highland country. Bramble proved infuriatingly competent, choosing firm ground without instruction, slowing before blind rises, and accelerating whenever Cass stopped interfering. By the time the contract party reached the higher trail, She'd established that the reins were suggestions and her voice was apparently legislation. Then Bramble stopped. Cass nearly continued without him. His head snapped toward the slope above the road. Every ridge along his neck lifted. Ray's mount reacted a heartbeat later. Movement, Rhea warned. Stormhorns burst over the rise. The herd came downhill in a mass of dark hide and forward curving horns, too large to scatter around the riders. Behind them charged something considerably bigger, its shoulders standing above the others and its horns thick enough to break a wagon axle. Nico reached for his bow. Alpha. Bramble launched sideways before Cass gave any instruction. Excuse me. The drake bounded onto a rocky shelf, spread his short wings, and glided across a broken section of slope. Cass drew both daggers while trying to adjust to a battlefield that kept moving beneath her. Take us closer, she said. Bramble surged forward. Not that close. He ignored that part. Tessa rode behind them, laughing badly enough to interfere with breathing. Your mount appears confident in you. My mount is attempting murder by professional development. A stormhorn charged across their path. Bramble twisted aside, giving Cass one passing instant beside its exposed flank. She struck as they swept past, then grabbed the saddle again when the drake immediately changed direction. The herd split around the trail. The alpha didn't. It lowered its enormous horns and came directly toward them. Bramble stamped once beneath Cass and waited. Cass tightened her grip on both daggers. Fine. Your route, my stabbing. Bramble charged. He met the Stormhorn alpha head on only long enough to make Cass question whether ridge drakes understood self-preservation. Then he dropped one shoulder and turned. The alpha's horns passed close enough for Cass to feel the air move beside her leg. Bramble cut across its flank, and Cass drove one dagger into the softer hide behind its shoulder before momentum tore the blade free. Again, Cass said. Bramble swung around without needing reins. Nico's arrows struck first, one breaking against the alpha's shoulder and the second sinking beside Cass's wound. Rhea drove another stormhorn away from Tessa while Sable harried the edge of the scattered herd, leaving the larger target isolated on the trail. The alpha charged again. Cass felt Bramble gather beneath her. Wait. For once, he listened. The stormhorn lowered its head. Now. Bramble launched forward. Cass stayed in the saddle until the last possible moment, then shifted sideways as Bramble passed the alpha's horns. Her first dagger reopened the wound. The second went deeper beneath the shoulder. The alpha stumbled. Bramble turned sharply enough to nearly remove Cass from the saddle, came around behind it, and presented her with the exposed neck as though they'd practiced the maneuver. Cass stared at one slate green ear. You've been withholding cooperation. Bramble rumbled. Fine. She struck. The alpha collapsed across the trail. A notice opened. Level up, 65. Strength, 29. Agility, 53. Constitution, 36. Magic power, 39. Charisma, 36. HP, 220. Stamina, 208. Blood reserve, 134. Daywalker, 54.2%. Cass dismissed it as Tessa rode closer. You two are getting along. He's insubordinate, reckless, and refuses standard instructions. Tessa smiled. You've described yourself. That's different. Nico looked at Bramble. He seems to disagree. The remaining Stormhorns fled into the highlands. With the route clear, the party reached the contract site without another attack, delivered the escorted load intact, collected the completion seal, and started the return journey before evening. The other rented mounts became noticeably more cooperative once combat stopped. Bramble became worse. At the mount yard, Tessa's drake followed the handler toward its pen. Ray's went willingly. Nico dismounted and surrendered his reins. Cass slid from Bramble's saddle and handed over his. The handler pulled gently. Bramble didn't move. He pulled again. Bramble stepped around him, crossed the yard, and stopped behind Cass. Cass looked over her shoulder. Bramble lowered himself beside her with unmistakable satisfaction. The handler stared at the ridged drake. Cass sighed. I believe my transportation has developed an opinion. The handler looked from Cass to Bramble and apparently reached the same conclusion. He's chosen you. Cass glanced down at the ridged drake settled beside her boots. He was rented. That doesn't stop him choosing. It should. Rental agreements have purposes. The handler crouched near Bramble and ran one hand along the slate-green scales behind his jaw. Bramble tolerated the inspection, but when the man reached for his reins, he shifted closer to Cass. The handler straightened. We can transfer him. Cass became suspicious immediately. For how much? Marcus arrived from the contract office with their payment ledger still open in his hands. The handler named the transfer price. Marcus stopped walking. Cass looked at him. That expression seems unnecessarily negative. That's the purchase transfer, the handler said before Marcus could answer. You'll also need the tack deposit adjusted from rental to ownership, then feed and stabling wherever you stay. Ridged drakes eat more after hard travel. Marcus looked down at the ledger. Cass looked at Bramble. Bramble looked entirely unconcerned by accounting. Tessa stepped beside Cass. You wanted cheaper regional transportation. I wanted cheaper transportation, not transportation with recurring food requirements. Nico scratched Bramble beneath the jaw. The drake permitted it for 3 seconds, then moved his head back toward Cass. Marcus turned the ledger around. The contract covered today's rental and still leaves us ahead. Buying him takes most of that margin. After that, he's cheaper than repeated specialist rentals if we actually use him. Cass studied the figures. How long before he becomes financially sensible? Marcus named a number of trips. Cass frowned. That's an offensive amount of commitment. Bramble pressed his broad head against her shoulder. Cass caught herself against him. Emotional pressure isn't a recognized accounting method. A low growl came from behind them. Sable stood beside Rhea with her wings lifted slightly, staring at Bramble. Bramble raised his head. Sable stepped closer. Bramble stepped between her and Cass. Sable's wings opened farther. Rhea caught her before the confrontation developed. No. Sable continued staring. Tessa smiled. I think she's realized he's coming home. Cass looked at Marcus. Marcus sighed, counted out the transfer and tack deposit, and handed the money to the handler. The ownership papers changed hands. Cass took Bramble's reins. Sable made a deeply offended noise. Apparently the household had acquired transportation, another feeding expense, and competition. 7. The dungeon came outside. Owning Bramble lasted less than an hour before regional travel found a new way to become expensive. The road toward Brightfall narrowed ahead beneath a line of wagons moving the wrong direction. Families crowded beside carts loaded with blankets, crates, children, and whatever possessions could be grabbed quickly. 2 wounded adventurers limped among them while mounted responders pushed everyone toward the Highland Road. Cass slowed Bramble. That appears unhealthy. Tessa's expression had already changed. Evacuation. Rhea rode forward beside her while Nico stood slightly in his stirrups, looking past the traffic. Marcus pulled his mount close to Juliana's. Sable's wings lifted at the distant sound of something breaking. Then a creature came through a house wall. Stone and timber scattered into the street as a 4-legged dungeon beast burst between 2 buildings. A responder struck it with a spear while another dragged a civilian clear. Behind them, the settlement's dungeon entrance had become something considerably larger than an entrance. The stone arch had split open. Dungeon flooring extended through it and across the road in jagged sections, replacing ordinary packed earth with black tile. A glowing wall segment stood where part of an inn should have been. Something moved behind it. Cass stared. The dungeon came outside. No, Marcus said. I'm fairly certain they're supposed to stay indoors. Bramble rumbled beneath her and lowered his head toward the disturbance. Sable answered from beside Rhea. Cass pointed between them. Neither of you gets to treat this as a social opportunity. A responder hurried through the evacuation line toward Tessa. His armor carried the regional emergency mark, and blood darkened one sleeve. You're licensed? Tessa showed him her field identification. Linked operations qualified. His attention swept across Ray's shield, Nico's bow, Marcus's ward gear, Juliana's healer kit, the 2 registered creatures, and finally Cass's collar. We've lost 2 teams inside. Spawn is coming through the threshold faster than we can push it back. I need someone to take street command while we clear civilians. Tessa looked at the broken dungeon mouth. Cass looked toward Brightfall. They could keep riding. Nobody had contracted them. Nobody had paid them. Bramble had already consumed most of today's profit by becoming property. Another crash sounded from the settlement. Tessa exhaled. We'll help. Cass sighed and drew her daggers. Of course we will. We've owned transportation for 47 minutes and it's already taken us to an emergency. The responder handed Tessa the command marker. Ahead, another creature forced its way through the ruptured threshold. Tessa closed her fingers around the marker. Rhea, with me. Marcus, Nico, clear evacuation lanes. Juliana, stay ready. Cass looked at the dungeon spreading into the street. Apparently riding past was no longer an option. Tessa used the command marker immediately. Rhea, street line. Nothing reaches the evacuation road. Rhea dismounted and planted her shield where the black dungeon flooring crossed between 2 buildings. That I can do. Marcus, Nico, keep the escape lanes open. Sable stays with you. Tessa pointed toward the nearest side street, where another section of dungeon wall had pushed through a stable. If that changes shape, move the civilians before you worry about holding ground. Marcus was already pulling ward anchors from his pack. I'm beginning to dislike architecture that travels. Nico drew his bow. I preferred the stormhorns. Cass slid from Bramble. The ridge drake tried to follow when she approached the broken entrance. She caught his reins and handed them to a responder. Your transportation. Remain transport. Bramble rumbled at her. Don't start. Juliana joined Cass with her medical case strapped tight against her back. Tessa looked between them and the fractured entrance. Find the missing teams. Don't chase anything deeper unless it blocks the rescue. Cass touched 2 fingers to her collar in acknowledgement. Responsible emergency behavior. Very disappointing. They crossed the threshold together. The dungeon stopped making sense almost immediately. The original entry corridor still existed beneath the damage, but pieces of other rooms had been forced through it. A stair descended through the middle of a wall. Half a treasure chamber occupied the ceiling at an angle, its unopened chest hanging sideways behind a broken barrier. Creature alcoves had appeared in 3 separate surfaces, including 1 section of floor. Juliana stopped beside a pulsing red seam. That shouldn't be here. Something clawed through the stone above them. Cass pulled Juliana aside as a gray dungeon creature dropped from what had been solid ceiling. Her dagger went through its throat before it finished landing. Another growl answered from behind the angled treasure room. Cass stared upward. It isn't one breach. A second red seam opened along the wall. An alcove formed around it, empty for less than a second before pale claws appeared inside. Juliana drew her blood-safe knife. How many? Cass looked deeper into the damaged root. 3 corridors overlapped ahead. Each carried a different pattern of dungeon stone. Each contained its own spawning marks, and every boundary between them was failing. Too many. A shout echoed from somewhere beyond the crossing passages. Help! Cass moved toward it, then stopped when another section of wall split open between them and the voice. The dungeon wasn't merely spilling outside. Inside, it was breaking into itself. The new wall finished forming before Cass reached it. Stone pushed across the passage, sealing the trapped voices behind a surface that hadn't existed seconds earlier. Cass struck it with 1 dagger, found solid dungeon masonry, and looked upward. Juliana pointed toward the angled chamber overhead. That route crosses behind it. Cass climbed. She used the broken treasure room frame as a ladder, hauled herself through the sideways doorway, and dropped into a corridor where gravity had apparently remained more sensible than the architecture. Juliana followed more carefully. The trapped party waited behind an overturned shield farther ahead. 3 adventurers still stood. A 4th lay against the wall while a broad armored creature blocked the only open route, its plated body marked by the same pulsing red lines spreading through the broken dungeon. One adventurer saw Cass's collar. Registered vampire? Currently rescue personnel. Cass drew both daggers. Try to remain grateful until we're outside. The creature turned. A notice identified it before it charged. Breach Warden. Cass met it beside the overturned shield. Its first strike clipped her injured side hard enough to reopen something that had nearly stopped hurting. She twisted away, drove a dagger beneath one armor plate, and felt Juliana's blood-safe healing catch the wound behind her before the next blow landed. "Stop making more work," Juliana said. "I'm attempting to reduce the total." The trapped adventurers joined in. Steel and magic hammered the warden from 3 directions until Cass found the damaged seam beneath its chestplate and drove both daggers through. The warden collapsed. A notice opened. Level up, 66. Strength, 29. Agility, 54. Constitution, 36. Magic power, 39. Charisma, 37. HP, 220. Stamina, 210. Blood reserve, 134. Daywalker, 55.0%. Cass dismissed it. "Can you move?" The injured adventurer nodded with Juliana's help. "Yes." "Then follow her. I'm finding whatever keeps creating walls." The red markings along the floor provided the answer. Cass followed them through 2 overlapping passages until they converged on a cracked chamber where a pulsing release node hung between fragments of mismatched dungeon stone. She reached it just as another spawning alcove began forming. Cass struck the node. The first dagger chipped its casing. The second opened a bright fracture. She drove both blades into the split and tore sideways until the node shattered. The spawning alcove vanished unfinished. Another notice appeared. Level up, 67. Strength, 30. Agility, 55. Constitution, 37. Magic power, 40. Charisma, 37. HP, 225. Stamina, 214. Blood reserve, 137. Daywalker, 55.8%. Skill improved. Blood mend 2. The broken dungeon gave a deep shudder around her. Cass looked toward the route Juliana had taken with the survivors. "Good," she murmured. "Now please put yourself back indoors." The answer came as stone moving beneath Cass's boots. She braced against the wall while the fractured corridors shuddered. The angled treasure room pulled away from the ceiling. One overlapping passage folded backward into darkness, followed by another, and the red seams running through the floor went out one after another. Juliana appeared at the far junction with the rescued adventurers. She stopped as a section of dungeon wall withdrew between them. "Please tell me you did that." Cass sheathed one dagger. "I stabbed something important until the architecture reconsidered." "That sounds like you." They followed the retreating route toward the entrance. Rooms separated as they moved, broken pieces sliding back behind their proper thresholds instead of remaining tangled together. By the time Cass reached daylight, the black dungeon flooring had retreated from half the street. Tessa still held the command marker. Rhea stood beside her with a battered shield while Nico and Marcus dismantled the last warded evacuation lane. Sable sat nearby covered in dust. Bramble stood behind the responders who'd been assigned his reins and immediately shoved past them when he saw Cass. Cass caught his broad head against her shoulder. "You were told to remain transport." Bramble rumbled. Tessa looked from him to Cass. He appears to have interpreted that flexibly. "He's fitting into the household much too quickly." Behind them, the final stretch of dungeon stone pulled through the ruptured entrance. The broken arch settled, leaving an ordinary threshold surrounded by damaged buildings, scattered debris, and several responders staring at it as though daring it to try again. The responder who'd given Tessa emergency authority returned carrying a settlement slate. Evacuation completed. Missing team recovered. Breach contained. He looked at Cass's torn clothing and Ray's shield before turning the slate toward Tessa. Regional emergency rate applies. Marcus appeared almost instantly. Emergency rate? The responder named the amount. Cass looked at Marcus. That expression is considerably healthier than the one from the Mount Yard. It covers Bramble's transfer. Bramble pressed closer to her. Don't encourage him. The responder added another mark to the slate. I'm also flagging Rennick's unit for higher scale regional response. If another break exceeds local capacity, dispatch can request you directly. Tessa accepted the signed settlement. Understood. Cass stared at the new notation. We stopped for one emergency. Nico slung his bow over one shoulder. Apparently we were efficient. That has repeatedly caused us problems. They mounted again once the road reopened. Brightfall waited ahead with repairs, feed bills, damaged equipment, and money they hadn't expected to earn. Cass looked back once at the quiet dungeon entrance. Apparently higher level work had learned where to find them. 8. Brightfall is home now. Apparently higher level work had learned where to find them. By the time the household reached Brightfall, Marcus had learned where the emergency pay was going. He spread the settlement slate across the kitchen table beside Ray's battered shield, Cass's torn coat, a requisition for prepared blood, and the paperwork from Bramble's new stable. Shield repair, clothing repair, blood, feed, stabling, tack maintenance. Cass lowered herself carefully into a chair. Her side still objected to the breach warden's contribution to regional architecture. You're making our successful emergency sound financially disappointing. It paid very well. Marcus added another figure. Bramble also eats very well. From outside came a low rumble. Cass glanced toward the door. He heard that. Juliana set a fresh bottle of prepared blood beside Cass. Drink before you begin defending his appetite. I wasn't defending it. You were about to. Cass opened the bottle. Tessa brought in the stable receipt and placed it beside Marcus's ledger. They've agreed to a reinforced stall and feed storage. We have to supply his bedding if we want anything better than straw. Sable, who had been sitting beside Marcus's chair, immediately stood. Rhea noticed. That concerned her. Nico looked down at the gargoyle. You already have a bed. Sable climbed onto the padded sleeping mat near the kitchen wall and spread herself across it. Marcus stared. Nobody said we were taking yours. Tessa folded her arms. We were discussing moving the spare one. Sable abandoned her mat, crossed the room, and planted herself squarely on the spare. Cass lowered the blood bottle. Apparently all bedding is now strategically important. They tried storing Bramble's folded stable blanket beside the back door. Sable sat on it. Marcus moved it beneath the tack rack. Sable relocated. Rhea carried it upstairs temporarily, and Sable followed her with the determination of someone preventing a hostile property transfer. Juliana watched the fourth relocation. She knows Bramble isn't sleeping in the house. That may be the problem, Nico said. He has separate accommodation. Sable looked toward him. Nico raised both hands. I'm not supporting either side. Marcus finished the ledger while Tessa reclaimed Bramble's blanket from beneath Sable. The emergency payment still left them ahead, but considerably less ahead than it had looked on the settlement slate. Cass finished her blood and looked around the crowded kitchen. They had repaired gear to collect tomorrow, a ridge drake eating money across Brightfall, and a gargoyle defending bedding from an animal who wasn't present. It felt remarkably like being home. The next morning, Cass left the townhouse with no contract, no damaged equipment in her hands, and no intention of finding work. That proved harder than expected. Brightfall's market was fully awake beneath a clear afternoon sky. Cass wandered between clothing stalls, food sellers, jewelry counters, bookshops, and household merchants while sunlight warmed her face. Twice she caught herself about to check how long she'd been outside. Twice she stopped. Daywalkers still mattered. Ordinary errands didn't require accounting anymore. A shopkeeper held up a pair of soft leather gloves. Traveling? Cass inspected the stitching automatically. Not today. Adventurer? Unfortunately. The woman smiled. Then these will survive more than the decorative pair. Cass put them down. You've ruined them by making them practical. She continued through the market. That became the problem. A carved storage box would organize medical supplies. A heavy blanket might survive Sable. Reinforced travel bags would make regional work easier. By the third shop, Cass had somehow turned an afternoon without responsibilities into an equipment inspection. She stood outside an armorer and looked at the display window. No. A passing man glanced at her. Cass pointed at the armor. Not you. I'm refusing personal growth. He moved away quickly. She bought chilled fruit instead and carried it toward the lower market, where shops gave way to cafes and the road descended toward the public beach. The drink contributed almost nothing to her diet, but holding it while walking in daylight remained satisfying enough to justify the coin. The beach was crowded. Children chased one another along the wet sand while couples occupied blankets farther from the water. Several adventurers had abandoned armor beside a hired shade canopy. Nobody was evacuating. No dungeon flooring was emerging through the promenade. Nothing larger than Sable was trying to eat anyone. Cass removed her shoes and walked into the shallows. Cold water closed around her ankles. She smiled. Yesterday, regional travel had meant damaged buildings, wounded adventurers, emergency authority, a bleeding side, and a dungeon trying to relocate itself into a strait. Brightfall had seemed small before they started traveling farther from it. Now the familiar market, crowded beach, nearby townhouse, and ridiculous household waiting behind her felt different. Cass turned her face toward the sun without checking a counter. Going farther had finally taught her what returning was for. Tomorrow could contain repairs, money, equipment, and whatever problem found them next. Today, Brightfall was home. The tailor had money waiting for Cass and 3 separate reasons to take it back. Cass stood at the counter the following afternoon while the woman arranged the latest bikini copy payment beside a repair estimate for 2 torn field coats, reinforced travel trousers, replacement straps, and alterations to accommodate the household's expanding collection of equipment. Cass looked from one figure to the other. I preferred this business when you were paying me. I am paying you, the tailor said. You're simply spending more than I'm giving you. That feels deliberately misleading. Tessa inspected the repair list. Ray's coat needs the shoulder reinforced. Nico wants another inner pocket for arrows and tools. Marcus needs those ward loops moved where his pack won't catch them. Cass pointed at her. Stop helping the opposition. The tailor added the alterations and recalculated. Most of the bikini income disappeared. Cass stared at what remained. Fashion had somehow developed exactly the same problem as adventuring. Earn money, improve equipment, replace damaged equipment, then discover the money had become straps. The tailor folded the account sheet. You still have credit left. Tessa glanced toward the display racks. We could put it toward another travel coat. No. Cass said it quickly enough that both women looked at her. She turned toward the finished clothing displayed along the wall. None of it was armor. None had reinforced shoulders, hidden loops, weatherproof lining, or enough pockets to support a minor military campaign. A sea green dress caught her attention. The fabric was soft, fitted through the waist, and completely unsuitable for dungeon work. The skirt would snag on broken masonry. The sleeves offered no protection. There wasn't a single practical pocket. Cass lifted it from the rack. This. Tessa examined it. What does it do? Nothing. That isn't usually one of your purchasing requirements. It's becoming one. The tailor smiled. It's expensive for something that does nothing. Cass looked at the remaining credit, then at the repair estimate. Marcus would undoubtedly prefer the money remain in reserve. Tomorrow might produce another emergency, another feed bill, another piece of armor needing repair. That was precisely why she wanted the dress. Fit it, Cass said. Tessa's expression softened. You're sure? Cass carried the dress toward the changing screen. I've spent enough money making myself harder to kill. I'm buying something because I like it. The tailor followed with her measuring tape. Behind Cass, Tessa laughed quietly. Marcus is going to ask what tactical role it fills. Cass smiled. Morale. Apparently home was also somewhere money was allowed to become useless things. Cass returned from the tailor carrying a receipt for a dress that couldn't survive combat and feeling unusually pleased with herself. The War College corrected that within 10 minutes. Tessa was standing beside the kitchen table when Cass entered, holding a sealed notice beneath the academy crest. Rhea, Juliana, Marcus, and Nico had gathered around her. Sable occupied the spare sleeping mat as though guarding it from administrative seizure. Cass set the receipt down. That looks official enough to become expensive. Marcus glanced at her purchase slip. You've already assisted with that. My dress is morale. Tessa broke the seal. This came while we were out. Cass moved beside her as Tessa unfolded 2 pages of Academy paperwork. The first contained enough headings to make Cass immediately suspicious. The second carried regional placement information beneath the name Crownspire. Tessa read the opening section twice. Nico leaned closer. Well? My field record has been reviewed. Tessa traced one line with her finger. Linked operations, regional response, emergency command, dungeon break work. Rhea nodded toward the notice. They liked yesterday. Apparently. Tessa continued reading, and her expression changed. I qualify for senior campaign practicum. Cass stopped smiling. Senior sounds like a word institutions use before increasing danger. Juliana moved nearer. What does the placement involve? Tessa turned the page so everyone could see it. Crownspire region. Senior field service. Campaign placements count toward graduation merit. Marcus looked over the requirements. So this isn't graduation? No. Tessa shook her head. It's the route to graduation. Cass studied the page. No level notice appeared. No system reward arrived. The Academy hadn't granted Tessa authority merely because a clerk had approved a file. It had opened another door and placed considerably more work behind it. Nico tapped the destination. Crownspire. Cass knew the name. Everyone did. Capital infrastructure, major guilds, advanced transport, richer markets, larger institutions, and prices she was already prepared to resent. Rhea smiled. We wanted to see more of the region. We wanted affordable travel, Marcus corrected. Sable put one paw firmly over the edge of the spare sleeping mat. Cass looked at her. Nobody is replacing you while we visit Crownspire. Sable remained unconvinced. Tessa folded the notice carefully. If I accept the practicum, we'll need to travel. Cass looked around the townhouse, then at the ridiculous dress receipt lying beside the Academy papers. Brightfall was home. Apparently that meant they finally had somewhere worth coming back to. 9. Country Girl. Crownspire proved Brightfall had been lying about being a city. Cass stepped out of the public waygate terminal beneath a vaulted glass roof and stopped so abruptly that Nico nearly walked into her. Move, Tessa said, catching Cass by the sleeve before the next group emerged through the portal behind them. Cass allowed herself to be pulled aside. There's another one. Marcus was still examining the transit receipts. Another what? Portal. Across the enormous terminal, 6 stone arches stood in separate departure bays, each surrounded by ticket counters, baggage scales, destination boards, and queues moving with alarming efficiency. One flashed, released 20 passengers, then immediately began loading another group. Marcus folded the receipts. Yes. They charged us enough to ensure we noticed. Rhea shifted her travel bag higher. You wanted faster regional travel. I wanted cheaper regional travel. They joined the flow toward the street. Sable stayed close to Tessa, unusually distracted by the number of unfamiliar creatures moving through the terminal. Juliana kept one hand near her bag while Nico read overhead destination boards as though he intended to memorize Crownspire before leaving the building. Then they reached the doors. Cass stopped again. An airship crossed between the towers overhead. Not a distant speck. An actual ship, broad-hulled and bright with brass fittings, moved above the avenue beneath an enormous enchanted lift frame. Smaller craft traveled below it along marked aerial lanes. Elevated platforms carried passenger carriages between buildings without touching the crowded street. Cass tilted her head farther back. Tessa sighed. Cass. That building has another road halfway up it. It appears to. There's traffic on it. Yes. A guild tower rose beyond the elevated line, so tall Cass had to lean back to see its upper floors. Another stood behind it displaying an illuminated crest large enough to be visible across half the district. At street level, a public portal station accepted coins from people who apparently considered stepping through space an ordinary part of getting to work. Nico looked at Cass. You're staring. I'm reassessing Brightfall. Marcus pointed toward a city transit kiosk. Reassess while walking. We still have to pay to reach our lodgings. Cass followed reluctantly, turning twice to watch another airship pass overhead. Brightfall had markets, hot water, a war college, and respectable plumbing. Cass had considered it civilized. Crownspire apparently considered Brightfall adorable. She was still looking upward when a woman approaching from the opposite direction followed Cass's gaze toward the airship, then looked Cass over from boots to face. Her coat was fitted in 3 different fabrics, silver charms hung from one ear, and even her travel gloves looked too expensive to touch luggage. Country girl. Cass's head came down slowly. The woman had already taken 2 steps past them. Cass turned. Oh, you didn't just say that to me, biatch. Tessa caught her around the upper arm before the third word had properly finished leaving her mouth. We are not doing this. The woman stopped and turned back, eyebrows raised. 2 fashionable companions beside her looked openly delighted. Cass pointed with her free hand. She started it. She made an observation. She issued a challenge. Nico moved to Cass's other side. I don't think Crownspire has formal dueling rules for regional insults. That's because you haven't checked. Rhea covered her mouth. Juliana developed sudden interest in a passing carriage. Marcus simply tightened his grip on the travel receipts and said, we haven't even reached the inn. The local woman's expression shifted from surprise to amusement. Brightfall? Cass narrowed her eyes. How did you know? Her smile widened. Cass took 1 step, then stopped. Tessa's grip tightened immediately. Cass looked back at the woman with sudden thoughtfulness. Do you have a resurrection coin? The woman's amusement sharpened into a sneer. Doesn't everyone? Got it on you? Of course. Cass nodded, apparently satisfied. Good. Keep it close tonight. You're gonna need it. The woman's smile disappeared. One of her companions stopped looking entertained. Tessa stared at Cass for 1 long second, then caught her sleeve properly. In. Now. Cass allowed herself to be pulled away. What? I was being considerate. You just threatened to kill a stranger. I checked whether she had appropriate emergency equipment first. Marcus walked faster. That doesn't improve it. It considerably improves survivability. Sable stayed beside Tessa, looking back at the woman with enough interest that Tessa shortened her lead as a precaution. They reached the next intersection before Cass stopped resisting the direction of travel. Crownspire had changed from impressive to personal, and she intended to remember that woman's face. Ahead, the Grand Avenue widened around shop fronts displaying enchanted clothing, illuminated signs, jewelry, food, and several enormous crystals showing moving figures behind polished glass. Cass slowed. Tessa noticed immediately. No. I haven't done anything. You're looking at something. Cass pointed toward the largest glowing display. What is that? The display showed a woman in a silver dress throwing a glass of wine into a man's face. Cass stopped beneath it. The woman disappeared. A title formed across the crystal, followed by a number. Episode 83. Cass looked at Tessa. That's a drama. Tessa followed her gaze. Apparently. No, that's television. It's a story crystal. It's television with geology. The shop behind the display had an entire wall of crystals arranged by series. Small personal versions sat beside larger home units mounted in polished frames. Painted cards advertised romances, mysteries, historical dramas, adventurer serials, and something involving an aristocratic family whose promotional portraits suggested none of them could be trusted with inheritance. Cass walked inside. Marcus stopped at the entrance. We're supposed to be finding the inn. This is culturally important. You threatened a woman 10 minutes ago. That was also cultural. A shop assistant demonstrated the nearest display crystal with a touch. The silver-dressed woman reappeared halfway through an argument. You lied to me about Celine. The man looked genuinely offended. I lied to Celine about you. Cass folded her arms. The woman stared at him. That's worse. I was protecting you. From what? Celine. Cass leaned closer to Tessa. Who's Celine? Tessa shook her head. I have no idea. The scene changed to another room where a dark-haired man was apparently listening through a wall. Cass pointed. "Who's that?" The assistant said, "Lord Varine." "Is he sleeping with Celine?" The assistant hesitated. "Not currently." Cass turned fully toward her. "Not currently?" Nico laughed. The crystal continued. Lord Varine entered the room, announced that Celine had disappeared, and accused the silver-dressed woman of arranging it. She slapped him. The first man attempted to intervene and received a second slap for reasons Cass had not yet determined. 5 minutes later, Cass understood almost nothing and cared far too much. She looked at the rows of boxed home crystals. How much? Marcus arrived beside her immediately. No. Cass pointed at the demonstration unit. There are 83 episodes. Which makes this more expensive, not less. The assistant smiled professionally. The home reader is purchased once. Individual series crystals are separate. Cass's eyes widened. You can buy more shows. Tessa caught her before she reached the price board. In first. Cass allowed herself to be redirected, but kept looking back at episode 83. Brightfall had been keeping secrets from her. Crownspire had television. Cass was going to need a home system. The next morning, Crownspire's War College Liaison Hall provided Cass with another reason to resent the capital. The chairs were comfortable. Cass settled into one beside Tessa while Marcus examined the campaign information packet they'd been given at the entrance. Rhea and Juliana occupied the row behind them with Nico, while Sable sat beneath Tessa's chair and watched passing cadets as though waiting for someone to drop breakfast. Cass looked around the polished hall. Brightfall made us sit on wooden benches. Tessa opened her packet. You threatened a local yesterday. That has nothing to do with furniture standards. It may eventually. A campaign officer stepped onto the low platform at the front. Senior practicum candidates, this placement is not another classroom assessment. Tessa stopped turning pages. The officer continued. Your academy record qualifies you to enter campaign service. It does not complete your graduation requirements. Cass leaned toward Tessa. I knew senior meant something unpleasant. Tessa ignored her. A large board behind the officer lit with 5 headings: Command, Rescue, Objective Completion, Sustained Field Deployment, and Joint Force Operation. Graduation requires 300 lifetime campaign merit, the officer said. Merit must include demonstrated service across all 5 recognized categories. It is cumulative, cannot be purchased, and is not awarded retroactively for previous academy work. Nico whispered, so yesterday didn't count. Cass looked at him. Yesterday I discovered television. Something counted. Tessa traced the first line of her packet. Candidate status from 0 to 74. The officer heard her. Correct. Until 75 merit, you're a campaign candidate. Deployment is supervised. Your first assignments will determine whether you can apply academy training under actual field conditions. Marcus leaned forward from the row behind them. Actual field conditions generally charge more. Cass nodded. Finally, someone is considering the important part. Tessa turned another page. 300. Not one examination. Not a final demonstration in a controlled academy dungeon. Real command work, rescues, objectives, sustained deployments, and operations with people who weren't instructors pretending to create emergencies. Cass looked at Tessa's expression and stopped joking. You wanted the route to graduation, she said quietly. Tessa looked at the 5 categories again. Apparently I found it. Cass glanced through the tall windows toward Crownspire's towers. In less than a day, the capital had given her airships, public portals, television, an expensive new ambition, and a woman she now disliked professionally. Now it wanted Tessa to earn 300 points by surviving actual campaigns. Crownspire was becoming very demanding. 10. Graduation has casualties. Cass decided 300 campaign merits sounded considerably worse once the officer explained what happened before anyone earned the first point. Merit isn't currency, the liaison said, replacing the 5 category headings with 4 numbered thresholds. You don't spend it. Your lifetime total determines what campaign authority the college is willing to recognize. 75 appeared first. Field Operator. Independent Squad Assignments and Standard Requisition Access. 150 followed. Section Leader. Temporary Command over Attached Units and Priority Supply. 225. Joint Force Candidate. Raid Command Eligibility and Priority Military Transport. Finally, 300. Graduate Command Seal. Completion of your Senior Field Requirement and Permanent Advanced Campaign Credentials. Cass leaned toward Tessa. So they make you survive 300 points before giving you the expensive stamp. Tessa kept looking at the board. Apparently. The liaison pointed toward the first threshold. Every person in this room begins below 75 as a campaign candidate. That means supervised deployment. You'll have evaluators present, but they're there to assess decisions, not make them for you. That removed some of the comfort from the comfortable chair. The board changed again. A regional map appeared, dominated by a long fortified frontier marked Ashen March. Dark symbols clustered beyond defensive lines, each centered on a black tear drawn across the terrain. Cass stopped thinking about furniture. Those are black rifts, the liaison said. Permanent breaches held behind fortified sectors. The Abyssal Host uses rift anchors to stabilize them, recycle defeated units, and interfere with nearby dungeon boundaries. Campaign work means keeping evacuation lanes open, defending fortifications, destroying objectives, rescuing people who didn't withdraw quickly enough, and occasionally surviving someone else's bad decision. Nico lowered his packet. Recycle defeated units? Kill a riftling near an active anchor and you may be fighting it again later. Cass frowned. That seems financially inefficient. Several senior cadets looked at her. The liaison didn't even pause. Campaign merit rewards useful service, Miss Hart. Repeatedly killing the same replaceable enemy while the objective remains intact is rarely useful. Cass sat back. I already dislike their management structure. Tessa turned another page and found an assessment assignment clipped behind the briefing notes. Ashen March Outer Rift Front. Her expression changed. Cass read over her shoulder. That sounds less like a practicum. It is a practicum, the liaison said. Conducted somewhere failure has consequences. 2 field evaluators entered through the side doors carrying deployment slates. The liaison looked across the candidates. Your first readiness assessment begins on an active perimeter. Cass glanced at Tessa. Apparently Crownspire's idea of supervised education involved going somewhere the monsters respawned on purpose. The Ashen March outer perimeter looked considerably less educational than the liaison hall. Cass stood beside Tessa behind a waist-high defensive wall while senior cadets spread along the assigned sector under the eyes of 2 field evaluators. Beyond the fortifications, dark ground ran toward a line of heavier walls, towers, and ward posts. Farther still, the air around a black rift twisted around a vertical tear that seemed to swallow color at its edges. Cass looked at the evaluator nearest them. Just confirming. This is the readiness exercise. It is. And that is a genuine breach in reality. Yes. Cass glanced at Tessa. Crownspire has unusual standards for orientation. Tessa was checking the retreat markers painted along the inner lane. You heard the briefing. I'd hoped parts of it were decorative. The exercise itself began simply. Each unit checked ward posts, confirmed evacuation routes, carried replacement supplies between marked positions, and demonstrated that they could withdraw without turning a narrow lane into 20 armed people trying to occupy the same doorway. Tessa pointed toward the eastern marker. Cass, stay inside the assigned line. Cass looked toward the black rift. I wasn't going anywhere. You were leaning. I'm allowed to lean toward danger. Not during my assessment. Cass stepped back half a pace. Education remains oppressive. One of the evaluators marked something on his slate. Then the warning crystals changed. The nearest ward post flashed amber instead of blue. A second answered farther down the line. The black rift pulsed hard enough for the ground beneath Cass's boots to tremble. The evaluator's head snapped up. That isn't scheduled. The tear widened. Riftlings poured through. They came low and fast, black-limbed shapes spreading across the broken ground in a loose wave. Cadets who had been carrying supply crates dropped them and reached for weapons while the evaluators shouted for the perimeter to hold. Something taller emerged behind the swarm. Heavy armor enclosed it from throat to boots. Chains hung from one gauntlet, each marked with dull red light. Cass felt Tessa go still beside her. "Chain Knight," one evaluator shouted. "Fall back to the inner markers." The knight drove its chained fist toward the ground. Red marks appeared along the retreat lane. Stone cracked beneath the first one. Cass looked from the advancing riftlings to the cadets suddenly crowding toward a route that had begun breaking apart beneath their feet. Tessa swore quietly. The exercise had just acquired a real objective. Tessa stopped swearing and started giving orders. "Shields on the broken marks. Casters, reinforce the sections that haven't dropped yet. Everyone else moves casualties and supplies through the center. Nobody chases riftlings." One senior cadet looked toward the creatures pouring across the outer ground. "They'll reach the lane. They'll reform if we kill them while that anchor is active," Tessa said. She pointed at the chain knight advancing behind them. "We need the retreat open, not a larger kill count." The nearest evaluator didn't intervene. Cass liked campaign education considerably more when Tessa was allowed to be sensible. Another red mark flared beneath 3 retreating cadets. Tessa caught one by the shoulder and shoved him toward intact stone. "Left. Keep moving." The marked section collapsed behind him. The chain knight raised its chained gauntlet again. Tessa pointed straight at it. "Cass, take the knight." Cass drew both daggers. Finally. She cleared the defensive wall as riftlings reached it. The first lunged across her path. Cass cut its throat without slowing, stepped over the falling body, and ignored the pale light already gathering around the wound. Killing 10 more would achieve exactly as much. The chain knight swung. Its chain struck the ground where Cass had been and another red mark spread across the retreat lane. She followed the weapon inward instead of retreating, caught the chain beneath one dagger, and pulled herself close enough to strike the knight's elbow joint. Black armor split. The knight drove its free fist into her ribs. Cass hit the ground hard enough to lose one dagger. Pain sharpened along her side, but the knight had turned fully toward her. Behind it, Tessa kept the cadets moving. "Last group through," Tessa shouted. "Hold the center until they clear." Cass rolled beneath the returning chain, recovered her dagger, and came up inside the knight's reach. Her first blade entered the damaged elbow. The second found the narrow seam beneath its raised arm. The knight staggered. Cass drove both daggers deeper and twisted. Dark light burst from the armor. The chain knight collapsed while the red marks across the retreat lane faded. The remaining cadets cleared the inner marker. A pale notice opened across Cass's vision. Level up, 68. Strength, 30. Agility, 56. Constitution, 37. Magic power, 40. Charisma, 38. HP, 225. Stamina, 216. Blood reserve, 137. Daywalker, 56.7%. Cass dismissed the panel and looked back. Tessa stood in the intact retreat lane with every surviving cadet she'd managed to bring through. The evaluators were already writing. They finished before anyone was allowed to leave the sector. Cass stood beside Tessa while the surviving cadets turned over damaged equipment, reported injuries, and tried not to look toward the 2 empty places in their group. The chain knight's body had already broken apart into dark fragments beyond the retreat wall. Cass's ribs still hurt where it had hit her, but nobody seemed interested in grading that. One evaluator approached Tessa with a slate. "Cadet Rennick, 40 campaign merit." Tessa took it carefully. 3 entries glowed beneath her name. Command, 20. Rescue, 10. Objective completion, 10. Lifetime campaign merit, 40. Cass leaned closer. 40 points for keeping everyone alive? The evaluator looked toward the 2 empty places. Not everyone. The answer removed the joke before Cass could make it. Tessa read the ledger twice. What does 40 unlock? Nothing. Cass frowned. That feels unnecessarily cruel. The evaluator pointed to the lifetime total. Merit isn't spent. At 75, Cadet Rennick qualifies as a field operator. That grants independent field authority within approved campaign roles and standard campaign requisition access. Until then, she remains a candidate. Tessa handed the slate back. So I need 35 more. You need 35 more earned properly. The evaluator entered another notation. Your next rotation is Greywatch supply line duty. Reporting orders will be issued at staging. Cass's interest returned. Supply lines have enemies? They do when the enemy wants supplies to stop arriving. That sounds promising. Tessa gave her a tired look. You just got punched through armor. Yes. Educationally. Their return route ended at the Greywatch Shrine Complex, where warded stone circles received campaign casualties whose resurrection charges returned them there. Cass saw the first flare while Tessa was still checking the deployment order. A cadet appeared inside the nearest circle on hands and knees. Another arrived seconds later, collapsed onto one side, and stayed there breathing hard while shrine attendants moved in. Both were alive. Neither looked pleased about it. One clutched the empty mount where a resurrection charge had been fixed. His field coat was torn, his shield missing, and half the contents of his belt kit were gone. The second stared at his damaged boots. My pack stayed there. An attendant helped him upright. Anything left at the death site is a recovery problem now. Cass looked at the two cadets, then at Tessa's new merit total. 40 points had survived the battle. Their equipment hadn't. Tessa folded the Greywatch supply line assignment and tucked it into her packet. 35 more. Cass nodded toward the recovering cadets. Apparently graduation has repair costs. Campaign merit and experience were both useful. Neither of them was free. 11. Advanced License. The Academy's response to Tessa successfully directing a vampire through an actual rescue was to explain why she was still going to school. Registrar Pelwick placed Tessa's existing guild license on the desk between them. This already permits higher-risk dungeon work, rescue contracts, dangerous material recovery, and advanced guild commissions. The War College isn't replacing it. Cass stood beside Tessa's chair with the leash hanging correctly between them. Excellent. We can leave. Tessa caught the leash before Cass managed even one step. Keep going. Pelwick ignored her. Your guild license proves you met the guild's field standard. The college trains and certifies capabilities beyond ordinary field access. He opened a thin contract directory rather than another form. That immediately improved Cass's opinion of the meeting. One column listed unrestricted guild work. Another carried requirements beside the contracts. Certified Mixed Party Command. Emergency Rescue Qualification. Registered Beast Field Command. Dungeon Objective Leadership. Cass leaned closer. The payments in the second column were considerably larger. That one pays nearly twice as much. Pelwick nodded. Because the client requires a qualified team leader. Any licensed party can clear an unrestricted dungeon. A city paying for an evacuation, a merchant house recovering valuable material, or a guild mounting a complicated expedition may require evidence that whoever leads the work has been trained and assessed for it. Tessa looked down the page. So graduation isn't what matters by itself. No, your individual qualifications matter. Graduation proves a broader standard, but certifications accumulate throughout your course. Cass considered this new information carefully. School makes her more expensive. Tessa looked at her. That's what you took from that? It's an excellent educational model. Pelwick's expression remained professionally neutral. The college also permits qualified cadets to undertake supervised contracts that satisfy training requirements while earning standard contract payment. Cass's opinion of higher education improved again. Tessa ran a finger down the requirements. And my existing license? Remains valid. Once reciprocity is approved, you may use it for appropriate college-supervised fieldwork. Your registered beast can accompany you where your beast tamer status and the specific contract permit. Cass smiled. So we can be paid for homework. Some field assignments, yes. That should have been in the recruitment speech. Pelwick finally slid a much smaller fee notice across the desk. Campus clearance, liability coverage, and registered beast field access still cost money, but Cass barely looked at it. The interesting numbers were on the other page. For the first time, the academy wasn't merely somewhere Tessa had chosen to study instead of earning money. Done properly, it was how she learned to earn considerably more. Marcus was considerably less impressed by the contract directory once Tessa brought it home. He spread the household accounts across the townhouse table beside Pelwick's fee notice, 3 equipment invoices, their usual supply costs, and the amount they were setting aside for anything that broke unexpectedly. Cass sat opposite him while Tessa, Rhea, and Juliana crowded around the remaining chairs. The better contracts pay more, Cass said. Marcus tapped the first column. They also expect more. That's why they pay more. Yes, but we currently solve that by taking nearly everyone. Cass considered this an excellent strategy. Nearly everyone is very effective. And expensive. Marcus moved several figures into a second column. 5 people eating supplies, replacing armor, using potions, maintaining equipment, traveling, and losing ordinary earning time whenever Tessa needs the whole household for one academy field assignment. Rhea leaned over his shoulder. Take harder contracts. Juliana looked at her. That's your answer to everything. It's often correct. It's often why I need more bandages. Rhea considered that. Buy more bandages with the extra money. Juliana's stare suggested the economic argument had failed medical review. Marcus pushed the academy costs toward Cass. The townhouse is secure. We're not in trouble. But the academy adds fees and equipment wear, and if we keep deploying the entire household every time Tessa needs a field team, the numbers stop improving as quickly as they should. Tessa studied the page. And future recruits? Cost money before they make money. Marcus added another line. Equipment, coins where needed, food, rooms if the house stops being large enough, and whatever disaster Cass chooses to classify as an investment. Cass looked offended. My investments have excellent survival rates. Juliana folded her arms. Your armor doesn't. That's an equipment issue. That's a Cass issue. Tessa hid a smile behind one hand. Marcus divided the page with his pencil. The real problem is deployment. We've built one very capable group, but we're using 6 people to solve jobs that sometimes need 4. Rhea nodded. Then stop. Cass looked around the table. I dislike how quickly everyone accepted that. Marcus turned the accounts toward her. If Tessa's qualifications open better contracts, we need enough flexibility to take advantage of them without shutting down everything else. Cass looked at the 2 columns. One household had worked well. Financially, it was beginning to look as though they needed 2 teams. That problem followed Tessa back to Pelwick's office, although the academy wasn't interested in how Marcus intended to divide the household. It was interested in whether Tessa could be trusted with the qualifications she already had. Pelwick sat opposite her with the advanced guild license open beside her academy record. Cass stood at Tessa's left with the leash properly displayed, while Juliana occupied the observer's chair as the household's healer. Pelwick tapped the license. Your guild already permits higher risk work. This interview determines whether the college recognizes that access for supervised field assignments. Explain your command protocol. Tessa answered without looking at Cass. Short commands in combat. Target, position, retreat, hold, release. If the situation changes faster than I can specify every action, Cass can interpret the objective within those limits. Cass kept her expression neutral. That was an impressively respectable description of their arrangement. And if she disagrees with you? I make the final public decision. Pelwick's pen moved across the page. Emergency retreat? Anyone can call danger. I decide whether Cass withdraws. Juliana shifted in her chair. Pelwick noticed. You disagree, healer merit? Juliana smiled pleasantly. I think people become remarkably confident about deciding whether someone else can continue after being stabbed. Cass looked at the wall. Tessa didn't, which is why I listened to the healer before making the decision. Better, Juliana said. Pelwick turned another page. Your registered beast is injured, the contract objective remains achievable, and withdrawal costs the team its completion payment. Who decides whether she continues? I do, Tessa said. Juliana's pleasant expression disappeared. Cass could practically feel the medical lecture waiting for the corridor. Tessa continued before Juliana delivered it. After I asked the healer whether continuing creates unacceptable risk. Payment doesn't overrule medical judgment. Pelwick marked the answer. And if the beast attempts to continue anyway? Tessa finally looked at Cass. Then I order her to stop. Cass smiled faintly. Apparently I'm difficult. Juliana folded her arms. Apparently? Pelwick stamped the final sheet before the discussion could become diagnostic. War College reciprocity approved. Your existing guild license remains your field credential. This adds campus clearance, college liability coverage, and access to supervised work appropriate to your qualifications. Tessa accepted the sealed record. The academy hadn't made her more qualified by recognizing what she already knew. It had simply opened another set of doors where those qualifications could earn something. By dinner, Marcus had turned the academy approval into a problem with chairs. He moved 6 markers across the townhouse table, assigning one to each person and another to Sable. Tessa's marker remained beside Cass's because their public registration made separating them awkward on most academy work. Rhea, Juliana, and Marcus formed a second group on the opposite side. Cass looked at the arrangement. Your second team is missing me. That's the purpose, Marcus said. I dislike the purpose. Rhea tapped the 3 human markers. Tank, healer, control mage. We can survive ordinary work. Juliana looked at her. Surviving isn't the same as finishing it efficiently. Fine. We need damage. Marcus nodded. Which is why this is a plan, not tomorrow's contract roster. If we eventually add another reliable damage specialist, one group can work while Tessa is in class or doing academy exercises with Cass. Cass picked up her own marker and placed it between both groups. Problem solved. Tessa moved it back. No. Cass looked at her. You can't be the answer to every roster problem, Tessa said. If you're required at the academy, the others shouldn't lose a day's income because you're unavailable. I'm available surprisingly often. You're also one vampire. An extremely productive vampire. Rhea reached across the table and took Cass's marker before she could move it again. Outvoted. Cass stared at her. You haven't voted. I vote for not needing you. Juliana raised a hand. Same. Marcus raised his pencil. Financially, definitely. Tessa smiled. 4. Cass folded her arms. This household has become dangerously democratic. No, Marcus said. You're still in charge privately. We're telling you that building everything around your presence is bad planning. That was annoyingly difficult to argue with. Cass wanted to know where everyone was, what they were fighting, whether their equipment had survived, and whether anyone had discovered a creative new method of needing Juliana. She also wanted the household to earn money while Tessa attended lessons. Cass reclaimed her marker from Rhea and set it beside Tessa's. Fine. We plan for 2 teams. Nobody takes serious work shorthanded just to prove the concept. Marcus nodded. Agreed. Tessa reached for the academy schedule lying beside the accounts. Conveniently, tomorrow's dungeon practical requires the full registered field team. Cass looked at the heading. Objective Dungeon Assessment. Apparently the second team could wait one more day. School had found something for all of them to do. 12. Raid groups need labels. The raid staging area confirmed Cass's suspicion that requiring several parties at once mostly created several people who believed they were in charge. 3 commanders stood around a tactical table beneath a canvas shelter, each claiming a different approach to the Rift Anchor Fortress. Tessa had barely finished reporting with her newly independent squad when the argument began. Rhea, Juliana, Marcus, Nico, and Sable waited behind her while Cass studied the glowing map instead. Mara Quill stood with another raid party across the table, looking considerably more entertained than the situation deserved. The western lane gives direct access to the upper anchor, one commander said. My unit has the heavier front line. We take it. Another pointed sharply toward the center route. Your people are also carrying the demolition charges. If you commit west, we lose our strongest SEAL team where the breach pressure is highest. The third commander shook his head. And neither of you is accounting for the southern anchor. Rift collars are reinforcing through that lane faster than yesterday. Cass leaned toward Tessa. They need labels. Tessa kept her voice low. They have unit markings. Those are numbers. I mean useful labels. Difficult commander. Louder commander. Commander who may eventually become useful. Mara heard her. Which one am I? You haven't earned a category yet. Give me time. The lead tactical officer slapped one hand against the map. Red lines spread from 3 fortified points surrounding a black central breach. This is why lane ownership matters. 3 rift anchors are feeding the fortress. Each one stabilizes the central breach and allows the host to replace losses. Marcus stepped closer. So clearing the defenders doesn't clear the fortress. No, kill every rift collar in a lane and more can come through while its anchor remains active. Destroy the anchor, and that reinforcement route closes. Nico studied the 3 red lines. How long between replacement waves? Minutes, if the anchor is intact. Cass looked toward the distant fortress beyond the staging barriers. Black stone rose around a pulsing red tear, with 3 smaller structures positioned around it like supports holding something open that desperately needed closing. So the enemies are mostly an inconvenience, Cass said. The anchors are the job. The first commander frowned at her. The enemies can still kill you. I didn't say they were a minor inconvenience. Tessa put one finger on the southern lane. My squad can take this approach. All 3 commanders looked at the new field operator. Cass smiled faintly. Apparently becoming harder to supervise had taken Tessa less than a day to earn her own piece of someone else's argument. The southern lane stopped being theoretical when the raid horns sounded. Tessa moved immediately. Rhea front. Marcus, anchor support. Nico high right. Juliana behind Rhea. Sable, casters. Cass with me. 3 parties advanced at once. The rift anchor fortress answered by opening every entrance. Red tears split across the black walls and rift colors poured through behind heavier abyssal infantry. Rhea caught the first rush at the southern approach while Nico fired over her shoulder. Sable cleared the low barricade in one leap and drove a rift collar away from the anchor controls before it could finish whatever it was casting. Tessa pointed left. Cass, clear Marcus's route. Cass blood-stepped past Rhea, cut one attacker down, and forced another away from the ward point Marcus was already preparing. Anchor exposed. Marcus called. Hold it there, Tessa ordered. Nobody chases. Cass obeyed, although something dying 20 paces away looked professionally tempting. A signal flare rose from the western lane. Red. Mara's lane. Cass looked across the broken central ground. The western party had reached its anchor, but their seal hadn't held. Red light was rebuilding around it while fresh rift collars emerged behind the fighters already committed there. One of the other commanders shouted, Western lane, reseal. They can't, Cass said. Their rear is open. Tessa saw it a moment later. Nico, suppress west. Cass, go. Don't take their lane. Give them room to fix it. Cass ran. That last instruction became important almost immediately. She crossed behind the western line as a rift collar raised both hands toward Mara's exposed SEAL team. Cass killed it, turned, and saw 3 more targets that needed removing, 2 fighters standing in the wrong places, and a shield bearer who would be much more useful 6 paces to his left. Cass opened her mouth. Then closed it. Mara noticed while parrying an abyssal blade. You look distressed. I have several excellent instructions I'm apparently not allowed to give you. Try information. Cass pointed past her. 2 rift collars behind the broken wall. Your shield line is blocking your sealers. Nico has your right flank for approximately as long as Tessa tolerates losing him. Mara looked once, understood, and shouted her own orders. Shields left. Seal team through. Casters on the wall. The western formation shifted. Nico's arrows covered the opening while Cass removed the nearest rift collar and deliberately resisted reorganizing anyone else's party. Behind her, Tessa's southern lane still held. Ahead, the western seal began forming again. Then something armored and much larger stepped through the red light beside Cass. The armored creature raised a black shield almost as tall as Cass and drove its edge into her before she finished turning. Cass hit the broken wall shoulder first. Mara shouted, "Chain Knight." The lieutenant advanced behind the shield while red marks spread across its surface. Every rift collar behind it shifted with the movement, using the knight as mobile cover while the western anchor continued rebuilding. Cass pushed upright. That explains the shield. Mara caught an abyssal blade and shoved its owner aside. Can you get behind it? Eventually. That wasn't encouraging. Cass blood stepped across the knight's exposed side. It turned with her. Nico's arrow struck the shield from the opposite angle, and the knight turned again. Cass smiled. Do that again. Nico fired high. Mara's shield line pressed from the front. Cass moved low, forcing the lieutenant to choose between protecting itself from her daggers and covering the rift colors behind it. It chose Cass. Mara's people killed the exposed casters. The western seal snapped into place. Red light died across the anchor. The chain knight swung its shield toward Cass. She slipped inside the arc, drove one dagger into the joint beneath its arm, then buried the second through the opening when Mara struck from the opposite side. The lieutenant collapsed. A pale notice opened across Cass's vision. Level up, 70. Strength, 31. Agility, 57. Constitution, 38. Magic power, 41. Charisma, 39. HP, 230. Stamina, 220. Blood reserve, 140. Daywalker, 58.3%. Cass dismissed it as a horn sounded from the fortress center. The other two parties were already converging. All three outer anchors were dark, but the central breach remained open around a pulsing heart of red light. Something enormous climbed out of it. The rift behemoth struck the ground with both forelimbs. Stone split across the approach, scattering fighters and forcing Rhea to brace behind her shield as Tessa's squad joined the western lane. Tessa pointed past the creature. Final anchor is behind it. We break that first. Three commanders shouted different versions of the same instruction. Cass looked at Mara. Labels wouldn't help anymore. No. The raid attacked together. Rhea held the behemoth's attention while Nico and the other ranged fighters drove it away from the anchor. Marcus joined the SEAL teams at the exposed mechanism. Cass and Mara went around opposite sides, cutting whenever the creature turned. Anchor, Marcus shouted. The combined seal struck. Red light shattered. The behemoth staggered as its breech heart went dark. Cass blood stepped through the opening Rhea created and drove both daggers into the exposed seam beneath its chest. The rift behemoth collapsed. Level up, 71. Strength, 31. Agility, 58. Constitution, 39. Magic power, 42. Charisma, 39. HP, 235. Stamina, 224. Blood reserve, 143. Daywalker, 59.2%. Around Cass, 3 raid parties were still standing. Apparently they had managed cooperation without anyone officially admitting who had been in charge. The raid became considerably less impressive once everyone started bleeding on the same stretch of ground. Cass sat on an overturned supply crate while Juliana inspected the cut along her shoulder. Prepared blood waited open in Cass's hand, and Marcus had already collected 3 pieces of damaged household equipment into a repair pile. Nearby, Rhea held still while a medic wrapped her forearm, Nico counted remaining arrows, and Sable guarded several discarded ration packs with suspicious dedication. Mara sat against the next crate with blood darkening one sleeve. Cass drank and looked at her. You appear damaged. Mara glanced at Cass's torn shoulder. You were thrown into a wall. That was tactical. It was horizontal. Still tactical. Juliana tightened the dressing. Cass stopped arguing long enough to finish the blood. Her body accepted the recovery immediately, but the bruising and torn clothing remained. Levels apparently continued refusing to provide laundry services. Tessa arrived carrying her campaign slate, and the expression Cass had learned meant numbers were about to become important. Marcus looked up from a cracked ward fitting. Please tell me the raid pays for that. Mission damage, Tessa said. It's covered. Marcus visibly relaxed. Cass pointed at him. That's the happiest you've looked since the fortress fell. The fortress wasn't going to reimburse me. Tessa turned the slate around. 3 lines had been added beneath the completed operation. Joint Force Operation, 20. Command, 15. Objective Completion, 25. Campaign Merit Earned, 60. Lifetime Campaign Merit, 135. Cass read the total. That seems inconveniently close to something. Section Leader is 150, Tessa said. Nico looked over. 15 more. Tessa nodded. Field Operator lets me command this squad independently. Section Leader would let me take temporary command of attached campaign elements. Cass looked toward the 3 raid parties now sharing medics, repair tables, and arguments over whose equipment belonged in which pile. So today taught you how to work with people you aren't legally allowed to order around. Mara laughed, then winced and pressed a hand against her injured side. She did better than several people who were allowed. Tessa glanced at her. You should be in the medical tent. I was. And? They told me to sit down. Cass gestured toward the crate. Excellent. You're following medical instructions with admirable creativity. Mara looked across the household gathered around Cass, then at the blood bottle, repair pile, shared supplies, and Tessa's merit slate. Her expression became thoughtful. Cass noticed. Apparently 60 campaign merit hadn't only brought Tessa 15 points short of another authority tier. It had also made their strange little unit considerably more interesting to people standing outside it. 13. New people need bedrooms. Mara's interest in the household survived the raid, the medical tent, and apparently several instructions to go somewhere else and recover properly. Cass discovered this when she returned from having her shoulder checked and found Mara sitting beside Ray's cot in the Crownspire medical ward. Her injured arm had been cleaned and wrapped, but she was using the other to hold a bowl while Rhea ate with the concentrated irritation of someone who disliked needing help. Cass stopped beside the bed. You're still here. Mara looked up. So are you. I belong to these people. That's what I'm trying to understand. Juliana arrived behind Cass carrying fresh bandages and immediately inspected Mara's dressing. You've bled through that. Mara glanced down. Only slightly. There's no medically useful amount of bleeding through a bandage. Juliana took the bowl from her and pointed toward the next empty cot. Sit. Mara sat. Cass smiled. You're becoming very obedient. Apparently your healer outranks me. She outranks everyone when someone's leaking. Across the ward, Marcus was arguing with a campaign quartermaster over whether the cracked ward fitting from the raid counted as mission damage. Nico had returned with food for everyone without being asked. Tessa was filling out 3 separate reports at the foot of Ray's cot, and Sable had positioned herself beneath the bed with 2 ration packets she'd somehow acquired during the transfer from the battlefield. Mara watched all of it while Juliana replaced her dressing. You really do this every time, she said. Tessa looked up from the slate. Do what? This. Mara gestured carefully with her uninjured hand. Half of you are hurt. Marcus is threatening campaign accounting. Nico brought food for people who didn't ask. Juliana's treating me because I happen to sit nearby. And Cass keeps checking whether everyone has enough blood, bandages, or money. Cass frowned. I haven't checked money. Marcus called from across the ward. We're covered. Excellent. Now I have. Mara laughed, then stopped when Juliana tightened the fresh wrap. Her expression settled into something more thoughtful. Most field teams finish an operation and separate. Maybe drink together afterward. You lot behave like someone accidentally brought an entire household onto deployment. Rhea took her bowl back. That's because someone did. Mara looked from her to Tessa, then to Cass. Cass had seen curiosity from Mara before. This wasn't the same kind. Mara wasn't studying a registered vampire, an unusually competent beast, or a strange command arrangement anymore. She was looking at the spaces between them. And apparently she intended to keep asking until somebody explained what held those spaces together. By evening, Mara had followed them from the medical ward to the Crownspire lodging with enough persistence that nobody had quite managed to call it following. The rented rooms were too small for 7 people, 1 gargoyle, drying armor, medical supplies, and Marcus's repair kit, which meant dinner happened around a table intended for 4. Rhea occupied one end with her bandaged arm elevated. Nico sat sideways because Sable had claimed the space beneath his chair. Mara took the remaining seat and watched Juliana inspect everyone's injuries before allowing food to become important. Cass opened a prepared blood bottle. Juliana immediately pointed at it. That one only. You recovered after the raid, but nobody's donating tonight. I wasn't planning to ask. Tessa leaned against Cass's shoulder. You were looking at my neck. Cass turned toward her. I frequently look at your neck. That isn't a defense. It's an excellent neck. Tessa laughed and kissed her before reaching for her dinner. Mara's eyebrows rose, though she politely concentrated on her plate. Nico noticed. You'll hurt yourself pretending not to watch. Mara looked at him. I'm adjusting several assumptions. Cass took another drink. About Tessa's neck? About all of you. Rhea pointed her fork toward Cass. Careful. Asking questions encourages her. Cass rested one hand against Nico's shoulder when he passed behind her chair with the bread. He bent, kissed her temple without interrupting his route, then put the basket beside Mara. Mara stared after him. Cass smiled. Another assumption? Several. Marcus didn't look up from the repair fitting beside his plate. You should write them down. We have forms for most things. We do not, Tessa said. We should. Juliana took the empty blood bottle from Cass and replaced it with water she didn't need. Cass accepted it anyway because arguing with the healer after a raid had poor historical results. Mara slowly looked around the crowded room. Nobody was performing field roles now. Rhea wasn't holding a line. Marcus wasn't maintaining wards. Nico wasn't covering a flank. Tessa had one bare foot tucked beneath Cass's leg. Juliana was stealing vegetables from Ray's plate, and Sable had begun resting her chin on Mara's knee in an increasingly obvious campaign for food. Mara scratched cautiously between the gargoyle's horns. You really live like this? Cass looked around. Usually with better furniture. I meant together. Tessa rested her head against Cass again. Yes. Mara went quiet. Cass watched the curiosity leave her face. What replaced it looked considerably more like a decision. Mara waited until dinner was cleared before making the decision everyone else had apparently already noticed. I want to work with you again. Cass leaned back in her chair. That sounds dangerously reasonable. I mean regularly. Mara looked around the cramped room. Campaign work, contracts, whatever comes next. You function better than most parties I've worked with, and I'd rather be inside whatever this is than keep watching it from another unit. Tessa exchanged a glance with Cass. The humor left the room without anyone announcing it. Cass folded her hands on the table. Then you need the version nobody outside this household gets. Mara's attention sharpened. Publicly, Tessa owns my registration, Cass said. She's my handler. I follow her commands. Privately, that arrangement is almost exactly backwards. Mara looked at Tessa. Tessa nodded. Cass is the center of the household. Cass continued before that became too mysterious. Tessa, Rhea, Juliana, Marcus, and Nico are permanently bound to me. Willingly. The bond carries obligations and advantages, but it isn't something you accept because you want a job. Mara sat very still. Thralls. Yes. And you were going to let me join without becoming one? Yes. That answer seemed to surprise her more than the secret. Marcus brought his ledger over and opened it beside Mara. Paid household work means an agreed share from contracts, campaign pay where applicable, and household expenses allocated before profit. If you need a room, the household pays its proper share. You don't become unpaid labor because you eat with us. Juliana added, feeding is separate. Cass drinks prepared blood are from willing donors. Joining doesn't make you a donor. Rhea rested her bandaged arm on the table. And attraction doesn't make you anything else either. Mara glanced toward Cass. Cass met the look directly. You're attractive. I've noticed. That doesn't create permission, obligation, romance, feeding access, or a bond. Mara's mouth curved faintly. Good to know you noticed. I'm injured, not blind. Tessa sighed. Cass. Professionalism. Right. Mara looked around the table again. And if I decide this was a terrible idea? You leave, Cass said. A secrecy oath means you keep our secrets. It doesn't mean you belong to me. The answer settled the last uncertainty in Mara's face. Then that's what I want, she said. Secrecy oath first. Paid household contract. No thrall bond. Marcus turned to a clean page. Cass smiled. Excellent. Now we discover how much paperwork honesty requires. Marcus discovered that honesty required 3 pages. Mara read each one before signing anything. Cass approved of that. The first set the household pay share and ordinary expenses. The second recorded Mara as an independent adult contractor rather than anyone's property. The third covered secrecy, including the identities, bonds, feeding arrangements, and private hierarchy she'd learned tonight. Mara tapped the final page. This oath prevents disclosure. Nothing else? Nothing else, Cass said. No obedience. No feeding access. No permanent bond. And if I leave? You remain silent and become an irritating former colleague. Mara smiled. Comforting. She read the oath aloud without rushing, accepted its terms, and added her name beneath Marcus's. Cass felt no new connection settle between them. No loyalty appeared through a bond. No second awareness joined the familiar household presence. Good. Mara was still simply Mara. Marcus added his witness mark, sanded the ink, and collected the pages. Welcome to the household contract. Nico lifted his cup. The paperwork portion of the household. Rhea looked toward the adjoining rooms. Speaking of household problems, where's she sleeping? Marcus stopped. Cass recognized that expression. No. I haven't said anything. You've developed the accounting face. Marcus counted on his fingers. We have 2 rented bedrooms. Tessa pointed toward the first door. Rhea and Juliana. The second is Cass, you, and whichever arrangement everyone has negotiated privately. Marcus continued counting. Nico and I already have the sitting room couches. Mara looked toward the narrow couch currently occupied by Sable. Sable opened one eye. Marcus sighed. Correction. Nico has a couch. Cass looked around the Crownspire lodging. Gear occupied one wall. Damaged equipment waited beside Marcus's repair case. Prepared blood filled the rented cold cabinet. 7 adults already exceeded what the landlord had probably imagined when describing the rooms as generous. Now they had 8. Cass folded her arms. We'll rent another room. Marcus opened the household ledger. Cass pointed at him. I dislike how quickly you reached for that. Crownspire rates are higher than Brightfall. Of course they are. Mara leaned back carefully around her bandaged side. I can pay my own lodging. Your household now, Marcus said. Shared work means shared operational costs. Cass smiled faintly. Apparently they'd successfully gained a person and immediately converted her into a housing expense. A deep alarm bell sounded outside. Then another answered from farther across Crownspire. Tessa was already standing when a third dungeon alarm joined them. Marcus closed the ledger. Cass looked toward the window. I suppose bedrooms can wait. 14. The city has a dungeon problem. The third alarm was still sounding when Tessa opened the lodging door. By the time Cass reached the street, a fourth had joined it. Crownspire's evening traffic had stopped pretending this was ordinary. People moved away from the outer district while municipal responders pushed toward it in marked coats, carrying ward cases, stretchers, weapons, and glowing root boards. Red alarm crystals flashed above 3 separate streets. Marcus looked at the lights. 3 entrances? 3 alarms, Tessa corrected. We don't know what's failing yet. Rhea adjusted the sling supporting her bandaged arm. Juliana noticed immediately. You're not using that arm unless someone is actually dying. That seems likely. Then wait until we find them. Mara arrived beside Nico with her fresh dressing hidden beneath borrowed field gear. Is this what joining the household is normally like? Cass checked that her registered collar was visible. No, usually there's more time to regret the paperwork. A municipal response captain intercepted Tessa at the district barrier. His eyes went to her campaign credentials, then Cass's collar, Sable, and the armed people behind them. Academy Field Unit? Senior placement, Tessa said. We heard the alarms from our lodging. Good enough. We've got dungeon faults under the eastern blocks and people trapped below street level. Response teams are still trying to establish which access points connect. Cass kept half a step behind Tessa while two Academy auxiliaries hurried past and recognized them from the raid. One glanced at Cass, visibly reassured by the familiar registered vampire standing where she was supposed to be. Good. Cassidy Hart had now been seen with Tessa, in daylight, at the official response point, wearing her collar and answering a city emergency. That mattered almost as much as whatever was happening underground. Tessa seemed to reach the same conclusion. She studied the route board while Marcus and Nico moved closer. We split only after we know what the district needs. The captain pointed toward a cordon street. First entry team is forming there. Another alarm crystal flared 2 blocks north. Cass looked toward the rooftops. Too many people here knew Cassidy, Tessa, or both. If the failure spread beyond this staging area, using every identity in front of the same witnesses would turn a useful cover into a confession. Tessa's fingers brushed Cass's wrist. Circle north. Stay out of sight until we know where to place you. Cass nodded once. Try not to solve the whole city before I get there. No promises. Cass stepped back from the familiar faces, slipped into the flow of responders, and vanished toward the service alleys beyond the cordon. Cass reached the northern cordon before the alarm pattern changed. The crystal above the street flashed twice, went dark, then flared again in time with another alarm several blocks south. A city responder crouched beside an open service hatch while 2 ward technicians argued over a glowing municipal route slate. That breach was weakening, one said. Now it's climbing again. The second pointed south. Because theirs dropped. Cass stopped beside them. Show me. The responder looked up. Field team? Cass Rowan. She'd removed the collar, changed the obvious pieces of Cassidy's kit in an empty service alley, and crossed 3 sunlit streets before approaching the fresh response line. Nobody here wore Academy colors. Nobody looked at her with recognition. Licensed contractor. He turned the slate toward her. 2 red marks pulsed beneath the district. When the northern breach brightened, the southern one dimmed. Seconds later, the pattern reversed. Cass frowned. They're feeding each other. The first technician stared at the slate. That's why neither closure held. A message crystal on the responder's belt activated. Tessa's voice came through beneath shouting and stone grinding. North team, confirm status. We've found trapped civilians below the southern access. Passage is unstable. Cass smiled faintly at the familiar voice while keeping her own reply professional. North breach is linked to yours. Every time pressure drops there, it rises here. There was a brief silence. Marcus answered from Tessa's side. Then closing one alone pushes the failure into the other. Exactly. Tessa came back immediately. We have 12 people cut off behind the southern collapse. We can't abandon that lane. Cass looked down through the open hatch. Pale dungeon light flickered far below, followed by a dull pulse that she felt through the street beneath her boots. Don't. Make south the rescue route. And north? Cass glanced around the cordon. City responders, municipal technicians, 2 independent adventurers, and nobody from the War College. Fresh witnesses. Rowan can take north. Tessa understood without asking her to explain identities over an open crystal. Take whoever the city assigns. Find where the link joins. Don't close anything until we know what happens to my side. Very demanding for someone several streets away. I practice. The responder beside Cass pointed into the hatch. Service stairs reached the breach level. We lost contact with the first inspection pair when the passage shifted. Cass drew her daggers. That made the northern route considerably less administrative. Over the crystal, Tessa said, we're moving on the trapped civilians. Cass stepped onto the service ladder. Then I'll find out what keeps sending the problem back to you. Below her, the northern breach pulsed again. Far to the south, the answering alarm dimmed. The service stairs ended where Crown Spire's masonry stopped and the dungeon began pretending it had always been there. Cass stepped onto dark stone beside the 2 independent adventurers assigned to her route. Ahead, The passage split around a glowing fault that pulsed in time with the alarms above. One adventurer raised his shield. Inspection pair should be beyond that turn. A shout came through Cass's message crystal before she could answer. Tessa's voice carried over crashing stone. Last civilians are moving. Rhea has the rear. Cass looked toward the pulsing wall. How many left? 3 responders and us. Another impact sounded through the crystal. Then Marcus said, "Clear. Everyone's across." A notice opened across Cass's vision. Rescue objective complete. Level up, 72. Strength, 32. Agility, 59. Constitution, 39. Magic power, 42. Charisma, 40. HP, 235. Stamina, 226. Blood reserve, 143. Daywalker, 60.0%. Cass dismissed it without slowing. The adventurer beside her pointed ahead. Rowan. The missing inspection pair were crouched behind a broken service pillar while 3 dungeon creatures pressed toward them from the junction. Cass ran. She couldn't bloodstep, couldn't vanish into shadow, grow claws, or do anything else likely to make tomorrow's report describe Cass Rowan as an unusually pale vampire. So she did it the expensive way. Cass caught the first creature's strike on one dagger, turned inside it, and drove the second beneath its arm. The impact jarred her wrist. Another attacker clipped her shoulder hard enough to tear cloth and skin before the shield-bearing adventurer slammed it sideways. "Still alive?" he called. Cass ducked another swing. "Ask me somewhere quieter." They cleared the inspection pair and reached the junction. The linked control core filled the wall ahead, 2 crystal masses joined by a bright vein running south beneath the stone. Every pulse sent energy along it toward Tessa's breach. Cass understood immediately. That's the link. The second adventurer raised his weapon. Break it? Not until south is clear. Cass lifted the crystal. Tessa? We're out. Cass attacked the core. Her daggers struck the outer shell while the 2 adventurers kept the remaining creatures away. The first fracture opened slowly. Cass drove into it again, refusing the easier vampire tools waiting beneath her skin. The core flashed. Pain shot through her injured shoulder as the shock threw her against the wall. Cass pushed upright. "I officially dislike municipal infrastructure." She struck the fracture twice more. The linked crystal shattered. Level up, 73. Strength, 32. Agility, 60. Constitution, 40. Magic power, 43. Charisma, 40. HP, 240. Stamina, 230. Blood reserve, 146. Daywalker, 60.8%. The passage stopped pulsing. Over the crystal, Tessa asked, "North?" Cass looked at the witnesses beside her and smiled. Rowan solved it. The Crownspire response office had already turned the emergency into paperwork by the time Cassidy Hart arrived beside Tessa. Cass wore her collar again. Her torn Rowan clothing had disappeared into inventory, but the injury beneath it hadn't. Juliana had wrapped Cass's shoulder in a service alley before the household reunited, and the bandage pulled whenever she moved her arm too far. Rhea still carried her injured arm in a sling. Mara's dressing remained fresh beneath her field coat. A response clerk placed 2 reports on the counter. Southern Lane first. Cadet Rennick's team evacuated 12 civilians and 3 responders before the linked failure was shut down. Tessa nodded. Correct. The clerk glanced at Cass's registration papers. Registered vampire present during initial response and staging. Cass smiled pleasantly. I was extremely registered. Tessa touched her leash before the clerk could decide whether that required a separate form. He moved to the second report. Northern Lane. Independent contractor Cass Rowan located the linked control core with 2 municipal adventurers and recovered the missing inspection pair. Cass kept her expression neutral. Marcus leaned over the counter. Any cross-reference? Shared incident number. The clerk turned both pages so he could see them. Different response lanes, different witnesses, different operating teams. Heartpiercer wasn't mentioned anywhere. Cass looked at the two reports. Cassidy Hart had answered the alarm beside Tessa. Cass Rowan had broken the Northern Core in daylight under independent witnesses. Heartpiercer remained whatever regional hunters already believed she was. 3 useful stories. None had met. Mara read over Tessa's shoulder, then looked toward Cass once they were outside. Is every trip with you going to involve changing names in alleys? No, Cass said. Sometimes I use rooftops. Mara laughed, then winced and pressed one hand carefully against her injured side. Tessa noticed. You can still reconsider traveling with us. The contract doesn't require deployment. Mara's amusement faded. She looked at Ray's sling, Cass's bandaged shoulder, the response office behind them, then toward the crowded Crownspire streets. I know. Cass waited. Mara adjusted her coat. I'm still coming. Excellent, Cass said. We remain short 1 bedroom and have gained another person willing to be injured professionally. Marcus sighed. Please don't make that the recruitment slogan. They started back toward the lodging as evening settled over Crownspire. 2 levels from 1 official emergency was excellent. Cass looked toward the darkening rooftops. Heartpiercer could still choose much harder work after sunset. 15. Heartpiercer needs a hobby. Cass waited until Crownspire had finished seeing Cassidy Hart before becoming someone more interesting. Tessa walked her through the lodging entrance in full view of the night clerk, collar visible and one hand resting on the leash. Marcus had already made certain Cass Rowan's name remained attached to the Northern Response Report and its independent witnesses. By the time Cass reached the private stair, both respectable versions of her had left fresh records behind. Juliana caught her before she reached the roof. Her fingers pressed lightly beside the bandage hidden beneath Cass's coat. You tore this open once already. I'm going hunting, not volunteering for another municipal collapse. That wasn't reassurance. Tessa leaned against the stair rail. You could wait a night. Cass looked from her to the dark window above them. 2 levels during the city emergency had proved useful. They'd also proved that official work arrived when it felt like arriving. Heartpiercer didn't have to be that patient. I'm choosing something that deserves it. Nico held out the copied route notice they'd been discussing. Ashfong Reavers. Intelligent raiding crew. They've hit travelers on 3 approaches to the capital fringe and pulled survivors into an outlaw dungeon nobody patrols willingly. Cass took the page. That sounds appropriately antisocial. It also sounds organized, Tessa said. Even better. Juliana's expression remained unimpressed. If the shoulder worsens, you come home. Cass touched 2 fingers to the bandage. Yes, healer. 20 minutes later, Heartpiercer crossed Crownspire's outer rooftops with the city lights behind her and the outlaw dungeon ahead. The entrance occupied a broken service cut beneath the fringe wall. 2 monster sentries watched her approach. Neither attacked when Cass dropped from the roofline. One stared at her mask. Heartpiercer. Cass smiled. That saves introductions. The second sentry shifted his weapon. Lieutenant Kess Rawl said you might come. That was more interesting. Kess waited beyond the entrance with several Ashfong Reavers watching from the passage behind him. His attention settled on Cass's daggers, then her injured shoulder. You came alone. I was worried bringing friends might seem unfriendly. A few of the watching monsters laughed. Kess didn't. Varric Ashfong knows you've entered his territory. Excellent. I'd hate to arrive unannounced. He stepped aside. Farther inside, Varric waited with more Reavers gathered around him. Cass crossed the threshold. Her shoulder pulled beneath the bandage, reminding her that hobbies apparently had expenses. The entrance closed behind her. Varric Ashfong had arranged the chamber to make himself look careless. Cass noticed because nobody intelligent enough to control an outlaw dungeon accidentally left one raised gallery unwatched, one side passage dark, and their lieutenant standing where an attacker could reach him before anyone else. Kess Rawl watched her notice. Varric remained seated at the far end of the chamber. Hunters write a great deal about you. Cass glanced at the Reavers lining the walls. None stood near the inviting gallery. Mostly inaccurate things. They agree you like height. That explained the gallery. Kess folded his arms. You approach from the side people forget to guard. You identify whoever is giving orders. You avoid prepared ground when another route exists. Cass smiled beneath her mask. I sound exhausting. You also use mist when contained, Varric said. And sudden movement when someone thinks they've closed the distance. Interesting. The public reports had traveled considerably farther than Captain Fenn probably intended. Cass stepped toward Kess. 3 reavers shifted almost imperceptibly. Kess didn't. Cass stopped again. The floor between them looked ordinary until she noticed narrow scratches around 4 stones. Pressure plates. Above the gallery, something metallic caught the dungeon light inside a ceiling recess. A net, probably silvered. The dark side passage smelled faintly of treated wood and blessed oil. Not an escape route, then. Another prepared lane. Cass's delight grew. You built this for me. Varric finally stood. We prepared for Heartpiercer. That's adorable. Kess's expression hardened. You think the reports are wrong? Oh, many of them are excellent. Cass looked toward the empty gallery again. That's the problem. She'd spent months letting hunters observe pieces of Heartpiercer. Rooftops. Wings. Blood attacks. Mist. Sudden movement. A preference for ruining command structures before they could become organized. Apparently the Ashfong Reavers had copied every answer carefully. They simply hadn't realized the exam could change. Cass took another step toward Kess, then deliberately looked toward the gallery. Several Reavers tensed. There. Kess smiled. Found your route? Cass let her gaze travel over the pressure plates, the hidden net, the false side passage, and the monsters waiting for her to behave exactly as reported. I believe I have. Varric lifted one hand. Stone doors slammed shut behind Cass. The gallery shutters dropped, and ward marks flared across the chamber floor. Kess drew his blade. Cass drew both daggers and laughed. Her enemies had studied the wrong homework. Kess moved before the wards finished brightening. Cass moved somewhere the reports hadn't predicted. Instead of retreating toward the gallery or using mist against the closing doors, she charged straight across the pressure plates. The first snapped beneath her boot. The silvered net dropped exactly where Varric's people expected her to dodge. Cass Blood stepped forward. The net landed across 2 reavers behind her. Kess swore and met her with his blade. You knew. I suspected. Cass caught his first strike between her daggers. Pain pulled through her bandaged shoulder as she turned it aside. Then you all kept looking at the ceiling. Kess drove her backward toward another marked stone. Cass planted 1 foot beside it, waited until he committed, then stepped away. His boot hit the plate. A blessed oil charge burst from the wall. Kess twisted clear of most of it. Cass didn't give him the second he needed. She went inside his guard, took a cut across her ribs, and drove Heartpiercer beneath his breastplate. Kess collapsed against her. Level up, 74. Strength, 32. Agility, 60. Constitution, 40. Magic power, 43. Charisma, 41. HP, 240. Stamina, 230. Blood reserve, 146. Daywalker, 61.7%. Cass dismissed the notice. Varric was already coming. You murdered my lieutenant with my trap. Cass pulled her dagger free. I'm beginning to see why this hobby appeals to me. Varric hit harder than Kess. His first blow tore 1 dagger from Cass's hand. The second drove her into a ward-marked pillar and reopened her shoulder beneath Juliana's bandage. Cass Blood stepped away before the follow-up, spending reserve she'd intended to keep for the journey home. Varric followed. That was his mistake. Cass led him across his own chamber, forcing him around trap lanes until he stopped trusting the floor his crew had prepared. When he hesitated beside the false side passage, Cass attacked. Varric caught her wrist. Cass caught his throat. They hit the floor together. He tried to roll on top of her. Cass drove her remaining dagger upward beneath his jaw. Varric went still. The ward marks across the chamber failed in sequence. The sealed doors opened. Hostile lair clear. Level up, 75. Strength, 33. Agility, 61. Constitution, 41. Magic power, 44. Charisma, 41. HP, 245. Stamina, 234. Blood reserve, 149. Daywalker, 62.5%. Ability upgraded. Mist form 2. Cass pushed herself upright with one hand pressed against her bleeding shoulder. Around the chamber, the surviving Ashfang Reavers stared at her. Cass looked at Varric, Kess, and the ruined trap. Apparently hobbies could be educational. The surviving Ashfang Reavers waited until Cass had recovered her second dagger before deciding conversation was safer than revenge. One of them looked from Varric's body to Kess, then at the open doors. Who hired you? Nobody. That answer traveled through the chamber faster than the fight had. Another Reaver frowned. You came here without a contract? Cass checked the bandage beneath her damaged coat. Fresh blood had soaked through Juliana's careful work, and the hollow pull beneath her ribs reminded her that Bloodstep had cost reserve the level notices hadn't returned. I wanted something difficult. The first Reaver stared at her. You hunt bosses because you want to? When they've made themselves suitable targets. Several monsters exchanged looks. Cass immediately recognized a reputation becoming worse in real time. Please repeat the part about suitable targets when you tell people. Nobody promised. By the time Heartpiercer left the outlaw dungeon, two surviving Reavers were already arguing over whether she'd come specifically for Varric or had simply selected the entire lair because she was bored. Cass took the rooftops back toward Crownspire. Juliana was waiting when she climbed through the lodging window. Coat off. Cass obeyed. Everyone was very impressed. I'm sure your bleeding was inspiring. Tessa sat at the table with a message packet open in front of her while Juliana removed the ruined bandage. You've already become a report. That seems efficient. Fen received 3 independent notices from the Capital Fringe. Tessa turned one page. Heartpiercer entered the Ashfang dungeon voluntarily. Cassidy Hart was documented at this lodging before the sighting, and Cass Rowan is still attached to yesterday's municipal response. Cass smiled despite Juliana pressing a clean pad against her shoulder. 3 excellent citizens maintaining separate schedules. Tessa read the final notation. Reported movement remains incompatible with any single known operating pattern. Impossible location? That phrase appears twice. Cass relaxed against the chair while Juliana reached for prepared blood. Her shoulder still hurt, her coat needed repair, and the night had cost considerably more blood reserve than the trip out. 2 levels had still made it worthwhile. A knock sounded at the lodging door. Marcus opened it and accepted a sealed campaign envelope from the uniformed courier outside. Tessa recognized the seal before he reached the table. Nico leaned over her shoulder as she broke it. What now? Tessa read the first lines, then looked at Cass. Campaign command wants our unit. Cass accepted the prepared blood from Juliana. For what? A harder assignment. Cass drank. Apparently hobbies didn't reduce professional obligations. 16. Campaign credit is expensive. The harder assignment began with Tessa being handed responsibility for people she hadn't brought with her. Cass stood beside the forward command table while an Ashen March officer pushed 3 unit markers toward Tessa. Beyond the canvas walls, wagons rattled south from the ruined village while distant impacts shook dust from the command post beams. 2 senior cadet elements and your own unit, the officer said. Evacuation command until the last civilian convoy clears the village. Tessa looked at the markers. What's advancing? Breaker column from the northeast. Rift collar support behind it. That removed most of the room's remaining optimism. Cass shifted her injured shoulder and immediately regretted it. Juliana's fresh bandage held, but Varric Ashfang had left her with a reminder that recreational boss hunting and campaign work apparently shared a scheduling department. The officer tapped the southern road. Your priority is civilians. Not kills. Not salvage. Not proving your unit can break something impressive. Cass glanced at Tessa. I feel specifically addressed. You should, Nico said. Tessa ignored both of them. How many civilians remain? Just over 80. Mostly families, wounded workers, and people who refused to leave until the outer warning towers fell. Rhea frowned. Transport? 4 wagons ready. 2 more loading. Tessa studied the village map. The main road ran between collapsed houses before narrowing at a stone bridge. The breakers were approaching from the northeast, exactly where they could reach the road before the final wagons cleared. One of the attached senior cadets stepped closer. We can hit the column before it reaches the village. And leave the evacuation route uncovered if the rift collars open somewhere else, Tessa said. The cadet hesitated. Then what's the command? Tessa looked around the table, and Cass watched the uncertainty disappear from her face. Rhea takes the bridge with 1 cadet element. Marcus and Juliana stay with the loading point and move with the final convoy. Nico covers the northern roofs. Tessa pointed toward the second attached group. You clear civilians from these houses and bring everyone south. Nobody goes hunting beyond the village boundary. The cadet looked toward Cass. And her? Cass smiled pleasantly. Tessa answered without looking at her. Cass stays with me until we know where the breakers commit. Outside, a warning horn sounded twice. Then a third time. An officer at the entrance turned sharply toward the northeast. Column sighted. Tessa picked up her helmet. Good. Everyone has an assignment. Cass followed her out toward the ruined village as the first breaker appeared beyond the broken northern wall. Apparently command credit came with civilians attached. The breaker cleared the northern wall before the evacuation wagons reached the bridge. 2 more followed it. Tessa stopped in the middle of the village road as the first cadet element shifted instinctively toward the threat. Hold your assignments. Rhea keeps the bridge. Nico stays high. Nobody abandons the civilians. A crack of violet light opened between 2 ruined houses to the east. Cass turned immediately. The air split wider. Ash-black ground showed through the tear for an instant before riflings poured into the street. Behind them, a rift collar stood on the far side with both hands raised, feeding power into the opening. There's your caster, Cass said. I see it. I can reach it. I know. That answer was becoming suspicious. Tessa pointed toward Marcus and Juliana. Take the last 2 wagons. Don't wait for us. Mara, take the house clearance group and sweep the eastern row toward them. Mara drew her sword. And the tier? Keep civilians away from it. Don't try to close it. Mara nodded once and ran. The breakers hit Ray's position before Cass could object. Stone cracked at the bridge approach. Rhea disappeared behind her shield as the first brute struck, then Sable hit its flank hard enough to turn its next step. Nico's first arrow came down from a rooftop and buried itself near the breaker's eye. Cass looked east again. The rift collar was still there. Tessa. No. You don't even know what I was going to say. You were going to explain how quickly you could kill the rift collar. Cass considered lying. Very quickly. A second wave pushed through the flank tear. One of the attached cadet leaders shouted from the bridge. We can't hold 3 breakers and cover the wagons. Tessa looked once at the narrowing evacuation lane. Marcus was already moving the 5th wagon south while Juliana ran beside an injured civilian being helped onto the rear step. Mara's group emerged from a side street with another cluster of villagers. Nico changed routes without being told, keeping both groups covered. Then Tessa made the expensive choice. Rhea, fall back by sections and keep the road open. Mara takes the eastern civilians. Marcus owns the convoy. Nico supports whichever line starts breaking. Cass smiled faintly. And me? Tessa pointed at the breakers. You stay here. Cass's smile vanished. The rift collar is maintaining the tear. Yes. Killing it would help. After the civilians clear, Tessa met her eyes. Until then, you hold the breakers. Another impact shook the bridge. Cass drew both daggers and turned away from the caster she could almost taste. Apparently command meant knowing the best target and deliberately choosing something else. Cass reached Ray's line just as the last wagon began crossing the bridge. The rear breaker came through the ruined street with one arm raised against Nico's arrows. Rhea caught its first strike on her shield, boots sliding across broken stone, while Cass went low and opened the creature's leg behind the knee. Don't kill it yet, Tessa shouted. Cass twisted away from a descending fist. I'm becoming aware of that requirement. The breaker turned after her instead of Rhea. Cass let it. Every step she dragged sideways kept its bulk away from the bridge and the civilians still crowding the final wagon. Behind them, Marcus shouted, "Last group aboard." Juliana climbed onto the rear step after the final wounded civilian. The driver snapped the reins. Wheels struck the bridge stones and rolled south. Tessa watched until the wagon cleared the far end. Cass. Finish it. Finally. Cass Blood stepped inside the breaker's next swing. Her first dagger entered beneath its raised arm. The second found the damaged seam Rhea had opened across its side. Cass tore both free, ducked the returning blow, and drove Heartpiercer upward beneath its jaw. The breaker collapsed. Tear next, Tessa called. Cass was already moving. The flank breach still burned between the eastern houses, riftlings spilling through while Mara's cadets kept them away from the cleared civilian lane. The rift collar beyond the opening had begun widening it now that the evacuation was gone. Marcus reached the tier from the opposite side. The edges anchored to those marks. Cass saw them. 3 dark sigils had been cut into the street around the breach. She shattered the first while Mara's group held the riftlings back. Rhea broke the second with her shield. Cass reached the third as Nico's arrow passed through the tear and struck the rift collar's shoulder. The caster staggered. Cass drove both daggers through the final mark. The tear folded inward and vanished. A pale notice opened across her vision. Level up, 76. Strength, 33. Agility, 62. Constitution, 41. Magic power, 44. Charisma, 42. HP, 245. Stamina, 236. Blood reserve, 149. Daywalker, 63.3%. Cass dismissed it as the campaign officer reached Tessa with an active slate. Village defense complete. 45 campaign merit. Tessa took the slate. Command, 15. Rescue, 20. Sustained field deployment, 10. Lifetime campaign merit, 180. A final line appeared beneath the total. Section leader authority unlocked. Cass looked from the empty evacuation road to Tessa's new status. Apparently protecting people paid better than chasing the interesting target. The campaign officer corrected Tessa's new authority before Cass could become too impressed by it. Section leader doesn't make you an officer, he said, taking the active slate back. It means campaign command may attach cadet and specialist elements to you when the assignment requires it. Cass glanced toward the senior cadets who had spent the evacuation following Tessa's orders. That appears suspiciously similar from where I'm standing. It also gives priority supply access. Cass reconsidered immediately. I support professional advancement. Tessa ignored her and examined the new authorization displayed beneath her name. Temporary attached unit command. Priority requisition. Her lifetime merit remained at 180. Comfortably beyond the 150 threshold and still uncomfortably short of graduation. What comes next? Tessa asked. 225 for Joint Force Candidate, the officer said. 300 for the Graduate Command Seal. You're progressing well. You're not finished. Cass looked at the ruined village behind them. Apparently 80 civilians, several breakers, and a hole in reality purchased less graduation than expected. Juliana arrived before the officer could answer and caught Cass by the good shoulder. Sit down. I'm discussing education. You're bleeding through your bandage. That ended Cass's contribution to military administration. By the time Juliana had replaced the dressing, Tessa had acquired another deployment packet and discovered what priority supply actually meant. At the forward stores, she presented her section leader authorization and requested blood-safe medical stock, ammunition, replacement ward materials, and field rations for the attached elements listed on her new manifest. The quartermaster checked the seal and pushed the requisition ahead of 2 ordinary squad requests. Marcus watched the crates accumulate. I like this authority. Tessa looked at the manifest. You'll like the assignment less. Nico leaned over her shoulder. Greywatch? Replacements and specialist personnel are moving to the next front. Tessa tapped the transport line. We're attached to the transfer. Cass read the next entry. Military airship. Her attention stopped there. Rhea noticed. You've seen airships before. From underneath. That isn't the same thing? Cass stared at her. Not remotely. The officer handed Tessa the final movement order. Your attached cadets report at the military dock tomorrow. Priority loading is already authorized under your section leader status. The transport is carrying replacements toward Greywatch. Tessa folded the order. Cass forgot about her shoulder for almost 3 seconds. Campaign credit had finally produced something worthwhile. They were getting an airship. 17. Airships are not tactical. The military dock was considerably less romantic from the boarding side. Cass had expected polished rails, wide windows, and somewhere sensible to stand while Crownspire became smaller beneath her. The Crown Line instead waited above a forest of loading cranes with half its deck occupied by strapped supply pallets, ward crates, ammunition chests, and 2 rows of narrow benches that suggested comfort had been removed for military efficiency. Tessa presented her section leader movement order at the gangway. The dock clerk checked the seal and attached cadet manifest, then waved the group through without making Cass pay a registered beast surcharge. Cass touched the collar at her throat. I've decided military authority is beautiful. Marcus shifted a crate of blood-safe medical stock onto a cargo trolley. You liked it yesterday because it moved us ahead of a supply queue. I contain multiple reasons. Her shoulder pulled when she reached for the next crate. Juliana caught her wrist. You're carrying nothing heavier than your daggers. That restriction feels targeted. It is. A woman waiting beside the Crown Line's boarding ramp glanced over. She wore close-fitted Sky Lancer flight gear, with a navigator's license plate beside the airship crew insignia. If your healer has to threaten you before boarding, I'd prefer she win. We're carrying replacements, not collecting them. Tessa stepped forward. Section Leader Tessa Rennick. Attached Transfer Unit. Shaleen Vero. The woman offered her hand. Licensed Navigator. I have your manifest and priority order. Cadets berth forward. Household and specialists take the starboard benches. Keep the center passage clear during ascent. Cass looked past her into the airship. Where's the passenger salon? Shaleen's expression stayed serious. On a different airship. The observation deck? Also a different airship. Refreshments? Shaleen smiled. You may observe your own rations. Tessa made a pleased sound and headed aboard before Cass could object to the destruction of aviation as a concept. The Crown Line's interior was all reinforced ribs, cargo netting, narrow passages, and machinery vibration underfoot. Through an open section beside the lift deck, Cass could see paired engine housings while crew moved around them checking gauges, lines, and ward plates. Shaleen followed her gaze. Stay out of that section unless crew calls for help. The lift engines are the one part of the ship nobody gets curious around. Cass looked at Tessa. I feel specifically addressed again. You should. Lines came free below them. The Crown Line rose from the military dock, heavy with people and supplies, and Crownspire began to fall away beneath the rail. Cass smiled despite the bandage pulling beneath her coat. Military airships had terrible seating. They were still airships. The Crown Line had been airborne long enough for Cass to forgive the benches when the first impact struck beneath her feet. The deck jumped. Cargo restraints snapped tight, someone shouted from the forward passage, and Shaleen's voice carried from the navigation station. Port lift array hit. Crew to emergency stations. Cass reached the open lift deck with Tessa beside her. 3 dark-winged creatures swept past the ship, hooked limbs scraping the outer framework before they climbed for another attack. More circled above them. Abyssal Sky Brood, Shaleen shouted. They're targeting the engines. One engine housing was already venting pale vapor. 2 crew members fought to secure a damaged ward plate while another dragged a broken support clear. Tessa looked once and started assigning people. Rhea, port engine with the crew. Marcus, keep those wards stable. Juliana stays between both stations. Nico, upper rail. Attached cadets split between port and starboard defense. Cass drew her daggers. And me? A violet line opened across the lift deck. Everyone nearest it recoiled as the air tore sideways. Black rift ground appeared through the narrow breach, close enough for Cass to see a rift collar beyond it with both hands raised. 3 riftlings came through first. Then 2 more. Tessa, Cass said. I see it. Tessa pointed at the breach. Cass and Sable contain the boarders. Nobody leaves the engines. One of the attached cadets turned toward the rift collar. We can push through and kill the caster. And abandon the lift deck while flyers are attacking it? Tessa snapped. No, hold this side. The next sky creature slammed into the outer frame. Metal shrieked. Rhea caught a loose support before it struck one of the engine crew, while Marcus dropped beside the damaged ward plate and pressed both hands against its flickering runes. Port lift is losing stability, he shouted. Shelleen answered from above. Then I need it alive, not perfect. Cass intercepted the first riftling before it reached Marcus. Her dagger opened its throat, but another immediately replaced it through the breach. Sable hit that one sideways and drove it into the rail. Nico's bow snapped from overhead. An attacking flyer twisted away from the engine frame with an arrow buried beneath one wing. Tessa moved between positions instead of joining any single fight. Cadets, protect the crew. Rhea holds port. Cass keeps that breach contained. Nobody chases anything off the ship. Cass looked through the violet tear at the rift collar maintaining it. She could reach him, not without leaving the engine behind her. Another impact shook the crown line, and the damaged port lift engine dropped into a deeper, uglier vibration. Apparently airships became tactical the moment someone tried to make them stop flying. The rift collar solved Cass's problem by stepping through its own breach. Violet light widened across the lift deck, and the caster emerged behind another rush of riftlings, one hand still holding the tear open. Cass abandoned the nearest lesser creature to Sable and went straight for him. Tessa? Take the caster. Cass blood stepped across the deck. The rift collar saw her coming and threw one arm forward. Dark force struck Cass's injured shoulder hard enough to turn her, but she kept moving. Her first dagger knocked his casting hand aside. The second entered beneath his ribs. He tried to retreat through the breach. Cass caught his coat, pulled him back onto the crown line, and drove Heartpiercer through his chest. The violet tear collapsed. A pale notice appeared. Level up, 77. Strength, 33. Agility, 62. Constitution, 41. Magic power, 45. Charisma, 42. HP, 245. Stamina, 236. Blood reserve, 151. Daywalker, 64.2%. Cass dismissed it as the entire ship tilted beneath her. Shelleen shouted from the navigation station, "Port lift is failing. We're descending." "Controlled?" Tessa called. Shelleen hauled one control lever back with both hands. "Define controlled." That answer lacked several comforting qualities. A shadow crossed the deck. The brood leader came down through Nico's arrows with wings broad enough to block half the sky. It struck the damaged lift frame, claws locking around metal while the crown line dropped beneath its weight. "Everyone on that target," Tessa shouted. "Keep it off the engine." Rhea hit first, shield driving against one hooked limb. Attached cadets attacked from both sides while Nico kept firing into the creature's exposed wing joints. Sable climbed the frame and tore at the opposite flank. The brood leader ripped free and lunged toward Marcus. Cass intercepted it. One claw opened her coat and caught the wound beneath her bandage. Pain went white across her shoulder, but she stayed inside its reach long enough for Rhea to slam it sideways. "Tessa. Now." Cass drove both daggers into the gap beneath its throat. Nico's next arrow struck above hers. Rhea forced the creature backward, and the attached cadets pushed with her until the brood leader lost its hold on the frame. Cass tore Heartpiercer free. The creature fell away beneath the crown line. Another notice opened. Level up, 78. Strength, 33. Agility, 63. Constitution, 42. Magic power, 45. Charisma, 43. HP, 250. Stamina, 240. Blood reserve, 152. Daywalker, 65.0%. The deck continued dropping. Shelleen's voice carried over the failing engines. Brace for emergency landing. Apparently winning the air battle didn't mean the airship had agreed to remain in the air. The crown line reached the ground with considerably more enthusiasm than Cass preferred. The emergency landing field rushed beneath them, the damaged port lift engines screamed, and Shelleen held the ship level just long enough for the landing struts to strike first. Cass caught a rail with one hand. The crown line bounced once, dragged across packed earth, and finally stopped amid shouting ground crews. Juliana caught Cass before she reached the ramp. Sit. We've landed. You're bleeding. That keeps happening today. Juliana pushed her onto a cargo crate and opened the torn shoulder of her coat. The old wound had reopened beneath the fresh claw marks. She inspected it, then handed Cass a prepared blood bottle from the medical stock. Drink. You spent too much blood and opened the same injury twice. Cass broke the seal. Air travel has disappointed me medically. Nearby, crew swarmed the damaged lift engine. Marcus joined them beside the fractured ward plate while Rhea helped shift a bent support away from the housing. Shelleen remained at the navigation station until the engines were fully shut down, then climbed onto the field looking exhausted and deeply offended by her own ship. A campaign officer reached Tessa before Cass finished feeding. Section Leader Rennick? Tessa stepped forward. Yes. The officer activated a slate. Emergency Joint Force Action aboard the Crown Line. 50 campaign merit. 3 entries appeared. Joint Force Operation. 20. Command. 15. Objective Completion. 15. Lifetime campaign merit. 230. Tessa stared at the total. A final line opened beneath it. Joint Force Candidate unlocked. The officer tapped the new status. Raid Command Eligibility. Priority Military Airship and Portal Transport. High-risk specialist requisitions when authorized. Cass lowered the bottle. We nearly crashed to unlock better airship access. Shelleen arrived in time to hear that. Next time, try traveling on one nobody attacks. I thought that was what we did. Shelleen looked back at the Crown Line. So did I. The officer handed Tessa a second slate. You won't have long to enjoy the promotion. Greywatch Command has approved your graduation capstone. Tessa read the first line. Joint Force Raid? Major Rift Anchor. Mixed Military, Guild, and Academy elements. Your new status makes you eligible to coordinate them. Cass looked at Juliana. Can I finish being medically disappointing first? You can finish the bottle. Across the field, Shelleen was already discussing repair requirements with the Crown Line crew. She wasn't leaving the campaign, merely acquiring work on the ground until her ship could fly again. Tessa folded the raid order. Report immediately. Cass finished the blood and stood carefully. Apparently surviving her first airship journey had earned them another reason not to unpack. 18. Tessa graduates, probably. Greywatch Command interpreted, report immediately, with disturbing accuracy. Cass reached the campaign fortress with Juliana's fresh bandage pulling beneath her repaired coat and half the household still carrying equipment from the Crown Line. Mara joined them outside the operations tent, already armed, while Shelleen arrived from the grounded airship with a crew slate tucked beneath one arm. Cass looked at the fortified walls, the crowded staging yard, and the black rift visible beyond the outer defenses. I thought graduation involved chairs. Tessa adjusted the folder containing her capstone order. You've attended this academy long enough to know better. Inside, a military officer, guild coordinator, and 2 academy evaluators waited around a tactical table. 3 colored markers showed separate approach lanes converging on a black crystal symbol. One evaluator pointed to the center. Major Rift Anchor. It's feeding reinforcement cycles across this section of the Greywatch front. Destroying it is your capstone objective. Tessa studied the map. Assigned strength? Military line unit from the east. 2 guild parties through the western works. Academy and specialist elements through the center. The officer looked directly at her. You coordinate all 3. Cass leaned toward Mara. That sounds suspiciously like actual command. Mara kept watching the map. Try not to sound surprised. She'll become unbearable. I already live with her. Tessa ignored them. Enemy command? The guild coordinator placed another marker beside the anchor. Chain Knight. Confirmed Commander Class Abyssal. It's been managing reinforcement timing and protecting the anchor between waves. That removed most of Cass's remaining interest in graduation chairs. The evaluator turned his slate toward Tessa. Her lifetime campaign merit showed 230. Your joint force candidate qualified, which makes you eligible to command this operation. Eligibility isn't graduation. Today you still have to demonstrate command, objective completion, joint force coordination, and sustained field deployment under live conditions. Juliana folded her arms. Some of us arrived from an airship crash less than an hour ago. Emergency action is recorded, the evaluator said. Anyone medically unfit can be removed. Every eye at the table shifted toward Cass. Cass touched the bandage beneath her coat. I'm beginning to feel unfairly famous. Tessa looked at Juliana. Can she fight? Juliana's expression made clear that this wasn't the question she preferred. Yes. She shouldn't reopen it again. I'll add that to today's ambitions. Tessa turned back to the map and began moving the 3 force markers toward their starting lanes. Outside, the fortress alarm changed cadence. The strike was assembling. The fortress gates opened onto 3 attack lanes at once. Tessa sent the military line east, the 2 guild parties west, and kept the household with the academy element through the center. Mara went with the western group to reinforce its front rank, while Chelline stayed close enough to Tessa to carry signals when the noise-swallowed shouted orders. Cass drew both daggers. Center is ours? For now. Tessa pointed toward the black crystal visible beyond broken defenses. Nobody attacks the anchor until all 3 lanes are secure. That became difficult almost immediately. The Chain Knight stood beside the rift anchor with one chained gauntlet raised. Red light traveled along the links, and the next abyssal wave changed direction before it finished forming. Half the reinforcements moving toward the military line turned west instead. Chelline saw it. Western lane is taking both groups. Tessa didn't hesitate. Mara holds until the guild parties reset. Nico, support west. Rhea stays center. Marcus, reinforce east if their wards start failing. Cass looked toward the Chain Knight. It's directing them. I know. Then I could solve that. Not while reaching it means leaving the center open. Cass disliked command most when it was sensible. Riftlings hit their position before she could complain. Rhea met the first rush behind her shield while Sable tore into a caster trying to establish another breach. Juliana stayed behind them, moving between wounded cadets without abandoning the lane. The Chain Knight raised its arm again. This time the eastern reinforcements turned center. Tessa swore. Cass, forward. Hard stop. Don't chase past the broken pillar. Cass bloodstepped into the leading abyssal and drove Heartpiercer beneath its armor. She pivoted away from the falling body, caught the next across the throat, then stopped at the broken pillar despite the open path beyond it. 3 more came through. Apparently graduation required restraint in extremely inconvenient places. Behind her, Tessa coordinated everyone else instead of personally fixing anything. Military holds east. Guild West advances 20 paces when Mara signals. Cadets maintain center. Marcus, give them the ward now. Blue light strengthened along the eastern line. Mara's raised sword flashed from the west. Tessa pointed. Advance. All 3 lanes moved together. The Chain Knight reacted instantly. Its chain struck the ground beside the anchor, and a fresh reinforcement pattern flared across every approach. Cass looked past the next wave and saw what it was buying. Time. The rift anchor was brightening again. Tessa. I see it. Tessa's voice sharpened across the battlefield. Everyone hold pressure. The next wave cannot be allowed to reform. The Chain Knight committed itself when the new wave began forming. Its chained gauntlet rose, red light spreading from the rift anchor into 3 reinforcement lines. Cass saw the opening at the same moment Tessa did. Military line advance, Tessa shouted. Guild West, collapse inward. Mara, drive the commander center. Cass, you're clear past the pillar. Cass smiled. Finally. She bloodstepped through the nearest abyssal before it finished forming. The movement pulled painfully across her injured shoulder, but stopping would leave the Chain Knight another chance to redirect the wave. Mara reached it from the west first. Her sword caught the descending chain and knocked it wide. Rhea arrived from center a heartbeat later, shield striking the knight hard enough to force it away from the anchor. The commander swung toward her. Nico's arrow struck the joint beneath its raised arm. Cass went through the opening. Heartpiercer drove between two plates beneath the Chain Knight's ribs. The commander caught her wounded shoulder with its free hand and threw her sideways. Cass hit the ground, rolled, and came up with Juliana shouting from behind the line. "Do not tear that open again." "I'm attempting not to." "Attempt better." The Chain Knight pulled its chain back toward the anchor. Tessa pointed. "Everyone, now. Keep it separated from the core." Military shields closed from the east. Mara and the guild fighters pressed from the west. Rhea held the center while Sable attacked the knight's exposed flank. The chain stretched tight between commander and anchor. Cass cut it. The links broke. Red light vanished from the reinforcement lanes. Rhea drove the Chain Knight backward, Mara struck high, and Cass stepped inside its final guard. Both daggers entered beneath the breastplate. The commander fell. "Anchor," Tessa shouted. The coalition turned together. Weapons, arrows, and spells struck the exposed rift anchor until fractures raced across the black crystal. Cass reached it through the collapsing defense and drove Heartpiercer into the largest crack. The core shattered. A pale notice opened. Level up, 79. Strength, 33. Agility, 63. Constitution, 42. Magic power, 46. Charisma, 43. HP, 250. Stamina, 240. Blood reserve, 154. Daywalker, 65.8%. Across the battlefield, Tessa's campaign slate brightened. Command, 15. Objective completion, 25. Joint force operation, 20. Sustained field deployment, 10. Campaign merit earned, 70. Lifetime campaign merit, 300. A final line appeared beneath it. Graduation threshold met. Tessa stared at the slate. Cass pulled her dagger from the ruined anchor. "Does this mean we finally get the chairs?" The Academy review tent did, in fact, contain chairs. Cass accepted one while Juliana reopened the shoulder of her coat for the third time that day. Across the table, Tessa stood before two evaluators with dried rift dust on her uniform and the campaign slate still showing 300 lifetime merit. One evaluator placed a small metal seal beside the paperwork. "Section Leader Rennick, your senior field requirement is complete." Tessa looked at the seal. "That's it?" Cass smiled. "Careful. They may hear disappointment and invent another assessment." The evaluator almost smiled. The Graduate Command Seal is a permanent advanced campaign credential. It confirms qualification for assigned Joint Force Command, specialist requisitions, campaign contracts, and senior operational work. Tessa picked it up. The Academy crest occupied one side. The reverse carried her name and campaign record. The second evaluator added, "It is not a military commission." That caught Tessa's attention. Meaning? Meaning Greywatch Command doesn't own you. The evaluator closed her file. "You may accept military or regional assignments when contracted or delegated. You're not entering the standing army, and today's raid does not obligate you to remain on this front." Cass looked at Tessa. "Graduation includes escape rights. I approve." Mara leaned against the tent support beside Chelene. "You realize she can still volunteer. Why would you introduce that possibility?" Chelene glanced toward the fortress outside. "Some people enjoy employment. I've heard rumors." Juliana tightened the fresh dressing beneath Cass's coat. "Some people also recover before finding more employment." Cass winced. That sounded directed. It was. The evaluator passed Tessa the completed certificate. "Your campaign service remains recognized after graduation. The Academy will continue providing institutional contacts and qualifying logistics access, but further work is professional, not coursework." Tessa held the certificate for a moment before looking toward the household. Rhea was exhausted. Marcus had already begun listing damaged equipment. Nico's bow needed restringing. Shelleen's airship remained grounded. Cass had apparently made reopening one shoulder into a campaign specialty. Tessa folded the certificate carefully. Then we're taking recovery time. Marcus looked up. Paid recovery? The campaign officer at the adjoining table heard him. Raid and campaign pay will settle before departure. Cass brightened. My favorite kind. Tessa finally smiled. We recover first. Then we decide whether we want another Warzone contract. Cass settled back while Juliana finished securing her bandage. Apparently graduation meant Tessa could finally choose her next assignment. More importantly, so could they. 19. Rich people still need towels. Crownspire delivered their campaign pay to the inn before Cass had finished deciding whether recovery required breakfast or another 6 hours in bed. Marcus ruined the moment by spreading 3 payment slips across the table. Cass looked at the stamped totals. That seems like a lot of money. It was a lot of fighting, Rhea said. Juliana glanced toward Cass's repaired coat. And an unreasonable amount of bleeding. I contributed professionally. Mara pulled out a chair beside Nico. Mostly by getting stabbed. That was tactical. Tessa set her graduate command seal beside the payment records. Marcus? He'd already started dividing the settlement into columns. Household reserve first. Prepared blood, ammunition, armor repairs, replacement consumables, lodging, travel home if we decide not to take another contract, and emergency funds. Cass watched the available total shrink. I liked it better before accounting. You always do. Marcus moved another figure into reserve. Then operating capital for the next job. We're recovering. Recovery ends eventually. Cass narrowed her eyes. That sounds suspiciously like optimism. Nico leaned over Marcus's shoulder. You forgot Sable's feed. Sable immediately put both front paws on Marcus's knee. I hadn't forgotten. Marcus added the expense while Sable continued supervising. And Bramble's stable costs. Cass sighed. Everyone dependent on me has developed invoices. Marcus finished the last necessary allocation, turned the ledger around, and tapped the remaining figure. This is available. Cass studied it. For what? Anything. That isn't a category. It is today. Cass looked at Tessa. Equipment? Tessa shook her head. Already reserved. Better rooms? Covered. Travel? Covered. Prepared blood? Juliana answered this time. Covered. Cass stared at the number again, increasingly suspicious. So we keep it. Marcus took the ledger back. No. Cass blinked. Excuse me? You said we were taking recovery time. You're going to spend some money on recovery. I can recover without spending money. Mara smiled. That may be the least believable thing you've said since I met you. Marcus separated part of the remaining money into a second pouch and pushed it across the table. Luxury. Not equipment. Not reserve. Not an investment. You have to use it on something you want. Cass picked up the pouch as though it might contain a contractual trap. Tessa smiled. Crownspire has bathhouses. Juliana added, proper ones. Nico said, and the entertainment market. Cass looked from the money to the people around the table. Apparently becoming financially successful had introduced a horrifying new responsibility. She had to enjoy it. The luxury pouch survived exactly 12 minutes after they left the inn. Cass spent the first part of it at Crownspire's bathhouse, where an attendant handed her a towel thick enough to qualify as bedding and directed the household toward heated pools beneath a glass roof. Sunlight poured across the water. Cass sank to her shoulders beside Tessa and decided wealth had finally justified itself. Rhea tested the towel between 2 fingers. We should buy these. Marcus looked alarmed. You cannot steal bathhouse towels. I said buy. Cass closed her eyes. I support any economic system that produces towels this soft. The shopping district was less restful. Cass found a fitted black coat she liked, rejected another because it lacked usable pockets, then watched Marcus examine the price on reinforced boots. You're doing it again, Tessa said. Cass looked innocent. Doing what? Turning luxury shopping into equipment procurement. The boots are practical. That's the problem. Cass reluctantly put them back and bought the coat instead. The entertainment market finally defeated her resistance. Rows of story crystals filled an entire shop, each carrying serialized dramas, comedies, romances, and adventures. A merchant demonstrated a polished receiver by setting a crystal into its slot. Light formed above it, resolving into two beautifully dressed women arguing across an extravagant dining room. Cass stopped walking. One woman lowered her voice. "If the Duchess discovers who you met last night, she'll destroy you." The other smiled. "Then perhaps she shouldn't discover it." Cass stared. Tessa noticed. "You know this one?" "No." Cass moved closer to the receiver. "But I understand it spiritually." The merchant smiled. "The Duchess has secrets. Current season is 17 episodes. New installments arrive automatically with subscription service." Cass looked at the price. Then at the receiver. Then back at the price. "That costs more than my coat." Marcus checked the tag. "You can afford it." "That isn't helping. You have luxury money." Cass hated that he'd prepared for this argument. The merchant showed her the subscription options. Cass selected the receiver, paid for the current season, then added the ongoing subscription before she could become financially responsible again. Back at the inn, she set the receiver carefully on the table and placed the first crystal into its slot. The opening scene appeared above it. Juliana sat beside her. Tessa claimed the other chair. Rhea and Marcus pulled closer. Nico leaned against the wall, while Mara settled on the end of the bed. Cass looked around at everyone waiting for the story to begin. Perhaps recovery didn't require optimization. It required snacks. The snacks lasted through 2 episodes before Juliana decided Cass had watched enough fictional betrayal while still running below her preferred recovery reserve. She held out her wrist. "Feed." Cass looked at the story crystal. The Duchess is about to discover the gardener. The Duchess will survive 5 minutes. That remains unproven. Tessa paused the receiver. Cass gave her an injured look, but Juliana was already smiling as Cass accepted her arm. The feeding was willing, familiar, and deliberately unhurried. Cass stopped before Juliana needed to tell her, then kissed the healed skin before letting her go. Juliana flexed her hand. "Better." Cass leaned back against Tessa. "I'm being medically supervised during leisure." "You'd turn leisure into competitive recovery without supervision." Cass considered objecting, then decided kissing Tessa was more productive. The bedroom door closed later with the story still paused downstairs. What followed belonged to them rather than the household, without schedules, campaign alarms, or someone knocking because another objective had appeared. By the time Cass and Tessa returned, both of them looked relaxed enough that Rhea pointedly refused to ask why. Mara waited until the teasing faded. "I want the bond." Cass stopped beside the table. "Which bond?" "The permanent one." Mara met her eyes. "The one Nico chose." Nobody spoke for several seconds. Cass pulled out the chair opposite her. "Sit." Mara did. Cass remained standing. "You already have the secrecy oath. You can live with us, fight beside us, leave contracts, refuse me, and keep doing exactly what you're doing without becoming my thrall." "I know. The bond doesn't mean romance." "I know. It doesn't mean sex." Mara's mouth twitched. "Cass. And it doesn't give me feeding access. You don't become a donor because you become a thrall." Mara's amusement disappeared. "I know all of that. I'm not asking for any of those things." Cass studied her. "Then what are you asking for?" "The household." Mara glanced around the room before looking back. "Permanently. I've had enough time to know what that means here." Cass gave her one final chance to change her mind. Mara didn't. The bite took only moments. Cass fed just enough for the magic to answer, then stopped. Thrall bond settled into place. Mara touched the healed marks at her throat. "That's it?" Cass smiled. "You were expecting paperwork?" Marcus looked up from across the room. "There will be paperwork." Mara sighed. Apparently permanence still came with administration. Marcus had barely finished threatening Mara with administrative consequences when a sealed campaign packet arrived from the inn desk. Tessa broke the seal while Cass reclaimed her place beside the story crystal receiver. If that's Academy paperwork, I graduated several hours ago. It's not Academy. Tessa unfolded the first sheet. Her expression sharpened. Greywatch campaign contract. Ashen March Inner Rift Front. That got everyone's attention. Marcus abandoned Mara's future paperwork and took the attached payment schedule. They're offering this much? Cass looked over his shoulder. Then she looked again. That's offensive. Nico leaned closer. Low? No, high enough that I'm wondering what they expect us to survive. Tessa spread the objective sheet across the table. Unlike the single raid orders they'd been taking around Crownspire, this one didn't describe one target. It listed defensive sectors, rift anchor suppression, commander class abyssals, emergency breach response, monster territory liaison work, and high-level objectives assigned as the front changed. Rhea traced one line with her finger. This isn't a contract for one operation. No, Tessa said. It's an ongoing frontier deployment. We're paid by assignment, with separate objective bonuses and hazard rates. Marcus had already begun calculating. Travel is covered under the Graduate Command credential. Campaign lodging too. Requisitions are available at Greywatch. Cass waited for the inevitable bad number. It never arrived. Marcus looked up. We don't need this. Cass frowned. That sounded irresponsible. I mean financially. He tapped the reserves he'd finished allocating earlier. We can go home tomorrow, take ordinary contracts around Brightfall, and remain completely solvent. We don't need the hazard pay. Juliana studied Cass. You're smiling. I'm reading. You're smiling while reading. Cass looked back at the objective list. Permanent Black Rift. Changing sectors. Commanders. Anchors. High-level battlefield objectives dense enough that somebody had needed a second page to describe them. Tessa folded her arms. So? Cass glanced toward the receiver, where the Duchess remained paused halfway through destroying someone's social life. She had money, stories, a good coat, ridiculously expensive towels available nearby, and absolutely no financial reason to enter another war zone. That made the decision considerably easier. She pushed the contract toward Tessa. Accept it. Marcus stared at her. Without negotiating the rate? The rate is already obscene. You usually negotiate anyway. Cass smiled. This time I want the job. Tessa picked up the acceptance sheet. Why? Cass tapped the long list of objectives. Because it sounds fun. By morning, they were going to Greywatch. 20. Welcome to the front. Greywatch made Crownspire's campaign maps look optimistic. Cass stood on the inner wall beside Tessa and watched the Ashen March rearrange itself beyond the fortifications. 3 defensive walls stepped down toward a broad plain scarred by trenches, barricades, shattered towers, and stretches of ground that had changed ownership often enough for nobody to bother repairing them. Far beyond the outer sectors, a black rift cut vertically through the sky. It didn't move like a portal. It simply remained open, a dark wound tall enough to be visible from Greywatch's highest wall, with dull red lights showing somewhere impossibly far inside it. Cass folded her arms. That seems unhealthy. The Greywatch campaign officer beside Tessa didn't smile. It's been there for 32 years. Cass looked at him. That made it worse. Tessa accepted the sector packet he offered. Her graduate command seal had already survived 3 checkpoints, 2 credential inspections, and 1 quartermaster who had become noticeably friendlier after seeing it. How stable is the line? Depends which part. A distant horn answered him. Markers on the enormous field board beneath the observation shelter changed from blue to gray across one outer sector. Rhea leaned closer. They just lost that? Temporarily, the officer said. Probably. Marcus stared at him. Probably? Welcome to the front. Movement below drew Cass's attention from the board. A mixed column entered through the western gate. Human wounded came first, followed by supply carts and several creatures Cass recognized immediately as local monsters rather than abyssals. A horned woman supported something resembling an armored lizard on one side while 2 goblins carried a third companion between them. Nico followed her gaze. Refugees? Displaced scouts, the officer said. Their territory sat between Sector 9 and the Rift Line until yesterday. Mara frowned. The host took it? The host doesn't care who owns what. That, Cass understood. Beyond the walls, another sector marker changed. Closer to the Black Rift, dark shapes moved through broken fortifications while human defenders withdrew toward prepared lines. None of it resembled a single battle waiting to be won. The front had roads, sectors, fallback positions, monster territories, supply lanes, and an enemy that could keep returning through a hole in the world. Tessa unfolded their assignment packet. Where do you need us? The officer pointed toward the lower defensive line. Everywhere eventually. For now, you're assigned to the Eastern Service Corridor. Cass looked toward the distant rift again. Greywatch didn't have battles. It had shifts. The Eastern Service Corridor had been designed for supply carts, repair crews, and people who preferred not to be shot at while moving between walls. The Abyssal Host disagreed. Cass had barely followed Tessa down the ramp from the inner wall when the first alarm sounded. Soldiers ahead dragged a barricade across the corridor entrance while Rhea raised her shield and Nico moved toward the firing step. Beyond the outer gate, 3 dark figures crossed the broken ground at a run, followed by more shapes keeping low behind ruined stonework. The Greywatch officer pointed toward the gate. Vanguard probe. Keep them out of the service lane. Tessa unfolded the assignment sheet he'd handed her upstairs. Is this our contracted sector? It can be. He looked at her graduate command seal. Your credential authorizes independent defense objectives. Hold the corridor until relief arrives, and Greywatch pays the listed hazard rate. Marcus glanced at the figure. That's considerably less offensive than yesterday's offer. Cass drew her daggers. I'm glad accounting remains functional during invasion. A shout came from the side passage before the first abyssal reached the barricade. 2 of the displaced monster scouts Cass had seen entering Greywatch pushed through the soldiers there. One was the horned woman from the western gate, her armor still marked with dried blood. Don't close the outer lane, she said. Our scouts are still beyond it. The officer's expression hardened. The host is probing this corridor. They're probing because something new is forming behind our old territory. The scout pointed beyond the defenses. An anchor. It wasn't there at dawn. Tessa looked toward the broken ground. How far? Past the collapsed watchtower. Near enough that when it stabilizes, this corridor won't be facing one probe. Another abyssal struck the outer barricade. Rhea caught the impact through her shield while Nico's arrow drove the attacker sideways. More movement appeared behind it. The officer reached for the gate signal. Then we seal the service lane now. The monster scout stepped directly into his path. And abandon everyone outside it? Cass looked from the approaching vanguard to the scout, then toward Tessa. There it was. Greywatch's first simple solution, immediately becoming expensive. Tessa pressed her graduate command seal against the contract sheet. The campaign mark brightened beneath her hand. We take the defense objective, she said. But the corridor stays open until the scouts are through. The officer stared at her. That makes holding it harder. Tessa handed him the accepted contract. Then we'll have to hold it properly. Cass smiled and stepped toward Ray's line. Now the shift sounded interesting. The first scout reached the gate while the Abyssal Vanguard was still trying to kill Rhea. She came through at a run, stumbled behind the barricade, and shouted, 3 more behind me. Tessa pointed without looking away from the corridor. Nico, cover the approach. Mara, bring them through. Marcus, keep the lane clear. Nico's next arrow struck an abyssal crossing toward the returning scouts. Mara moved past the barricade, caught the second scout by the arm, and dragged him through while Sable launched over the barrier at something trying to follow. Then the vanguard leader arrived. It was larger than the others, plated across the chest and shoulders, with a heavy hooked weapon that struck Ray's shield hard enough to drive her backward. Juliana caught Rhea before she lost her footing. You're not allowed to become part of the barricade. I wasn't planning to. The leader struck again. Cass went around it. Bloodstep carried her past the hooked weapon, but the abyssal turned with her and caught her across the side with one arm. Cass hit the stone wall, lost one dagger, and landed badly enough that Juliana shouted her name. I'm fine. You're lying. Professionally. Behind them, Greywatch engineers were already hauling reinforced plates toward the service gate. One shouted, "We need 2 minutes." Tessa looked at the remaining scouts still running toward them. "You get 2 minutes." The next wave reached the corridor. Rhea locked the center. Marcus reinforced her position while Nico and Mara kept the flanks from folding. Sable attacked anything that came close enough to regret it. Cass recovered her dagger and watched the elite leader push through its own soldiers toward Tessa. That made the target simple. Cass let it commit to the charge. Tessa saw the opening too. Cass. Now. Cass crossed inside the hooked weapon, took a glancing strike across her shoulder, and drove one dagger beneath the leader's chest plating. It twisted toward her. The second dagger found the same opening. The elite collapsed. Behind it, the last displaced scout crossed the threshold. "Seal it," Tessa shouted. The engineers drove the reinforced plates into position. Marcus threw his remaining ward strength behind them, and the corridor closed under a final impact from the abyssals outside. Pale text opened across Cass's vision. Corridor defense objective complete. Elite Vanguard leader defeated. Level up, 80. Strength, 34. Agility, 64. Constitution, 43. Magic power, 47. Charisma, 44. HP, 255. Stamina, 244. Blood reserve, 157. Daywalker, 66.7%. Cass dismissed the notice and looked at the sealed gate. They had held one corridor. Beyond it, the new anchor was still growing. The front map had changed before Juliana finished checking Cass's shoulder. Cass sat on a supply crate near the sealed service corridor while Juliana tightened a fresh bandage beneath the damaged coat. Across the command shelter, Greywatch officers replaced sector markers quickly enough to invalidate plans while people were still making them. Tessa stood beside the campaign officer from earlier. "The anchor is still active?" "Yes, but that's no longer the immediate problem." He moved the marker representing it farther behind the contested line. "Your scouts were right about the location. They were wrong about what it meant." The horned monster scout leaned over the opposite side of the board. "We weren't wrong. It's growing. You were incomplete." The officer placed 3 more dark markers across neighboring sectors. "The host pushed simultaneously here, here, and here while your corridor was under attack. The new anchor is supporting one lane of a broader advance." Cass looked toward the black rift beyond the shelter. "So we successfully defended the small problem." Juliana pressed the bandage harder. Cass winced. "Medical disagreement noted." The officer ignored her. "Greywatch has been treating today's pressure as one coordinated battle. That makes command too slow. By the time a central response moves, the useful objective has changed." Marcus studied the board. "Then stop assigning battles." The officer looked at him. Marcus pointed across the shifting markers. "Assign sectors. Let each authorized unit take whatever objective matters inside its boundary." Tessa's attention sharpened. Defense, evacuation, anchor suppression, rescue. Separate objectives instead of one order for the entire line. The horned scout tapped the territory beyond their sealed corridor. "And monster routes. Half your maps stop where our territory begins." The officer looked unhappy with that addition. Cass smiled. "Maps are terribly inconvenient when the people living on them have opinions." Another marker changed from gray to blue. Almost immediately, a different sector turned red. The officer stared at the board for several seconds, then reached for the assignment slate. "Fine. Greywatch Command is dividing the inner front into independent operating sectors. Graduate command units can accept objectives as they appear." Tessa took the slate he offered. New entries were already forming beneath the eastern sector heading. Corridor defense. Displaced unit recovery. Rift anchor reconnaissance. Cass rose carefully while Juliana gave her damaged shoulder one final inspection. Yesterday, the contract had looked like a list of interesting jobs. Now Cass understood why the list had been so long. The battlefield kept writing new ones. 21. The battlefield has objectives. The battlefield kept writing new ones. Greywatch answered by giving Tessa a board that refused to stay still. A runner delivered the slate while Cass was still beside the command shelter, her shoulder freshly bandaged and her coat repaired only enough to keep the tear from widening. Tessa pressed her graduate command seal against the lower corner. The blank surface filled with the eastern sector, then began changing before she finished reading it. Blue lines marked Greywatch positions. Gray circles identified siege works. Dark red marks showed abyssal control. 3 larger symbols pulsed beyond the contested line. Marcus leaned over Tessa's shoulder. Those aren't units. The campaign officer shook his head. Objectives. Rift anchor control node here. Siege node here. Command mark farther east. Take ground without breaking those, and the host takes it back. One blue section vanished. Cass pointed. Like that? Exactly like that. A horn sounded outside. Greywatch soldiers moved toward the firing steps as another abyssal wave crossed the ruined ground below. Cass followed Rhea to the wall, drew one dagger, and intercepted the first creature that made it over the damaged parapet. It was fast enough to be annoying and weak enough to die when Heartpiercer entered beneath its ribs. Cass pulled the blade free. Nothing useful happened. A second abyssal climbed over beside it. Rhea knocked that one backward with her shield while Nico put an arrow through another crossing the rubble. Cass frowned at the corpse. Level 80 has made this disappointingly unrewarding. Tessa had followed with the sector board. You killed one ordinary vanguard. I killed it very well. The officer pointed beyond the siege works. Watch. Dark light flashed near the active breach. One of the red unit marks that had disappeared from Tessa's board reappeared behind the abyssal line. Then another. Cass looked from the renewed markers to the bodies below. They recycle. While the breach remains supported, the officer said. You can kill the same pressure all afternoon and accomplish almost nothing. Marcus tapped the pulsing control node. So the soldiers aren't the problem. They're a problem, Tessa said, studying the board. They're just not the objective. Another red mark appeared. Then the command mark shifted, opening a reinforcement path toward the eastern siege lane. Cass cleaned her dagger on the dead abyssal's armor and looked at the 3 larger symbols. The battlefield had finally explained its pricing structure. If she wanted meaningful progress, she had to stop killing what the host could replace and start breaking the things that brought them back. The sector board gave Tessa 3 useful targets and enough enemy movement to make taking any one of them unpleasant. She carried it down from the firing step and set it across a broken supply table. The siege lane is folding here. That rift collar is feeding reinforcements through this node, and the command mark is redirecting anything that gets past both. The horned scout from yesterday leaned over the opposite side. Our people can reach the siege lane through the old monster route. Greywatch can't. Their barricades cut across it. Rhea checked the route, then lifted her shield. I can hold that. Juliana immediately moved beside her. We can hold that. Sable climbed onto the table, planted one claw directly over the siege marker, and looked pleased with herself. Cass pointed at her. Excellent. Strategic gargoyle deployed. Tessa ignored that. Rhea, Juliana, Mara, Sable, and the local fighters take the lane. Don't advance. Just stop the breakers from opening it. The horned scout nodded. We'll get them there. Marcus tapped the rift collar node. Nico and I can reach this from the collapsed trench. If he keeps the caster occupied, I can break whatever it's using to maintain the breach. Nico looked toward the distant flashes beyond the wall. Assuming it doesn't notice me first. It'll notice you, Marcus said. Comforting. Tessa shifted the board toward Cass. That leaves us. Cass followed the reinforcement lines. Every path bent around one dark symbol farther inside the contested sector. Command mark. Destroying the node without changing those paths just sends the next wave somewhere else. Tessa pointed toward the mark. We push far enough to cut their reinforcement control while the others keep the sector from collapsing behind us. A Greywatch sergeant stared at the assignments. You're splitting one unit across 3 objectives. Tessa clipped the live board to her belt. They're linked objectives. That means none of you can support the others quickly. Cass drew both daggers. Yes. We noticed the expensive part. The attack began when Ray's shield appeared below the siege lane. Local monster fighters surged through the old route beside her. Nico and Marcus disappeared into the collapsed trench while arrows began striking the Rift Caller's position from an angle the host clearly hadn't expected. Tessa touched Cass's arm. Now. They crossed the broken ground together. The command mark brightened ahead of them. A tall armored figure turned beneath it, chains hanging from both gauntlets as the reinforcement paths shifted around its position. Cass smiled. Apparently the objective had a manager. The chain knight didn't wait for Cass to reach it. One gauntlet snapped forward. The hanging chain crossed the rubble at chest height, forcing Cass down while Tessa threw herself behind the remains of a barricade. The knight pulled once, and 3 abyssal soldiers changed direction with it, abandoning the reinforcement lane to close around Cass. Very managerial, Cass said. Tessa checked the live board. Marcus's node is still active. Keep the knight busy. Cass disliked instructions that accurately described difficult work. She blood-stepped past the nearest soldier, ignored another trying to intercept her, and struck the chain knight beneath one arm. Her dagger found armor instead of a seam. The knight turned and drove its shoulder into her badly enough to send her across the stones. Cass rolled upright before it reached her. Pain pulled beneath yesterday's bandaged shoulder. Then the Rift Caller node went dark. The change crossed the battlefield immediately. Reinforcement lines on Tessa's board vanished. The abyssals surrounding Cass faltered as the distant breach flickered. Rift Control node destroyed. Level up, 81. Strength, 35. Agility, 65. Constitution, 43. Magic power, 48. Charisma, 44. HP, 255. Stamina, 246. Blood reserve, 159. Daywalker, 67.5%. Cass dismissed it. The extra capacity didn't remove the ache in her shoulder or restore what she'd already spent reaching the knight. Tessa rose behind the barricade. Now finish the command mark. The chain knight apparently objected. Its chain caught Cass across the ribs and tore her sideways. She hit hard, lost one dagger, and saw the command symbol brighten beneath the knight's boots as surviving abyssals began converging on its position. Cass recovered the dagger before they arrived. Tessa. I see it. Tessa pointed toward the knight's damaged arm. Make it turn away from the mark. Cass went straight at it. The knight committed both chains. Cass spent another bloodstep crossing inside them, took one gauntlet across her already injured shoulder, and drove both daggers into the cracked joint beneath its arm. The knight twisted toward her. Cass kept moving. Metal split. The chain knight collapsed outside the command mark. Behind it, Tessa drove her graduate command seal against the glowing symbol. Greywatch blue replaced abyssal red across the eastern sector. Chain knight sector commander defeated. Level up, 82. Strength, 35. Agility, 66. Constitution, 44. Magic power, 48. Charisma, 45. HP, 260. Stamina, 250. Blood reserve, 160. Daywalker, 68.3%. Cass looked past the fading notice. The host was retreating from the sector. Greywatch was moving forward. The advance stopped 300 paces later, which Cass considered a useful correction to the word advance. Soldiers occupied the captured siege works instead of chasing the retreating host. Engineers reinforced broken barricades, local monster fighters searched the abandoned positions, and Juliana caught Cass by the undamaged arm before she could follow Tessa toward the command post. You're bleeding through the bandage again. Juliana turned her toward a supply crate and pointed. Sit. Cass sat carefully. I gained 2 levels. You also got hit repeatedly. The system was more complimentary. Juliana opened the damaged shoulder of Cass's coat far enough to inspect the wound without pretending the new levels had repaired it. Your system doesn't have to clean this. Across the captured position, Marcus and Nico returned from the destroyed Rift Caller node. Marcus's sleeve was scorched, Nico had lost several arrows, and neither looked as though successful objectives included free restoration. Tessa arrived carrying 3 pieces of blackened hide covered in pale lines. The local scouts found these beneath the command mark. The horned scout joined her and spread the fragments across the crate beside Cass. Once aligned, the markings formed part of a route map running east through several contested sectors. Marcus leaned closer. That's not a field route. No, the scout said. That's Redoubt 9. Cass looked up. Should I know why that sounds expensive? The Greywatch campaign officer answered from behind Tessa. Old fortress dungeon. Abandoned before this section of the front stabilized. He placed one finger over the largest symbol on the recovered map. A rift anchor mark surrounded the fortress. Another line connected it toward the Black Rift. The officer's expression hardened. If these fragments are current, Redoubt 9 is wrapped around one of the host's largest anchors. Cass looked toward the ground Greywatch had just captured. 2 levels had come from breaking a control node, killing a commander, and taking one sector properly. So that was the rule now. Not bodies, objectives. Before Cass could become too interested in the larger one, the horned scout stepped aside. 3 unfamiliar monsters waited beyond her, dusty from travel and armed without looking hostile. Their leader bowed toward Cass. We need Heartpiercer. Cass stared at him. I'm beginning to dislike that sentence. Our borders have collapsed inside the war zone, he said. 2 displaced factions claim the same dungeon territory. They'll fight before nightfall unless someone decides who has the right to remain. Tessa's mouth twitched. Cass looked from the monster delegation to the captured map of Redoubt 9. Apparently gaining ground only created more people who wanted her to manage it. 22. Monsters also have borders. The monster delegation gave Cass exactly long enough for Juliana to replace the bandage on her shoulder before expecting an answer. Cass regarded them from the captured siege works. You said they'll fight before nightfall. Their leader nodded. Both factions were driven west by the host. Both reached the same abandoned dungeon network. Neither will leave. Tessa glanced toward the Greywatch positions still being reinforced behind them. How far? Hollowford's outer boundary. Less than an hour by the monster route. Cass looked at Juliana. Juliana tied off the fresh bandage. You're going to ignore me if I tell you to rest. I prefer to think of it as respecting your advice selectively. That isn't better. The journey took them away from Greywatch's fortified roads and into rough ground where old dungeon paths crossed beneath broken ridges. Cass changed into Heartpiercer before they reached the neutral camp, leaving Cassidy Hart and her registered caller out of a monster dispute that had specifically requested a roaming boss. Tessa stayed close enough to help without making the arrangement public. Hollowford began less like a settlement than an agreement not to kill anyone inside a particular stretch of ground. Tents, stone shelters, damaged carts, and displaced monsters filled the neutral camp. Beyond it, 2 armed groups faced each other across the entrance to a half-buried dungeon complex. Both sides noticed Cass. The argument stopped. One leader bowed. The other followed half a second later. Heartpiercer. Cass sighed. That word has acquired administrative consequences. Neither leader appeared amused. The first pointed toward the dungeon entrance. Our territory fell 3 days ago. We reached this network first. The opposing leader snapped. Your scouts reached it first. Our families were already moving here. You had another route. The host took it. So did ours. Cass held up one hand before weapons became involved in the explanation. Excellent. You were both displaced by the same invading army, so naturally you've decided to improve matters by fighting each other. Silence answered. Tessa stood just behind Cass's shoulder. Ask what they actually need. Cass gave her a brief look, then faced the leaders again. Fine. What does this dungeon provide? Respawn access, one said. Shelter, said the other. Stores. Defensible tunnels. And neither faction can survive outside it? Both shook their heads. The first leader stepped forward. We need Heartpiercer to decide who has the right to remain. Cass looked at the armed monsters, the displaced families behind them, and the dungeon both groups apparently needed. Management had followed her to war. Fine, she said. Nobody fights until I've seen what you're arguing over. The dungeon entrance turned out to be large enough for both factions and badly placed enough to make Cass understand why neither wanted to surrender it. A broad central passage descended beneath the hillside, splitting farther in where faded route marks identified storage chambers, respawn access, and 2 defensible exits. Cass walked the boundary with both leaders while Tessa stayed a few steps behind, listening rather than publicly advising. Cass stopped where the passage divided. Then use opposite sides. No, a man said from the second faction. Cass turned. He hadn't bowed when she arrived, which already made him unusual. A dusk elf stood beside one of the old root stones with a short recurved bow across his back and travel gear worn hard enough to suggest it had actually traveled. Dust marked his boots. Several narrow map cases hung from his belt. The faction leader frowned. Vale Rook ignored the warning. The eastern side floods when the lower channels back up. The western exit is the only reliable retreat route when the host pushes this far south. Cass looked toward the apparently dry eastern passage. It isn't flooded. Today. One of the other leader's fighters muttered, convenient. Vale looked at him. Walk 50 paces down it and smell the wall. Cass did. Tessa followed without comment. 50 paces later, Cass found old water staining above knee-height and mud packed into a drainage crack. She returned considerably less pleased with her first solution. You could have mentioned that before everyone threatened to murder each other. We did, Vale said. Nobody listened because both sides were busy explaining ownership. Cass folded her arms. And now you're explaining why sharing is impossible. I'm explaining why drawing a line down the middle gets people trapped. Neither leader looked delighted that someone had said it aloud. Cass pointed deeper into the network. Then rotate access. One faction uses the retreat route while the other holds the outer boundary. Vale shook his head. Cass stared at him. You seem very comfortable doing that. You asked for an answer. I don't remember asking you specifically. You're still getting one. Tessa coughed behind her. Cass chose not to investigate whether that had contained laughter. Vale crouched and opened one of his map cases. The host isn't pushing evenly. They've taken 3 outer routes in 6 days. Whoever holds this dungeon next week may be defending it from the east, not retreating through it. He spread a marked route sheet across the stone. Cass looked down at the approach lines, then at the 2 factions glaring across territory both needed. Her simple division had lasted approximately 4 minutes. Annoyingly, Vale Rook appeared to know exactly why. Cass studied Vale's route sheet until the problem became irritatingly simple. Both factions needed the dungeon. Both needed the western retreat. Neither could safely defend every approach alone, and the Abyssal Host was the reason either group had been displaced in the first place. She tapped the 3 marked routes. You're fighting over who gets to defend too much territory. One leader frowned. We're fighting over who owns it. That's the same mistake with additional stabbing. Vale crouched opposite her. What are you proposing? Cass pointed to the northern approach. Your people know this route. The first leader nodded cautiously. She moved her finger east. And yours came in through here. The second leader folded his arms. Before the host took the outer ridge. So take it back later. Right now, you defend the approach you already understand. Both leaders started objecting. Cass raised her voice. You said Heartpiercer should decide. They stopped. That was before the decision became inconvenient, Vale said. Cass looked at him. I'm beginning to appreciate you professionally and dislike you personally. Useful arrangement. Tessa's mouth twitched behind them. Cass drew a line across the map with one claw. Trial occupation. Both factions stay. Nobody claims the whole dungeon while the trial is active. Families, stores, respawn access, and retreat routes remain shared. The first leader shook his head. And when they abandon their approach, they lose the right to complain about yours. Vale leaned closer. Not enough. Cass sighed. Naturally. If one side breaks under attack, the other side can't simply watch it happen. The host gets through one approach, everyone loses the dungeon. That was annoyingly correct again. Cass adjusted the line. Fine. Each faction holds its own approach. If either line calls for help against the host, the other sends fighters. Not enough to abandon its own defense, enough to prevent a collapse. The second leader stared at the map. And if they use the request to weaken us? Then I end the trial. Silence followed. Cass looked between both leaders. You wanted me to decide which of you deserved this territory. I've decided neither of you deserves it enough to lose it while proving a point. Vale nodded once. That might work. Cass pointed at him. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. The first leader finally placed his hand on the map. The second did the same after a longer hesitation. Nobody looked happy. Cass considered that encouraging. The dungeon would belong to whoever could defend it from the actual enemy, together, without murdering their neighbors first. The trial compact survived its first hour, which Cass considered considerably more encouraging than either faction leader's expression suggested. Families moved into separate sleeping chambers without anyone drawing a weapon. Stores were divided by need rather than ownership marks. At the western exit, fighters from both factions stood close enough to reinforce each other while maintaining enough distance to preserve everyone's dignity. Cass watched from the central junction with her injured shoulder beginning to object to the amount of standing involved. Tessa joined her. They're actually doing it. They were always capable of doing it. They simply required professional supervision and a credible threat of embarrassment. Vale approached carrying 2 updated route sheets. Your compact has another useful consequence. Cass looked at him suspiciously. You've developed optimism? No. Good. I was worried. Vale spread the sheets over a supply crate. With both factions sharing Hollowford instead of guarding against each other, several fighters could be released from the internal boundary and returned to the outer approaches. The first faction leader joined them. If the trial stands, we can spare 12 for the fortress operation. The second leader arrived from the opposite passage. 8 from us. More after our families are settled. Cass looked between them. You were preparing to kill each other this afternoon. The second leader shrugged. We still dislike them. Comforting. Vale tapped the eastern route. Dislike requires less manpower than civil war. Tessa leaned over the map. Redoubt 9? Vale nodded. Most monster routes toward it were abandoned when the host took the outer sectors. I know 2 that still connect through Hollowford territory, and one avoids the main siege road entirely. Cass's attention sharpened. The captured Greywatch map had already made Redoubt 9 important. A route that bypassed the host's obvious approach made it considerably more useful. You know the fortress routes personally? She asked. I'm a pathfinder. That's generally what we're paid for. Cass caught the word. Paid? Vale named a daily rate. She stared at him. You charge confidently. I work competently. That's irritatingly difficult to argue with. Tessa smiled. We need a route specialist. Cass looked at the 2 faction leaders, their newly available fighters, and the map leading toward the anchor wrapped around Redoubt 9. Then she held out her hand to Vale. Independent contract. Route work, fortress operation, agreed rate. Nobody owns anybody. Vale clasped it. Acceptable. Apparently successful monster management didn't merely stop wars. Sometimes it produced employees and 20 extra soldiers. 23. Fortress dungeons are rude. Redoubt 9 looked much less impressive from underneath. Vale led the coalition into a narrow cut beneath Hollowford's western ridge, 20 monster fighters following behind Cass's household while the fortress remained somewhere above several hundred feet of stone. Cass ducked beneath a fractured support and immediately regretted what the motion did to her bandaged shoulder. Juliana noticed. You're doing that thing where you pretend an injury stopped existing because something interesting happened. It stopped being interesting. That isn't the same thing. Vale glanced back. This route gets narrower. Cass straightened carefully. Excellent. My medical supervision was becoming too relaxed. The tunnel ahead had clearly once belonged to a dungeon. Old square-cut blocks formed the walls, worn root symbols surviving beneath dirt and mineral stains. Marcus stopped beside one and lifted his lamp. Respawn marker. Old one, Vale said. Redoubt 9 existed before the host reached this sector. These tunnels connected monster settlements to the fortress dungeon when it still behaved like a dungeon. Mara looked at the black stone pressing through the next archway. And that? New. The difference became obvious once Vale pointed it out. The older passage had corners, drainage channels, repair marks, and the practical shape of something built to be traveled. The newer section twisted through it at an angle, smooth black stone forcing itself between blocks without respecting the original corridor. Cass touched one edge. A faint vibration traveled beneath her fingertips. Vale caught her wrist. Don't. Cass looked at his hand. He released her. Anchor distortion. Sometimes the stone shifts. A grinding sound rolled through the tunnel. Everyone stopped. 3 paces ahead, the wall moved. It didn't collapse. Black stone pushed outward slowly enough for Cass to watch an old side passage narrow from shoulder width to barely enough space for an arm. Nico lowered his bow. That seems inconvenient. It gets worse nearer the fortress, Vale said. Tessa studied the altered junction. Can your route still get us inside? It could yesterday. Cass stared at him. Vale met her expression without apology. You hired a pathfinder, not a prophet. Behind them, Rhea ordered the coalition tighter while Marcus marked the changed junction. Juliana checked Cass's shoulder again, and Mara moved forward beside Nico as the tunnel settled. Cass looked toward the darkness ahead. Apparently they were attacking a fortress whose corridors could change their minds. Fine, she said. Show me yesterday's way in. Yesterday's route survived another 200 paces before ending at a wall that objected to being called a wall. Vale stopped beside it. This was a junction. Cass inspected the seamless black stone. I'm beginning to dislike yesterday. Marcus pressed his palm near the old floor markings. Anchor distortion. Stronger than the section behind us. A voice answered from inside the stone. Obviously. Every weapon came up. Cass looked at the wall. Did the fortress just insult Marcus? It has occupied 6 of my rooms, blocked 2 respawn passages, corrupted my western stairs, and put an anchor through my storage chamber, the voice said. I'm entitled to irritation. Vale lowered his bow first. Local dungeon intelligence. Trapped local dungeon intelligence. Cass folded her arms. Can you open the junction? No. Can't or won't? Yes. Tessa stepped closer to the old route marks. What's holding it? The floor brightened beneath her boots. Thin dungeon lines spread outward, revealing a rough plan of Redoubt 9. 2 dark knots pulsed on opposite sides of the fortress, with a larger mass deeper inside. Secondary anchors, Marcus said. Parasites, the dungeon corrected. Remove both. Cass pointed toward the larger mark. And that? The light around it thickened. Central anchor. Rift behemoth. It has my boss chamber. There was enough personal offense in the final sentence that Cass almost sympathized. Then we go directly there, she said. Kill the behemoth, break the central anchor, and you get your room back. No. Cass stared at the floor. You're remarkably ungrateful for someone currently requesting armed assistance. If you destroy the central manifestation while those remain active, it reforms. Possibly elsewhere. Vale crouched over the glowing plan. And the roots reset around it. Yes. Tessa pointed to the 2 secondary marks. So we split the assault. The dungeon immediately darkened the shortest connecting corridor. Cass looked down. Was that necessary? That route passes through my kitchen. You're losing a fortress. I'm not losing the kitchen too. Vale made a quiet sound that might have been laughter. The argument cost them another 5 minutes and 3 rejected routes before the dungeon surrendered 2 approaches it considered less important. 1 secondary anchor lay beyond the old western control passage. The other sat above the eastern siege galleries, forcing the coalition to divide if they wanted both disabled before attacking the core. Tessa studied the resulting lanes. Rhea, Marcus, Mara, and half the coalition take east. Cass and Vale take west with the rest. Nico and Juliana hold the junction and support whichever side needs them first. Cass looked toward the newly opened western passage. Something heavy moved beyond it. The dungeon sounded almost satisfied. I should mention there's a guardian. Cass drew her daggers. Of course there is. The Guardian occupied enough of the western passage that Vale's route expertise became temporarily less useful than stabbing. It charged before Cass finished judging the available space. She blood-stepped past the first sweeping arm, felt her injured shoulder object sharply to the movement, and drove Heartpiercer into the dark seam beneath its ribs. The Guardian twisted fast enough to catch her across the back with one heavy forearm. Cass hit the wall. Vale's arrows struck its face. Still prefer this route? Cass pushed upright. Ask me after we've killed the architecture. Coalition fighters closed from both sides while Cass forced the Guardian away from the secondary anchor behind it. The black crystal pulsed once. A section of corridor sealed behind them. Helpful, Vale said. Apparently the fortress believes in employee retention. The Guardian lunged again. Cass waited until Vale's next arrow turned its head, stepped inside the strike, and buried both daggers through the damaged seam. The creature collapsed against the wall. Cass reached the anchor before it could pulse again. 3 blows cracked the outer shell. The 4th split the crystal. The corridor shuddered. Level up, 83. Strength, 36. Agility, 67. Constitution, 44. Magic power, 49. Charisma, 45. HP, 260. Stamina, 252. Blood reserve, 162. Daywalker, 69.2%. Cass dismissed it as Tessa's signal flashed through the route marker Vale carried. East anchor down, Vale said. Good. Now we annoy something larger. The dungeon opened the route to its boss chamber immediately. Rift callers were already waiting around the central anchor when the coalition converged. Ray's eastern group struck them from one entrance while Cass's force came through the other. Nico's arrows crossed above both lines, Juliana stayed behind the shields, and Marcus shouted the instant the central crystal became exposed. Then the rift behemoth rose in front of it. The fight stopped being tidy. Rhea caught one charge and lost 3 paces. Mara cut down a rift caller trying to rebuild the outer seal. Cass spent blood reserve repeatedly crossing the behemoth's reach while Vale called openings from the side. Her shoulder burned beneath the bandage, and one impact tore the repaired edge loose. Tessa, Cass shouted. Core first. Cass obeyed. She bloodstepped beneath the behemoth's next strike, drove both daggers into the exposed anchor casing, and tore it open while Rhea and the coalition held the monster away from her. Marcus's spell struck the fracture. The core shattered. The behemoth staggered as every root light in the chamber failed at once. Cass turned and finished it with the coalition. Level up, 84. Strength, 36. Agility, 68. Constitution, 45. Magic power, 49. Charisma, 46. HP, 265. Stamina, 256. Blood reserve, 163. Daywalker, 70.0%. Redoubt 9 stopped moving around them. The first proof that the fortress had actually been freed came from a dead rift caller. Cass was still wiping black residue from Heartpiercer when one of the coalition fighters pointed toward the body. It isn't changing. Everyone nearby looked. The rift caller had begun the familiar collapse into ash-dark fragments, but no new shape formed behind it. No pulse traveled toward a hidden anchor. The remains simply stayed dead. The dungeon's voice came through the chamber walls. Finally. Cass glanced upward. You sound almost grateful. My western stairs have returned. Of course that's your priority. They're good stairs. Beyond the boss chamber, old dungeon marks brightened one after another. Vale followed them into the adjoining passage while Marcus checked the route map. A moment later, Vale called back, respawn access is active. Monster fighters crowded toward the opening. One of Hollowford's soldiers touched the restored marker, then laughed when its light remained steady instead of twisting toward the host-controlled routes. Tessa looked across the chamber. That changes the whole sector. It changes my sector, the dungeon corrected. Cass sheathed one dagger. Her shoulder hurt, blood reserve remained unpleasantly low after repeated blood steps, and Juliana was already approaching with the expression that meant medical negotiation had ended. "Sit," Juliana said. Cass sat on a broken block. "I was going to do that voluntarily." "No, you weren't." While Juliana repaired the loosened bandage, Vale spread 3 route sheets beside Marcus. With Redoubt 9 stable, passages that had been unreliable for weeks now connected Hollowford, Greywatch's outer positions, and several monster-held approaches without passing through the main siege road. Marcus stared at the sheets. "You know all of these?" "And more that aren't useful yet," Vale said. Cass looked at him. "Your temporary contract appears to have developed a continuation problem." Vale's mouth moved slightly. "My rate remains unchanged." "Then you're staying independent." "That was the arrangement." "Good. I dislike employment disputes." A coalition runner entered carrying a narrow sealed strip. "For Heartpiercer." Cass accepted it cautiously. The challenge was brief. Goran Redmaw, Knight. A formal boss contest, witnessed by local monsters. Tessa read over her shoulder. "You're injured." "I noticed." "You're not taking us into another fight tonight." Cass reread the terms, then added one of her own before returning the strip to the runner. "Tell Redmaw I accept for the next night. Heartpiercer enters the challenge alone. My household stays outside the initial encounter." The runner bowed and left. Vale began folding his maps. Cass watched him choose the one leading toward the ruined arena. Apparently permanent employment wasn't required for someone to know exactly where her next bad decision lived. 24. Heartpiercer works nights. The ruined arena looked considerably more respectable at night, mostly because darkness hid the missing seats. Cass entered alone through the eastern arch with Heartpiercer's mask in place and her bandaged shoulder protesting every third step. The old fighting ground sat between 3 monster territories, its cracked stone circle surrounded by broken tiers crowded with considerably more spectators than she'd expected. Local delegates occupied the front rows while everyone else appeared to have arrived because 2 bosses fighting was apparently free entertainment. Goran Redmaw waited in the center. He stood nearly twice Cass's mass, broad enough that the armor strapped across his chest looked decorative rather than protective. Red fur covered his shoulders and arms, broken by old scars. 2 heavy blades rested against his back. Goran looked toward the empty arch behind her. "You came alone." "That was the agreement." "You brought no fighters." "I brought daggers." Several spectators laughed. Goran's mouth exposed too many teeth. "Then we begin." "No." The arena quieted. Cass stopped outside striking distance. "Before we begin, we establish where this fight is allowed to go." Goran stared at her. "This is a dominance challenge." "Yes. Apparently dominance requires administration." A territory delegate cleared his throat badly enough to disguise a laugh. Cass pointed toward the northern wall. "There's a settlement beyond that ridge. Nobody crosses it. No attacks deliberately leave the arena toward spectators, roads, homes, respawn routes, or neighboring territory." Goran's expression hardened. "You fear damaging them?" "I object to winning a challenge by making everyone nearby regret inviting us." Murmurs traveled through the stands. One delegate rose. "The northern settlement accepts that condition." Another called, "Western Territory too." Goran glanced around the arena as the witnesses turned Cass's proposed limits into public terms without waiting for his approval. "You came to fight me," he growled. "I did. I'm simply refusing to make innocent people part of your dramatic presentation." Cass drew Heartpiercer and its matching dagger. Her shoulder hurt, her blood reserve hadn't recovered from Redoubt 9, and pride was already looking expensive. If either of us leaves the agreed ground deliberately, the other wins. If someone falls unconscious or yields, the challenge ends. Goran pulled both heavy blades from his back. "Anything else?" Cass settled into stance. "Try not to destroy the useful parts of the arena." The spectators cheered. Goran smiled. Then he charged. Goran crossed the arena fast enough to make his size feel unfair. Cass blood stepped clear of the first blade, landed beside a broken pillar, and immediately had to shadow slip away when the second weapon smashed through the stone where her ribs had been. Her shoulder protested both movements. More importantly, the blood reserve she'd failed to fully restore after Redoubt 9 noticed every expensive decision. Someone in the stands shouted, "Get behind him." Cass ducked beneath a backswing. "Thank you." I'd overlooked the enormous angry man. Another spectator called, "His left side is slower." Goran pivoted left and nearly removed her head. Cass Blood stepped backward. "Your tactical advice requires quality control." Laughter rolled through the broken tiers. Goran came after her without slowing. Cass used the arena instead of meeting his strength, vaulting a fallen block, slipping through a gap between pillars, then turning mist when one heavy blade trapped her root against the outer wall. The strike passed through the edge of mist form 2 before she reformed 3 paces away. Goran stopped. His smile widened. "That," he said, "is better." Cass lowered both daggers. "I'm delighted you approve." Goran drove both blades into the ground. Red light spread beneath his feet. Cass moved before she understood why. Night Pounce carried her onto the remains of a raised platform as Goran's body changed below. His shoulders broadened. The red fur along his arms darkened and thickened, while his hands lengthened into heavy claws that made the discarded blades suddenly seem unnecessary. The spectators erupted. "Red Maw form. Now it's a fight. Stay above him. Don't stay above him." Cass looked toward the contradictory advice. "Please organize yourselves." Goran jumped. Cass abandoned the platform with Shadow slip an instant before his claws tore through it. Broken masonry filled the space behind her. She blood-stepped across the arena, used a fallen column to change direction, then turned briefly to mist when Goran anticipated the route and struck where she should have emerged. He was learning her movement. Worse, he was fast enough to make every escape cost something. Cass reformed near the arena's center with her shoulder burning and her reserve sinking steadily. Goran landed opposite her, claws scoring the stone. "You wanted rules," he said. "I remain fond of them." "Good." Goran crouched. "Now prove you can win inside them." Cass tightened her grip on Heartpiercer. Apparently the entertaining part had only been his opening form. Cass stopped trying to outrun Goran. The next charge came straight through the arena's center. She waited until his claws committed, slipped beneath the first with evasion 2, and used his momentum instead of another bloodstep. Heartpiercer cut across his exposed side. Goran turned, but Cass stayed close enough that his reach became awkward and drove her second dagger into the damaged seam beneath his ribs. Goran caught her injured shoulder. Pain tore through the bandage as he threw her across the stone. Cass rolled, came up on one knee, and heard a spectator shout, "He's favoring the right." "I know," she snapped. Goran laughed and charged again. This time Cass gave him the opening deliberately. She retreated toward the broken platform, let him commit to the strike he'd used twice already, then Shadow slipped sideways instead of backward. His claws destroyed the stone. Cass stepped behind him and drove Heartpiercer through the weakened seam. Goran dropped to one knee. First challenge phase defeated. Level up, 85. Strength, 37. Agility, 68. Constitution, 46. Magic power, 50. Charisma, 46. HP, 270. Stamina, 258. Blood reserve, 166. Daywalker, 70.8%. Goran planted one claw against the ground and stood. The red change still covered him. Nothing new emerged. He was simply wounded, furious, and apparently unwilling to accept that one decisive phase had already been settled. "Again," he said. Cass's shoulder was bleeding through the bandage. Her blood reserve was lower than the panel's permanent maximum implied, and another long mobility contest was exactly the stupid fight Pride wanted her to continue. So she didn't. Goran attacked. Cass used one blood step, not 3. She crossed inside his claws, accepted a glancing strike across her ribs, and buried both daggers into the wound she'd spent the entire fight creating. Goran seized her coat. Cass twisted Heartpiercer deeper. They stayed locked together for one ugly second. Then Goran released her and collapsed. The arena went silent before the system answered. Red Maw phase defeated. Level up, 86. Strength, 37. Agility, 69. Constitution, 46. Magic power, 50. Charisma, 47. HP, 270. Stamina, 260. Blood reserve, 166. Daywalker, 71.7%. Skill increased. Bloodbat form 2. Cass dismissed the notice and remained standing mostly because sitting down before Goran did felt politically unwise. He rolled onto his back and laughed. You win. Cass looked around at the suddenly attentive territory delegates. That, she said, breathing out of habit, sounds like it's about to become administrative. Goran's defeat apparently came with property. Cass discovered this when the nearest territory delegate stepped into the arena and bowed. Redmaw's ground passes to the victor. Cass looked at Goran. He was still lying on the stone while two local monsters checked whether anything important had stopped working. Tradition, he said. I don't want your ground. The delegate hesitated. You defeated its boss. I defeated him because he challenged me. I didn't come shopping for territory. That produced considerably more discussion in the stands than either level had. Goran pushed himself onto one elbow. You can claim the arena, the northern hunting route, and my shelter. Cass glanced at the ruined seating. Your arena has structural problems. It was like that before. Then I'm definitely not accepting it. One of the Western delegates came down from the stands carrying the written terms Cass had insisted on before the fight. If Heartpiercer refuses the claim, the territory must still be placed. Cass accepted the strip and reread it. The nearby settlements and routes already had representatives here. More importantly, they'd all agreed before the fight that civilians, respawn paths, and neighboring territory weren't prizes. Then keep those rules, she said. The local territories manage the routes between you. The arena stays available for challenges if you're all determined to keep doing this to yourselves. Nobody gets to turn Goran losing into an excuse to seize somebody else's settlement. The delegates looked at one another. Goran laughed from the ground. You win my territory and give yourself more rules. I'm very talented. Agreement took several minutes, 3 amendments, and 1 argument about hunting access. When the final delegates marked the compact, Cass handed it back without adding her own territorial claim. That seemed to disturb the spectators more than taking everything would have. A local host approached carrying a sealed ceramic flask and pointed toward a sheltered chamber beneath the surviving seats. Boss hosting custom. Blood, water, privacy, recovery space. Cass's shoulder was bleeding through Juliana's bandage again, and her blood reserve had survived the fight mostly as a theoretical concept. Finally, she said, a tradition with standards. The prepared blood was warm. Cass drank while sitting on a padded bench, then stayed there long enough for the hollow pull of depleted reserve to ease. The feeding did nothing useful for her shoulder, which continued hurting with professional dedication. Outside, spectators were still discussing the boss who had won territory and refused to keep it. Cass leaned her head against the wall. Apparently restraint was terrible for acquiring land and excellent for acquiring a reputation. Soon enough, she'd have to return to a war where reputation was considerably less useful than surviving the next alarm. 25. Please stop dying near me. The next alarm reached Cass before Greywatch had finished becoming familiar again. She had barely crossed the field hospital perimeter when the ground struck upward beneath her boots. Stone cracked somewhere beyond the defensive wall. A second impact followed, deeper and longer, and the eastern works disappeared behind a rising cloud of dust. Collapse. Someone shouted. Cass was already moving. Tessa caught her arm. Wait. There are people under that. I know. The dust cleared enough to reveal what had happened. An entire defensive section had folded inward. Broken walls covered the former approach trenches, wounded soldiers crawled from gaps between shattered barricades, and monsters from the Allied holding lanes were trapped among them. Farther inside, something heavy moved beneath the wreckage. Cass drew Heartpiercer. Juliana slapped the blade downward. No. Cass stared at her. There's something alive in there. There are 30 things alive in there. Juliana turned toward two stunned field healers. You, establish triage here. Walking wounded against that wall. Anyone bleeding badly stays down until examined. Do not move crushed limbs without support. Both healers obeyed immediately. Juliana pointed at Rhea. Shield the treatment line. Rhea was already moving. Done. Marcus, check the remaining wall before somebody rescues themselves into a second collapse. Marcus hurried toward the fractured supports. Nico, find me an open route toward the rear trench. Nico unslung his bow and disappeared into the dust. Cass looked from Juliana to the movement beneath the rubble. And me? Juliana caught her by the uninjured shoulder. You stop treating every problem as something that needs stabbing. That advice feels badly timed. Another section of masonry shifted. A soldier screamed from beneath it. Juliana pointed. You're stronger than everyone here, faster than everyone here, and currently standing beside people who need walls lifted off them. Rescue first. Kill things when killing them actually helps. Cass looked toward the trapped soldier, then at Heartpiercer. Annoyingly, Juliana had identified a flaw in her initial plan. Tessa drew her sword. I'll stay with Cass. Rhea keeps the hospital secure. Marcus called from the broken works. Left side is still settling. Don't use the central trench. Nico emerged through the dust farther east. Rear corridors blocked, but there's space under the supply arch. Cass sheathed both daggers. Fine. Apparently tonight I'm infrastructure. She crossed the rubble toward the first trapped soldier while Juliana's orders reorganized the chaos behind her. Something large struck the buried corridor from below. Cass stopped. Juliana shouted after her, rescue route first. Cass sighed and reached for the collapsed wall instead. She got both hands beneath it and lifted. Stone shifted against stone. Tessa dragged the trapped soldier clear while Cass held the weight high enough for his crushed leg to pass beneath it. The moment he was free, Marcus wedged a broken support beam into the gap. Leave it, he said. That section won't survive you trying to improve it. Cass released the wall carefully. I'm developing a very poor opinion of defensive architecture. You can complain after we've emptied it. They moved deeper through the collapse. Cass cleared blocks too heavy for ordinary rescuers, Blood stepped across unstable gaps to secure ropes, and used controlled strikes to break fallen masonry without dropping the remaining ceiling onto the people beneath it. Twice, half-buried Abyssal soldiers tried to reach the rescue crews. Cass disabled the first with a cut behind the knee and pinned the second beneath its own broken shield rather than wasting time finishing either. Behind them, Rhea held the corridor whenever movement came from the rubble. Nico covered the openings above, while Marcus reinforced each cleared route before Juliana allowed healers through. 3 coming out, Tessa called. Cass carried one wounded monster while 2 soldiers supported an injured human between them. Nobody argued about species. The field hospital had apparently reached the useful stage of catastrophe where bleeding became a stronger identity than politics. By the 4th extraction, Cass's shoulder had started bleeding through the bandage again. Blood Mend 2 stabilized it enough to keep lifting, but the familiar hollow pull inside her deepened with every blood step. Juliana intercepted her beside the treatment line. Stop. There are still people inside. And you're spending blood faster than we can replace it. Tessa had already removed one glove. I'm clear to donate. Juliana checked her face, wrist, and the notes tied to her field kit. You haven't fed her since Crownspire. Small amount. Then water, food, and you stay behind the rescue line for 10 minutes. Tessa held out her wrist. You heard the healer. Cass looked toward the collapsed corridor, then took Tessa's arm. This is an exceptionally inconvenient time to discover everyone respects the rota. Feed. Cass bit carefully. Warm blood cut through the hollow weakness almost immediately. She stopped when Tessa tapped her shoulder, closed the bite, and released her before hunger could argue for more. Juliana pushed a water flask into Tessa's hand. Sit. Then she pointed at Cass. You may go. Cass turned toward the rescue corridor. Something enormous struck the buried passage hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Marcus looked up from the nearest brace. That's what's been holding the inner pocket. Cass drew one dagger, then stopped herself. First, they needed the last people out. The last trapped fighter came out beneath Tessa's arm while Cass held a fractured beam above both their heads. Marcus waited until they cleared the marked line before shouting, "That's everyone. Rescue corridors are open." Juliana looked up from a wounded soldier long enough to confirm the runners were counting the same thing. All 3 routes? Clear, Nico called from the eastern opening. Then nobody goes back in except the people killing whatever's underneath us. Cass lowered the beam and drew both daggers. Finally, medical approval. The buried passage answered with another impact. Stone burst outward beneath the supply arch, and Breaker Prime Karvik forced himself through the opening. He was built like the ordinary breakers Cass had seen smashing Greywatch's defenses, except someone had apparently decided the design needed considerably more wall. Black armor covered his shoulders and spine. Both forearms ended in slab-like plates that struck the remaining supports whenever he moved. Marcus backed away. Those braces were resting against him. When he comes out, the pocket finishes collapsing. Cass looked behind her. The evacuation lanes were empty. Convenient timing. Karvik charged. Rhea intercepted the first blow, her shield taking enough force to drive her backward. Cass blood-stepped past the second arm and cut behind Karvik's knee. The blade entered, but not deeply enough. He turned and slammed one plated forearm into her injured shoulder. Pain erased the next clever idea. Cass hit the ground, rolled beneath another strike, and heard Tessa shout, "Right side." Nico's arrow struck the damaged knee. Karvik shifted his weight. Cass understood. She blood-stepped inside his next swing, took the impact against her ribs instead of risking another hit to the shoulder, and drove Heartpiercer through the weakened joint. Karvik dropped to one knee. Rhea hit him from the front. Cass climbed the falling brute and buried her second dagger beneath the edge of his neck armor. Karvik collapsed. Behind him, the rescue pocket folded inward with a roar of stone. Nobody was inside it. A pale notice opened across Cass's vision. Level up, 87. Strength, 38. Agility, 70. Constitution, 47. Magic power, 51. Charisma, 47. HP, 275. Stamina, 264. Blood reserve, 169. Daywalker, 72.5%. The larger maximum did nothing to replace the blood she'd already spent. Cass dismissed the panel and turned toward the hospital. A campaign officer was staring at Juliana while 3 separate healer teams followed her orders without hesitation. "Who put you in charge?" he asked. Juliana didn't look up from the patient beneath her hands. Everyone who was too busy bleeding. The officer considered the organized treatment lines, the cleared rescue routes, and the survivors filling them. Then he nodded. "Carry on." Cass smiled. Apparently Juliana had just acquired a reputation by refusing to ask permission for one. Karvik's death solved the collapse and created considerably more work. Respawn light began flashing across the secured corridors within minutes. Soldiers and allied monsters returned disoriented, injured, and occasionally furious about discovering that the defensive position they remembered dying in no longer existed. Greywatch runners guided them toward intact staging points while Juliana's treatment lines absorbed everyone who'd survived without needing resurrection. Cass carried another stretcher toward the field hospital and found Tessa sitting exactly where Juliana had ordered her to remain. The empty water flask beside her suggested compliance had occurred under protest. Tessa looked at Cass's torn coat. "You took another hit." "Technically, I took several." That wasn't reassurance. Cass lowered the stretcher beside 2 waiting healers. Her shoulder burned, her ribs objected whenever she twisted, and the blood Tessa had donated had already become part of the evening's operating expenses. "You're sitting down. I assumed we'd both agreed this was a judgment-free area." Juliana arrived before Tessa could answer. Dirt streaked one side of her face, and dried blood covered both sleeves. None of it appeared to be hers. "Cass, no more blood meant unless something starts actively worsening." "Tessa, another flask." "Rhea needs her shield arm checked." "Marcus has been breathing dust for an hour, and Nico hasn't admitted his ankle hurts yet." From several paces away, Nico said, "My ankle doesn't hurt." Juliana didn't look at him. "Then you can explain why you've been avoiding your left foot." Nico became quiet. Cass smiled. "Your reputation appears to be developing enforcement powers." Juliana finally sat on the edge of a supply crate. "My reputation can wait until everyone stops trying to die near me." The household had reached the unpleasant stage after success where nobody had enough left for another emergency. Ray's shield needed repair. Marcus had exhausted most of his prepared reinforcement supplies. Tessa was recovering from feeding Cass. Juliana's healers were running through bandages and potions faster than replacements arrived. Then the alarm bells changed. Not the outer wall pattern Cass had heard since reaching Greywatch. 3 rapid strikes came from deeper inside the city. Every nearby responder looked toward the sound. A runner appeared between the hospital tents, breathless and gray-faced. Dungeon breach inside Greywatch. Municipal routes are rupturing through the streets. Cass stared past him toward the city. Juliana closed her eyes for one tired second. Tessa stood. Apparently the next battlefield had decided to come inside. 26. The dungeon broke the city. The runner didn't wait for anyone to finish recovering. South Market first. Then the old cistern route. Rooms are opening through occupied buildings. Tessa fastened her sword belt. "How many civilians?" "We don't know." Cass looked at Juliana. The healer's expression said several things about leaving the hospital, none useful. "You stay here. If the city is producing casualties, they'll end up with you." Juliana pointed at Cass's shoulder. "And if that opens again, you end up with me too." "That sounds efficient." Cass followed the runner through Greywatch's inner gate with Tessa, Rhea, Marcus, and Nico close behind. The first street looked normal for 30 paces. Then a bakery wall ended in black dungeon stone. An arched doorway had grown through the brickwork, opening into a torchlit corridor far deeper than the building could possibly contain. A woman stood outside screaming that her children were upstairs. Rhea caught her before she ran through the doorway. "Which window?" "Second floor. Back room." Marcus studied the new corridor. "The dungeon hasn't replaced the building. It's intersecting it." Stone shifted inside the impossible doorway. A section of tiled floor folded upward and sealed the route to the stairs. Cass's ribs objected as she climbed onto a market awning. "Then we stop using the obvious route." Nico pointed toward the adjoining roof. "Windows clear." Tessa turned to the responders gathering behind them. "Keep civilians out of every new opening. Mark intact streets as evacuation lanes. Nobody follows dungeon geometry unless we've checked where it goes." A second rupture opened farther down the market. Gray stone pushed through a warehouse frontage, splitting the street and exposing dungeon pillars where a storeroom had been moments before. People poured from nearby shops as responders tried to keep them from running into the changing passages. Cass reached the upstairs window, broke the latch, and found 2 frightened children beneath a bed while the bedroom door opened onto stone steps descending into darkness. "There you are." She crouched carefully. "Your mother is outside, and the house has developed architectural ambitions." The older child stared at her collar. "Are you a vampire?" "Currently I'm a ladder." By the time Cass lowered both children to Rhea, another alarm was sounding deeper in Greywatch. Marcus returned from the ruptured warehouse with dust on his hands. "These aren't separate breaks. Something is pushing through the municipal dungeon routes and connecting them." Tessa looked toward the next street as black light flickered beneath a newly formed doorway. "Then we find where it's entering." Cass drew one dagger. This time, the dungeon had already reached the civilians. Tessa took one look at the spreading black stone and stopped trying to keep the household together. "Rhea, stay surface with me. We keep the evacuation lanes open and stop anything coming out." She pointed toward the ruptured warehouse. "Marcus, go with Cass. Find where these routes connect. Nico, cover them from wherever the architecture allows." Cass glanced toward the hospital behind them. "Juliana? Already has more patience than hands." Tessa met Cass's eyes. "Find the source. Don't chase everything that moves. Everyone has become very specific about that." Cass entered the warehouse with Marcus behind her and Nico covering the doorway. The storeroom lasted 6 paces. Beyond it, shelves and broken crates gave way to dungeon flooring folded through the building at impossible angles. One corridor climbed through what should have been the neighboring shop. Another ended beneath a collapsed ceiling, then continued beyond the rubble through an opening that hadn't existed when Cass looked at it. Something small vanished between 2 fallen walls. Cass stopped. "Did you see that?" Marcus raised his ward light. Movement left. The creature appeared 3 paces away, a small fox with dust-gray fur and oversized ears. It stared at Cass for one startled heartbeat, then disappeared with a soft snap and reappeared atop a broken cabinet. A responder outside shouted, "Pip. If you can hear me, stop blinking." Cass looked back. Apparently it has a name. Pip vanished again. Nico's arrow struck the floor beside Cass. She turned immediately. A rift caller stood on a section of dungeon balcony that had pushed through the warehouse's upper wall. Black-red energy stretched from its hands into 3 separate cracks in the surrounding stone. Marcus swore, "It's joining the rooms." A second rift caller appeared through another unstable opening. Then a third. The geometry shifted around them. The collapsed corridor carrying Pip slid sideways without moving any of the ordinary building around it. Dungeon stone locked against dungeon stone, forming a widening path deeper beneath Greywatch. Cass started toward the nearest caster. Marcus caught her sleeve. "Wait." Red light pulsed through every joined seam at once. Far below them, something answered. Pip blinked from the collapsing cabinet directly onto Cass's shoulder, dug 4 tiny paws into her coat, and refused to move. Cass stared sideways at one enormous ear. "This feels premature." Nico dropped from the doorway as stone sealed behind him. "We have a bigger problem." Ahead, the rift callers raised their hands together. A temporary anchor began forming in the heart of Greywatch. The anchor wasn't complete yet, which Marcus considered their only good news. "The node first," he said, pointing past the rift callers. "That thing is feeding the geometry. Break it before the anchor finishes stabilizing." Cass shifted Pip from her shoulder. The blink fox vanished before her hand reached him and reappeared behind Nico's boots. "Excellent. Stay with the responsible adult." Nico fired past her. "You chose poorly." Cass blood-stepped through the first rift caller's guard. Her shoulder protested immediately, and the hollow pull inside her deepened as she crossed again before the second caster could close the route. Heartpiercer struck the black-red crystal at the center of the joined seams. The node cracked. A rift caller turned toward her. Marcus's spell hit its raised arm, ruining the cast. Again. Cass drove both daggers into the fracture and tore them apart. The breach node shattered. Level up, 88. Strength, 38. Agility, 71. Constitution, 47. Magic power, 51. Charisma, 48. HP, 275. Stamina, 266. Blood reserve, 169. Daywalker, 73.3%. The new maximum didn't replace what she'd already spent. Cass dismissed the notice as the connected corridors buckled. Then the forming anchor opened. Rift Behemoth Korvik came through before the structure was large enough to contain him. One plated arm smashed through the unfinished frame, widening it by force. Nico stared upward. "That seems excessive." "Keep the rift collars off Marcus," Cass said. Korvik charged. Cass blood-stepped beneath the first swing and felt her reserve drop again. She cut behind one plated knee, but Korvik turned and caught her across the ribs. Pain drove her into the wall hard enough to reopen something Juliana was going to object to personally. Marcus shouted, "Anchor supports are exposed." Cass pushed upright. Korvik stood between her and them. "Of course he does." Nico's arrow struck the damaged knee. Korvik shifted. Cass went through him rather than around. Heartpiercer entered beneath the behemoth's chest plate while her second dagger tore across the exposed seam. Korvik staggered. Cass climbed the opening, drove both blades deeper, and dropped clear as he collapsed. She didn't wait. Cass crossed the fallen body, reached the temporary anchor, and ripped the fractured support free. Red light failed across the chamber. Level up, 89. Strength, 38. Agility, 72. Constitution, 48. Magic power, 52. Charisma, 48. HP, 280. Stamina, 270. Blood reserve, 172. Daywalker, 74.2%. Around them, the black rift passages stopped rebuilding. The first sign that Greywatch had survived was Tessa shouting Cass's name through the opening where the warehouse wall had returned. Cass climbed over Korvek's body with considerably less dignity than she'd used killing him. Her ribs hurt, her shoulder had started bleeding again, and every bloodstep from the last two emergencies appeared to have submitted an individual complaint. Tessa caught her uninjured arm as soon as she reached the street. Juliana. I know. That wasn't a suggestion. Behind them, Marcus emerged with Nico while the last dungeon stone withdrew from the warehouse floor. Ordinary walls remained damaged, several buildings were missing important pieces, and responders were still carrying civilians toward the hospital, but no new corridors were opening beneath anyone's feet. A soft snap sounded beside Cass. Pip appeared on a broken barrel. Cass pointed toward the street. You're free. Go be mysterious somewhere inexpensive. Pip vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared on Sable's back. Sable froze. The blink fox settled between her wings. Rhea stared. That seems unwise. Sable turned her head slowly enough to inspect the passenger. Pip sniffed one horn. Then Sable started walking toward the field hospital with him still aboard. Cass watched them go. I'm choosing to interpret that as temporary transportation. Tessa looked at her. Of course you are. They reached the command square before Juliana could successfully imprison everyone in treatment. Greywatch officers had spread fresh maps across two tables. Red marks showed the failed city breaches, the surviving outer anchors, and one much larger point beyond the contested sectors. The senior officer tapped it. Today's surge came through the municipal network because the host had enough anchor pressure to force a secondary route behind our lines. Marcus studied the map. Destroying the temporary anchor stopped the city breach. It didn't remove whatever supplied it. No. The officer moved his finger to the larger mark. Grand Anchor. Every major push we've seen is coordinating through that position. Tessa folded her arms. So holding Greywatch means waiting for them to try another route. Exactly. The officer looked around the gathered commanders. Command has approved planning for a coalition strike. We stop defending against individual breaches and remove the structure making them possible. Cass looked toward Sable. Pip had moved from her back to the space between her front paws and appeared to be asleep. Sable growled when a responder approached him. Cass closed her eyes briefly. Apparently Greywatch had survived the dungeon break. Her household might not survive the rescue. 27. We are not adopting that. Cass discovered that surviving Greywatch's dungeon break had apparently earned them temporary quarters with one fewer bed than people, 2 cracked chairs, and a blink fox. We are not adopting that. Pip sat between Sable's front paws and looked at her. Sable growled. Cass pointed carefully, because Juliana had wrapped her shoulder tightly enough that enthusiastic gestures had consequences. You already exist. Bramble already exists. We have reached a sensible creature limit. Rhea leaned against the wall. What's the limit? Fewer than this. That isn't a number. It's a principle. Sable lowered herself over Pip. The little fox vanished beneath her chest. Cass stared. Nico looked toward the resulting pile of gargoyle. Problem solved. A gray nose appeared between Sable's forelegs. Pip blinked out, reappeared on Sable's back, turned twice, and settled between her wings. Tessa sat on the edge of the table, watching Cass with entirely too much amusement. You were saying? That proves nothing except that Sable has terrible judgment. Sable folded one wing over Pip. Cass looked betrayed. You're supposed to be the difficult pet. Marcus had claimed the least damaged chair and was checking the notes he'd carried back from command. Technically, Pip belongs to whoever was responsible for him before the breach. Excellent. Find them. The responder calling for him didn't appear to be the owner. Just someone who knew his name. That sounds like a tomorrow problem. Pip disappeared. Cass felt the soft snap beside her, then found him standing on Marcus's open ledger. Marcus stopped writing. No. Pip seized the small brass clasp Marcus used to hold loose root sheets together. Absolutely not. The fox vanished before Marcus could catch him. He reappeared on Cass's knee. Cass looked down. Pip placed the brass clasp carefully against her hand. The room became quiet. Cass picked it up between two fingers. What is this? Mine, Marcus said. I understand ownership. I'm questioning motive. Pip sat upright, enormous ears forward, plainly waiting. Rhea smiled. Tribute. No. Tessa's expression became dangerous. He brought you a present. He committed theft and attempted to implicate me. Cass returned the clasp to Marcus. Pip watched it go, blinked back beneath Sable's wing, and curled up. Sable rested her chin over him. Cass looked around the temporary quarters at 6 faces that were doing a poor job of pretending this remained undecided. We're not adopting him. Nobody answered. That was considerably worse than arguing. The silence lasted until Marcus opened the supply ledger and discovered Pip inside the ammunition case. The fox appeared between 2 bundles of Nico's arrows with a soft snap, sniffed the fletching, and vanished before Nico could grab him. Nico stared into the case. That was closed. Cass pointed toward Sable. Your friend has violated military storage. Sable looked pleased. Marcus shut the case and added another line to his growing list. Repairs, replacement ammunition, prepared blood, 2 additional rooms if command can spare them, and apparently containers that defeat teleportation. We are not budgeting for him. You said that about adoption. Blink-proof storage remains useful either way. Juliana finished checking the bandage beneath Cass's coat and frowned. You reopened the shoulder and aggravated the ribs. Prepared blood will restore your reserve. It won't replace recovery. Rhea pushed back her sleeve and held out her arm. Then she feeds properly. Cass looked at her. You fought through most of yesterday. And I slept afterward. Rhea kept her arm offered. You didn't. Cass accepted only after Juliana nodded. The feeding stayed controlled, enough to take the sharp edge from the hollow pull without leaving Rhea unsteady. Juliana stopped it herself, checked both of them, then assigned Cass the least appealing instruction available. Sit still. That's becoming the campaign's most difficult objective. A knock interrupted Marcus's attempt to divide their campaign pay between repairs, ammunition, blood, and room charges. Vale Rook stepped inside carrying 3 rolled route maps and stopped. Pip appeared from Marcus's travel chest with a sock in his mouth. Marcus closed his eyes. Sable immediately chased Pip beneath the table. Nico caught the ammunition case before they struck it. Rhea was still fastening her sleeve. Juliana had blood-safe dressings spread across one chair, while Tessa was arguing with a quartermaster note claiming their temporary quarters already contained the maximum authorized occupants. Vale surveyed the room. I came at an interesting time. This is an administrative meeting, Cass said. Pip blinked onto her lap and dropped Marcus's sock there. Vale looked at the sock. Cass removed it carefully. Administration has deteriorated. Tessa took the route maps from him. Command finally paying you? Yes. Vale glanced around again. I also heard you're being reassigned quarters before the Grand Anchor operation. Marcus looked suspicious. Why? Vale leaned against the doorframe. Because I'd like one of them. Cass paused. Vale met her eyes. I've worked with you through Hollowford, Redoubt 9, and Greywatch. I know what your household looks like when things go well. He glanced at Pip, who had just vanished into Juliana's medical bag. Apparently now I know the other version. Juliana lunged for the bag. Vale smiled faintly. I'd still like to stay. Cass studied Vale for several seconds. Staying and belonging to the household aren't automatically the same thing. I know. And the permanent bond is another decision again. Cass glanced toward the others. Nobody interrupted. It gives me a connection to you. It doesn't give me your private life, your body, your blood, or permission to decide who you sleep with. Vale's mouth moved slightly. You rehearsed that. I have experience with administrative disasters. He looked directly at her. I'm attracted to you. Cass blinked. Tessa covered a smile. Vale continued calmly. That isn't why I'm asking for the bond. I'd still want this arrangement if you never touched me outside combat. Good, Cass said. Because attraction doesn't become consent through magic. And independence? You keep your work, your opinions, and the ability to tell me I'm wrong. That last one appears important. Apparently everyone considers it essential. Vale looked around the room once, then back at Cass. I've watched how you use authority when nobody forces you to be decent. I've made my choice. Cass held out her hand. Last chance to remain sensibly independent. Vale took it. I was independent when I chose this. Cass accepted the willing thrall bond. The familiar connection settled into place without changing his expression or stealing the dry amusement from his eyes. Vale squeezed her fingers once. Still think your route planning is terrible. Excellent. Verification complete. Pip chose that moment to blink onto the table. 2 hours later, Cass stood at a market registration counter learning how expensive surrender could become. The clerk listed the requirements while Marcus recorded every one. Blink-capable pet registration, specialized feed allowance, secured sleeping carrier, teleport-resistant storage, and transport declaration. Cass stared at the total. He weighs less than 1 boot. His weight isn't what gets into locked containers. Marcus slid payment across before she could object. The reinforced carrier cost more than Cass considered morally acceptable. The blink-proof storage case cost even more. Feed added a recurring expense, and the transport permit acquired its own surcharge. Sable sat beside Pip throughout the process like a gargoyle-shaped legal advocate. The clerk stamped the final page. Registered household Blink Fox. Name? Cass looked at Pip. Pip vanished, reappeared inside the supposedly secured carrier, and curled up. Cass closed her eyes. Pip. The clerk wrote it down. Apparently they had adopted him. The adoption papers had barely dried before Greywatch found a more expensive use for everyone. A campaign runner intercepted them outside the market and handed Tessa a sealed command notice. Coalition briefing. Main square. All qualified unit leaders. Tessa broke the seal while Marcus shifted Pip's new carrier beneath one arm. That sounds larger than yesterday. Vale read over her shoulder. It is. The command square had been rebuilt around 3 joined map tables. Greywatch officers occupied one side. Human raid leaders, monster route commanders, Hollowford fighters, and Redoubt 9 representatives crowded the others. The Grand Anchor sat at the center of every map, surrounded by enough hostile territory to make Cass's ribs hurt preemptively. The senior officer waited until the arguments quieted. We're done responding one breach at a time. The coalition advances on the Grand Anchor. Several route markers moved forward together. Cass studied them. That's considerably more people than our usual bad decisions. Nico leaned closer. You say that like you aren't pleased. I'm injured. Pleasure is currently administrative. The officer divided the approach into independent raid lanes. One would break the outer fortifications. Another would clear the reinforcement route. Monster units would secure the underground approaches Vale had mapped. A 4th lane would drive through the central defensive sector and open the route toward the anchor complex. Then the officer placed that marker in front of Tessa. Graduate Commander Rennick. Central lane. Tessa stared at it. How many? Your household, attached campaign fighters, and additional units assigned at staging. You'll have independent authority over the lane objective. Cass looked at the marker, then at Tessa. Apparently graduation has escalated. Tessa ignored her. What happens if another lane falls behind? You maintain your objective unless Coalition Command redirects you. Every lane has to function without being rescued by the others. Their household had spent months learning to split into teams. This wasn't 2 groups covering different doors. Tessa would be commanding one piece of an offensive large enough that other commanders had their own battles beyond her reach. Vale stepped beside the map. I know the underground junction feeding this sector. Marcus opened his ledger. Then we need ammunition allocations before staging. Rhea asked. Departure? First light tomorrow. Cass looked down at Pip's reinforced carrier. Pip blinked out of it and appeared on Sable's back. She closed her eyes briefly. Excellent. Our organization is ready. Tomorrow, they got to prove it. 28. Too many raid leaders. First light found the coalition staging ground louder than most battles. Cass stood beside Tessa at the central map table while three people argued over the same stretch of ground as though volume could move it. A Greywatch officer wanted the central lane widened. A guild raid leader wanted it shortened. One of the Hollowford bosses wanted everyone to stop pretending the underground approach could be treated like a road. Vale tapped the lower route. Because it isn't one. The guild leader frowned at him. Your scouts marked it clear. I marked it passable. Those are different words. Across the staging ground, the grand anchor pulsed behind the enemy works. Black light climbed its distant structure, and fresh movement appeared along two approach trenches that had been cleared during the night. Rift callers returned to prepared positions. Chain Knight command cells reformed behind them. Farther back, something large enough to be a rift behemoth moved between the fortifications. Cass folded her arms carefully around her bandaged shoulder. I'm beginning to dislike anything that respawns faster than meetings end. Chelene Vero leaned over the map from the opposite side. Then you're going to hate the next hour. Another officer pushed a marker toward Tessa. Graduate Commander, if the eastern lane stalls, I need your people ready to reinforce it. The Hollowford boss immediately objected. Her lane opens the central approach. Pulling it apart leaves the underground units exposed. And if the east collapses, the central approach gets flanked. Both looked at Tessa. Tessa looked at the graduate command seal fixed to her field papers, then pushed the eastern marker back to its own lane. I'm not commanding the coalition. The officer's expression tightened. You hold the credential. I hold authority over the forces assigned to my objective. Tessa tapped the central route. So I'll chair this lane, coordinate with the others, and report what we can support. I'm not taking responsibility for plans I don't control. The argument lost enough momentum for Marcus to slide an ammunition allocation sheet onto the table. Rhea said, that sounded disappointingly sensible. Nico checked his bow. Give her time. Tessa ignored both of them. Vale, underground junction. Chelene, tell me what the aircrews can actually see from above. Everyone else, stop moving my markers unless you're assigned to this lane. For several seconds, nobody argued. Then the grand anchor pulsed again. Fresh enemy markers appeared on the board. Cass looked at them. Excellent. The enemy has approved our agenda. The enemy markers stopped being theoretical when the first signal horn sounded. Tessa pointed across the map. 3 command marks. We don't get to treat them as one objective. She looked around the household. Rhea, Mara, take the fighters on the left approach. Nico, Marcus, support the central advance. Juliana stays where she can reach either group. Vale takes the underground route with the monster units. Cass frowned. And me? You're with me until that becomes impossible. Comforting. Chelene stepped back from the table and looked toward the waiting Skylancers. I'll keep the lanes talking to each other from above. They moved before anyone could reopen the argument. The Grand Anchor's outer complex answered immediately. Rift collars rose behind the eastern works and sent dark flashes into the broken ground ahead. A Chain Knight cell emerged beneath them, shields locking while fresh Abyssal troops poured through a short-lived tear. Farther left, something enormous struck the coalition line. Cass saw the rift behemoth only in pieces between ruined walls. One arm smashed through a defensive barrier. Ray's shield flashed beneath it, then Mara's signal banner appeared beside her. Cass started toward them. Tessa caught her arm. No. Rhea has a behemoth. Rhea has Mara, attached fighters, and an objective. Another impact shook the ground. Cass looked toward the left lane anyway. Tessa released her. Trust them. That was considerably harder than fighting beside them. A green flare climbed from Vale's underground approach. Route open. 2 sharp blue flashes followed from Nico and Marcus's position. Chain Knight pressure. Holding. Juliana moved between wounded coalition fighters behind the central line without once looking toward Cass for instruction. The household was everywhere. Cass was not. A rift caller raised both hands behind the eastern barricade, and a fresh tear began forming beside the command mark Tessa's lane had been assigned. Tessa pointed. That one is ours. Cass drew her daggers. Finally. They advanced with the attached fighters while Cheline's next signal crossed overhead. Behind them, the behemoth roared. Ahead, the chain knight cell shifted to block Cass's route instead of reinforcing another lane. Tessa saw it at the same moment. They're protecting the marks. Cass watched the enemy formation tighten around the glowing command structure. 3 linked objectives meant 3 separate battles, and nobody in her household was available to solve the others for her. Apparently the organization test had begun. The command structure survived Cass reaching it by surrounding itself with chain knights. Tessa's attached fighters hit their shield line from the front while Cass went around the side. The first knight turned toward her, opening exactly the gap Tessa needed. Push through, Tessa called. The mark matters more than the knights. Cass blood-stepped past the next shield. The movement pulled at her blood reserve immediately, and her injured ribs objected when she landed beside the black stone structure. A rift collar twisted toward her from behind it. Cass caught the caster's wrist before the spell formed. You're making administration difficult. She drove it away, planted both daggers into the command mark's exposed seam, and struck again while Tessa's fighters prevented the knights from closing around her. The mark shattered. Level up, 90. Strength, 39. Agility, 72. Constitution, 48. Magic power, 52. Charisma, 49. HP, 280. Stamina, 270. Blood reserve, 172. Daywalker, 75.0%. Beyond the ruined mark, the inner approach remained closed. A reinforcement gate stood across the route, black rift energy filling its center while fresh host troops formed behind it. A rift behemoth occupied the only clear approach. Tessa arrived beside Cass and stared. Of course it has a behemoth. I was concerned the second objective might be easier. The behemoth charged. Cass moved right while Tessa sent the attached fighters left. The creature followed Cass, forcing her away from the gate every time she tried to approach it. Killing the behemoth alone wouldn't stop the reinforcements. Cass saw the solution when the gate pulsed. Tessa, make it turn. Tessa understood immediately. Left side, pressure now. The fighters struck together. The behemoth rotated toward them, exposing the gate behind its shoulder. Cass bloodstepped once, landed badly enough to jar her injured shoulder, and kept moving. A second bloodstep carried her beneath the behemoth's reaching arm. She reached the gate anchor and drove both daggers into it. Black light cracked. The reinforcement gate collapsed. The behemoth staggered as its support vanished, and the coalition fighters brought it down behind her. Another notice opened. Level up, 91. Strength, 39. Agility, 73. Constitution, 49. Magic power, 53. Charisma, 49. HP, 285. Stamina, 274. Blood reserve, 175. Daywalker, 75.8%. Skill unlocked. Blood step 3. Cass dismissed the notice without testing it. Ahead, the inner approach opened into the Grand Anchor Complex. Tessa came alongside her. 2 objectives. Cass looked into the newly exposed darkness. Apparently something was saving the third. The third objective was waiting inside the inner complex, but it wasn't another command mark. Cass slowed when the passage opened into a broad chamber beneath the Grand Anchor. Black rift energy moved through channels cut into the floor, all of them converging on a raised platform at the center. Chain knights lined the approaches without advancing. Rift callers stood behind them with their hands lowered. Tessa stopped beside her. They're not attacking. That seems suspiciously considerate. Movement sounded behind them as the other coalition lanes reached the chamber through separate entrances. Rhea appeared first with fresh damage across her shield. Mara followed with the surviving attached fighters. Nico and Marcus emerged from the central route a few moments later, while Vale brought the monster units up through the underground approach. Juliana was still moving between wounded fighters as everyone compressed into the same space. Shelleen landed near the rear of the formation and folded her wings. Every host unit outside this chamber just stopped advancing. Cass looked toward the platform. That's usually when somebody important wants attention. A figure stepped through the black light beneath the grand anchor. He was taller than the chain knights around him, armored in dark plates marked with the same command symbols Cass had spent the morning destroying. The surrounding host soldiers shifted when he moved, not from fear but from immediate obedience. Vale's expression hardened. Abyssal Marshal. The Marshal descended one step. Heartpiercer. The name carried across the chamber. Cass didn't move. Tessa's gaze flicked toward her, then toward the human officers entering behind the coalition fighters. The Marshal continued, "You have broken my command marks, severed my reinforcement route, and taught creatures who should be divided to fight under one purpose." Cass glanced at the humans and monsters standing in the same battered formation. They're surprisingly cooperative when someone keeps invading both of them. A faint reaction passed through the Marshal's face. "I am Veros," he said. "Commander of the Ashen March Advance." That explained considerably more than Cass wanted explained. Veros looked past Tessa, the officers, the raid leaders, and every weapon aimed toward him. His attention returned to Cass. "I will speak with Heartpiercer." One Greywatch officer stepped forward. "You'll address Coalition Command." Veros didn't look at him. "No." Silence tightened through the chamber. Cass stared at the Abyssal Marshal who had apparently watched the entire offensive and decided everyone else had become administrative detail. Then Veros said, "Parley." Cass sighed. Apparently becoming the most interesting problem on the battlefield came with meetings. 29. The other boss objects. Veros waited beneath the grand anchor as though everyone else in the chamber had already agreed to the meeting. Cass looked past him at the black channels running through the floor. Energy still moved toward the anchor. The host soldiers remained motionless, but nothing about them suggested surrender. "You asked for parley," Cass said. "Talk." The Greywatch officer behind her made an irritated sound. Tessa didn't. She moved half a pace closer instead, while Rhea and Mara kept their weapons ready and Vale watched the host lines. Veros regarded Cass. "Withdraw from the grand anchor." "That seems unlikely. The settlement you defend will no longer be my concern." Cass glanced toward Tessa. "He's going to need to improve the sales pitch." Veros continued without reacting. "Greywatch will be released from pressure. My forces will redirect beyond its western approaches." Vale's expression changed first. Cass noticed. "Into what?" "Territory your human allies do not claim." That answered it. Vale stepped forward. "Hollowford routes." "Among others," Veros said. Several monster fighters behind him shifted. The human officers stayed silent now. Cass looked at Veros. "So your generous offer is that you stop invading Greywatch and invade someone else." "The campaign requires territory. Your coalition requires Greywatch." "No, the people in Greywatch require Greywatch." Veros tilted his head. "And the creatures beyond it?" "Require their homes too. They are not yours." Cass almost laughed. "Neither is Greywatch." That produced the faintest pause. Veros looked across the mixed coalition. "You defend humans who classify you as a threat. You gather monsters who obey you without belonging to your kind. You preserve settlements that would destroy you if they understood what stood among them." Tessa's attention sharpened, but Cass kept her face still. "Complicated relationships," Cass said. "Still not permission to feed somebody else into your war. The host will advance somewhere. Then you have identified the problem." Varos's gaze hardened. Cass stepped closer to the edge of the raised platform. Her shoulder hurt, her ribs hurt, and she had spent too much blood reserve reaching this chamber to become philosophical about alternative victims. "You don't get Greywatch," she said. "You don't get Hollowford. You don't get Redoubt 9, somebody's dungeon, somebody's village, or whichever territory looks easiest after we leave." Veros stood very still beneath the pulsing anchor. "The offer is refused?" Cass drew one dagger. Completely. Behind Veros, the final command symbols began to glow. The command symbols brightened before Veros moved. Tessa shouted, "Positions." The coalition spread as black light raced through the chamber floor. Cass went straight for Veros, expecting the surrounding chain knights to close around him. They didn't. Veros met her himself. His armored forearm caught her first dagger. Cass turned the second toward the gap beneath his shoulder plate, but he shifted with enough speed to force her back. Pain pulled through her injured ribs as she landed. "You chose badly," Veros said. "I get that a lot." Cass drove forward again. Behind him, a command mark flashed. The host formation changed instantly. Chain knights that had been holding the eastern entrance broke away and crossed toward Vale's monster units. Two rift callers moved behind them, raised their hands, and opened a short-lived tear beside fighters who had already been cleared from that approach. Vale shouted, "They're reforming behind us." Rhea turned with Mara before the new host line could close. Nico's arrows crossed above them while Marcus redirected the central fighters toward the opening. Cass saw Varos's attention shift toward another mark. "Oh, no." She blood-stepped inside his reach. The movement cost more than it had earlier. Her blood reserve was already too depleted for careless use, and landing hard sent another protest through her shoulder. She struck twice anyway. Veros gave ground one pace. Then the second command mark lit. A reforming chain knight cell that had been gathering near the rear passage vanished into black light and reappeared along the coalition's central flank. Shelleen launched upward. "Central line, turn. They're coming across you." Tessa immediately pointed. "Marcus, hold that junction. Rhea stays with Vale. Mara, reinforce center." Nobody reached Veros. That was the trick. Every time the coalition concentrated enough force to threaten him, another command mark redirected the battlefield. Defeated host units didn't simply return. Veros decided where they returned, turning cleared ground into fresh pressure before anyone could exploit it. Cass caught another armored strike against crossed daggers and slid backward. Veros looked past her toward the spreading fight. "You cannot reach the anchor while I command its army." Cass followed his gaze. 3 lanes. Reforming units. Command marks answering him faster than the coalition could reposition. Tessa reached the same conclusion from 20 paces away. "Cass, stop chasing him." Cass stared at Veros. Annoyingly, her thrall was right. This wasn't a duel yet. First they had to take his battlefield away. Cass stopped attacking Veros and went after what he was protecting. Tessa understood immediately. Coalition holds the lanes. Don't follow Cass. Keep the reinforcements off her. Veros turned toward the nearest command mark. That was enough. Cass blood-stepped behind him before he could reach it. Her reserve dropped again, and the landing sent pain through her ribs, but Veros had finally been forced to choose between fighting her and directing everyone else. He chose her. His armored strike caught Cass across the shoulder and drove her sideways. She rolled, came up beneath his second swing, and cut through the damaged joint she'd opened earlier. Veros staggered. "You would sacrifice an army to reach one structure?" he demanded. Cass drove him farther from the command marks. "You've spent an army protecting it." That seemed informative. Behind them, the chamber filled with shouted orders. Rhea held the monster side approach beside Vale. Mara and Nico reinforced the center while Marcus kept the junction from collapsing. Shelleen's warnings carried above them as the last reforming host wave pressed inward. Veros attacked again. Cass let him. She gave ground until his next strike committed him, then blood stepped inside it. One dagger caught beneath his raised arm. The other entered the gap below his chest plate. Veros stopped. Cass tore both blades free. The Abyssal Marshal collapsed. Level up, 92. Strength, 40. Agility, 74. Constitution, 49. Magic power, 53. Charisma, 50. HP, 285. Stamina, 276. Blood reserve, 175. Daywalker, 76.7%. Cass dismissed the notice. The level changed her limits. It didn't return the blood she'd already spent, The remaining command mark flared. Tessa shouted, "Cass." Black light gathered across its surface while rift colors behind the coalition opened one final reinforcement tear. Cass ran. A chain knight crossed her path. Nico's arrow struck its helmet, turning it just enough for Cass to slip past. Ray's shield hit another attacker behind her. Cass reached the mark and drove both daggers into its center. The first strike cracked it. The second split the command symbol apart. Level up, 93. Strength, 40. Agility, 75. Constitution, 50. Magic power, 54. Charisma, 50. HP, 290. Stamina, 280. Blood reserve, 178. Daywalker, 77.5%. The final reinforcement tear flickered. Ahead, the black channels in the floor converged on an opening beneath the grand anchor. Tessa reached Cass's side. "That's the heart." Cass looked at the last host wave pressing against the coalition behind them, then into the pulsing darkness ahead. "Then we finish the part Veros was actually protecting." The opening beneath the grand anchor was narrower than Cass expected and considerably less welcoming. Black energy climbed through channels in the walls and vanished into a suspended mass of rift stone at the center. Every pulse traveled outward toward the chamber behind them, where the coalition was still holding the final host wave. Marcus reached the edge and stopped. "Don't hit the center yet." Cass looked at him. "You've chosen an unfortunate moment to become cautious. The outer channels are feeding it." Marcus pointed to 3 dark seams converging beneath the suspended heart. "Break the heart while those are active and I don't know what happens." Tessa arrived beside him. "Then we cut the feeds first." Rhea planted herself across the entrance as a chain knight pushed through the coalition line. "Quickly would be appreciated." They split without discussion. Marcus took the nearest channel with Tessa. Nico moved right and began shooting the exposed rift crystal whenever its protective black stone opened. Vale and Mara forced the third approach clear while Chelene called warnings from above the entrance. Cass went left. The channel pulsed before she reached it. Fresh black stone folded across the exposed seam. "Of course you repair yourself." She drove one dagger beneath the forming layer and levered upward. Pain pulled through her shoulder. Her blood reserve was already badly spent, and another blood step would make the problem worse. So she used her hands. The stone cracked. Across the chamber, Marcus shouted, "Now." 3 attacks landed almost together. The channels went dark. The suspended heart dropped. Cass reached it before it struck the floor and drove Heartpiercer into the central fracture. Tessa's weapon struck beside hers. Mara joined from the opposite side, and the rift stone split under the combined blows. The grand anchor collapsed inward. Level up, 94. Strength, 40. Agility, 75. Constitution, 50. Magic power, 54. Charisma, 51. HP, 290. Stamina, 280. Blood reserve, 178. Daywalker, 78.3%. Cass dismissed it. The notice changed what she could hold, not what the battle had already cost her. Behind them, the black rift contracted. Its broad darkness narrowed, shuddered, and pulled inward until the opening became a thin black wound across the air. Host soldiers still standing in the chamber faltered. None of the fallen ones returned. Vale stared toward the shrinking rift. "They've stopped reforming." Chelene landed beside him. Across the sector too. The last darkness collapsed. Veros was gone from the material side with it. Cass looked around at the battered household, the exhausted coalition, and the dead grand anchor between them. Tessa exhaled. "War over?" Cass glanced toward the human officers already gathering behind her. "Probably," she said. "Now comes the paperwork." 30. Victory requires receipts. The paperwork began before Cass had finished deciding which part of her hurt most. Greywatch Campaign Command had moved the settlement meeting into a hall large enough for human officers, monster delegates, guild clerks, academy representatives, and the household to disagree without physically standing on each other. Cass sat beside Tessa with her injured shoulder bound, her ribs objecting to the chair, and enough dried blood on her gear that Juliana had threatened consequences if the meeting lasted through lunch. A guild clerk pointed at the objective ledger. The Grand Anchor was a joint force settlement. Vale folded his arms. Nobody said it wasn't. The monster detachments are claiming independent participation in the Western Approach, Redoubt 9, and the final assault. They participated independently, Mara said. That would explain the claim. The Greywatch officer across the table frowned. Those forces operated under coalition command. They agreed to cooperate, Vale corrected. They didn't become your soldiers. Cass looked at Tessa. War ending appears to have made everyone more argumentative. Tessa kept reading the papers in front of her. Nobody can stab each other in a settlement hall. That may be the problem. Another clerk tapped the list. Then we still need evidence assigning the command marks, Grand Anchor, Greywatch breach operations, and attached monster objectives correctly. Marcus opened his case. The sound of paper landing on the table silenced 3 separate arguments. Cass stared. Marcus produced route sheets from Redoubt 9, copies of Greywatch deployment orders, signed monster compacts, objective records, casualty notes, supply acknowledgements, campaign assignments, and a disturbingly organized bundle divided by date. The first clerk blinked. You kept all of this? Marcus looked offended. Of course. Shelleen leaned over from the next chair. He had copies made during an active siege. They were relevant. Rhea picked up one bundle. You numbered them. I expected this meeting. Cass slowly turned toward him. You expected people to argue over who won the war? Marcus met her gaze. I expected people to argue over money after winning the war. That was considerably more convincing. The Greywatch officer reached for the Redoubt 9 records. Vale immediately pointed to the monster signatures attached to them. Across the table, an Academy representative began comparing Tessa's command record against the official campaign log. The room became quieter and much more dangerous to anyone hoping memory would be accepted as evidence. Cass leaned back carefully. Apparently defeating Veros had been the simple part. Marcus had come prepared for the boss after him. The settlement argument eventually ended by moving 3 doors down and becoming financial. A paymaster took Marcus's organized evidence, separated it into 5 piles, and began reading aloud. Greywatch salvage share, coalition raid share, Grand Anchor campaign bonus, approved equipment losses, resurrection charges. Cass looked up. We're being charged for dying? Where campaign resurrection resources were used, the paymaster said. Rhea leaned across the counter. Some of those deaths happened because Greywatch's western line collapsed. That doesn't make resurrection free. It feels as though it should. Marcus slid one receipt from his case. The western line losses were under emergency campaign authority. Those charges come from the command reserve, not individual unit shares. The paymaster paused. Cass smiled. He brought evidence for dying. I brought evidence for billing, Marcus said. That distinction saved them considerably more money. The paymaster removed 2 resurrection charges, reduced another after Marcus produced the relevant deployment order, then reached the repair claims. Ray's shield had taken campaign damage. Nico had expended ammunition. Marcus had used wards and consumables. Cass's armor and clothing had acquired enough cuts, burns, and broken fastenings to qualify as an administrative statement. The paymaster held up one repair form. This coat was already damaged before the final operation. Cass looked at Marcus. Marcus produced another receipt. The paymaster stared at it. You have the pre-campaign repair assessment? Dated when we arrived at Greywatch. Cass leaned toward Tessa. I may have underestimated paperwork as a combat skill. Tessa's mouth twitched. Don't encourage him. Salvage created the next problem. Several recovered host materials had been pooled during the campaign, while Redoubt 9 and Hollowford operations had produced shares involving monster allies rather than Greywatch units. Vale pointed at the allocation sheet. That section belongs to the monster detachments. The paymaster frowned. It was recovered during a Greywatch campaign. and recorded separately. Marcus placed the signed salvage division beside it. Another deduction disappeared. By the time the last sheet was stamped, the original payment had survived resurrection costs, repairs, ammunition, consumables, disputed salvage, and several determined attempts by campaign accounting to make victory cheaper than it had looked. The paymaster pushed the completed settlement packet toward Marcus. Final household campaign share, subject to no further claims. Marcus checked every page before accepting it. Cass watched his expression change. "How good?" she asked. Marcus looked at the total again. "Good enough that we need to discuss what happens next." An Academy representative waiting beside Tessa closed her own folder. "So do we." She opened it before Marcus could explain what the money might buy. Tessa Rennick, your graduate command seal already records graduation qualification. Greywatch has now filed your Ashen March service as Professional Joint Force Command rather than Academy Practicum. Tessa looked at the page she was offered. "So I've graduated twice?" "No, you've proved the first one wasn't generous." Cass smiled. "I like her." The representative continued, "Future campaign offices will see sustained command under live conditions, including independent coalition objectives and the Grand Anchor operation. This changes no rank and gives you no commission. It does establish that your command record continued after graduation." Tessa signed the acknowledgement. "Professional recognition without another exam. Try not to sound disappointed." "I'm managing." Marcus had barely reclaimed the settlement packet when Chelline approached from the hall entrance, carrying her flight gear over one shoulder. "I heard the accounts survived," she said. "Mostly because Marcus declared war on arithmetic," Cass said. Chelline looked at the household, then at Tessa. "Good. I have a proposal before everyone leaves Greywatch." Marcus immediately reached for his ledger. Chelline pointed at him. "Paid proposal." His hand stopped. Cass became more interested. Chelline had flown with them, fought beside them, and stayed through the Ashen March after every reasonable opportunity to return to ordinary airship work. She knew enough now that pretending the household was merely an unusually committed field team would insult everyone involved. "I want in," Chelline said. "Paid household place. Campaign work when it exists, navigation and airship work when it doesn't." Cass studied her. "That part is employment." "I know. The bond is separate." "I know that too." Mara explained it. Vale explained it again because apparently everyone assumes nobody listens to Mara. Mara folded her arms. "Sensibly." Cass kept her attention on Chelline. "The bond doesn't include feeding access. It doesn't include romance, sex, or anything else you haven't separately agreed to." Chelline nodded. "I'm choosing the household. I'm choosing the bond. Everything else remains a separate conversation." That was clear enough. Cass offered her hand. Chelline took it without hesitation, and Cass activated the thrall bond only after feeling the choice remained steady between them. The connection settled into place. No level followed. No system reward appeared. Marcus looked down at the final campaign total instead. "With Chelline's pay included, we can still afford property discussions, premium travel, or major equipment without touching the operating reserve." Cass stared at him. Apparently winning the war had made expensive decisions affordable. Those decisions waited until after everyone had eaten. Greywatch's victory meal gave the living actual food instead of campaign rations, which improved morale enough that Rhea went back for seconds and Nico stopped examining every plate as though someone might requisition it. Cass had prepared blood waiting beside her place, followed by Juliana checking the dressing beneath her coat before allowing any discussion of celebration. "You're still down too much blood," Juliana said. "I've been drinking." "Prepared supply first. Then, if someone freely offers, you can finish recovering." Cass looked around the table. "I appreciate how festive this sounds." Tessa slid another bottle toward her. "Drink." Cass obeyed because objecting while thirsty would only prove Juliana's point. By the time the bottle was empty, the argument had moved to bedrooms. Chelline looked between Mara and Vale. "Where exactly am I sleeping?" "That," Marcus said, "is becoming a property problem." Mara smiled. You can have my room if Cass finally buys somewhere large enough that I stop storing weapons beneath the bed. You chose to store weapons beneath the bed, Tessa said. I ran out of wall. Vale glanced toward Cass. We could simply take adjoining rooms when traveling. Marcus looked pained. For how long? Cass leaned back carefully. I'm hearing a strong argument for spending money. You always hear that. Juliana offered her wrist before Cass could answer. Enough for recovery, not indulgence. Cass accepted only after Juliana nodded again. The feeding was slow, willing, and familiar. Cass stopped when the remaining hollow pull had eased, then pressed a kiss to the healed skin before releasing her. There, Juliana said. Now you may celebrate irresponsibly. Finally, medical approval. Tessa's hand settled over Cass's beneath the table. Around them, the household kept arguing about rooms, travel, damaged equipment, and whether Pip could be trusted in expensive lodging. Nobody suggested accepting another campaign assignment tomorrow. That was the part Cass noticed. They had money for repairs. Money for better equipment. Money for rooms that weren't chosen because they were cheapest. Enough reserve remained that saying no to work didn't become an emergency. Marcus eventually asked, so what comes first? Cass thought about the next contract board, then dismissed it. Crownspire, she said. Shopping. Entertainment. Proper beds. Possibly several terrible financial decisions. Tessa smiled. And work? Later. Cass looked around the table. For once, nothing forced them to choose the next dangerous job. They could afford to rest first. 31. The capital has better shopping. Crownspire's premium market took Cass's decision to rest and immediately made it expensive. Marcus stopped beneath the armor district's covered arcade and looked from the campaign settlement ledger to the first merchant's display. The operating reserve remains untouched. Cass glanced at a black glass dagger resting inside a velvet-lined case. You've said that 3 times. I intend to keep saying it until everyone understands that being able to afford something isn't the same as having infinite money. Rhea lifted a reinforced tower shield from the adjoining rack. Can I afford this? Marcus checked the tag. Yes. Then I understand perfectly. The weaponsmith had Cass test 3 black glass daggers before she found a matched pair whose balance felt right in both hands. Their dark blades were narrow, practical, and expensive enough that Tessa inspected the price twice. Cass turned one between her fingers. I've killed things worth less than these. That isn't reassuring, Tessa said. The reinforced bloodshade coat required more argument. Cass wanted movement, hidden weapon access, and enough protection to survive people who had begun designing attacks specifically for her. The armorer wanted measurements. Hold still, he said. I am holding still. You moved. He touched my ribs. Juliana looked up from examining a mobile blood-safe trauma kit fitted with sealed compartments for prepared blood, dressings, medicines, and field tools. Your ribs are still healing. Cass sighed. Apparently my medical team has joined tailoring. Working gear spread through 3 specialist shops instead of 1 convenient counter. Rhea chose the heavier shield only after confirming she could still turn quickly with it. Marcus unfolded a portable ward lattice across half a demonstration table and immediately started questioning the merchant about replacement anchors. Nico spent 20 minutes testing draw weights before commissioning a high-draw composite bow. Mara rejected 2 dueling blades before the third left her smiling. Vale's root cloak looked ordinary until the merchant demonstrated its weatherproofing, reinforced shoulders, and concealed map pockets. Useful, Vale said. Cass stared at him. You're buying clothing based entirely on practicality. Yes. I don't understand you. Shelleen's storm harness took longest. She checked every buckle herself, tested the emergency release twice, then made the fitter replace 1 strap before approving it. By the time the last commission was recorded, Marcus had spent a formidable amount of money and still looked calm. Working gear first, he said. Portal-ready storage next. Luxury clothing after that. Cass looked toward the fashion arcade visible beyond the armor district. Mara followed her gaze. You heard the order. I heard luxury clothing. Everything before it was administrative noise. Tessa laughed and caught Cass by the hand before she could walk ahead. Apparently being rich enough to rest didn't mean anyone intended to let her shop unsupervised. The fashion arcade proved considerably more dangerous than the armor district because everyone had opinions. Cass had barely entered the first shop before Tessa held up a dark traveling jacket. "Rowan. It has 6 pockets. That's why I picked it." "Accepted." Mara lifted a fitted coat from another rack. "Cassidy." Cass examined the elegant cut and narrow sleeves. Cassidy is supposed to be Tessa's registered vampire, not attending dinner with royalty. "You're in Crownspire," Mara said. "Those may become the same activity." Heartpiercer created the real argument. Cass wanted black, fitted, intimidating, and capable of hiding weapons. Marcus wanted durable fabric, practical fastenings, and nothing that required specialized cleaning after every monster dispute. Cass stared at him. Heartpiercer has a reputation. Heartpiercer also gets blood on things. Usually other people's. That hasn't improved the cleaning bills. They eventually bought 3 separate travel wardrobes instead of pretending one collection could serve every identity. Cassidy received respectable capital clothing that worked with her collar and public role. Rowan got lighter travel clothes, practical boots, pockets, and pieces suited to daylight work without resembling Cassidy. Heartpiercer's selection leaned darker, tougher, and considerably more theatrical than Marcus preferred. Then Cass found the swimwear. She emerged from behind the fitting screen in a black bikini with narrow red ties and stopped before the mirrors. Years ago, sunlight had been something she counted in minutes. Now afternoon sun filled the shop windows while she stood comfortably inside it, deciding whether the bottoms sat correctly. Tessa inspected her with suspicious seriousness. "Turn around." Cass did. "Medical assessment?" "Structural." Juliana smiled. "Keep it." Cass looked at the price tag. "Definitely." The final outfit waited near the front display. Black fabric fitted close through the waist and hips, red panels opened along the sides, and decorative straps contributed nothing whatsoever to armor, storage, warmth, or responsible travel. Marcus saw Cass looking at it. "No. You haven't heard my argument. It has no pockets." "That isn't the argument." Vale studied the outfit. "What function does it serve?" Cass lifted it from the display. "Wanting it." Silence lasted long enough to become approval in Cass's mind. Marcus sighed and opened the ledger. "The reserve remains untouched." Cass smiled. "Then apparently we can afford vanity." She carried the outfit toward the fitting room while Tessa followed, laughing. Working gear had made them safer. This purchase existed because safety no longer had to be the only reason they spent money. The entertainment shop finally found something Cass wanted more than clothing. A polished story crystal receiver occupied most of the demonstration wall, projecting a full-sized scene above its dark glass surface. 2 women in elaborate evening clothes were arguing beside a staircase while an older man listened from behind a half-closed door. Cass stopped beneath the projection. "That's the Duchess has secrets." The merchant smiled. "Current Crownspire release. We carry the complete archive and new episodes through subscription." Tessa looked at Cass. "Subscription?" "Don't interfere." "I didn't say anything. You were thinking financially responsible thoughts." Marcus arrived carrying the purchase records from the fashion shops. Cass pointed at the receiver before he could speak. "We need that." He examined the price card. "Need?" "Very badly." The merchant explained the home installation package, crystal archive, replacement guarantee, and weekly serial delivery while Cass checked which episodes she'd already seen in Crownspire. By the time Marcus confirmed the cost wouldn't touch their operating reserve, Cass had ordered the receiver for the Brightfall townhouse and subscribed to the Duchess Has Secrets through the current season. Rhea leaned toward the demonstration. "Isn't that the woman who poisoned her husband?" "She didn't poison him," Cass said. "Her sister did." Mara frowned. "I thought the sister was sleeping with him." "That was the other sister." Vale looked genuinely concerned. "How many sisters are there?" "Enough." The discussion followed them into a nearby cafe and stopped pretending shopping was the important subject. Juliana reviewed their prepared bloodstock against the journey home while Marcus added a Crownspire supplier to his notes. We have enough for travel and several days afterward, Juliana said. I want another case delivered before the next contract. Cass nodded. And beach day before the next contract. Tessa rested her hand against Cass's thigh beneath the table. Daylight beach? Obviously. New bikini requires field testing. Mara smiled over her drink. Is that what we're calling it? Cass looked at her. You're welcome to participate in the research. That earned considerably more interest than the blood inventory. By the time drinks arrived, Chelene wanted the drama explained from the beginning. Nico was arguing that the allegedly dead Duke was clearly alive, and Rhea had begun planning food for the beach. Tessa's fingers remained warm against Cass's leg while the conversation wandered through gossip, swimming, feeding, bedrooms, and who intended to watch the first episode once the receiver reached home. Cass listened to all of it and smiled. They'd spent the morning upgrading how they fought. Apparently the afternoon was for upgrading what happened when they didn't. The cafe solved the afternoon's entertainment problem and created a travel problem before anyone finished dessert. Chelene was examining a polished route card left beside the bill. Crownspire has a premium portal network. Marcus took it from her. Of course it does. Cass leaned across the table. That sounded expensive. It probably is. That made it interesting. The route card listed destinations far beyond the ordinary regional network, including places Cass had previously seen only on campaign maps and high-tier contract notices. Several required multiple connections by normal transport. The premium network crossed the same distance through Crownspire's Grandway Gate system. Vale studied the destination list. Some of these aren't beginner regions. Cass pointed at one name. Black Glass Expanse. Mara looked over. Definitely not a beginner region. That's why I pointed at it. Tessa took the card away before Cass could become attached to the idea. We're resting. I know. You're making the face. I have many faces. The one where something dangerous has become interesting. Cass opened her mouth to deny it, but a second card beneath the first ruined the attempt. Premium travelers could combine portal passage with destination contracts arranged through Crownspire's regional offices. Marcus unfolded the attached sheet and immediately began reading payment figures. His expression changed. Cass smiled. That appears promising. The fees are substantial, Marcus said. And? We can afford them without touching the operating reserve. That was considerably more dangerous than encouragement. One contract covered travel into the distant region, local route work, and enough hazard premium that even after portal charges the household remained comfortably ahead. It wasn't an emergency. Nobody needed Cass specifically. They could refuse it and spend another week shopping, watching dramas, and arguing about beach food. Cass looked again at the destination. She'd spent years measuring freedom in sunlight. Then travel had become roads, mounts, airships, campaign orders, and whatever work paid enough to justify getting there. Now money had removed another barrier. Tessa watched her. Do you actually want the contract? Cass considered the question instead of the reward. Yes. Why? Because I've never been there. Tessa's expression softened. That's not the answer you usually give. I'm expanding professionally. Marcus reached for the booking forms. Then I'm preserving enough reserve to get everyone home if the contract fails completely. Cass nodded. Good. The decision settled without urgency. Tomorrow they would use the premium portal network, pay an offensive collection of fees, and go somewhere none of them had seen before. Apparently wealth hadn't made Cass want less adventure. It had finally let curiosity choose the destination. 32. Portals charged by the person. The Crownspire Grandway Gate had 8 booking counters, 6 departure arches, 3 separate inspection lanes, and apparently no category for simply paying to go somewhere. Marcus stood at the premium travel desk while the clerk worked through their booking. 9 passengers, he said. The clerk checked the documents. 8 passengers and 1 registered beast. Cass looked up from watching baggage disappear into portal-ready storage crates. I'm still a person. You're traveling under Cassidy Hart's registration. That doesn't answer the objection. Tessa touched Cass's sleeve. We've had this argument before. Yes, and transport remains wrong. The clerk continued without visible concern. 9 passenger equivalent fares. 4 baggage units after storage consolidation. 1 registered beast processing fee. Cass pointed at herself. That one's me. Yes. After you already charged passenger equivalent fare for me. Yes. Marcus quietly wrote the amount into his ledger. The clerk turned another page. Dangerous creature surcharge. Cass stared. Also me? The clerk checked her registration. Blood Clan Vampire. Regional threat handling notation. Yes. That's 3 charges for 1 body. Mara leaned against the counter. Perhaps you should have traveled as Rowan. Rowan doesn't have the paperwork attached to Tessa's registration, and changing identities purely to avoid a fee feels like admitting they've won. Vale considered that. It would also be cheaper. Cass pointed at him. You're supposed to support me emotionally. I'm supporting Marcus financially. Marcus nodded. Appreciated. Behind them, Rhea and Nico supervised the weapon cases while Juliana kept the prepared blood case beside her instead of allowing it into ordinary baggage. Chelene had already cleared her storm harness through equipment inspection and was examining the enormous portal arch with professional interest. The household had reduced most of their clothing and field equipment to compact travel storage, which apparently saved enough baggage fees to justify yesterday's purchases. Then the clerk reached the destination line. Black Glass Expanse. High-tier regional destination surcharge. Cass closed her eyes. Of course. Tessa laughed. You picked it. I picked a place. I didn't realize geography had a luxury classification. The clerk named the final total. Marcus checked it against his figures, subtracted the contract's travel allowance, then calmly opened the payment pouch. Operating reserve remains untouched. Cass looked at the stack of charges. That isn't the point. I've been counted as a person, a beast, and a dangerous creature. All accurately, Nico said. Cass turned toward him. Mathematically offensive. The clerk stamped their passage documents and handed them to Tessa. Beyond the inspection barrier, the black glass departure arch had begun filling with pale light. Apparently seeing somewhere new required surviving Crownspire accounting first. The black glass expanse announced itself with heat, black stone, and a sky so clear Cass could see mountains that looked close enough to walk to and were apparently 2 days away. She stepped from the glowing portal arch onto a broad platform built from dark glassy rock. Crownspire's enclosed concourse had vanished behind them. Here the arrival station stood beneath an open canopy surrounded by jagged ridges, pale scrub, and enormous slabs of black stone reflecting the afternoon sun. Cass stopped. All right. This was worth at least one of the fees. Marcus emerged behind her. Which one? Destination tier. Tessa joined them while the others collected their portal-ready storage. Not the dangerous creature surcharge? That remains theft. A local guide waited beside the contract marker, wrapped in a pale hood and carrying a short spear. He checked Tessa's papers, counted the party, then pointed toward a line of reinforced wagons preparing to leave the station. Your contract route joins that caravan until the eastern junction. After that, we separate for the local trail. Vale studied the distant ridges. How bad is the route? The guide shrugged. Today? Quiet. Something struck the lead wagon hard enough to lift one side off the ground. Rhea had her shield out before the wheels landed. Cass drew both daggers. You have an interesting definition of quiet. The guide looked toward the road with considerably less concern than Cass considered appropriate. Wayglass Ravager. A long shape burst from behind a black ridge. Translucent plates covered its shoulders and spine, catching the sunlight in sharp flashes as it hit the second wagon broadside. The reinforced frame cracked. Draft beasts screamed and pulled against their traces while guards scrambled between the creature and the passengers. Nico raised his bow. That's routine? On this route? The guide lowered his spear and started toward the caravan. Yes. Mara stared after him. I dislike this region already. Cass didn't. The Ravager turned toward the nearest cluster of guards. One swung a heavy axe into its shoulder. The blade struck a clear plate, skidded sideways, and snapped near the head. Cass's interest sharpened. Tessa pointed toward the wagons. Rhea takes the civilians. Marcus, protect the damaged wagon. Nico and Chelene, ranged support. Mara and Vale with me. Cass started forward. The guide caught sight of her and shouted, "Don't hit the glass plates. You'll only make it angry." The Ravager smashed through a roadside barrier and sent 3 guards diving clear. Cass smiled and changed her grip on the daggers. Apparently Blackglass considered this ordinary. She was beginning to understand why the contract paid so well. The Wayglass Ravager hit the damaged wagon again before Cass reached it. Marcus caught the tilting frame with a ward that flashed across the wheels while Rhea planted herself between the stranded passengers and the creature. Nico's first arrow struck beneath one translucent shoulder plate and buried shallowly. The local guide shouted, "Joints and underside." Cass bloodstepped past the Ravager's next charge. The movement spent blood reserve sharply enough to register, but it put her beside the creature instead of beneath it. She drove one dagger toward the gap behind its foreleg. The Ravager twisted. A glass plate caught the blade and threw Cass sideways. She hit the Black Road's shoulder first, rolled, and barely cleared a stamping forefoot. Tessa pointed toward the caravan. "Keep it away from the wagons." I had gathered that. Mara and Vale struck from opposite sides, forcing the creature to turn while Chelene's storm attack cracked against the ground behind it. The Ravager recoiled from the blast rather than the damage. Cass saw the pattern. Chelene, again. Behind it. Lightning struck the road. The Ravager surged away from the impact exactly as Cass expected, exposing the softer line beneath its rear plates. She bloodstepped in, cut deeply across one leg, and got out before the translucent armor snapped downward around her. The creature screamed and charged the nearest wagon. Rhea intercepted it, shield taking enough force to drive her backward into the road barrier. Cass's amusement disappeared. She came in from the injured side. Nico's next arrow found the same gap she'd opened. Mara struck beneath the opposite foreleg, and Vale forced the Ravager's head away from the passengers scrambling out of the damaged wagon. "Now," Tessa shouted. Cass went beneath the plates. Her first dagger entered behind the shoulder. The Ravager bucked hard enough to tear the weapon from her hand and throw her against its side. Pain caught through her healing ribs. She held on. Her second dagger drove upward into the exposed seam beneath its chest. The Ravager collapsed 3 paces from the caravan. Wayglass Ravager defeated. Portal Caravan protected. Level up, 95. Strength, 41. Agility, 76. Constitution, 51. Magic Power, 55. Charisma, 51. HP, 295. Stamina, 284. Blood Reserve, 181. Daywalker, 79.2%. Cass dismissed it and retrieved her dropped dagger. The guide stared at the dead Ravager, then at her. "You handled that well." Cass rubbed her aching ribs. "You called it routine." "It is." Cass looked toward the distant black ridges. Brightfall suddenly seemed extremely polite. The local guild required Cassidy's registration paperwork before it would acknowledge that she had just helped save one of its caravans. Cass sat beside Tessa at a scarred counter while Juliana checked her ribs and the clerk copied details from the same documents Crownspire had inspected that morning. Outside the open windows, workers were still repairing the wagon the Wayglass Ravager had nearly overturned. Cass watched another form appear. "Does killing the thing attacking your caravan reduce the paperwork?" "No," the clerk said. "What if I kill something attacking the paperwork?" Tessa caught Cass's hand before it reached the page. "That would create more paperwork." The local guide arrived carrying their completed route report. He laid it beside the registration forms and looked at Cass. "You wanted to know what people do here when they're looking for harder work." Cass became considerably more attentive. "I may have expressed professional curiosity. You asked what counts as dangerous if Ravagers are routine." That was the professionally curious part. He pulled a dark bordered notice from beneath the report. The guild clerk frowned immediately. "That isn't ordinary contract work." "I know." Marcus leaned over Cass's shoulder. The notice covered a night route beyond the settled roads, where repeated high-tier predator activity had made an older approach unsafe. Several experienced teams had inspected it. None had accepted the clearing recommendation. Marcus found the payment line first. This barely compensates for the risk. The guide nodded. That's why ordinary teams aren't taking it. Cass read the danger rating again. Tessa watched her instead of the notice. No. I haven't said anything. You're making the face. Cass looked offended. Apparently my expressions are overregulated. Mara moved closer and read the route description. That's above what we'd normally accept as a household contract. Exactly, the guide said. If you came here looking for difficult work, that's difficult work. Cass glanced toward the guild clerk, who had returned to processing Cassidy Hart's registered vampire travel documentation and seemed entirely unaware that the dangerous creature sitting beside Tessa had another professional identity. Heartpiercer didn't need Cassidy's paperwork. She needed darkness. Cass looked through the open window. Afternoon still lay bright across the black glass ridges. Tessa followed her gaze. Tonight? Cass smiled. We did come here because I wanted to see somewhere new. Marcus sighed and reached for his ledger. Cass returned the unsigned notice to the counter. Cassidy Hart could finish being processed. Heartpiercer had already decided what she wanted to see after dark. 33. Hunting above our pay grade. Darkness arrived slowly across black glass, turning the reflected glare of the ridges into scattered silver beneath the stars. Cassidy Hart finished the last of her guild processing, returned to the rooms Marcus had arranged, and waited until Juliana stopped objecting to the bruising around her ribs. Only then did Cass change clothes, remove the registration collar, and let Heartpiercer replace the version of herself black glass bureaucracy understood. Tessa inspected her before opening the rear door. You're still sore. I'm a vampire. Sore is temporary. Being overconfident can also be temporary. Cass smiled. That sounded threateningly educational. Marcus had already packed prepared blood and repair supplies. Nico, Rhea, Mara, Vale, Juliana, and Shelleen were equipped for the route, although everyone had agreed this wasn't a household contract. Heartpiercer had chosen the hunt. The others were support. The local monster guide waited beyond the settlement lights. It was broad, gray-skinned, and heavily scarred, with enough old damage across its shoulders to suggest black glass considered retirement an optional luxury. It looked Heartpiercer over once. Then it turned away. Cass waited. The guide kept walking. Mara glanced at her. Were you expecting more? A little professional recognition would have been polite. The guide spoke without looking back. I know who you are. That's better. Brightfall roaming boss. Regional threat. Ashen March fighter. Killed several named creatures. Cass smiled beneath her mask. Much better. The guide stopped and looked back. That's respectable where you come from. Nico made a quiet choking sound. Cass stared at the guide. You could have stopped before the final sentence. Black glass has bosses older than your reputation. Vale looked toward the dark ridges. How much older? Some remember when the Eastern Road was somewhere else. That reduced the amusement considerably. They left the settled trail and climbed through broken black stone toward the ancient route. The land changed as they traveled. Marker posts disappeared. The ground became rougher, cut by narrow ravines and slabs of glassy rock that caught moonlight in misleading flashes. Ahead, an ancient dungeon entrance emerged from the ridge, half buried beneath collapsed stone. The guide stopped well short of it. Cass looked at the dark opening. This is where ordinary teams refuse the work. The guide gave her a flat look. Ordinary teams know when they're ordinary. Cass rested both hands on her daggers. Apparently Blackglass had finally found a local custom she liked. The guide led them past the ancient entrance instead of through it. Cass looked back at the black opening as they climbed along the ridge. I thought that was the route. It is. Then we've developed an unusual relationship with directions. The guide pointed toward a field of broken black stone ahead. Manticore hunts the lower approach. Rock nests above it. Going through the entrance puts both behind you. That improved the explanation considerably. The ground ahead looked open until Cass tried judging distance. Moonlight reflected from hundreds of glassy surfaces at different angles. A slab that appeared 20 paces away proved to be nearly 60. Another looked distant until Rhea almost walked into it. Nico stopped beside Cass. "I hate this." "Agreed. The landscape is lying." A growl came from directly ahead. Cass drew her daggers. Nothing was there. The guide dropped into a crouch. Black glass manticore. Movement flashed far to their left. Cass turned toward it, caught the outline of a broad feline body and raised tail reflected across 3 separate stone faces, then realized none of those images matched the sound of claws behind her. Tessa shouted, "Cass." Cass blood stepped sideways. A barbed tail struck the place she'd occupied and shattered a glassy shelf. The manticore landed beyond it, much closer than its reflection suggested, then vanished between 2 black slabs before Nico could loose an arrow. Cass stared after it. "That's cheating." "Local wildlife," Mara said. "Same thing." A heavy wingbeat rolled down from above. Everyone looked up. The ridge over the ancient entrance rose into a jagged tower of black rock. Something enormous shifted near its summit. Moonlight passed through broad translucent wings, turning their edges pale before the creature folded them again. The guide said, "Glasswing rock." Cass looked from the nesting shape above to the unseen manticore somewhere among the reflections. "Please tell me they're territorial and hate each other." "They are territorial." That wasn't the whole question. The rock launched from the ridge. Its cry sent the manticore bursting from cover below, driving straight toward the household as the rock descended from above. Rhea raised her shield. Nico drew. Shelleen's hands sparked while Mara and Vale spread away from Tessa. Cass saw the problem a heartbeat too late. Whether the predators were cooperating or merely exploiting the same prey no longer mattered. "Back!" Cass shouted. For once, finding harder work had been considerably easier than surviving it. Cass's retreat lasted 12 paces before the manticore made continuing backward impossible. The creature came through the reflections from her right while its image appeared ahead. Cass blood stepped sideways, spending blood reserve to escape the barbed tail, and shouted, "Rhea, don't chase it. Make it come through you." Rhea planted her shield beside a narrow gap between 2 black slabs. "That I can do." Nico and Shelleen pressured the manticore from opposite angles while Mara and Vale kept the rock from finding a clean descent. The local guide struck his spear against stone, drawing the manticore toward the sound. It charged the opening, found Rhea instead, and lost the reflections that had protected it. Cass went in beneath its tail. The first dagger opened its flank. The second struck deeper before the manticore twisted and raked claws across her coat, tearing leather and catching the armor beneath it. Cass blood stepped through the pain, appeared behind its shoulder, and drove both blades into the exposed seam. The manticore dropped. A pale notice opened across her vision. Black glass manticore defeated. Level up, 96. Strength, 41. Agility, 77. Constitution, 51. Magic power, 55. Charisma, 52. HP, 295. Stamina, 286. Blood reserve, 181. Daywalker, 80.0%. Cass dismissed it. The larger numbers did nothing to return the blood she'd already spent or repair the armor hanging open at her side. The glasswing rock screamed overhead. Tessa looked at Cass's torn gear. "We can withdraw." Cass looked behind them. The manticore's body blocked one route. Broken glass covered another. Above, the rock folded its wings and dropped toward the only clear approach. "Apparently we can't." The impact scattered everyone. Cass hit stone hard enough to wake every complaint in her ribs. The rock climbed immediately, circled once, then came down again before the household could reform. "Wings!" Cass shouted. Nico's arrows and Shelleen's storm attack struck together. The rock flinched, one translucent wing dipping. Mara and Vale drove it away from Tessa while Rhea forced its next landing crooked. Cass spent more blood reserve closing the distance. A wing edge sliced through her shoulder armor. She caught the limb anyway, dragged herself beneath it, and drove Heartpiercer into the joint. The rock screamed, collapsed sideways, and Cass struck again before it could rise. The second predator went still. Glasswing Rock defeated. Level up, 97. Strength, 41. Agility, 77. Constitution, 51. Magic power, 56. Charisma, 52. HP, 295. Stamina, 286. Blood reserve, 183. Daywalker, 80.8%. Predator's Focus 3 unlocked. Cass dismissed the notice and remained kneeling beside the rock, bleeding through damaged armor while the ancient dungeon entrance behind them began to glow. The glow spread through the ancient entrance while Cass was still deciding whether standing up was worth the effort. Lines buried beneath centuries of black stone brightened one after another. The sealed opening the guide had led them past earlier answered with a grinding crack. Dust spilled from its upper edge as two massive slabs separated by inches. Everyone stopped moving. The local guide stared at the entrance. That doesn't open. Cass pressed one hand against her bleeding shoulder and pushed herself upright. I'm observing some contradictory evidence. It hasn't opened in my lifetime. Nico lowered his bow. How old are you? The guide looked at him. Nico nodded. Apparently not relevant. Another line of light ignited across the stone. Old symbols became visible around the doorway, much deeper than ordinary dungeon route markings. Cass recognized boss notation among them, but the arrangement wasn't claiming territory or marking a lair. It was restricting entry. Marcus approached only far enough to inspect the symbols without touching them. This says boss class. Tessa moved beside Cass. Her attention went first to the torn armor, then to the blood darkening Cass's side. We're not going inside tonight. I haven't volunteered. You're staring at it. I'm allowed professional curiosity. The doorway opened another pace. A pale system notice appeared across Cass's vision. Black Glass Apex Trial. Boss class entrant recognized. Cass went still. Her private status opened behind the notice without being called. Level 97 remained fixed. Daywalker still read 80.8%. Predator's Focus 3 sat among her abilities, newly unlocked and offering no useful opinion about an ancient dungeon inviting her inside. Then her classification line shifted. Named Roaming Boss remained visible, but the text refused to settle cleanly. Pale light passed across it once, then again, as though the system had started checking something it hadn't needed to check before. Cass dismissed the panel. Tessa saw her expression. What happened? No promotion. Cass looked toward the widening entrance. Definitely not that. Marcus exhaled. Good. That sounded unnecessarily relieved. It sounded financially cautious. The guide finally looked away from the doorway and toward Heartpiercer. His earlier dismissal had disappeared completely. The old stories say that route opens for bosses the dungeon considers ready to be tested. Cass looked into the darkness beyond the threshold. Apparently Black Glass had stopped judging her reputation and decided to judge her personally. 34. Definitely a world boss. The entrance continued opening until the gap was wide enough for Heartpiercer to pass comfortably and narrow enough to make everyone else look unwelcome. Cass studied the darkness beyond it. I'm beginning to dislike how personally tailored this invitation feels. Tessa caught her uninjured arm before she moved. You're bleeding, your armor is torn open, and you've spent enough blood that Juliana is already preparing a speech. I don't prepare speeches, Juliana said while tightening the temporary dressing beneath Cass's damaged shoulder plate. I prepare consequences. Cass looked at the doorway. The dungeon appears willing to wait through medical supervision. The system notice changed. Black Glass Apex Trial. Boss Class Progression Route. Entrant, Heartpiercer. Qualification Record accepted. Named Boss History. Sufficient. Regional Threat Record. Sufficient. Current level, 97. Central Trial Participation Restricted. Cass read the final line twice. Beside her, Marcus approached the threshold. Pale symbols illuminated beneath his boots, then stopped before reaching him. A separate line appeared along the wall. Support route available. Allied participants permitted for auxiliary objectives. Central trial credit. Entrant only. Marcus stepped back. That's unusually clear. Nico leaned toward the opening. It's telling us we're allowed to help without being allowed to solve it. Excellent, Cass said. Even ancient dungeons have discovered management structure. Rhea tested the threshold next. The same side route markings brightened, while the central symbols remained dark beneath her. Mara, Vale, Chelene, Tessa, Nico, Juliana, and Marcus received the same answer. None were rejected outright, but the broad path running into the mountain responded only when Cass approached. Tessa looked at the glowing route. So we handle whatever side objectives it gives us. You do the central tests. Cass rested one hand against her damaged armor. The fight outside had already cost blood, gear, and several parts of her that Juliana wanted kept motionless. The trial hadn't restored any of them merely because it considered her qualified. That seems unfairly interested in proving I deserve this. The local guide remained several paces back. Apex trials aren't rewards. Cass glanced at him. That information would have been useful before the door opened. You weren't invited before. Unfortunately, that was difficult to argue with. Heartpiercer stepped across the threshold. Stone illuminated ahead of her, revealing a descending black corridor while narrower support passages opened on either side for the household. Far below, something massive moved. A final notice appeared. Black Glass Apex Trial. Phase 1 Gatekeeper. Obsidian Hydra. Cass drew her daggers. Of course it has multiple heads. The Hydra reached the bottom of the corridor before Cass reached the chamber. 3 black heads came through the arch together, followed by a body broad enough to scrape both walls. Cass blood stepped clear of the first bite, ducked the second, and discovered the third had already aimed where she was likely to appear. Its jaws closed across her damaged shoulder armor. Cass tore free before the teeth found flesh. Predator's focus is considerably less impressive when the predator has 3 opinions. A side passage flashed white beyond the chamber wall. Tessa's voice carried through an opening overhead. Auxiliary seal. We can suppress one head. Please choose the one currently learning. The left head jerked as pale chains of dungeon light closed around its neck. Cass didn't wait. She drove beneath the central head, cut across one foreleg, then blood stepped behind the creature when the remaining free head snapped toward her. The Hydra adjusted again. So did Cass. She stopped using bloodstep on the obvious opening. When the right head anticipated another flank movement, Cass stayed exactly where she was, let it turn away, and drove both daggers beneath the central jaw. The Hydra recoiled. She followed instead of retreating, climbed one armored shoulder, and struck through the softer seam behind the skull. The chained head broke free too late. Cass dropped beneath its bite and finished the wounded central neck from below. The Hydra collapsed hard enough to shake the chamber. A pale notice opened. Obsidian Hydra defeated. Level up, 98. Strength, 41. Agility, 78. Constitution, 52. Magic power, 56. Charisma, 53. HP, 300. Stamina, 290. Blood reserve, 184. Daywalker, 81.7%. Cass dismissed it while blood continued leaking beneath Juliana's temporary dressing. Bigger numbers remained stubbornly unwilling to repair yesterday's damage. The far wall opened. Beyond it waited a circular chamber lined with black mirrors. Cass stepped inside. Her reflection appeared in 12 surfaces. Then 6 of them moved without her. One vanished into shadow. Another lowered into the posture Cass used before bloodstep. A third shifted both daggers into the exact reverse grip she favored when attacking armored joints. Cass stopped. Tessa's voice reached her faintly from the support route. What do you see? My bad habits. The nearest reflection smiled exactly like Heartpiercer. Then it bloodstepped toward the place Cass normally dodged. Cass avoided the bloodstep by doing something the mirror version of herself apparently considered unthinkable. She stayed still. The echo appeared beside her expected escape point, both daggers already cutting through empty air. Cass stepped behind it and drove Heartpiercer through its back. Black glass burst outward, but another reflection left the opposite wall before the first finished breaking. "That's insulting," Cass said. "I'm not this predictable." Tess's voice reached her through the support root. "You bloodstep whenever something bigger than you commits to a heavy attack." "I object to the quality of this feedback. You asked what we saw." Cass ducked beneath her own copied dagger work and stopped arguing. The gauntlet knew attacks she'd repeated across fights. It expected bloodstep after pressure, shadow slip when crowded, and the same angle she preferred against armored joints. Every efficient habit had become something the mirrors could prepare for. So Cass stopped fighting like Heartpiercer alone. She gave ground the way Rhea would, keeping the echoes committed instead of chasing openings. She waited for Nico's kind of clean line rather than taking the first available target. When a side seal flashed from Marcus's route, Cass treated it like a raid objective instead of scenery and drove 2 echoes toward it before attacking. The final mirror version anticipated her bloodstep. Cass threw 1 dagger instead. The echo turned toward the unexpected blade. Cass crossed the remaining distance normally and buried Heartpiercer through the exposed mirror core behind it. Every reflection shattered. Mirror core gauntlet complete. Level up, 99. Strength, 41. Agility, 78. Constitution, 52. Magic power, 57. Charisma, 53. HP, 300. Stamina, 290. Blood reserve, 186. Daywalker, 82.5%. The larger blood reserve number described what she could hold, not what the Hydra and Gauntlet had left her. Her shoulder still bled beneath the dressing, and her damaged armor remained damaged. Cass dismissed the notice. The chamber wall split down the center. Beyond it stood the crownless Titan. It was twice Ray's height, plated in dark stone and waiting inside a circular chamber marked with objective seals rather than a simple fighting floor. Its featureless head turned toward Cass. "You have come alone," it said. Cass heard movement through the household side passages and looked at the seals around the room. "No," she said, drawing her remaining dagger. "I've just stopped assuming fighting alone means thinking alone." The Titan raised both arms. Every objective seal turned red. The crownless Titan attacked before Cass finished counting the red seals. Its fist struck the chamber floor where she'd been standing and sent broken stone across her boots. Cass bloodstepped once, felt the cost bite into an already depleted reserve, and stopped herself from chaining another. The Titan turned toward her immediately. "Of course you know about that too." Tess's voice carried from the side route. "3 seals are connected to us." Cass watched the Titan place itself between her and the nearest red mark. Killing it directly was the obvious answer, which meant the trial had probably been built to punish exactly that. "Don't attack the Titan," Cass called. "Break the objectives." Rhea answered from somewhere beyond the wall. "Finally, instructions I understand." The first seal changed from red to white. The Titan staggered. Cass moved in, struck the exposed joint behind one knee, then retreated before it could trap her beneath both arms. The second seal remained red while the third flickered under pressure. Marcus shouted, "Second one requires simultaneous contact." Then coordinate it. A brief argument involving Nico, Mara, and Vale followed through the wall. Cass smiled despite the Titan trying to remove her from the chamber. Apparently raid leadership survived architecture. 2 seals turned white together. The Titan's chest armor split. Cass didn't rush the opening. She waited until it committed to another crushing strike, drew it away from the final objective route, and heard Tessa shout, "Now." The last seal went white. Every black plate covering the Titan's chest opened around a pale central core. Cass spent what blood reserve she could afford. Bloodstep carried her beneath the descending arm. She drove her remaining dagger into the exposed core, caught the Titan's armor with her free hand, and held on when it tried to throw her clear. The core cracked. Cass tore the dagger sideways. The crownless Titan collapsed. Pale light filled her vision. Black glass apex trial complete. Crownless Titan defeated. Level up, 100. Strength, 42. Agility, 79. Constitution, 53. Magic power, 58. Charisma, 54. HP, 305. Stamina, 294. Blood reserve, 189. Daywalker, 83.3%. Boss classification updated. World boss. Encounter state I unlocked. Phase 1. Normal scale Heartpiercer. Phase 2. Temporary raid form, approximately 7 meters. Formal world boss events only. Cass stared at the notice while blood continued soaking Juliana's dressing beneath her ruined armor. Tessa reached the chamber through the open support route. Cass? Cass dismissed everything except the classification line. Remember when the Academy called Heartpiercer a world boss candidate? Yes. Cass looked at the dead Titan. They can remove candidate. Another system window opened. World boss activities available. Cass read the heading inside. Apparently becoming what everyone feared came with a job menu. 35. Rampage requires registration. The job menu remained open while Juliana removed another ruined piece of Cass's shoulder armor. Cass tried to focus on both problems. The armor problem hurt more. The world boss problem had better headings. World boss activities available. Formal public events. Regional rampage. Territory challenge. Target territory alert. Mandatory. Defender participation. Open. Raid reinforcement. Enabled. Registration required. Cass read the list again. I'm sorry, did becoming a world boss just give me permission to attack cities professionally? Juliana pulled the broken shoulder plate free. You're not attacking anything until I finish with you. That wasn't a refusal. It was from me. Tessa moved close enough to read the interface over Cass's shoulder. Regional rampage sounds exactly like the kind of thing the Academy used to put in threat planning exercises. Nico leaned in from the other side. Except those exercises generally assumed the world boss hadn't filled out paperwork first. Cass selected the regional rampage heading without confirming anything. The interface expanded. Sanctioned world boss activity. Regional rampage. Eligible territories may be challenged through formal event registration. Registered territory receives public advance warning. Defending forces may register for event participation. Independent raid groups may join during authorized reinforcement windows. Event objectives and encounter conditions determined after territory selection. No progression awarded for registration. Marcus read the last line first. At least you can't gain a level by completing the form. Cass looked offended. I've completed paperwork difficult enough to deserve experience. Rhea stepped closer. It announces you're coming before you attack. Yes. And tells every adventurer who wants to fight a world boss where you'll be. Yes. Mara folded her arms. That's less a rampage and more an appointment. Cass stared at the interface. She'd spent years hiding Heartpiercer from organized hunters, academy investigators, guild records, and anyone inclined to bring 40 friends. The system was now offering to advertise her location and invite those 40 friends to bring 40 more. Her shoulder throbbed beneath Juliana's dressing. Her blood reserve was badly depleted, her armor needed serious repair, and the dungeon had apparently decided this was the ideal moment to introduce organized recreational warfare. Tessa touched the unopened territory selection control. Don't press that yet. I wasn't going to. Everyone looked at her. Cass sighed. I was going to read what happened if I pressed it. That's pressing it, Marcus said. Administrative terminology is becoming oppressive. The interface waited patiently. Cass studied the words regional rampage again. Apparently world boss employment involved warning an entire territory that she intended to attack it, then giving everyone else time to organize the welcoming committee. Cass opened the territory selection control. The system immediately offered a list long enough to suggest world bosses had been ruining municipal afternoons for centuries. Most entries were unavailable because they lacked suitable event infrastructure, active defender capacity, or resurrection support. One remained brightly selectable. Bastion Reach. Fortified Regional City. Resurrection Infrastructure. Qualified. Defender Capacity. Qualified. Regional Rampage. Available. Cass frowned. It has qualifications for being attacked. Marcus leaned closer. Apparently responsible cities prepare for this. That sentence shouldn't make sense. She selected Bastion Reach. A second page replaced the first. Regional Rampage Participation Conditions. Advance warning required. Civilian districts. Excluded. Hospitals. Excluded. Non-participant zones. Excluded where practicable. Active defenders. Registered participants only. Resurrection requirement. Active coin or approved event return binding. Cass stopped reading. Tessa noticed. Better? Considerably. Cass touched the civilian exclusion line. I was concerned traditional rampaging might involve expectations I'm unwilling to meet. Rhea read over her shoulder. You mean murdering people who aren't fighting you? Yes. I'm comfortable with a surprisingly broad range of violence. That isn't included. The interface expanded again as though offended by the need for clarification. Progression weighting. Weak non-participants. Negligible. Registered raid groups. Significant. Named champions. Significant. Defensive arrays. Significant. Event stage completion. Significant. Cass stared at it. Nico smiled. The system agrees with your standards. The system has finally discovered quality control. Another section appeared beneath the participation rules. Registered defenders knowingly entered the event boundary. Death could still consume resurrection charges, damage equipment, impose return costs, and hurt exactly as much as death usually did. Outside raid groups could join through rallyway gates once the public warning period began. Juliana pointed at the resurrection clause. So this isn't harmless. No, Cass said. Someone she killed might wake poorer, terrified, missing equipment, and deeply offended by the experience. That mattered. It simply wasn't the same as turning an ordinary city street into a massacre. Tessa touched the confirmation line without activating it. If you register this, Bastion Reach knows Heartpiercer is coming. Cass looked at the city name, then at the list of things she was explicitly forbidden to treat as targets. A city rampage where civilians were protected, hospitals were outside the battlefield, every defender chose to participate, and the worthwhile objectives were the people and defenses strong enough to challenge her. That, Cass said, is a much more reasonable definition of rampage. She confirmed Bastion Reach. Regional Rampage selected. Registration pending final event planning. Cass regarded the final line. Apparently before she could attack a city responsibly, the system expected her to plan the trip. Planning the attack required enough paper to cover most of the table. Marcus claimed the largest section immediately. Travel first. World Boss Event Transit isn't available to you, so we're paying ordinary rates to Bastion Reach. Cass looked offended. The system invited me to attack a city and won't provide transportation? Apparently destruction doesn't include delivery. Tessa opened the provisional event schedule beside him. Stage 1 begins only after you cross the event boundary. Defender reinforcement windows open between stages, not continuously. Nico traced the timing marks. So if the first raids fail, more groups can enter before the next stage. Cass studied the sequence. They've scheduled reinforcements. Vale leaned across the table. They've scheduled you being difficult to kill. That sounds much better. Juliana had already taken control of the supply list. Prepared blood for the journey, prepared blood before entry, and enough reserve supply for afterward. You're not starting a multi-stage event half-empty because you think feeding wastes time. Cass's damaged shoulder made objecting less convincing. I wasn't going to. Juliana looked at her. I was considering efficiency. Charlene tapped the equipment column. Your armor needs proper repair before we leave. Not another field patch. Rhea added, mine should be checked too if we're supporting the auxiliary lanes. Mara looked up from the participation rules. Loot rights are stranger. Registered defenders keep protected personal equipment after return, but dropped event loot and objective salvage can change ownership inside the active boundary. Marcus immediately pulled that page toward himself. Cass smiled. I recognize that expression. There are forms for claiming event salvage. She stared at him. There are forms for looting a city? Several. Cass took the packet. Bastion Reach required defender rosters, resurrection verification, stage entry declarations, reinforcement registration, protected zone maps, loot classifications, damage accounting, and a final settlement record after the event ended. She read the list twice. Tessa watched her expression change. You're enjoying this. They made wiping out a city's active defenders administratively accountable. That's what you're enjoying? Cass turned another page. There's a damage declaration for defensive structures. Marcus pointed to the bottom. And an event deposit. Her satisfaction weakened. Of course there is. By the time they finished, travel, blood, repairs, supplies, loot rules, respawn costs, and reinforcement timing all had assigned columns. The only unfinished item was the final registration confirmation. Cass rested one finger above it. Apparently city destruction had forms, expenses, and a button that would tell everyone she was coming. Cass pressed the final confirmation. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the system answered. Regional Rampage registered. World Boss, Heartpiercer. Target Territory, Bastion Reach. Public Warning issued. Defender registration open. Rally waygates scheduled. Cass stared at the notice. That was disappointingly easy. Marcus looked at the papers covering the table. We paid a deposit, arranged travel, submitted event conditions, checked resurrection rules, priced repairs, and spent most of the afternoon filling in forms. The button was easy. A chime sounded from Tessa's Academy communication crystal. Then another. Nico's guild token lit almost immediately afterward. Mara reached for her own message slate as 3 notices appeared across it at once. You may have underestimated the meaning of region-wide. Tessa opened the first Academy notice and read aloud. Bastion Reach Regional Rampage. Confirmed World Boss Event. Experienced graduates, veterans, and qualified raid personnel may register independently. Cass leaned across the table. They're inviting alumni to kill me? They're calling it professional development. That's much worse. Nico turned his guild token so everyone could see the scrolling notices. Raid groups were already claiming reinforcement windows. 2 guilds had posted travel departures. An independent party was advertising for healers, another wanted experienced tanks, and someone had apparently begun taking bets on how many stages Heartpiercer would survive. Rhea frowned. They're betting against you. Cass read the odds. Not all of them. Marcus immediately took the token away from her. We are not betting household money on your own rampage. That feels like refusing a very informed investment. A reply from Bastion Reach arrived through the event interface. Territory registration accepted. Protected zone evacuation procedures initiated. Outer defensive event layer preparing. World Boss arrival authorization confirmed. Cass's amusement thinned as she read that one. Bastion Reach wasn't merely waiting. Officials were moving civilians out of event areas, opening defender registration, preparing fortifications, and turning her announcement into a real city operation. By the time the household reached the regional route the next morning, they weren't traveling alone. Adventuring parties filled the road ahead. Guild wagons carried shields, weapons, and repair crates toward Bastion Reach. Academy veterans rode among them. More groups arrived through distant waygates, all headed toward the same fortified skyline. Tessa looked at the traffic. You advertised. Cass watched another raid wagon pass. No, she said. Apparently I issued an invitation. Ahead, Bastion Reach's outer event markers ignited one after another. Heartpiercer's first public world boss encounter had begun. 36. Phase 2 is bigger. Heartpiercer crossed the first event marker and discovered that being publicly invited to attack a city didn't make the people defending it any better at sharing. The Bastion Reach outer defenses lit across her interface as active objectives. Ahead, City forces occupied the prepared lines while registered raid groups spread through the ground between them. More defenders were still arriving through rallyway gates behind the walls. Tessa's voice reached Cass from the household support lane. Outer objectives first. Don't let the raids pull you away from them. I understand priorities. A horn sounded to Cass's left. 3 independent parties charged simultaneously. Cass stared. They apparently don't. The first raid reached her before the city force did. Shields closed across her path, ranged attacks followed immediately, and a second group struck her flank while the first was still establishing formation. Cass blood-stepped through the opening between them and continued toward the nearest marked objective. Someone behind her shouted, "She's retreating. She's attacking the objective." Someone else yelled. A third voice answered, then cut her off. The resulting attempt put 2 different raid groups directly in each other's path. Cass glanced back while running. Military campaigns were better organized. Mara's laugh carried from the support lane. You complained about those too. They had command structures. A defender rushed Cass from the right. She turned his strike, knocked him clear of her route, and kept moving rather than finishing him. The man had barely regained his footing when another raid interpreted that as an opening and charged past him. Ray's voice came through the communication crystal. You've got another group entering behind the first. I've still got most of the first. That seems to be their problem. Cass reached the outer objective under a storm of arrows and magic. The city defenders protecting it reacted properly, closing ranks instead of chasing her. Unfortunately for them, 2 independent raids arrived seconds later and tried to surround Heartpiercer from opposite sides. Their front lines collided. One tank shouted at the other, "That's our engagement. You lost aggro. This isn't a dungeon." Cass drove a dagger into the outer defense housing while they argued. The objective flashed but held. Tessa said, "Cass, behind you." I know. Cass turned as both raid groups finally remembered that the world boss was the shared problem. Beyond them, another rallyway gate ignited. More defenders stepped through. Cass looked from the damaged objective to the expanding crowd surrounding it. Apparently the first stage wasn't testing whether Heartpiercer could defeat a raid. It was testing how many raids she could survive at once. The 2 raid groups came at Cass together, which solved their argument without improving her situation. The first shield line closed from the front while the second pushed around the damaged objective to trap her against its housing. City defenders held farther back, protecting the approach instead of joining the rush. Cass recognized the arrangement immediately. The raids wanted the kill. Bastion Reach wanted the objective to survive. Tessa, Cass said into the crystal. The city forces are smarter than the adventurers. Tessa answered, then stop fighting the adventurers' battle. Cass smiled. Excellent advice. She blood-stepped through the narrow gap between 2 shields before it closed, spending reserve to reach the objective instead of escaping it. A spear caught her coat as she passed. The reinforced fabric tore, but the blade missed her side. Someone shouted, "Boss on the objective." That finally produced cooperation. Magic struck the defense housing around Cass. Arrows followed. The raids had apparently decided preserving Bastion Reach's property was less important than preventing Heartpiercer from breaking it herself. Cass drove both daggers into the damaged seam. The housing flashed red. Outer defense objective. Critical. A shield slammed into her back and forced her against the structure. Cass twisted, caught the attacker's wrist, and threw him directly into the second raid's advancing front line. "Sorry," she said. Crowded. Ray's voice came through the crystal. More defenders entering the outer field. Cass struck the objective again. That information lacked encouragement. It wasn't intended to contain any. The first raid leader reached her with 3 fighters still organized around him. Cass abandoned the housing long enough to meet them. She slipped the leader's first strike, cut beneath his guard, then used his collapsing body to block the healer trying to reach him. Nico's old lesson about intelligent opponents came back with irritating relevance. These people learned quickly. Unfortunately for them, so did she. Cass forced the surviving raids back across the damaged objective, waited until both groups committed to closing around her, then blood-stepped clear. Their attacks hit the housing together. It shattered. Outer defense objective destroyed. First raid coalition defeated. Level up, 101. Strength, 43. Agility, 80. Constitution, 53. Magic power, 59. Charisma, 54. HP, 305. Stamina, 296. Blood reserve, 191. Daywalker, 84.2%. Cass dismissed the notice. The new maximum didn't replace the blood reserve she'd already spent, and the tear in her coat remained stubbornly expensive looking. Then 3 rally waygates brightened behind the bastion lines. Fresh raid groups began stepping through. Cass stared at them. I thought defeating defenders was supposed to reduce the number of defenders. Tessa sounded far too amused. Apparently not at a world boss event. The outer objective collapsed behind Cass while the battlefield ahead filled with more people than before. A deep system chime rolled across Bastion Reach before the next raid reached her. Defenders stopped advancing. Red light climbed the shattered outer objective, crossed the event markers, and closed around Heartpiercer. Encounter Phase 2. World Boss Encounter State I. Raid form activating. Cass had enough time to say, "Tessa, I think something unfortunate is happening." Then the ground became farther away. Her body expanded with terrifying speed. Boots widened against the stone. Arms, legs, armor, daggers, and clothing scaled with her while the world contracted around her. Within seconds, Cass stood 7 meters tall, looking down at defenders who had recently seemed entirely normal-sized. Tessa's voice came faintly through the communication crystal. "Cass? I'm considerably taller." "That wasn't what I was asking." A second display opened across Cass's vision. Temporary encounter layer active. World boss health layer, fresh. Raid resources, expanded. Encounter scaling ends outside formal event state. Cass stared at the fresh health layer sitting over her ordinary condition. The shoulder damage, spent blood reserve, and torn coat hadn't vanished from her underlying sheet. The event had simply placed something much larger on top of them. "That," Cass said, "is administratively suspicious healing." "It isn't healing if you're still injured underneath," Juliana answered immediately. "Thank you for protecting medical terminology during the giant vampire emergency." The defenders recovered first. Someone shouted, "Phase change." Raid groups spread instead of closing tightly. Heavy shields moved toward Cass's legs while ranged fighters backed away far enough to use the space her enlarged body required. New system markers appeared around her, identifying attack windows and protected positions that hadn't existed during the outer stage. Cass took one step. 3 defenders scattered. She looked down. "Oh, this is deeply unfair." An entire shield group hit her left leg together. The fresh encounter health layer dropped sharply enough to remove the amusement. Cass turned, swept one enlarged dagger across their formation without striking the surrendered fighters already withdrawing, then drove the other into the active phase marker beneath the nearest defensive cluster. The battlefield answered with another chime. Phase objective progress. More raids converged. Cass spent the new encounter layer brutally, taking coordinated volleys she couldn't have survived at ordinary scale while breaking one marked position after another. Each impact still hurt. Each loss carried through the temporary body. By the final marker, the fresh layer had fallen dangerously low. Cass brought both daggers down. The last phase marker shattered. Encounter Phase 2 complete. Level up, 102. Strength, 43. Agility, 81. Constitution, 54. Magic power, 59. Charisma, 55. HP, 310. Stamina, 300. Blood reserve, 192. Daywalker, 85.0%. Cass dismissed the notice. She remained 7 meters tall. Ahead, Bastion Reach opened the next event route. Nobody immediately tried to stop her from taking it. That concerned Cass considerably more than another charge would have. She stood amid the remains of the Phase 2 battlefield while surviving defenders withdrew beyond the newly opened boundary. Some limped. Others supported teammates whose armor had stopped cooperating. Healers worked behind protected markers while officials directed returning participants away from the active route. Cass watched them go. "Why is everyone leaving?" Tessa answered through the communication crystal. "Because you finished the phase." "That hasn't previously discouraged anyone." "No." Cass looked toward Bastion Reach. The city's outer defenders had fought. Independent raids had fought. More raids had arrived through rally waygates and fought after them. She'd broken defensive objectives, survived organized volleys, destroyed the phase markers, and spent enough of the temporary health layer that Juliana would probably object to the entire concept once she had time. Yet the inner city remained organized. Fresh formations waited beyond the next boundary without advancing. Defensive platforms higher along the walls were occupied but inactive. Several prepared positions had never fired at all. Cass stopped. "Tessa. I see it. They've been holding people back." Rhea answered from the support lane. "Of course they have." Cass stared at the untouched inner positions. "I've fought an unreasonable number of defenders already." "And Bastion Reach knew there would be multiple stages," Rhea said. That information was less offensive when it was paperwork. A system chime interrupted them. New text spread across Cass's vision. Bastion Regional Rampage. Stage 3 preparation active. Reinforcement window open. Registered raid entry available. Rally waygates reopening. Cass looked toward the distant gates. One brightened. Then another. Then 4 more. Figures began emerging in organized groups, but these weren't exhausted defenders returning from the outer field. Fresh shields came first. Healers followed behind them. Ranged fighters spread immediately instead of clustering around the arrival points, and several groups moved toward assigned positions without stopping to argue over who had arrived earliest. Nico's voice came through the crystal. "Those look better organized." "Yes," Cass said. Another waygate opened. Tessa said, "And the city still hasn't committed everyone." Cass looked down at her enormous hands, then at the damaged temporary health layer still hanging across her vision. Level 102 had increased what she could recover later. It hadn't restored anything she'd already spent. The system chimed again. Bastion Event Stage 3. Reinforcement window closing soon. Cass drew both enlarged daggers. Apparently Phase 2 hadn't been the part where Bastion Reach ran out of defenders. It was the part where the serious ones started arriving. 37. Stop standing in the red. The serious ones arrived just as Bastion Reach changed the rules again. The reinforcement window closed with a deep chime. Red lines spread across the stone ahead of Cass, dividing the interior route into marked zones around several new defender objectives. Higher markers appeared above them, suspended far enough off the ground that ordinary fighters couldn't reach them without ranged attacks. Bastion Event Stage 3 active. Hazard field enabled. Blood mechanic active. Aerial objectives active. Cass stared down from 7 meters above the battlefield. "They've added mechanics." Tessa answered through the communication crystal. "You sound pleased." "I recognize this kind of suffering." The first red zone brightened beneath a raid group still moving into position. Cass pointed with one enormous dagger. "Move." Half of them did. The other half apparently interpreted advice from the world boss as psychological warfare. The zone erupted. Blood-red force struck upward, throwing shields, fighters, and one healer across the marked lane. Cass winced as several disappeared beneath the impact and the survivors scrambled clear. Someone immediately shouted, "Who dragged that onto us?" "You were standing in it." The marker moved. It absolutely didn't. Cass looked toward the support lane. "I've seen this argument before." Mara sounded delighted. "Where?" "Entertainment from Earth. People were exactly this competent there too." Another hazard marker formed, this one following Cass as she advanced toward the nearest defender objective. Aerial symbols shifted overhead while thin red lines connected them to active positions below. Cass stepped sideways experimentally. The ground marker followed. 3 raids scattered. One didn't. "Move," Cass called. Their leader shouted, "Hold formation." The hazard detonated beneath them. Cass stopped. "I'm beginning to feel personally disrespected." Rhea answered, "By them ignoring the attack designed to kill them?" "Yes." The surviving raid members were already blaming one another while healers pulled fallen fighters toward the protected recovery lane. Cass turned back toward the objective. Her temporary encounter health remained badly damaged, blood reserve was still lower than she wanted, and the tear through her enlarged coat had become impressive enough to qualify as structural damage. Stage 3 hadn't restored any of it. Then another red zone appeared. This one centered beneath Cass. The defenders nearest her immediately ran. Cass looked down at the warning spreading around her boots and smiled. "Oh." Tessa heard the change in her voice. "What?" Cass raised both daggers while the system marked 3 defender objectives and 2 aerial targets at once. "I think they finally taught everyone to stop standing near me." The defenders solved that problem by giving Cass something else to worry about. A horn sounded from the inner line. This time nobody charged. 3 raid groups shifted together, shields forming one broad front while ranged fighters separated into marked firing positions. Healers moved behind cover without anyone arguing over ownership of the engagement. A man in Bastion colors walked between the formations. Bastion Marshal Corvin Hale. Cass read the system marker above him. "That seems ominously organized." Tessa answered through the crystal. "He's assigning lanes. I preferred them stupid." Hale raised one arm. "Front line advance. Second raid hold. Casters wait for the hazard cycle." Everyone obeyed. Cass stepped toward the nearest objective and immediately understood why that mattered. The shields didn't chase her. They closed the route instead, forcing her toward a red hazard marker while ranged fighters attacked from outside its boundary. She turned away. The second raid was already there. Bolts and magic struck her temporary health layer together. Cass brought one enlarged arm across her face and blood stepped sideways, but Hale had anticipated the escape. Aerial attacks dropped through the space she entered, forcing her back toward the shield line. The encounter layer fell again. "That hurt." Ray's voice came through the crystal. "Event adds entering the support lane." Cass started to look. Tessa cut her off. "Don't. We have them." Behind the protected boundary, Mara and Rhea intercepted the smaller event creatures while Nico shifted to cover an aerial marker threatening the support position. Marcus called movement warnings, and Juliana kept everyone functioning without anyone crossing into Cass's central engagement. Cass faced Hale again. Good. He'd brought enough competence that she couldn't afford to supervise her own support team. Hale pointed. "Blood marker. Spread." His raids separated before the warning fully formed. Cass's red hazard zone detonated across empty ground. "That's cheating," she said. Hale heard her. "It's called learning." Cass smiled despite herself. Finally. The next exchange removed the humor. Hale rotated damaged fighters out before Cass could finish them, replaced weakened shields with fresh ones, and used the aerial objectives to deny every easy route toward him. Cass broke one shield line and found another waiting behind it. She tried going wide and was pushed back by ranged volleys timed to the hazard field. Her temporary health layer dropped lower. Tessa said, "Cass, you can't keep taking that." "I noticed." Ahead, Hale lifted his arm again. 3 raid groups shifted around Heartpiercer as one formation. Cass lowered her daggers and stopped treating them like adventurers. If she wanted Hale, she was going to have to break the battlefield he'd built around himself. Cass stopped trying to reach Hale through the formation and started using the formation against itself. The next hazard marker formed beneath her feet. Hale immediately pointed. "Left lanes clear. Shields hold center." Cass waited until the raids committed. Then she bloodstepped. The first jump carried her behind the center line. The second crossed the retreat lane Hale had kept open. The third cost enough blood reserve to make the decision hurt, but it put 7 meters of Heartpiercer directly between Hale and the formation he'd been controlling. Red spread beneath Cass. Hale looked up. Cass smiled. "Move." He did. The raids tried to follow. Their own discipline trapped them. Shield groups moving away from Cass collided with ranged fighters following Hale's earlier spacing. The hazard erupted through the center while Cass turned on the nearest aerial objective and drove an enlarged dagger through it. The protected firing lane vanished. Hale shouted, "Reform on me." Cass didn't let them. She crossed the broken line before the surviving tanks could reconnect, took 2 volleys across the temporary health layer, and brought 1 dagger down between Hale and his healers. Stones shattered. Fighters scattered. Hale met the second blade himself. He caught it on his shield, survived the first impact, and drove his weapon into Cass's wrist hard enough to make her fingers open. That, Cass said, was rude. Hale attacked again. Cass let him. She gave ground toward the next red marker, blocked twice, then stepped aside when the warning brightened beneath them. Hale saw it. Too late. The hazard struck. Cass's dagger followed. Hale disappeared into resurrection light. Level up, 103. Strength, 44. Agility, 82. Constitution, 54. Magic power, 60. Charisma, 55. HP, 310. Stamina, 302. Blood reserve, 194. Daywalker, 85.8%. Cass dismissed the notice while the remaining hazard field activated around her. Tessa? Still here. Good. The final cycle gave Cass no commander to break. It gave her red zones, aerial objectives, surviving raids, and almost no temporary health layer left to spend. She moved instead of tanking, shattered the last 2 aerial markers between volleys, then reached the final bastion objective as the entire floor beneath her began turning red. Cass drove both daggers down. The objective broke before the hazard fired. Bastion event stage 3 complete. Level up, 104. Strength, 44. Agility, 83. Constitution, 55. Magic power, 60. Charisma, 56. HP, 315. Stamina, 306. Blood reserve, 195. Daywalker, 86.7%. The red field vanished. Cass remained standing, enormous, battered, and considerably less supplied with temporary health than she preferred. Ahead, the inner route opened. Cass reached the newly opened route and discovered that completing Stage 3 had earned her absolutely no recovery time. The system chimed before she took a second step. Bastion Regional Rampage. Final stage preparing. Encounter Phase 2 remains active. Final Defense Coalition entering. Cass looked at the temporary health layer still hanging across her vision. What remained of it was unpleasantly small. Her underlying injuries were still there, her blood reserve remained depleted by repeated blood steps, and one side of her enlarged coat was hanging together mostly through optimism. Tessa, Cass said, please tell me the words Final Defense Coalition means 6 people and an administrator. They don't. Then I regret asking. The inner gates opened. Defenders marched through them in ordered ranks, not scattered raid groups looking for kill credit. Heavy shields formed the center. Casters spread behind them, healers occupied protected lanes, and ranged fighters climbed prepared platforms overlooking the route. Independent raids filled the gaps without arguing because someone had apparently convinced them that surviving required obedience. Then the woman at the front stepped through. The system marked her immediately. Bastion Champion Lysandra Vey. Lysandra wore bright plate marked with Bastion's crest and carried a long spear whose head glowed strongly enough that Cass could see it from several hundred paces away. She stopped before the assembled coalition and looked up at Heartpiercer without any visible concern about the difference in height. Cass sighed. Of course they have a champion. Rhea answered through the crystal. You're the world boss. I feel that argument is being used against me. Lysandra raised her spear. Every formation behind her settled. No one charged early. Nobody shouted about aggro. The raids nearest the front waited behind the city shields while siege positions farther back began turning toward Cass. That was considerably worse than enthusiasm. Tessa's voice lost its amusement. Cass, you're hurt. I'm aware. Your event layer is nearly gone. I remain aware. And Stage 3 didn't reset it. Cass looked at the final coalition, then at Lysandra standing in front of enough defenders to make Hale's formation look like preparation. The champion lowered her spear toward Heartpiercer. A final system notice opened. Bastion event final stage. Final coalition active. City core route unsealed. Cass tightened both hands around her enlarged daggers. She'd entered Bastion Reach expecting raids, objectives, and enough resistance to make a world boss rampage worthwhile. She'd received all three, repeatedly. Now she was injured, low on reserve, carrying a damaged encounter layer, and facing the strongest defenders the city had deliberately saved for last. For the first time since the rampage began, Cass looked at the enemy ahead and wasn't certain she could finish it. 38. The City Defenders. Lysandra answered Cass's uncertainty by attacking before she could become comfortable with it. The champion crossed the distance behind a wall of shields while siege emplacements fired over the coalition. Cass threw herself sideways as 3 heavy bolts struck where she'd been standing. One shattered against the stone. Another clipped her shoulder and stripped another ugly piece from the temporary health layer. Tessa, Cass said through the crystal, I'm officially requesting weaker opponents. Tessa answered immediately. Request denied. Terrible support. Lysandra reached her before Cass could complain further. The spear came upward beneath one dagger, twisted, and forced Cass's enlarged arm wide while the shield formation closed behind the champion. Cass stepped back instead of contesting the leverage. Magic struck the ground around her, forcing another retreat. The coalition advanced with her. Cass finally understood the plan. They weren't trying to surround Heartpiercer. They were driving her along the route the siege crews had prepared, keeping Lysandra close enough to punish every attempt to break sideways. Then the route split around an evacuated district. One branch carried an active event marker toward the core plaza. The other opened toward buildings marked outside the encounter boundary, including a healing complex whose doors were covered by exclusion wards. Several defenders retreated toward that second route. Cass stopped following. Lysandra noticed. Why? Because they're out. They're Bastion defenders. Not anymore. One wounded fighter lowered his weapon completely. The system marker above him faded as attendants dragged him behind the exclusion line. Cass turned away from him before Lysandra could answer and drove into the active shield wall instead. Her dagger smashed one defender aside. A second remained upright long enough to strike her damaged coat before Cass sent him into resurrection light. She took a caster's attack across the ribs, blood stepped through the next siege shot, and brought both blades down through an active event formation. Behind her, the surrendered fighters remained untouched. Spectators beyond the protected boundaries were shouting now. Cass could hear enough of it to know people had noticed. Lysandra noticed too. You're choosing targets. Cass blocked the spear with one dagger and felt the impact run through her injured arm. Yes. You're supposed to be rampaging. I am rampaging. Another siege volley began charging behind Lysandra. Cass looked past the champion at the packed raid groups, active siege positions, and the route leading deeper toward Bastion Reach's core. Then she tightened her grip. I'm just not doing it badly. Lysandra's next thrust nearly ended the argument. Cass twisted aside, but the spearhead still tore through the last useful portion of her temporary health layer. The warning flashed low enough to become insulting. Lysandra recovered immediately, shield line advancing behind her while siege fire forced Cass away from the easier flank. You could surrender, Lysandra said. Cass caught the spear shaft between both enlarged daggers. That feels inappropriate for the person currently rampaging. She wrenched the weapon sideways. Lysandra released it rather than being pulled off balance, drew a shorter blade, and stepped inside Cass's reach. The strike opened damaged cloth along Cass's ribs and found the injury beneath it. Cass hissed. That was extremely convincing. Then she stopped giving ground. Lysandra's shield caught the first dagger. Cass drove the second into the stone beside her, used the impact to change her angle, and blood stepped behind the champion before the surrounding shields could close. Lysandra turned quickly. Not quickly enough. Heartpiercer struck beneath the raised shield. Lysandra dissolved into resurrection light. Level up, 105. Strength, 45. Agility, 83. Constitution, 56. Magic power, 61. Charisma, 56. HP, 320. Stamina, 308. Blood reserve, 198. Daywalker, 87.5%. Cass dismissed the notice. Tessa, champion down. I saw. So did everyone else. That became obvious when a fresh raid group came through the rally route cheering. Cass stared at them. Why are there more? Marcus answered through the crystal. Kill credit. That motivation has become personally inconvenient. The final defensive array activated before she could complain further. Siege positions around the core route brightened together, linked by visible lines of event energy. The first combined discharge hit hard enough to drive Cass backward despite her size. She looked across the connected positions. Breaking one wouldn't stop it. Cass bloodstepped through the next volley, reached the nearest active segment, and drove both daggers into its marked center. Light failed along one connection. The remaining array compensated. Oh, that's rude. Fresh defenders flooded into the opened lane while another raid arrived behind them. Cass abandoned the idea of fighting through everyone. She crossed the array instead, taking hits she couldn't afford while breaking one active position after another. The final segment fired as she reached it. Cass struck first. The defensive array collapsed. Level up, 106. Strength, 45. Agility, 84. Constitution, 56. Magic power, 61. Charisma, 57. HP, 320. Stamina, 310. Blood reserve, 198. Daywalker, 88.3%. Beyond the dying array, the route to Bastion Reach's core plaza opened. Behind Cass, another raid group entered the event. The newest raid group reached the broken defensive array before Cass reached the core plaza. 3 more formations were already reorganizing behind it. Cass stared at the collection of shields, casters, ranged fighters, and people she was reasonably certain she'd already killed once. This city has entirely too much enthusiasm. Tessa answered through the crystal. They're running out of organized defenders. They're disguising it well. The coalition attacked. Cass didn't have enough temporary health left to meet another formation by trading damage. She bloodstepped through the opening volley, landed behind the front shields, and forced the ranged line to scatter before it could establish spacing. A spear caught her thigh. Magic struck her damaged side. The remaining event layer collapsed entirely. Pain stopped being theoretical. Cass drove one defender into resurrection light, ducked beneath another attack, and kept moving. Tessa, she said, event health is gone. I know. Stop getting hit. Excellent tactical guidance. The coalition tried to reform around the plaza entrance. Cass refused to give them time. She chained bloodsteps across their retreat route, spending reserves she already couldn't afford, then hit the healer's protection line from the side. She didn't attack the healers who broke away and lowered their weapons. The ones who remained active disappeared into resurrection light with everyone else. The surviving formation finally lost its shape. Cass went through it. Shields fell. Casters scattered. Ranged platforms emptied as their occupants either fought and died or crossed into excluded lanes and stopped participating. Fresh arrivals coming through the rally route slowed when they saw what remained of Bastion Reach's final coalition. One man lowered his weapon. Then another did. Cass passed them without striking. Ahead, the core plaza opened around a raised event structure glowing with Bastion's crest. Tessa? No organized defense left between you and the core. Cass looked back. That was almost true. A handful of active defenders remained, but they were isolated now, exhausted people without a formation to make them dangerous. Cass crossed the plaza under their final attacks, reached the core, and drove both enlarged daggers into the marked objective. The structure cracked. Light raced outward across Bastion Reach. Regional Rampage complete. Level up, 107. Strength, 46. Agility, 85. Constitution, 57. Magic Power, 62. Charisma, 57. HP, 325. Stamina, 314. Blood Reserve, 201. Daywalker, 89.2%. Cass dismissed the notice. Behind her, the rally route went dark before another defeated raid could return. For the first time all day, nobody new arrived to kill her. The silence lasted long enough for Cass to become suspicious of it. Then the system chimed. Bastion Regional Rampage complete. World Boss victory confirmed. Encounter state closing. Reward settlement in progress. The enormous daggers in Cass's hands began returning to their ordinary size. The rest of her followed, 7 meters of temporary world boss scaling steadily collapsing until standing beside the shattered core stopped making the plaza look unusually small. Unfortunately, becoming smaller didn't make anything hurt less. Cass touched the torn side of her coat and immediately reconsidered. I'd like to register a complaint about Victory. Juliana answered through the crystal. Your complaint can wait until I've examined you. That sounded threatening. It was. The next notice opened. World Boss Event Rewards issued. Regional Rampage Payout credited. Event Reward claims secured. Cass stared at the settlement total. Then she called Marcus. He answered, What happened? I need you to tell me whether I'm reading this correctly. Cass read the payout figure aloud. Silence followed. Marcus? I'm calculating. Tessa laughed through the crystal. That means yes. Cass looked around the ruined event plaza with considerably more affection. I withdraw several previous complaints. The protected boundaries were opening now. Spectators poured toward the cleared routes while resurrected defenders emerged from recovery lanes in smaller groups, many missing consumables, carrying damaged gear, or looking deeply tired of Heartpiercer. Nobody attacked. The event was over. Several people simply stared at her. Cass had expected anger. Some of it was there. So was embarrassment, fascination, and the unmistakable excitement of people already preparing to tell everyone they knew exactly how the city had lost. Tessa reached the plaza with the rest of the household and stopped when she saw Cass properly. Her amusement disappeared. You look terrible. Apparently being rich is exhausting. Rhea glanced at the shattered core. You also beat an entire city. Temporarily. Nico looked toward the spectators. They noticed. Cass followed his gaze. That was the worst reward. Captain Fenn would eventually receive reports describing Heartpiercer ignoring civilians, hospitals, surrendered defenders, and excluded zones while systematically destroying every active objective and organized force Bastion Reach put in front of her. The inaccurate parts wouldn't help nearly enough. Tessa seemed to reach the same conclusion. Fenn's going to have opinions. Cass sighed. He usually does. Juliana caught her arm. Home. Cass looked once more at the victory notices, the ruined plaza, and the reward settlement large enough to make Marcus quiet. For once, she didn't argue. She'd won the rampage. Now she needed enough blood, repairs, and sleep to survive the victory. 39. World bosses need recovery days. Getting home required considerably less effort than surviving Bastion Reach and considerably more effort than Cass wanted to spend. By the time she reached the townhouse, Juliana had converted the sitting room into a recovery station. Cass was directed onto the largest sofa before she finished removing her damaged coat. Rhea deposited torn armor beside Marcus's growing repair pile. Nico and Mara compared event records against the household's equipment while Vale checked returned gear from anyone who had respawned during the fighting. Shelleen produced 2 damaged weapon straps and a cracked ward plate. Sable, Bramble, and Pip occupied different parts of the room with the exhausted entitlement of creatures convinced they had personally endured the entire rampage. Cass looked at the collection. Victory seems to have damaged an unreasonable amount of our property. Marcus didn't glance up from the reward ledger. Victory paid for it. That improves my medical condition. Juliana opened Cass's coat and inspected the injury along her ribs. No, it doesn't. Prepared blood arrived before Cass could object. She drank while Juliana cleaned and treated the worst injuries, then accepted another bottle when the first barely touched the hollow pole left by repeated blood steps and the final fighting. Level notices had increased what her body could hold. They hadn't helpfully filled it. Tessa sat opposite with event settlement sheets spread across her knees. Respawn losses are recorded. Consumables are worse than expected. Repairs are expensive. Marcus finally looked up. Still less expensive than the payout. Cass leaned back carefully. I continue to support Rampaging as a financial institution. Juliana pressed 2 fingers beside the torn wound. Cass flinched. I withdraw support for whatever you're doing. I'm checking whether you've earned the right to complain. Juliana straightened. You have 48 hours. Cass narrowed her eyes. 48 hours of what? No contracts. No raids. No hunts. No strenuous training. No deciding that something technically isn't work because Heartpiercer wasn't paid. That final clause feels targeted. It is. Around the room, nobody defended her. Rhea carried damaged armor toward the repair stack. Mara started sorting unused consumables from empty cases. Vale and Chelline continued checking returned equipment while Nico collected the event claims Marcus had already verified. Tessa smiled. 2 days, Cass. Cass looked at the prepared blood, the repair pile, the people she'd dragged through enough danger to make inventory management resemble disaster relief, and the enormous reward total sitting safely in Marcus's ledger. She sighed. Fine. I'll recover aggressively. Juliana pointed toward the stairs. Start with a bath. For once, Cass discovered she had absolutely no objection to her assigned mission. The next morning, Cass obeyed Juliana's recovery order by taking absolutely none of it seriously. She reached the beach shortly after breakfast with Tessa, Rhea, Mara, Vale, Chelline, Nico, Marcus, Juliana, Sable, and Pip occupying enough sand to resemble a small expedition. Bramble remained where large ridge drakes were actually permitted to rest. Cass spread a towel beneath full daylight, lowered herself onto it, and decided the absence of armor was already improving the day. Juliana pointed at her from beneath the shade canopy. No swimming beyond the marked area. Cass adjusted her sunglasses. I defeated an entire city yesterday. And today you're following the flags. World Boss Authority has declined rapidly. Tessa dropped onto the towel beside her. I think it's working perfectly. Cass spent the next several hours proving she could survive sunlight without turning it into training. She swam slowly, lay in the warmth, stole Tessa's pillow, and accepted prepared blood when Juliana decided recovery required another feeding. Later, when Rhea quietly offered something fresher, Cass accepted that too, drinking carefully from her wrist until Juliana called enough. Rhea flexed her fingers afterward. You're getting spoiled. I earned luxury blood. You earned bed rest. That sounds less prestigious. Back home, the recovery order improved further. Baths became mandatory. Clean clothes appeared without Cass having to find them. Food arrived for everyone who required it. Prepared blood remained within reach for the person who didn't, and nobody allowed Marcus to open a work ledger within sight of the sofa. The bedroom door also stayed closed for a pleasantly long portion of the afternoon. What happened there involved willing adults, no armor, no tactical objectives, and enough affection that Cass emerged afterward with no desire whatsoever to ask whether anything productive had been accomplished. Tessa found the story crystal controls while Cass claimed the middle of the bed. The wall display brightened into the serialized drama they'd been saving. Mara climbed in beside her. You complained last week that this plot was ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Then why are we watching it? Because she still hasn't realized her fiancé is secretly the Duke. Chelline stared at the screen. Everyone else knows. That's why it's excellent. 2 episodes became 4. Someone brought more blood. Pip fell asleep against Cass's leg. Sable occupied the best cushion and refused every attempt to relocate her. Cass eventually realized she'd spent an entire day gaining no levels, completing no objectives, earning no merit, accepting no contracts, and solving absolutely nothing. She smiled at the screen. Doing nothing remained one of her favorite powers. The consequences of doing nothing arrived the following morning in 3 sacks of correspondence. Marcus emptied the first across the kitchen table. Letters, sealed packets, printed notices, sketches, and several things that appeared to have been folded by people with personal objections to rectangles spread between the breakfast dishes. Cass stared at the pile. Did I accidentally become responsible for a government? No, Marcus said. This is mostly fan mail. That's worse. Tessa opened one envelope. Invitation to attend a raid guild dinner. Mara took another. Request for Heartpiercer to judge a competitive dungeon clear. Nico unfolded a brightly printed sheet and stopped. Someone's selling shirts. Cass held out her hand. The picture showed an enormous stylized Heartpiercer standing over Bastion Reach with both daggers raised. Beneath her, tiny defenders fled beneath the words "I survived the rampage." Cass examined it carefully. That's inaccurate. Rhea looked over her shoulder. Which part? My hair was much better. The second sack proved merchandise had progressed beyond shirts. Someone had produced carved miniatures. Another merchant offered commemorative mugs with Bastion's crest on one side and Heartpiercer's face on the other. A confectioner had sent a proposal for red-filled pastries called Boss Bites. Juliana picked up the letter. Absolutely not. Cass looked offended. You haven't tasted them. I don't need to. The third sack contained work. Marcus separated those letters into piles while everyone ate. Escort requests went to Rhea and Nico. A route security contract interested Vale. Chelene found an air route job worth checking, and Mara claimed a monster clearance request before Cass finished reading over her shoulder. Cass frowned. You're taking that? Mara glanced at the payment. Why wouldn't I? Because I'm recovering. That sounds like your problem. Tessa slid another contract toward Nico. We have enough people to field teams without her. The statement landed harder than Cass expected. Months ago, almost every worthwhile contract had revolved around what Cass could kill, survive, infiltrate, or pretend not to be. Now the table held experienced fighters, command credentials, route knowledge, healing, ranged support, and enough reputation that people were writing to them directly. Marcus reorganized the profitable requests into 2 neat stacks. Neither team needs Cass for these. Cass looked at the stacks. Then she looked at the ridiculous miniature of Heartpiercer someone had included as a sample. So while I stay home being famous, she said, everyone else goes out and earns money? Tessa smiled. You wanted a day off. Cass picked up the miniature. I'm beginning to discover hidden costs. The hidden cost became less important when a system notice opened above the correspondence. Cass stopped turning the miniature over in her hands. World Boss Appearance Request. Destination: Sunmere Festival Grounds. Activity: Formal World Boss Appearance. Participation: Optional. Appearance fee: Guaranteed. Additional event rewards: Performance dependent. Cass read the notice again. I'm sorry, appearance fee? Marcus immediately abandoned the ordinary contract stacks. How much? The figure expanded when Cass focused on it. Marcus went quiet. Tessa leaned across the table. That's becoming one of my favorite reactions. Cass compared the number with what several respectable household contracts would pay. They're offering me money to arrive somewhere and be Heartpiercer? Mara looked at the notice Cass had read aloud. Apparently terrifying people professionally has developed a speaking circuit. Speaking would imply considerably less stabbing. The request supplied more detail when Cass opened it. Sunmere Festival Grounds wanted a recognized world boss for a scheduled public event. The organizers guaranteed the appearance fee for attending in the requested identity. Any actual event objectives, challengers, or reward conditions would be handled separately after arrival. Nobody was asking her to save a city. Nobody had reported an invasion. Nobody appeared to be dying. They simply wanted Heartpiercer to show up because people would pay to watch. Nico picked up the commemorative shirt again. This seems like the logical conclusion. It seems deeply illogical. Marcus was already calculating. The fee covers travel, accommodation, household support, and still leaves a very respectable margin. Cass narrowed her eyes. You found the trap quickly. There's still travel. That remained insulting. The system had apparently decided she was important enough to be hired as a world boss but not important enough to transport herself there. Sunmere required ordinary connections, tickets, baggage arrangements, and every other regional expense she'd spent months learning to resent. Then Cass opened the destination notes. Public festival grounds. Challenger exhibitions. Entertainment crystals. Merchants. Scheduled spectacle rather than emergency deployment. Tessa watched her expression change. Oh no. Cass enlarged the fee again. I'm considering professional opportunities. You were ordered to recover. I have recovered. Juliana looked up. Mostly. Cass treated that as medical approval. She selected accept. World boss appearance accepted. Sunmere Festival grounds. Reporting window confirmed. Cass dismissed the notice and looked at the household. Apparently, she said, becoming terrifying enough eventually turns into freelance entertainment. She could work with that. 40. Appearance fees are real. The appearance fee began shrinking before Cass reached Crownspire's way gate. Marcus stood at the public ticket counter with the Sunmere request in one hand and a growing collection of receipts in the other. Tessa waited beside Cass while the rest of the household guarded luggage, weapon cases, Sable, Pip, and enough event equipment to make the queue behind them visibly impatient. The clerk stamped another form. Waygate passage is covered. The airship connection requires separate tickets. Cass looked at Marcus. The system invited me. Yes. To a world boss appearance. Yes. And I'm paying to get there. Marcus accepted the next receipt. Technically, the organizers are paying you enough that this remains profitable. That's not the principal being injured. Tessa touched the registration papers tucked beneath Cass's visible collar. You accepted the job before asking whether terrifying regional populations included transport benefits. I assumed becoming a world boss would improve something. The waygate improved the distance. It did nothing for the queue. Cass traveled through Crownspire as Cassidy Hart because Cassidy possessed tickets, identification, and a legal reason to use public transport without causing an evacuation. The household emerged from the waygate staging hall, crossed directly to the contracted airship platform, and discovered that world boss fame had also failed to eliminate baggage declarations. Mara watched Marcus pay the final handling charge. You're taking this badly. I have crossed battlefields more efficiently than this terminal. Vale checked the departure board. The airship leaves in 12 minutes. Cass looked toward the platform. Then civilization has narrowly justified itself. The flight to Sunmere was shorter than the paperwork surrounding it. By the time the festival grounds appeared below, Cass could see colored pavilions, tiered viewing stands, challenge arenas, and banners large enough to display Heartpiercer's silhouette from the air. That improved her mood considerably. The airship docked at a raised public platform outside the grounds. An organizer in Sunmere colors met them with a sealed arrival packet and looked straight past Cassidy Hart before checking the papers again. Tessa handed over the event confirmation. She'll report in the requested identity once we're inside the private staging area. The organizer's relief was immediate. Good. We've had people waiting since morning. Cass glanced toward the enormous banner bearing her own face. That sounds healthy. Marcus lifted the receipt bundle. Remember the fee. Cass looked at the festival, the waiting crowds, and the private route where Heartpiercer was apparently expected to become entertainment. Fine, she said. But if they want me terrifying, I expect professional standards. The private staging area proved that professional standards included a curtain. Cass stood behind it as Heartpiercer while an organizer adjusted the timing crystal and explained how dramatically she was expected to enter the arena. Beyond the fabric, several thousand people were making enough noise to confirm that somebody had successfully sold tickets. The announcer introduces the challengers first, the organizer said. Then we raise the barrier, you enter, and the exhibition begins. Cass looked at the painted entrance arch, smoke crystals, and enormous Heartpiercer banner hanging above it. You've built theater around attempted murder. Competitive spectacle. That sounds more respectable. Tessa checked Cass's repaired armor one final time. Remember, they volunteered. So did Bastion Reach. That isn't reassuring. A horn sounded outside. The crowd roared as names were announced one after another. Cass caught references to guild teams, veteran raiders, and finally Captain Isel Donward, whose introduction produced the loudest response yet. The organizer lifted the curtain edge enough for Cass to see the arena. Isel stood at the head of a full challenger formation wearing bright plate and carrying a long-bladed spear. Healers, ranged fighters, shield bearers, and casters spread behind her beneath glowing event markers. Cass frowned. That looks less staged than advertised. It is staged, the organizer said. The presentation is staged. The fighting isn't. A system notice opened. World Boss Festival Exhibition. Challenger participation. Opt-in. Event objectives active. Performance rewards. Victory. Objective control. Challenger defeats. Deliberate failure. Ineligible. Cass read the final line twice. Excuse me. Tessa leaned closer. Problem? I was considering being gracious. You? Temporarily. The organizer looked alarmed. Please don't throw the event. Challenger rewards also depend on genuine participation. Another horn sounded. 3 objective markers appeared across the arena. A raised central platform, a warded banner station, and a crystal control point near the challenger side. Captain Donward lowered her spear. Cass smiled slowly. So they're actually trying to beat me. Yes. And I'm actually rewarded for stopping them. Yes. The curtain began rising. Cass stepped into the light as the crowd erupted around her. Across the arena, Isel brought her spear down and the challenger formation started moving immediately, shields advancing toward the central objective while 2 faster groups split toward the others. Cass drew Heartpiercer and its twin. Apparently Freelance Entertainment still expected results. The central platform changed hands twice before Cass decided the challengers were taking the objectives personally. She drove one shield bearer from the marker, turned aside a spear thrust from another, and reached the control crystal just as a caster completed the capture sequence. Cass struck the activation plate instead of the woman holding it. The crystal went dark. The crowd roared. Cass looked toward the stands. You people are enjoying this far too much. Isel's voice carried from the opposite side of the arena. They paid for tickets. That explains several poor decisions today. Isel raised her spear, and the surviving challengers collapsed inward around her. The separate objective teams abandoned the banner station and central platform, forming shields across the front while ranged fighters gathered behind them. Cass understood immediately. They'd stopped trying to beat the event. Now they were trying to beat her. Isel pointed the spear. Final push. The formation advanced together. Cass met it before the shields reached the central platform. She caught the first shield edge with both daggers, redirected it into the fighter beside him, then slipped through the opening before the second rank closed. A caster fired from behind the line. Cass turned behind a shield bearer and let his armor absorb the spell. Someone shouted, "That's cheating." Cass struck the back of the man's knee and sent him down. That's positioning. The formation compressed around her exactly as Isel intended. Spears denied the easy exits while the captain came through the center, driving Cass backward with fast, disciplined thrusts. Cass gave her 3 steps. On the 4th, she stopped retreating. She caught the spear shaft between crossed daggers, twisted hard, and dragged Isel forward. The captain released one hand before losing the weapon completely and struck Cass across the jaw. Cass smiled. Much better. She stepped inside Isel's reach, hooked one leg behind hers, and drove her onto the arena floor. One dagger stopped against the captain's throat while the second pointed toward the remaining formation. The event crystals flashed. Challenger event complete. Final raid formation defeated. Level up, 108. Strength, 46. Agility, 86. Constitution, 57. Magic power, 62. Charisma, 58. HP, 325. Stamina, 316. Blood reserve, 201. Daywalker, 90.0%. Milestone unlocked. World Boss Event Transit. Cass froze. A second notice opened beneath the first. Accepted formal World Boss activities may provide staging transit and post-event return transit. Not available for unrestricted personal travel. Cass stared at it. Isel, still beneath her dagger, frowned. Did something happen? Cass slowly looked toward the distant airship platform. Yes, she said. Regional Transport has finally apologized. The organizer paid before Cass could become distracted by transportation. Marcus accepted the sealed payment packet at the edge of the arena while attendants reset damaged barriers behind them. Isel had already rejoined her raid. Several challengers were comparing bruises with inappropriate enthusiasm, and the stands remained crowded with people buying food, souvenirs, and apparently evidence that being defeated by Heartpiercer had been worth traveling for. Marcus checked the amount. Full appearance fee. Performance bonus included. Cass looked from the payment to the enormous banner carrying her face. They paid extra because I won? The organizer nodded. The Challenger event exceeded projections. Merchants are requesting another appearance next season. Tessa smiled. You have repeat customers. Cass considered the absurdity. Years ago, humans discovering what she was could have ended with hunters, restraints, or a very short conversation involving fire. Now thousands of them had bought tickets to watch Heartpiercer defeat volunteers professionally. I'm being paid to be the monster they used to want dead. Mara glanced toward the souvenir stalls. Some of them are also paying to put your face on mugs. That part remains disturbing. A pale line of light opened beside the staging enclosure. Cass stopped. The line widened into a standing doorway filled with dark red light. A system notice appeared above it. World Boss Event Transit. Post-event return available. Authorized destination. Event staging origin. Household delegation. Included. Cass examined the final line carefully. Included? Marcus looked at the receipts from their morning journey. Please tell me that means what I think it means. Tessa stepped closer to the gate. Only one way to find out. Cass tested it first. She crossed the threshold and emerged into the designated Crown Spire staging area without a ticket clerk, baggage counter, connection schedule, or airship anywhere in sight. She turned immediately. Tessa followed. Then Marcus, Rhea, Mara, Vale, Chelene, Nico, Juliana, Sable, and Pip came through with the household equipment. The gate closed behind the last authorized traveler. Cass stared at the empty space where it had been. Marcus lifted the payment packet. You earned money and avoided the return fare. Cass smiled. World Boss employment has become economically acceptable. World Boss event forming. Open participation. Regional raid convergence active. Cass read the participation estimate as it continued climbing. Apparently her next audience wasn't planning to buy tickets. 41. Everybody wants the kill credit. The new event alert solved the transportation problem before Cass decided whether she wanted another audience. World Boss Event Transit opened beside the Crown Spire staging area as a dark red doorway, large enough for the household and considerably less polite than the Sunmere return gate. Beyond it, Cass could see broken stone, open fields, and something enormous moving behind a line of ruined walls. Tessa read the event notice while everyone finished securing weapons and equipment. Open region emergency. Inhabited territory. Multiple raid groups already responding. Cass looked through the gate. So this isn't another festival. A distant structure collapsed. No, Tessa said. Probably not. Cass crossed as Heartpiercer. The noise hit first. Bells rang somewhere beyond the ruins. People shouted along roads leading away from the event boundary while armed groups moved in the opposite direction. The ruined dungeon complex ahead had split open across several acres, its buried chambers exposed beneath collapsed roofs and broken stone. Something rose from the middle of it. The gravitite colossus hauled itself through the shattered dungeon wall with both hands, dragging pieces of masonry large enough to crush wagons. Grave markers, old armor, bone-white dungeon stone, and darker material Cass couldn't immediately identify covered a body tall enough to look over the remaining towers. A system marker burned above it. Gravitide Colossus. World Event Target. Regional Raid Convergence active. Independent participation enabled. Cass stared upward. That's excessive. Rhea moved beside her with shield ready. You've been 7 meters tall. Temporarily. I had standards. Another crash rolled across the region as the Colossus tore free of the dungeon completely. The ground buckled beneath 1 foot, opening a trench through an abandoned road while event barriers flashed around buildings farther back. Tessa pointed toward the evacuation route. Civilians are being pushed outside the active zone. We stay inside the marked boundary. Good. Movement flashed behind them. A waygate opened on a nearby rise. Then another. Then 3 more. Raid groups poured through them in organized blocks, some carrying guild colors, others wearing mixed equipment Cass didn't recognize. More arrivals appeared along the roads and distant ridges. Casters raised scouting effects. Healers began forming support lines. Shield teams ran toward the exposed dungeon approaches. Marcus looked across the growing battlefield. There are hundreds. Cass watched another raid emerge, then another beyond it. At Sunmere, everyone had known who was performing and who was supposed to fight her. Here, the only shared instruction seemed to be that something enormous needed killing. Tessa lowered the event notice. There's no overall commander. Cass drew Heartpiercer and its twin as the Gravitide Colossus turned toward the converging raids. Of course there isn't. The first attack spells crossed the battlefield before anyone agreed on what they were attacking first. Most struck the Gravitide Colossus. 2 exploded against its shoulder, another hit the broken wall beside its leg, and a concentrated beam from the eastern ridge carved a glowing line through the armor covering 1 forearm. The next volley included Cass. A bolt of white force hit the ground beside her hard enough to scatter stone across her boots. Cass turned toward the raid responsible. Excuse me? One of their frontline fighters pointed at the marker above her. Heartpiercer. World Boss Participant. Independent Reward Eligibility. Cass looked upward. That seems poorly phrased. Another raid rushed past from the opposite direction. Their leader shouted, Heartpiercer. Left flanks open. Cass liked them better immediately. Then the Gravitide Colossus swung one enormous arm through a third group that had ignored both warnings and charged directly toward the largest reward marker visible on its chest. Fighters scattered beneath the impact. Tessa reached Cass while Rhea and Mara moved into the gap between her and the raid that had attacked her. We need people who can follow instructions. That eliminates several hundred candidates. Tessa climbed onto a broken section of wall and raised her voice. Anyone interested in surviving this event, form on us. Shield groups forward. Ranged teams stay behind the rubble. Stop attacking Heartpiercer unless you want her attacking back. A nearby caster lowered his staff. She's a world boss. So is that. Tessa pointed at the Colossus as it tore another piece from the dungeon ruins. The caster considered the comparison and moved toward Tessa. Others followed. Not everyone. Several raids continued operating independently. One group fired at anything carrying a visible reward marker, and another appeared willing to cooperate only until someone exposed a more valuable target. Still, lines began forming. Rhea took the forward position beside 2 unfamiliar shield teams. Nico and Chelene joined ranged fighters behind them while Marcus redirected a caster group away from a collapsing wall. Vale started shouting safe approach routes as quickly as the terrain changed. Cass watched Tessa turn strangers into something almost resembling an army. Then another projectile struck Cass's armor from behind. She looked over her shoulder. The responsible archer immediately lowered his bow. Wrong world boss. Cass pointed one dagger toward the Colossus. Please improve your target identification. A deep pulse rolled through the battlefield. Every reward marker shifted. Beneath the Gravitide Colossus, something buried within the ruined dungeon began glowing through the broken ground. Tessa looked at Cass. That's probably important. Cass stared at the new objective marker while raids across the battlefield started noticing it too. Then we'd better reach it before everyone decides to kill each other for the privilege. The marker settled over the glowing structure beneath the Colossus. Grave anchor. World objective. Destroying it became everyone's plan at once, which made reaching it considerably harder. 3 independent raids charged from different directions. The gravitite Colossus stamped once, and broken gravestone erupted across their routes. Tessa's coalition stopped behind Ray's shield line instead. "Wait for the opening," Tessa shouted. "Fail, route them left. Ranged teams, keep its attention high. Cass, anchor when we can actually reach it." Cass watched another unaffiliated raid disappear beneath falling masonry. "Your version lacks urgency. It also has survivors." "That's annoyingly persuasive." Nico and the gathered ranged fighters concentrated on the Colossus's head while Marcus's casters struck one knee. The enormous creature turned toward them. Ray's line advanced behind overlapping shields, forcing a safe lane through the rubble. Cass ran. Bloodstep carried her across the final broken stretch. The grave anchor stood half-exposed beneath the Colossus, a black pillar threaded with pale light. She struck once and found resistance hard enough to jar both arms. The Colossus noticed. Its foot came down. Cass bloodstepped again, escaping the impact close enough for stone fragments to tear across her armor. "That feels excessive." Again, Tessa called. This time the coalition supplied the opening. Shields fixed the Colossus's leg while spells hammered the cracked anchor. Cass reached the fracture and drove both daggers into it. The pillar broke. World objective destroyed. Level up, 109. Strength, 46. Agility, 87. Constitution, 58. Magic power, 63. Charisma, 58. HP, 330. Stamina, 320. Blood reserve, 204. Daywalker, 90.8%. The Colossus staggered but didn't fall. Instead, every remaining event marker converged on it. Final settlement, someone shouted. This time even the independent raids understood the same objective. Hundreds of fighters attacked together. Shield teams pinned its movement. Casters shattered armor plates. Ranged volleys drove into exposed seams while Tessa's coalition held the center long enough for the damage to accumulate. The Colossus dropped to one knee. Cass reached the exposed breach beneath its chest and struck through every opening the raids had created. The gravitite Colossus collapsed into the ruined dungeon. World boss event settlement complete. Level up, 110. Strength, 47. Agility, 87. Constitution, 58. Magic power, 63. Charisma, 59. HP, 330. Stamina, 320. Blood reserve, 204. Daywalker, 91.7%. Cass stood amid settling rubble with damaged armor, depleted reserves, and several hundred armed strangers still surrounding her. Then the cheering started. The cheering became complicated when several hundred armed people remembered Heartpiercer was still standing among them. Cass remained beside the fallen Colossus while Tessa's improvised coalition held its shape around the ruined dungeon. Nobody attacked. That alone felt like progress. Fighters from raids that had spent the last hour ignoring one another now crossed the battlefield carrying wounded strangers, sharing healing supplies, and arguing over contribution credit instead of attempting murder. One shield captain approached Tessa first. "Your centerline held." Tessa glanced toward Cass. "Heartpiercer gave us the opening." The captain followed her gaze. "And you got everyone to use it." Cass wiped one dagger against an undamaged section of cloth. "I was busy being incorrectly shot." More raid leaders arrived. Some thanked Tessa. Others wanted confirmation of routes, casualty counts, objective contribution, or which group had technically been following whom. Cass listened until one woman referred to the combined formation as Heartpiercer's raid. "I don't have a raid," Cass said. Mara looked across the battlefield. "You had several hundred people moving around your objective. That sounds administratively dangerous." A settlement notice opened before anyone could improve the title. Regional World Boss Emergency Complete. Multi-raid contribution confirmed. Household event share awarded. Marcus received the matching payment slate a moment later. He read it once, adjusted his spectacles, and read it again. Cass recognized the expression. How unreasonable. This time, Marcus turned the slate toward Tessa. In the useful direction. Tessa's eyebrows rose. Cass took the slate herself. The event share included hostile boss settlement, objective contribution, emergency participation, and coalition support. Even after Marcus quietly estimated repairs, replacement consumables, prepared blood, and everyone's recovery costs, the remaining figure was large enough to make Cass check it twice. Rhea looked at her damaged armor. We're still paying for that. Yes. Juliana pointed toward the cuts beneath it. And those. Yes. Marcus tapped the remaining total. And we still have enough afterward that the townhouse problem is becoming ridiculous. Cass looked around at Tessa, Marcus, Rhea, Mara, Vale, Chelene, Nico, Juliana, Sable, Pip, and the equipment that traveled with all of them. The townhouse had once felt enormous. Now they owned a ridge drake who didn't fit inside it. Cass handed the slate back. Fine. Tessa smiled. Fine what? Cass looked toward the return transit beginning to form beside the event boundary. We're buying a bigger house. 42. The house is too small again. Buying a bigger house turned out to require inspecting one while Cass was still bandaged from the event that paid for it. Seaward House stood behind a stone wall on Brightfall's coastal edge, large enough that Bramble fit through the gate without turning sideways. That alone placed it ahead of the townhouse. Cass walked into the courtyard with Juliana's bandaging beneath ordinary clothes, her damaged armor already sent for repair, and the rest of the household spreading out behind her. Sable immediately claimed the highest wall. Pip vanished beneath a hedge. Bramble crossed the yard, inspected the covered stable space, and settled down as though the purchase had already been approved. Marcus looked at the property ledger. Please don't let the animals make financial decisions. Cass watched Bramble stretch across a patch of sunlight. He appears confident. Inside, the house became more dangerous. The kitchen could seat everyone without somebody eating against a wall. A separate cold room had enough warded storage for prepared blood instead of forcing Marcus to reorganize ordinary food around sealed bottles. The ground floor had a gear room near the rear entrance, while the upper floors contained enough bedrooms that nobody needed to negotiate around whoever had returned from a contract last. Then Cass found the bathing rooms. She opened the second door, stared at another full bath, and looked at Tessa. There are several. Tessa smiled. That was one of your requirements. It was the first requirement. Rhea leaned through the doorway. The property sheet says 6 bedrooms plus 2 guest rooms. Mara called from farther along the corridor, there's another bath up here. Cass looked offended by the unnecessary abundance. We may have reached civilization. Marcus waited until everyone returned to the main room before placing the purchase figures on the table. Dungeon earnings, Ashen March campaign pay, later contracts, appearance money, and the Gravitide event share made the price possible without emptying their operating reserve. Cass read the remaining balance twice. We can actually buy it. And still afford repairs, blood, feed, travel, ammunition, and emergencies, Marcus said. Vale glanced toward the courtyard where Bramble had begun investigating a gate latch. Include gate repairs. Chelene looked through the broad windows toward the distant sea. Before or after he breaks it? Cass took the purchase slate. The payment authorization felt more serious than killing the Colossus had. She signed. Seaward House belonged to them. Behind her, 8 adults immediately began arguing about bedrooms while 3 creatures independently claimed territory. Cass looked around the enormous room. Apparently buying enough space only created the problem of deciding who got which part of it. Room allocation proved that 8 bedrooms could still produce a territorial dispute. Tessa claimed the room nearest the stairs because she wanted to hear anyone coming through the house at night. Rhea chose one overlooking the courtyard. Juliana took the quietest room, then informed everyone that quiet included not shouting tactical questions through her door. Marcus chose the room closest to the study and immediately began measuring wall space for shelves. Nico looked around his room. I have enough space to put things down without first moving 3 other things. Cass leaned against the doorway. We've become decadent. Downstairs, Mara and Shelleen were negotiating opposite ends of the upper corridor while Vale inspected the rear rooms. Cass found him opening a window overlooking the wall and pet yard. Defensible, Vale said. Cass pointed toward the sea visible beyond the roofs. Pretty. It can be both. That's how military barracks happen. Vale shut the window. Then I choose it because the view is pretty. Excellent recovery. The kitchen became their next problem. Juliana produced the feeding rota while Marcus opened the household ledger. Prepared Blood now had its own cold room, which should have simplified everything until Rhea pointed out that independent deployments meant donors, supplies, and recovery schedules couldn't assume everyone returned together. Tessa pulled another sheet toward herself. 2 field teams need separate travel blood, healing supplies, ammunition, and emergency money. Cass frowned. We just bought a larger house. Marcus adjusted his spectacles, which allowed us to discover several new ways to spend money inside it. That feels unfair. Mara rested an arm around Cass's shoulders. You wanted a family. I wanted baths. You got both. Cass allowed herself to lean against her for a moment before examining the roster Tessa had begun dividing. Tessa, Rhea, Juliana, Marcus, Nico, Mara, Vale, and Shelleen could form working teams without building every assignment around Cass. Sable complicated any group she joined. Bramble required route planning. Pip required someone to check that he hadn't teleported into packed supplies. Cass moved her own marker between the 2 proposed teams. Tessa moved it back to the center. Cass tried again. Rhea caught her wrist. No. I'm versatile. You're hovering. I own the house. I'm allowed to hover. Tessa smiled and left Cass's marker unassigned. That's the point. We can work without you. Cass looked around the table at people choosing rooms, schedules, teams, food, privacy, and each other without waiting for her permission. Apparently the larger house hadn't given Cass more people to manage. It had given everyone enough room to have lives. The first proof arrived the next morning when 2 field teams left Seaward House and Cass wasn't on either of them. Tessa checked the first contract packet beside the courtyard gate while Mara finished securing the second group's equipment. Nobody asked Cass where to stand. Nobody handed her armor. Marcus had already divided the operating money, Juliana had checked both medical loads, and the cold room still contained enough prepared blood that Cass couldn't even object on supply grounds. Cass folded her arms. You're all suspiciously organized. Tessa smiled. We practiced. Without me? Frequently. That answer remained offensive until both groups departed and left Cass standing in a sunny courtyard with Nico, Juliana, Pip, and absolutely nothing urgent to do. 2 hours later, Cass had converted unemployment into shopping. She bought a new beach wrap because the old one had acquired a tear, rejected 3 practical shirts because Marcus wasn't present to defend them, and spent an unnecessary amount on a pair of sandals that would survive no recognized combat environment. Nico carried the smallest bag after Cass informed him that larger ones interfered with the aesthetic. You have inventory, he said. That isn't the point. I'm certain there was never a point. The beach was busy enough to feel ordinary. Cass spent the afternoon beneath full sunlight, swam until Juliana complained that saltwater wasn't wound care, then stretched across a blanket while messages arrived confirming that both household teams were still working and neither needed rescue. Back at Seaward House, Cass showered, changed into clothing with no armor value, and opened the feeding cold room. Nico leaned against the doorway. Prepared? Cass examined one bottle, then looked at him. His expression softened. He offered his wrist. Cass stepped closer. You're sure? Yes. She fed slowly, stopped while the choice still belonged entirely to him, and kissed the healed skin afterward. Nico caught her around the waist before she moved away and kissed her properly. By the time they returned downstairs, Juliana had already activated the story crystal receiver. The Duchess has secrets? Cass asked. 3 unwatched episodes. Cass abandoned every remaining responsibility. They took over the large sitting room with drinks, blankets, Pip asleep against Cass's leg, and enough space that nobody had to move when Nico settled beside her. Messages arrived before the second episode ended. Both teams had completed their work. Both had been paid. Cass read the confirmations, put them aside, and restarted the episode. The household was out earning money without her. The Duchess was about to make a terrible romantic decision, and Cass had priorities. The profitable teams came home before Cass finished deciding whether the Duchess deserved forgiveness. Tessa dropped 2 payment slips onto the low table. Mara followed with a torn sleeve, Rhea carried somebody else's damaged shield, and Marcus immediately began separating expenses from profit before anyone had properly sat down. Cass looked at the payment slips. "You managed without me." Tessa lowered herself onto the sofa. "We invited you." "I was busy." Nico pointed toward the paused story crystal. She was watching people make bad romantic decisions. They needed supervision. Marcus finished his calculation and turned the ledger toward her. Even after supplies, repairs, and team shares, both missions had made money. Nobody had required Heartpiercer. Nobody had required Cass Rowan. Nobody had even required Cassidy Hart standing nearby pretending not to be any of the other two. Cass looked around the sitting room. "I could have gone." Rhea leaned the damaged shield against a chair. "Yes." "And I didn't." "Yes." Cass waited for the obvious consequence. Regret failed to arrive. She'd spent the day shopping, swimming, feeding, kissing Nico, and watching dramas while people she trusted handled work they were perfectly capable of handling. The household hadn't lost money because she stayed home. Nobody had needed rescuing. Her absence hadn't created a crisis requiring Heartpiercer to descend dramatically from somewhere inconvenient. Tessa watched her realize it. That was the point. Cass settled deeper into the sofa. "I thought the house was the expensive part." "No," Marcus said. "The house was merely very expensive." Cass smiled. Money had bought Seaward House, bedrooms, baths, food storage, a courtyard large enough for Bramble, and enough chairs that nobody fought over one unless they wanted to. Apparently the better purchase was choice. Several days later, that choice acquired another test. A formal world boss request opened while Cass was eating breakfast. Heartpiercer. Defensive world boss participation requested. Region: Salt Crown. Role: regional defensive asset. Cass stopped reading. Tessa leaned closer. "Defensive?" Marcus read the attached compensation and quietly said, "That's substantial." Cass ignored the money for once. Salt Crown wasn't asking someone to contain Heartpiercer, perform against her, or assemble enough fighters to kill her. They wanted her protecting the city. Rhea smiled. "That's new." Cass read the request again, then accepted it. A confirmation settled beneath the notice. Tessa looked at her. "Because it sounds fun?" Cass smiled. "Obviously." Heartpiercer had finally become dangerous enough that cities were asking her to stand on their side. 43. World Boss on Defense. Salt Crown had prepared for Heartpiercer's arrival by creating paperwork nobody appeared entirely certain should exist. Cass stood in a municipal defense hall overlooking the harbor while Tessa read the third version of the same authorization. Beyond the broad windows, seawalls enclosed most of the lower city, towers guarded the harbor approaches, and armed groups were already moving toward assigned positions. The clerk opposite them tapped the form. "The difficulty is that world bosses normally appear under hostile event procedures." Cass looked at the chair they'd provided for her. "I'm trying something new." "Yes. That's the problem." Tessa covered a smile by examining the contract again. Salt Crown requested her specifically. "We did." The clerk moved another sheet onto the pile. "Which means we require a legal classification allowing municipal defenders to cooperate with a creature whose normal emergency response includes evacuation, regional alerts, and assembling enough combat strength to kill her." Cass leaned toward Tessa. "I feel appreciated." "You accepted the money." "That also made me feel appreciated." The clerk finally turned the authorization around. Someone had crossed out hostile world boss presence and replaced it with temporary municipal protection asset. Cass read the new wording twice. "Asset?" "We considered consultant." "I preferred consultant." It didn't permit battlefield command integration. Tessa pointed lower on the sheet. This one does? It prevents Saltcrown's defensive formations from automatically treating Heartpiercer as an enemy objective while she remains within the declared emergency zone. The clerk hesitated, assuming she doesn't attack them. Cass looked offended. I've become very selective. That sentence isn't reassuring. Outside, a warning bell sounded from somewhere near the harbor. Several defenders below quickened their pace. The clerk stopped arguing and pushed the final slate toward Tessa. Your household teams are attached to separate defensive lanes. Heartpiercer remains the central response asset. Local raid leaders have been instructed that her position is friendly territory unless the emergency order changes. Cass looked through the window at humans deliberately arranging their battle lines around where Heartpiercer was supposed to stand. Bastion Reach had built an entire event around killing her. Saltcrown had apparently studied the same problem and decided she belonged on the other side. Tessa signed the witness line and handed Cass the slate. Try not to make them regret the classification. Cass signed beneath temporary municipal protection asset. Another warning bell joined the first. This time, the harbor towers answered. Cass looked toward the sea. Apparently we're about to find out whether the paperwork works. The paperwork lasted until the harbor wall opened in 3 places at once. Water exploded through stone-lined breach mouths that hadn't existed seconds earlier. Dungeon flooring spread across the flooded approaches while scaled attackers climbed from the channels behind it. Saltcrown's defenders met the first wave with shields, spells, and enough discipline to keep the harbor road from collapsing immediately. Cass reached the central defense line as the formal event settled around her. World Boss encounters State I. Her perspective rose with the temporary raid form. Armor, daggers, blood reserve, and event health shifted into the familiar encounter layer while the ordinary defenders below suddenly looked much smaller. A raid leader stared upward. Friendly. Cass looked down at him. You sounded uncertain. I'm adjusting. Adjust faster. Something unpleasant is coming. Tessa's voice carried through the event communication channel. Eastern household lane is set. Rhea and Mara are reinforcing the seawall. Marcus has the western breach with Nico, Vale, and Shelleen. Julian is moving between recovery points. Cass looked toward the harbor. And me? Stand where everyone can see you. That's not a tactical instruction. It is today. Another breach tore open beneath the western quay. Defenders who had been moving toward Cass stopped, turned, and formed around her position instead. Ranged teams took elevation behind her. Shield groups occupied the approaches she couldn't cover without abandoning the center. For once, humans seeing Heartpiercer at encounter scale weren't deciding how many raid groups it would take to kill her. They were using her as the safest place on the battlefield. A horn sounded from the sea. The drowned herald rose from the central breach wearing barnacled armor and carrying a long black staff. It didn't charge, it lifted the staff once. Every invading lane moved together. Cass watched 3 separate assault groups change direction on the same signal. That one's coordinating them. Tessa answered immediately. Confirmed. Don't chase yet. The flooded western breach began closing behind Marcus's defenders. Then the ground beneath it pulsed. Water burst upward again, reopening the lane and spilling another wave into the strait. Marcus's voice cut across the channel. Something underground is restoring the breaches. A Saltcrown defender shouted from the harbor steps, Tide of Alt Heart. It's beneath the old dungeon roots. Cass looked from the drowned herald directing the assault to the flooded lanes refusing to stay closed. Killing attackers wouldn't end this. They needed the commander and the thing keeping its battlefield alive. The drowned herald made the choice easier by bringing the command fight to Cass. Its staff struck the flooded stones, and the central breach surged high enough to swallow the first shield line. Cass went through the water instead of backing away. Tessa's voice reached her through the event channel. City teams are holding the side lanes. Take the herald. Finally, an instruction I understand. The herald met her with the black staff held crosswise. At encounter scale, the weapon was large enough to catch both Cass's daggers and still drive her backward. She blood-stepped around the next sweep, chained another step before the herald could turn, and struck beneath the barnacled armor at its shoulder. The herald twisted and drove the staff into her ribs. Event health dropped hard. Cass caught the returning shaft beneath one arm. That was rude. Saltcrown's ranged line fired over her shoulder. Spells and arrows struck the herald together, forcing it to guard high. Cass used the opening, drove Heartpiercer through the exposed armor beneath its chest, and ripped the blade sideways. The herald collapsed into the flooded breach. Level up, 111. Strength, 47. Agility, 88. Constitution, 59. Magic power, 64. Charisma, 59. HP, 335. Stamina, 324. Blood reserve, 207. Daywalker, 92.5%. Cass dismissed the notice. The breaches remained open. Marcus's voice came immediately. Heart located. Central route beneath you. Stone split behind the fallen herald, exposing steps descending beneath the harbor. Cass dropped through with a salt-crowned shield team behind her while Tessa redirected the surface defenders to hold every lane. The tide of alt heart filled the chamber below. Dungeon crystal and dark shell had grown around a pulsing core embedded beneath the harbor floor. Each contraction sent another surge through channels leading toward the breaches above. Cass struck the shell. Nothing happened. Again, a defender shouted. I was planning to. The shield team absorbed the creatures pouring from the side passages while Cass attacked the same fracture repeatedly. Heartpiercer opened it first. Her second dagger widened it. The next pulse nearly threw everyone from their feet. Tessa's voice cut through the channel. Salt Crown is holding. Cass drove both blades into the exposed core. The tide of alt heart shattered. Every flooded lane went still. Level up, 112. Strength, 48. Agility, 89. Constitution, 59. Magic power, 64. Charisma, 60. HP, 335. Stamina, 326. Blood reserve, 207. Daywalker, 93.3%. World boss encounter state 2 unlocked. Cass stared at the final line while silence spread through the harbor above. Apparently successfully defending a city had made her a more dangerous world boss. The encounter state released Cass before Saltcrown finished cheering. One moment she filled most of the tide of alt chamber. The next she stood at ordinary height beside the shattered heart, wet to the knees, aching beneath damaged armor, and considerably less impressed by world boss advancement than she'd been several minutes earlier. Juliana reached her at the harbor steps and caught Cass's wrist. You're feeding before we discuss anything. Cass looked toward the defenders gathering above. They appear to be celebrating me. They can celebrate while you drink. Tessa arrived carrying a sealed bottle from the household supplies. That sounded almost like an order. It was. Cass accepted the blood. Success has become very controlling. The defenders nearest them left a careful amount of space while she drank. Some stared openly. Others raised weapons in salute. One shield fighter who'd spent most of the battle using Heartpiercer as mobile cover looked at her with obvious gratitude and equally obvious fear. That's new, Cass murmured. Tessa followed her gaze. He watched you kill the thing attacking his city. He also watched me become large enough to step over his unit. Both memories can survive. The municipal clerk from earlier appeared with the temporary protection slate clutched under one arm. He stopped several paces away. Saltcrown confirms successful completion of the defensive contract. Marcus materialized beside him with suspicious speed. And the compensation? The clerk blinked. Also confirmed. Cass smiled. I like this city. A cheer rose from the upper seawall. Another group remained visibly quieter when Cass climbed into view. Nobody agreed whether Heartpiercer was reassuring, horrifying, useful, or evidence that regional defense policy had become dangerously creative. Apparently they didn't need to. A monster courier reached the harbor before the cleanup crews finished closing the damaged approaches. It ignored the nervous city guards, crossed directly to Cass, and held out a sealed packet. For Heartpiercer. Cass stared at it. I've just finished one job. This isn't a job. That made her more suspicious. Tessa opened the packet beside her. The first page contained reports from 3 separate dungeon territories. The second contained 4 more. Different routes, different resident bosses, different regions. Marcus read over her shoulder. They're all reporting the same thing. Dungeon communications were reaching farther than their normal boundaries. Old route links were activating. Unconnected dungeon populations were receiving fragments of the same warnings. Cass looked at the courier. Warnings about what? The creature shook its head. Nobody knows. Another sealed report appeared from its satchel. More are arriving. Cass looked back toward Saltcrown's broken harbor. Apparently protecting one dungeon-linked city had earned her the attention of every other dungeon with something to say. 44. The dungeons start talking. The first dungeon boss demanded a meeting before Cass finished reading the second page. The request arrived through the courier's route token as a sharp pulse of dungeon pressure beneath Saltcrown's harbor. A second answered from somewhere much farther inland. Then a third joined it, followed by enough overlapping signals that Marcus stopped sorting the reports and began laying them across the nearest intact table. Cass looked at the growing collection. Apparently protecting one city has subscribed me to dungeon correspondence. Tessa picked up another report. This one says its western boundary moved during the night. Vale leaned over Marcus's shoulder. 2 respawn routes changed destination. Another dungeon's event channel opened onto territory it has never connected to before. That sounds familiar, Cass said. It shouldn't, Marcus replied. The damaged harbor still echoed with repair crews above them, but the old dungeon route beneath it had become increasingly busy. Monster delegates arrived through passages that should have required days of travel. None used exactly the same route twice. Each opening shivered before settling, as though the dungeon network itself was struggling to decide where its doors belonged. A heavy presence pressed through the nearest route. One of the attending dungeon bosses stopped just beyond the threshold rather than enter another boss's linked territory. Heartpiercer. Cass folded her arms. That continues to be me. Our dead are returning through another dungeon. A second boss answered from a different passage. Because your boundary is pulling ours. My boundary has existed for 300 years. So has mine. Cass looked at Tessa. I see the meeting has begun. Tessa's expression remained professionally neutral. You're the person they all agreed to speak to. I didn't agree to that part. No, the first boss said. We did. That was considerably worse. Vale spread 3 route maps across the table. Lines that should have remained separate bent toward the same region. Respawn paths, territory seams, and event channels all showed the same distortion. One monster delegate placed a shard of blackened dungeon crystal beside them. The room changed. Vale stopped moving. Tessa's attention sharpened immediately. Cass knew the ugly pressure inside the fragment too. She had felt it across Greywatch, Redoubt 9, and the Ashen March while rift anchors dragged battlefields around themselves. Another dungeon boss spoke more quietly. We know this corruption. Marcus looked at Cass. Abyssal. Cass stared at the converging routes. The Ashen March was supposed to be finished. Apparently the dungeons disagreed. The dungeon bosses reacted to the abyssal fragment by immediately blaming one another for it. My western event channel was stable until his respawn route touched it, one boss said. The accused boss struck the stone floor with the end of a heavy staff. Your territory expanded into mine. It expanded because your dead kept arriving through my dungeon. Cass looked between them. I'm beginning to understand why nobody solved this before sending for me. A third boss spoke from the adjoining route. Heartpiercer should determine which territory caused the first distortion. No. Cass pointed at the blackened crystal on the table. Heartpiercer would like everyone to stop treating an invasion as a property dispute. That produced several offended expressions. Tessa moved beside Vale's maps. The Ashen March anchors stabilized black rifts from one side. These reports don't show a black rift. They show the effect, Marcus said. He aligned 2 route sheets. Something is pulling dungeon channels toward common points without opening a normal breach first. The first boss folded its arms. Then closed the channels. We tried, another delegate said. They reopened. Incorrectly? In someone else's dungeon. That restarted the argument. Cass endured another 30 seconds of accusations involving stolen respawns, territorial etiquette, improper threshold markings, and one alleged insult committed 40 years before Cass had arrived in this world. Then the nearest root screamed. Every boss stopped talking. The stone arch beyond the chamber twisted sideways. Its interior should have shown a gray passage belonging to the dungeon beyond it. Instead, 3 different corridors flickered through the opening at once. Something black struck the threshold from the far side. The abyssal fragment embedded itself in the floor. Dark lines spread from it immediately, reaching into all 3 visible dungeon roots. Vale stepped backward. That's anchoring. No black rift, Tessa said. Cass drew her daggers as a second fragment pushed through another linked channel. It doesn't need one. The first boss struck its own root marker. The doorway collapsed into solid stone. For 2 seconds, the dark lines stopped spreading. Then another passage opened behind them. The same abyssal pressure poured through it. Marcus stared from the sealed route to the new breach. Closing connections is redirecting it. Cass understood the problem at last. The host wasn't forcing one permanent tear through the world. It was using the dungeon's own linked channels, jumping from route to route and planting fragments wherever the network gave it purchase. We shut down every connection, we strand respawns and isolate entire dungeon populations, Tessa said. And if we leave them open, Cass replied, watching the black fragment root itself deeper into the stone, the host builds its way back in. The dungeon bosses finally stopped arguing about territory. They had acquired something much worse to argue about. The argument became useful once Cass gave everyone something specific to destroy. 3 roots are feeding that fragment, Marcus said, pointing to the black growth spreading through the floor. Break the connections together or it'll keep replacing whichever part we damage. Cass looked at the assembled bosses. Excellent. Everyone gets their own doorway. Nobody has to share. That persuaded them faster than cooperation had. 2 bosses sealed opposite channels while a third held the unstable central route open just enough for Cass to reach the anchor. Abyssal shapes pushed through behind it. Monster defenders met them in the passage, buying Cass seconds instead of trying to win a battle that would simply refill. Tessa called, anchor first. I remember the curriculum. Cass bloodstepped through a rifling's attack, landed beside the buried fragment, and drove Heartpiercer into the black shell. The first strike cracked it. The second cost enough blood reserve to make the hollow pull beneath her ribs noticeable. An abyssal claw caught her damaged armor before an allied boss smashed the attacker aside. Break it, Heartpiercer. Cass struck again. The anchor shattered. Level up, 113. Strength, 48. Agility, 90. Constitution, 60. Magic power, 65. Charisma, 60. HP, 340. Stamina, 330. Blood reserve, 210. Daywalker, 94.2%. The notice vanished as another route convulsed. Vale shouted from the maps. Second convergence. 2 channels east. Cass ran. The new junction was worse because 4 dungeon passages had folded into the same chamber. Black growth climbed every threshold, and closing one route made the remaining 3 flare brighter. Don't seal them, Marcus said. Hold them stable. One boss snarled, that route enters my core territory. Cass caught a riffling across the throat and shoved it away. Then protect your core territory by doing what Marcus said. The boss obeyed. Tessa and the household specialists held the chamber while the dungeon bosses fixed each route in place. Cass found the shared convergence point only when all 4 stopped shifting at once. She spent another blood step reaching it. Something struck her shoulder before she landed. Armor split. Pain followed. Cass drove both daggers down anyway. The convergence point broke beneath them. Level up, 114. Strength, 48. Agility, 90. Constitution, 60. Magic power, 65. Charisma, 61. HP, 340. Stamina, 330. Blood Reserve, 210. Daywalker, 95.0%. The chamber stopped trying to become 4 dungeons at once. Cass remained crouched beside the shattered anchor, breathing from habit while Juliana reached her damaged shoulder. Around them, the surviving channels stayed open. They were no longer spreading. They were all pointing in the same direction. Vale moved the route maps until every surviving line pointed toward the same empty space. "That isn't a destination," he said. One of the dungeon bosses leaned over the table. "There is no dungeon there." "Not yet," Cass said. The words had barely left her mouth when every open channel changed. Stone passages stretched. Thresholds narrowed, widened, then bent toward angles that had no business existing inside ordinary architecture. The dungeon bosses backed away from their own routes as the openings pulled together without physically moving across the chamber. Juliana still had one hand against Cass's injured shoulder. "Don't move quickly." Cass watched 4 separate corridors begin showing the same darkness. "I'm going to make an effort to obey that extremely temporary instruction." The abyssal fragments left behind by the destroyed anchors reacted together. Black crystal lifted from the floor. Not far, barely enough to clear the stone beneath it. Dark lines reached between the fragments, joining one root to another until the separate channels became parts of the same structure. Marcus looked up from the convergence. "They aren't anchors anymore." Tessa's expression hardened. "They're components." The dungeon network convulsed. Every channel collapsed into one opening. The crown rift formed without the violent tear Cass remembered from the Ashen March. It assembled itself from stolen roots, dungeon thresholds folding around a vertical wound filled with darkness and distant red light. Then something moved inside it. Cass knew the pressure before she saw anything. Not the shape, not the scale, the command. She remembered Greywatch's changing battle lines, the final command mark, the grand anchor, and the intelligence directing the Abyssal Host while everyone else fought over pieces of the battlefield. Tessa went very still. "Cass." "I know." A dungeon boss looked between them. "What do you know?" The rift pulsed. Across every remaining route, abyssal marks appeared simultaneously. Cass felt the old command signature settle over them with considerably more weight than it had carried in the Ashen March. A system notice opened. Crown rift established. Abyssal sovereign presence detected. Veros. Cass read the final name once. Apparently destroying his army, command structure, and grand anchor had only convinced Veros to return with a promotion. The bosses around her stopped arguing completely. Tessa looked toward the crown rift. Sovereign? Cass dismissed the notice and drew Heartpiercer despite Juliana's continuing grip on her damaged shoulder. Yes. The darkness beyond the rift moved again. This time, something enormous moved with it. Cass looked at the dungeon bosses who had summoned her because their roots were behaving strangely. Their meeting had found the problem. Unfortunately, the problem had found them too. 45. The last big problem. Veros waited until breakfast to become everyone's problem. Seaward House had managed almost 10 quiet minutes. Marcus was dividing route reports beside the toast, Juliana was checking the repair on Cass's shoulder, and Pip had discovered that Bramble's feed ledger could be pulled halfway under the table before anyone noticed. Then every alert in the room activated together. Tessa's campaign seal flashed. Vale's route token struck the table hard enough to overturn a cup. Shelleen's airship contact crystal began chiming, guild raid channels opened across Marcus's relay board, and Cass's world boss interface appeared before she could decide which interruption deserved priority. Mara looked around the table. "That feels coordinated." "It is." Vale caught the route token as another pulse ran through it. 3 dungeon channels just changed destination. Marcus had already abandoned breakfast. He spread the newest maps across the table while messages arrived faster than he could place them. Greywatch reported abyssal pressure inside a retired battle sector. Salt Crown's repaired dungeon route had opened onto Black Crystal. 2 monster territories sent nearly identical warnings from opposite sides of the region. Shelleen's crystal spoke with an Academy relay officer's voice. "World boss staging channels are showing unauthorized connections. Do not enter an unverified gate." Cass looked at the crown rift mark burning across her interface. Veros found the transport network. Tessa read the incoming reports once and stood. No, he found all of them. Another route token pulsed. Marcus marked the locations. Separate dungeons. Separate battlefields. Separate world boss staging channels. Every report described the same first stage. Black fragments appearing inside an existing connection, followed by an abyssal anchor beginning to grow around it. Cass reached for Heartpiercer. We can't reach all of those. We don't have to, Tessa said. That stopped her. Rhea was already fastening her shield. Sable rose beside her, wings lifting as the room filled with unfamiliar signals. Nico collected his bow from beside the door. Mara pushed her chair back while Vale and Chelline moved toward the route board without waiting for Cass to assign them places. Juliana closed the medical case she had brought to breakfast. Marcus divided the incoming tokens into the deployment lanes they had already established. Nobody waited for Cass to solve the whole map. The household split. Tessa looked at her. We built independent teams for exactly this reason. Cass watched the people she'd spent years gathering take separate routes because the crisis was too large for one world boss to stand in the middle of it. A fresh warning struck every token at once. Across the regional network, the first abyssal anchors began to mature. Tessa took control of the human reports before the second wave of alerts finished arriving. Academy, military, and guild channels come to me, she said, pulling the campaign relay crystal into the center of the table. Monster routes and world boss channels go to Cass. Marcus, keep the maps matched between us. Cass looked at the tokens already multiplying across her side. I preferred breakfast. So did Veros, apparently. That was difficult to argue with. Marcus marked the first developing anchors with black counters. They appeared across battlefields, dungeon passages, and staging routes that had never been designed to share command. 3 human response groups were already moving towards separate sites. 2 dungeon bosses were demanding Heartpiercer personally. A third had refused an academy team permission to cross its core territory. Cass touched that token. Mine. Tessa nodded without looking up. Exactly. The division spread through the household. Rhea, Juliana, and Sable took the closest human defensive lane with an attached response force. Mara and Nico received a second anchor seed location where ranged pressure and a duelist could keep the route open. Vale took the unstable dungeon paths, while Chelline coordinated the fastest movement between surviving transit points. Nobody asked Cass to approve each decision. That was the point she still had to get used to. Pip vanished from beneath the table and reappeared beside Vale's boots as he gathered his route sheets. Vale looked down. No. Pip blinked. You're staying here. Pip vanished again. Marcus pointed toward the pet room. Blink-proof door. Vale caught the fox on its next appearance and handed it over. One crisis at a time. Across the table, Tessa's relay crystal flared. A strained voice reported that an anchor seed had begun routing into a military staging channel. Tessa answered immediately. Do not wait for Heartpiercer. Hold the approaches, keep the channel stable, and destroy the seed before the shell closes. Rennick household team is inbound. Cass's first monster token pulsed at the same moment. A dungeon boss growled through it. Human soldiers have entered our threshold. They're there to stop the abyss, Cass said. They are armed. So are you. A pause followed. Cass added, you can argue with them after the black crystal is gone. The boss reluctantly accepted that arrangement. Tessa looked across the table at Cass as simultaneous departure gates began opening through the link network. Your side ready? Cass drew Heartpiercer. They're monsters. Ready is an ambitious description. Then the household separated, each team taking a different lane before the anchor seeds could become something harder to kill. Cass reached the first mature crown anchor through a dungeon route that had already forgotten where it belonged. The passage changed twice beneath her feet before opening into a junction filled with black crystal. 3 monster defenders were holding the approaches, but the anchor had grown across the central threshold until every pulse dragged another abyssal shape through one of the linked routes. One of the bosses shouted, "It's sealed behind itself." Cass looked at the black shell surrounding the core. That feels deliberately inconvenient. Another pulse hit. The floor shifted, and Cass' blood stepped clear as a riftling emerged where she'd been standing. She killed it, ducked a second attack, and saw the weakness when the anchor opened briefly to drag another root into alignment. "Hold them off it," Cass said. "I need the next pulse." The boss struck one attacker aside. "You have it." The shell opened. Cass chained 2 blood steps, reached the exposed core before it closed, and drove both daggers into the red-black center. The first strike cracked it. The second sent pain through her still damaged shoulder. She ignored both and struck again. The crown anchor broke. Level up, 115. Strength, 49. Agility, 91. Constitution, 61. Magic power, 66. Charisma, 61. HP, 345. Stamina, 334. Blood reserve, 213. Daywalker, 95.8%. The route barely settled before her world boss interface marked another failure. 2 surviving channels were collapsing toward the same dungeon junction. Not an anchor yet. If they crossed completely, they would become one. Cass ran. She reached the second site with blood reserve already protesting the distance. Allied defenders held both thresholds while black lines crawled between them, each route trying to overwrite the other. "Don't destroy either doorway," Cass said. A monster defender stared at her. "They're corrupted. They're also holding half the network apart." Cass stepped between the converging channels and attacked the shared abyssal growth instead. One fragment shattered. The roots pulled harder. She blood-stepped across the junction, broke the second fragment, then drove Heartpiercer through the final black connection before it could rebuild. The pressure vanished. Both channels snapped back into separate stable routes. Level up, 116. Strength, 49. Agility, 92. Constitution, 61. Magic power, 66. Charisma, 62. HP, 345. Stamina, 336. Blood reserve, 213. Daywalker, 96.7%. Milestone unlock. Sanguine Domain I. The new ability settled into her awareness with one immediate warning attached to it. High continuous blood cost. Cass looked at the stable roots, her damaged shoulder, and the abyssal marks retreating across the network. Of course it is. Then every remaining crown rift signal changed at once. The signals stopped spreading. Cass almost considered that good news. Then the roots began closing. Not collapsing, redirecting. One dungeon channel after another shed its abyssal marks and snapped back into place, while every surviving crown rift signal pulled toward the same destination. Cass watched the change race across her world boss interface as regional fronts disappeared from the map. A monster boss spoke through the nearest token. "Heartpiercer, our breach is gone." Tess's voice arrived through the campaign relay a heartbeat later. Human sectors are reporting the same thing. Anchor activity just stopped across 3 regions. Cass flexed her injured shoulder and regretted it immediately. Veros hasn't developed a sudden respect for territorial boundaries. "No," Marcus said through another channel. "He's concentrating." The dungeon route ahead answered him. Its stone threshold stretched upward. Black crystal pushed through the walls without forming another anchor, swallowing the existing passage and dragging its destination farther away. Other routes appeared inside it for seconds at a time, each showing fighters, dungeon defenders, military units, guild raids, and monster forces staring back from different regions. Then every opening showed the same place. A battlefield formed beyond the threshold. The ground was black stone broken by red-lit cracks. Crown rift pressure hung over it heavily enough that Cass's world boss interface reacted before she crossed the boundary. Far beyond the forming staging lines, darkness twisted around something enormous. Veros. Not the marshal she had fought in the Ashen March. The pressure alone made that clear. A system notice opened across her vision. Abyssal Sovereign Manifestation confirmed, Veros. Regional reinforcement routes consolidated. Multi-raid world boss encounter forming. Cass stared at the last line. Across the linked routes, new staging boundaries appeared. Human raid markers populated one side. Monster and dungeon boss channels opened along another. More forces arrived every few seconds, no longer chasing separate outbreaks because the network had stopped giving Veros new regional fronts. Tessa came through a human staging route with Rhea, Juliana, and Sable behind her. Mara and Nico arrived from another lane. Marcus, Vale, and Shelleen followed through separate routes as the surviving household teams converged from their objectives. Juliana reached Cass and immediately looked at her shoulder. "You're still injured. I noticed. And your blood reserve?" Cass considered the hollow pull beneath her ribs. "Also still expensive." Tessa looked past her toward the thing forming around the crown rift. "How many raid groups is this going to take?" "Apparently," she said, "all of them." Beyond the boundary, Veros finished becoming large enough for the system to call the battle ready. 46. Multiple raid groups recommended. The battle became ready by putting 4 separate objectives between everyone and Veros. Black crystal erupted from the battlefield around the Abyssal Sovereign, 4 thick growths rising at equal distances from the center. Each connected to Veros through a red-black line that hardened into a translucent barrier around his enormous body. A system notice appeared across Cass's vision. Sovereign Phase 1 active. Crown Shield, invulnerable. Battlefield anchors active. 4. Cass stared at the word invulnerable. "I dislike mechanics that begin by telling me stabbing won't work." Tessa glanced toward the forming raid lanes. "It saves time." Veros moved behind the crown shield. His first strike hit the barrier from inside and sent a pressure wave across the staging field. Raid lines staggered. Cass planted her boots, felt her injured shoulder complain, and watched the 4 anchors brighten together. Tessa's campaign relay filled with voices. 4 objectives, she said. Human raids take north and east. Don't bunch at the anchors. Clear approaches, protect your breakers, and rotate anyone who takes abyssal exposure. A guild commander answered, "Who has south?" 3 monster bosses spoke over one another through Cass's world boss channels. "We do. That anchor is ours. Heartpiercer, tell them west is theirs." Cass looked toward the 4 black growths as ripplings began pouring from cracks around them. "South goes to whoever stops arguing first." Silence lasted almost 2 seconds. Then one boss growled, "South." "Congratulations." Another claimed west immediately. The battlefield divided. Human raid markers pushed toward 2 anchors under Tessa's coordination. Monster forces surged toward the others through routes the human formations couldn't have used cleanly. Mara and Nico moved with the human lines while Rhea, Juliana, Sable, Marcus, Vale, and Shelleen spread into the roles they already understood instead of clustering around Cass. That left the center. Veros struck the crown shield again. This time the barrier opened just long enough for one enormous arm to pass through. Cass Blood stepped aside as it smashed into the ground where she'd stood. Black stone burst upward. Her second step carried her across the follow-up sweep, and the hollow pull beneath her ribs worsened. No recovery had occurred between battles. Her shoulder still hurt. Her blood reserve was already spent down. Somewhere beyond 4 separate raid fights, everyone needed her to keep the Sovereign interested in the middle. Cass drew both daggers. Varos's face turned toward her through the crown shield. Heartpiercer. Cass settled into stance as the first anchor lanes erupted into combat. "Good," she said. "You remember who's annoying." Then Veros attacked again while 4 raid groups went to work on making him vulnerable. Varos's next strike missed Cass because the southern anchor failed first. The red-black line feeding the crown shield snapped, and 1/4 of the barrier dimmed. Monster defenders surged through the opening their boss had bought them, driving the remaining abyssals away from the shattered growth. A voice came through Cass's token. "South is broken." Cass Blood stepped beneath Varos's returning arm. "Excellent. Try not to celebrate somewhere dangerous." Tessa's relay answered with another report. "East anchor at 20%. North is stalled by a rift collar screen." Cass saw the problem from the center. Veros kept attacking her, but every movement also sent pressure through the remaining anchors. The northern line buckled as fresh riftlings emerged around its objective. "West," Cass called through the monster channel. Can you spare anything? The Western boss answered, we're destroying ours. Then destroy it faster. A moment later, West shattered. The crown shield flickered hard enough to expose Varos before rebuilding around him. Cass struck the opening instinctively. Heartpiercer's dagger reached black armor and stopped against a layer of system pressure still protecting the Sovereign. Two left, she said. Tessa's voice remained steady despite the shouting behind her. East is going now. Light flashed across the battlefield. The eastern anchor burst apart. Only the north remained. Human raid markers closed around it while the rift collar screen tried to rebuild. Mara's unit forced one flank open. Nico shifted onto the exposed caster, and an instant later the rift collar disappeared beneath overlapping attacks. Tessa snapped through the relay, break the anchor. The northern objective vanished beneath weapons, spells, and one final impact that split the black growth from top to base. The fourth feeding line broke. Varos's crown shield collapsed. A system notice opened across Cass's vision. Crown shield phase complete. Level up, 117. Strength, 49. Agility, 92. Constitution, 61. Magic power, 67. Charisma, 62. HP, 345. Stamina, 336. Blood reserve, 215. Daywalker, 97.5%. Varos grew. His sovereign body expanded upward and outward, black armor reforming around limbs large enough to cross whole raid lanes. The battlefield changed with him. Red-lit fractures opened in broad circles, then began rotating around the central ground instead of remaining fixed. Tessa's relay erupted with warnings. Cass watched the first breach zone sweep toward a human raid. Move, she shouted. Hundreds of fighters scattered as Phase 2 began moving the battlefield beneath them. The rotating breach zone reached Cass before the raid behind her finished moving. She activated Sanguine Domain. Blood mist spread across the central battlefield in a widening circle, thin enough that Cass could still see through it but dense with hostile movement. Varos's enormous body became a set of pressures inside the domain. So did every riftling, every forming breach, and every attack crossing the red-lit ground. The cost began immediately. Cass felt blood reserve draining beneath her ribs as the next rotating fracture swept across the field. Left side, move now. Tessa relayed the order before the hazard became visible. Human fighters cleared the line. A heartbeat later, black force erupted through the place they'd abandoned. Marcus's voice came through the household channel. You can read them before they open? The domain can. Juliana answered sharply, and how much is it costing? Enough that I'd appreciate everyone being efficient. Varos struck through the blood mist. Cass felt the movement before she saw it and chained two blood steps across the center. The second left her injured shoulder screaming, but his arm smashed harmlessly into empty ground. Inside the domain, something else moved. Not a breach. A concentrated pulse traveled through Varos's chest each time the rotating zones changed direction. Cass focused on it. Black armor separated briefly beneath the Sovereign's ribs, exposing a red-black structure before closing again. Command Heart, she said. Tessa didn't hesitate. Household, center objective. Rhea reached Varos first, shield raised against a sweeping limb. Sable struck from above while Mara forced the opposite side. Nico's arrows hammered the opening whenever Cass called it. Vale and Chelline kept the approach clear while Marcus marked the timing and Juliana stayed close enough to pull anyone out who stopped moving. Cass held the domain. Blood reserve kept falling. Opening in 3, she called. 2, 1, now. Rhea drove Varos sideways. Mara struck the exposed seam. Nico's next arrow disappeared into the red-black center. Marcus shouted, again. Cass felt the next pulse forming. Now. The household hit together. Varos's command heart shattered. His sovereign body locked in place, then collapsed inward as black armor and abyssal flesh broke apart around the ruined center. Level up, 118. Strength, 49. Agility, 93. Constitution, 62. Magic power, 67. Charisma, 63. HP, 350. Stamina, 340. Blood reserve, 216. Daywalker, 98.3%. Cass dismissed the notice while the domain faded. Where Varos had stood, the battlefield opened around a descending Crown Rift core. The Crown Rift core started rebuilding Varos before anyone had finished celebrating his death. Black material climbed inside the descending structure, gathering around the outline of a head and shoulders that hadn't existed a moment earlier. Cass watched the shape form and felt her depleted blood reserve answer with an unpleasant emptiness. "That seems unfair," she said. Marcus stared into the core. "It's rebuilding from the abyssal side." Tessa's campaign relay erupted again, but the new warnings weren't attacks. The battlefield boundary was shrinking. Outer raid markers vanished from the central field one group at a time as retreat routes opened behind them. Juliana reached Cass and caught her good arm. "You're not going anywhere until I check that shoulder. We may have a scheduling conflict." "You definitely have a shoulder conflict." The closing boundary swept across the nearest raid line. Fighters who tried to remain were pushed toward the open routes without injury, their event markers fading as the Crown Rift rejected them. Cass understood before the next line moved. "This part has a tier requirement." Tessa looked toward the household. Cass did too. They were exhausted. Several had already fought separate anchor engagements before joining the Varos raid. Nobody had received a convenient refill when Cass reached level 118. Her shoulder still hurt, Sanguine Domain had consumed blood she hadn't replaced, and every injury, spent resource, and damaged piece of equipment remained exactly as real as it had been before the command heart broke. Rhea shifted her shield. "We can still fight." "I know." Nico looked toward the forming figure inside the core. That sounded like the beginning of an argument. Cass faced them. "If the boundary rejects you, you leave." Sable growled. Cass pointed at her. "Especially you. Growling isn't a tier." Tessa stepped closer. "Cass. I'm not taking everyone I love into a closing Crown Rift because they managed to survive getting this far." Cass looked across the household. "We have resurrection coins. We also have standards." The next boundary passed through them. Some raid markers remained bright. Others went dark. Tessa immediately took control of the withdrawal. Anyone rejected moves now. Nobody waits beside the boundary, nobody tries another route, and nobody turns this into a loyalty contest. That ended the argument more effectively than Cass could have. Around them, exhausted human raids and monster forces withdrew through the surviving staging routes while the accepted markers contracted toward the Crown Rift. Inside it, Varos's half-formed face opened its eyes. Cass tightened her grip on Heartpiercer and stepped toward the core with only those the event would still admit. Nothing about entering it felt like a fresh fight. 47. Daywalker. The Crown Rift swallowed Cass without giving her the courtesy of a floor. She dropped through red-black light, struck sloping crystal hard enough to jar her injured shoulder, and slid until one dagger caught a seam. The household members whose markers had remained bright landed around her in scattered positions as the entrance contracted overhead. Beyond it, the battlefield disappeared behind a wall of black crystal. Cass pulled herself upright. "I preferred the version where we had several hundred people." The core answered by building Varos again. This time it didn't make him enormous. Black material gathered around a human-sized outline suspended above the center of the chamber, armor stripped down to sharp plates around a body made mostly of red-black light. 4 lines extended from him into separate crystal anchors embedded around the chamber. Varos opened his eyes. "Heartpiercer." Cass adjusted her grip on both daggers. "You're becoming repetitive." The command echo lifted one hand. Every anchor pulsed. Cass blood-stepped before she understood why. Black force crossed the place she'd occupied, struck the wall, and split the crystal behind her. The movement emptied more blood reserve beneath her ribs, a warning layered over exhaustion that had never gone away. Nobody outside was absorbing mistakes now. The household spread instead of clustering, watching the anchor lines while Cass kept Varos facing her. One line brightened. Varos moved instantly toward the ally nearest it. "Clear that anchor." They moved before the strike landed. Veros stopped at the end of the feeding line as though something had pulled him short. Cass saw it. He's not moving freely. Another anchor flashed. Veros vanished from one position and reappeared beside the next active line. Cass blood stepped across his attack, pain tearing through her shoulder as she landed badly. She resisted spending blood on another immediate jump and ran instead, forcing Veros to turn while the others kept their distance from the lit anchor. "You built armies to hide behind," Veros said. Cass ducked beneath a black blade formed from his arm. "I built friends who learned when not to stand somewhere stupid." The 4 anchors pulsed again, but not together. 1, 3, 2, 4. Cass stopped retreating. The sequence repeated. Varos's movement wasn't random. Each command pulse tied him to one anchor before releasing him toward the next. The old battlefield had needed armies to break 4 objectives at once. Inside the core, the same logic had been compressed until every mistake belonged to the handful of people still standing. Cass watched the first anchor begin to brighten again. "Don't hit them yet," she said. "I think I know what they're controlling." Veros turned toward her as the sequence restarted. This time Cass waited for him to move. Veros went to the first anchor. Cass went with him. She didn't bloodstep. She ran across the crystal floor while the others cleared the line, saving blood for the moment the pattern stopped being predictable. Veros reached the limit of the first feeding line and struck at her. Cass slipped outside the black blade, felt it cut air beside her face, and watched the second anchor brighten. 2 next. Stay away from it. Veros disappeared. Cass had already turned. He arrived beside the second anchor with his back exposed to her for less than a second. She crossed the distance and drove Heartpiercer into the seam beneath one armor plate. Black light burst from the wound. Veros turned too quickly. His arm caught Cass across the shoulder she'd already injured and threw her against the crystal floor. Pain ran down her side as she rolled away. Someone shouted her name. "I'm functional." Cass pushed upright as the third anchor brightened. "He's fixed to the sequence. Hurt him while he's arriving, not while he's waiting." The next cycle became coordinated. Veros reached 3 in-med attacks from 2 directions before he completed his first strike. At 4, Cass bloodstepped through the opening created beside his ribs and cut deeper into the red-black body beneath the armor. His answering blow missed because she'd already chained the second step away. Blood reserve dropped again. She didn't use a third. The sequence restarted. 1, 3, 2, 4. Each arrival cost Veros another piece of his combat echo. Armor broke away. Red-black light spilled through widening fractures. By the time the first anchor brightened again, his body had stopped rebuilding between transitions. Cass tightened her grip. "Next one finishes it." Veros appeared beside the anchor. Everyone struck. Cass bloodstepped into the center of the attack and drove both daggers through the exposed core of his chest. Veros froze. The 4 feeding lines snapped at once. His combat echo collapsed into black fragments that never reached the floor. Level up, 119. Strength, 49. Agility, 93. Constitution, 62. Magic power, 68. Charisma, 63. HP, 350. Stamina, 340. Blood reserve, 218. Daywalker, 99.2%. Cass dismissed the notice and waited for the crown rift to close. Nothing happened. The anchors remained embedded in the chamber walls. Veros was gone, but red-black energy still traveled between them and the core itself. Cass looked around at the intact structure. "Of course. We killed the boss. Now we have to kill the room." The room objected before Cass reached the nearest anchor. Red-black force snapped between the 4 surviving structures, crossing the chamber where Veros had been. The lines no longer fed a body. They fed one another, each pulse sinking into the walls and returning stronger. Cass stopped short. Breaking them individually was the outside solution. One of the others moved toward the opposite anchor. Then what's the inside solution? Cass watched another pulse travel around the chamber. The direction mattered. Every line entered an anchor through the outer face and left through the side nearest the core. Reverse it. They spread without waiting for a longer explanation. Cass reached the first anchor and drove Heartpiercer into the channel seam rather than the crystal itself. The impact jarred her injured shoulder. She changed hands, forced the dagger deeper, and twisted until the red-black line shifted sideways. The anchor fought back. Energy slammed through her arm and threw her to one knee. Cass. Keep going. She pushed upright. We're not destroying them. Turn the flow toward the middle. The others forced the remaining channels out of alignment while Cass held hers against the pressure. One anchor reversed. Then a second. The chamber shook. Cass felt the change through her world boss senses before she understood it. One connection pulled outward through the dungeon network, reaching for every route and anchor Veros had corrupted. Another reached through the event structure itself, trying to hold onto Heartpiercer's world boss channel. They're using both sides, Cass said. Dungeon and world boss. Can you cut yours? Cass looked at the line attached to her. Apparently we're about to find out. The third anchor reversed. The pressure on Cass doubled. Her blood reserve was already low, her shoulder had stopped pretending it might improve, and the channel fought every movement of her dagger. The fourth anchor turned. All four lines converged on the empty center. Cass dragged Heartpiercer through the world boss connection. The channel broke. The dungeon sideline snapped an instant later. Every anchor shattered inward. Crown Rift severance complete. Level up, 120. Strength, 50. Agility, 94. Constitution, 63. Magic power, 69. Charisma, 64. HP, 355. Stamina, 344. Blood reserve, 221. Daywalker. Cass stared at the final line. No percentage followed it. No remaining fraction. No duration. Nothing left to finish. Around her, the crown rift began collapsing now that nothing connected it to either world. Cass dismissed the notice slowly. Then daylight appeared through the first opening in the breaking core. The opening widened as black crystal came apart around them. Fragments fell dull and lifeless instead of rebuilding. The red-black channels were gone. No new outline formed inside the core, no anchor brightened, and nothing on the abyssal side reached back through the collapsing structure. Veros finally stayed dead. Cass climbed through the opening with the others and stepped onto the battlefield in full daylight. For several seconds, she forgot about the people moving toward them. Sunlight covered her hands, her torn clothing, and the damaged armor around her injured shoulder. Cass had stood beneath daylight for years. She'd crossed cities in it, traveled, shopped, fought, gone to the beach, and learned long ago that 12 hours covered almost every ordinary day she actually wanted. She still called her panel Daywalker. That was all. No percentage. No minutes remaining. No calculation about sunset, shelter, delays, or whether spending another hour outside was worth what it cost. Tessa reached her through the returning household and looked first at Cass's face, then at the shoulder she was holding too carefully. You're checking, aren't you? Cass dismissed the panel. I checked. Juliana came in from the other side and immediately took Cass's wrist. Wonderful. You can celebrate after I find out what you've done to yourself. My shoulder was already damaged. And you used it anyway. The rift was inconsiderately timed. Juliana's expression made it clear that cosmic scheduling would not be accepted as a medical defense. Around them, the battlefield was becoming an aftermath instead of an encounter. Human raids regrouped beside monster forces. Damaged equipment accumulated in piles. Exhausted fighters sat wherever they found space. Nobody received a miraculous restoration because the event had ended. Cass's blood reserve still felt hollow. Her shoulder still hurt. Heartpiercer's equipment still needed repair. She smiled anyway. Tessa noticed. What? Cass looked up at the sun. For most of her second life, Levels had bought something she wanted. Minutes. Freedom. Strength enough to protect people. Enough reputation and money to build a home worth returning to. Level 120 offered no next number that mattered. I don't think I want another level, Cass said. Tessa stared at her. That may be the most alarming thing you've said all week. Cass laughed and let Juliana steer her toward the family waiting beside the recovery line. She didn't check the sky again. There was nothing left to count. 48, definitely not retired. Cass woke because she was finished sleeping. No alarm sounded. No campaign officer waited outside the door. No event countdown occupied the edge of her vision. Sunlight crossed the bedroom through curtains somebody had opened hours ago, warming the sheets without requiring Cass to calculate anything about how long she intended to remain beneath it. Her shoulder was still wrapped from the crown rift, and Juliana had left strict instructions against turning recovery into an opportunity to test whether level 120 made bad decisions less damaging. Apparently it didn't. Cass dressed and followed voices downstairs. The expanded house had reached the stage where breakfast required territorial planning. Sable occupied a patch of floor beside Ray's chair. Pip had claimed part of the window seat. Bramble was outside somewhere expensive, because owning transportation continued to involve feeding it even after saving the world. Marcus had papers spread across one end of the table. Vale was checking a route beside him while Nico and Mara argued over equipment allocations. Shelleen sat with Tessa comparing 2 contract sheets. Nobody stopped when Cass entered. That was new enough to be wonderful. Tessa glanced up. Morning. Cass looked toward the bright windows. Debatable. It stopped being morning some time ago. Then civilization has successfully continued without me. Marcus tapped a figure in his ledger. We managed. Cass narrowed her eyes. Your tone suggests confidence. We have 3 teams going out this week, Mara said. None require a world boss. Cass pulled out a chair. That sounds dangerously independent. Nico slid one of the route sheets toward Vale. This one pays better if we take the Waygate instead of the airship. Marcus corrected him without looking up. It pays faster, not better. Shelleen pointed to another figure. Repairs? Already budgeted. Cass waited. Nobody asked which mission she wanted. Nobody needed her to approve the route, cover an expense, solve an impossible combat problem, or stand between the household and something large enough to require multiple raid groups. Tessa noticed her expression. You can come if you want. Cass considered the contract sheets. Then she looked through the open doors toward the sunlit garden. No. Mara smiled. Retirement lasted longer than I expected. I'm not retired. Cass reached for the breakfast waiting beside her place. I'm unavailable. The argument over schedules continued around her. Cass ate while everyone else planned lives that didn't require her permission to happen. Cass's refusal survived breakfast and lasted all the way into Brightfall. Tessa came with her because neither of them had anything scheduled, which felt suspiciously luxurious. They walked beneath full afternoon sunlight with no route deadline, no shelter calculation, and no reason to hurry through the market. Cass stopped at a clothing shop simply because something in the window caught her attention. Tessa looked at the display. You already own more bikinis than any reasonable person needs. Reasonable people haven't spent years treating swimwear as progression content. Inside, Cass tried on 3 before choosing the smallest one that remained technically legal. She added a light beach dress she didn't need and paid without asking Marcus whether the household could absorb the expense. Tessa watched the coins change hands. Reckless. Financial freedom should occasionally produce poor clothing decisions. They bought snacks for Tessa on the way to the beach and a sealed bottle of prepared blood for Cass, then spent the next several hours doing nothing useful. Cass swam, stretched out beneath the sun, changed position when she felt like it, and never once opened her panel. Eventually Tessa sat beside her towel and held out a wrist. You're staring. Cass looked away from the offered vein. I have prepared blood. You also like fresh blood. That's an unfairly persuasive argument. It was an offer. Cass took her hand and fed slowly, stopping well before Tessa needed to ask. The familiar pleasure settled through her without urgency. No battle had emptied her reserve. No injury demanded recovery. She was drinking because they both wanted the closeness. When Cass released her, Tessa touched the corner of Cass's mouth with one thumb. Better? Considerably. They stayed until the beach began emptying, then went home without racing sunset. The bedroom door closed for a while. Later, washed, dressed, and thoroughly unwilling to accomplish anything else, Cass joined the others in the largest sitting room. Someone had already loaded the next episode of the serialized Crownspire drama they'd been following. Rhea objected loudly to the Duchess's latest romantic decision. Mara defended it for reasons Cass considered morally questionable. Pip vanished beneath a cushion. Sable stole the seat Cass intended to use. Cass displaced her, settled against Tessa instead, and watched fictional people manufacture problems for entertainment. Outside, daylight faded naturally. Cass noticed only because Marcus came home with one team while another set of equipment was being prepared near the hall for tomorrow. Apparently everyone else's lives had continued while she spent an entire day enjoying hers. Marcus's team had returned with mud on their boots, a cracked ward plate, and enough contract pay that nobody treated either problem as an emergency. He put the payment pouch on the sitting room table while Vale inspected the damaged plate. Repair tomorrow. Replacement is already in the equipment reserve if the shop takes longer. Cass looked away from the drama crystal. You broke something and we already own another one? Marcus opened his ledger. 3 field teams require duplicate equipment. That sounds financially irresponsible. You bought 6 bikinis this month. Those perform different strategic roles. Rhea laughed from the floor while helping Sable out of part of Marcus's discarded harness. Across the room, Shelleen had opened tomorrow's travel packet beside Mara and Nico. 2 portal authorizations rested with their route papers. Cass pointed at them. Premium transit? Shelleen nodded. The contract pays enough to justify it. Marcus corrected her. We can afford it even if the contract doesn't. Cass looked at him. He turned the ledger so she could see the household figures. Property costs, prepared blood, Bramble's feed, Pip's registration expenses, repairs, ammunition, portal access, reserve equipment and household spending all had their places. Beneath them remained a number large enough that Cass no longer felt an instinctive need to protect it from being used. That's after today's repairs? She asked. Yes. And tomorrow's travel? Yes. And blood? Juliana answered from beside Rhea. Already stocked. Cass sat back. Money has become disturbingly less interesting. Tessa smiled. That was the objective. Mara tapped tomorrow's contract. You can come with us. Cass glanced at the route. Old dungeon structure, unstable lower floors, worthwhile salvage and enough uncertainty to make it entertaining. Do you need me? No, Mara said. Vale looked up from the ward plate. We have a route specialist. Nico added, ranged coverage. Shelleen tapped her own name on the transport sheet. Travel access. Rhea raised one hand. And people capable of being hit instead of you. Cass considered all of them. Years ago, protecting her household had meant being the strongest thing between them and disaster. Somewhere along the way, they had become people who could leave home, earn money, break equipment, repair it, travel across the region and come back without requiring Heartpiercer to solve the difficult part. Cass picked up the contract packet. Tessa raised an eyebrow. Changed your mind? Cass smiled. No, I still don't need to work. She tapped the dungeon description. This one just sounds fun. The contract stayed on the table while the evening settled around the house. Cass never signed anything. Mara reclaimed the packet eventually, Vale finished inspecting the cracked ward plate, and Marcus returned to his ledger. Someone restarted the drama after the interruption. Pip emerged from beneath the cushions when food appeared, while Sable discovered that occupying Cass's feet made eviction less likely. Cass stayed where she was. Tomorrow's dungeon still sounded fun. She might go. She might sleep until everyone else had already left and spend another day at the beach. Neither possibility felt like a decision that needed making tonight. Tessa leaned against her shoulder. You're thinking about the contract. A little. Dangerous. Cass looked around the room. I've apparently become irresponsible. Nico glanced over from the equipment pile. You spent years becoming powerful enough that nobody could make you do anything. And now? Now nobody can make you decide tonight. Cass considered that. Excellent use of progression. A pale system notice opened across her vision. Heartpiercer World Boss appearance requested. Cass stared at it. Tessa noticed immediately. What? Cass read the notice again, waiting for the part that turned it into an emergency. No event countdown appeared. No compulsory objective followed it. There was no threatened city, collapsing dungeon network, or Abyssal Sovereign rebuilding himself somewhere inconvenient. Just a request. She dismissed it. World boss appearance, Cass said. Mara sat forward. Where? I didn't check. That silenced the room more effectively than shouting would have. Marcus slowly lowered his ledger. You dismissed a paid appearance without checking the fee? Cass frowned. I can call it back. There she is, Tessa said. Cass reopened the notice and inspected the details properly. The appearance was optional. Travel terms could be negotiated. Compensation was listed. Nothing required an immediate answer. The household leaned closer while Marcus began calculating whether the offered payment justified the journey. Cass smiled. She had a home large enough to lose people inside, money sufficient for bad clothing choices, pets with opinions, lovers and friends who could leave on their own adventures, sunlight she never had to count, and enough strength to answer a world boss request because it sounded entertaining. Not because she had to. Cass looked at the notice again. Fine, she said. We can discuss it tomorrow. Tessa smiled against her shoulder. Definitely retired? Cass dismissed the request and settled back. Dunno, but definitely not a dungeon boss. Not ever. End of Book 3 in series, probably.